Volume 2. Chapter 101. Hunji's City. When the last ray of light drops below the horizon, and the whole world is in darkness, XiaoMo finally wakes up. He stands up and stretches himself, and just when he wants to break out a yawn, a beaming handsome face appears in front of his eyes. Although this type of situation has happened before, he still jumps in fright, his body toppling backwards abruptly. Just when he is about to fall off the chair, the owner of that handsome face stretches out his hand and grabs his collar, pulling him up. "Little brother, why are you so clumsy and Ling Xiao speaks softly by his ear. XiaoMo's soul still hasn't calmed down when he takes a breath and glares at him. "If you don't frighten me, I wouldn't be so clumsy, but..." Ling Xiao brings him to his side, smiling while speaking. "How could I frighten you? Clearly, you are the one who was sleeping, so you can't blame me." XiaoMo exclaims awe. He just remembers that he was transcribing magic pill formulas before he fell asleep. Lowering his head to take a look, he doesn't see the 10 or so pieces of paper that he finished transcribing before. When he fails to find them after looking under the table, he can't help but widen his eyes. "The magic pill formulas I transcribed in Little brother, are you talking about this Ling Xiao lifts up the pile of paper in his hands. They are the ones he picked up from the floor before. The topmost piece is a little wrinkled, as if stained by something wet. XiaoMo stretches his hand wanting to snatch them back, but Ling Xiao raises his hand, causing him to come up empty. Ling Xiao crosses his legs, flipping through the sheets of paper while mocking, "Little brother, your calligraphy really made me see things in a new light XiaoMo shifts his gaze uneasily, 2 telltale pink spots appearing on his cheeks. Of course he knows that his calligraphy is too terrible to look at. But he can't help it. Who asked him to have never written with a brush before? If he has a fountain pen or a ballpoint pen, he would be able to write acceptable-looking characters. There is something I'm very curious about. I wonder if little brother can help explain it. If you can satisfy me, I will help you transcribe these magic pill formulas. How about it?" Ling Xiao throws the stack of paper in his hand onto the table. Then he picks up another stack of paper and waves them in front of his face. XiaoMo was just looking all over the place awkwardly when he sees Ling Xiao bring out a stack of papers. He looks over in surprise and sees neat and orderly characters written in beautiful handwriting. His eyes gleam suddenly when he thinks of another thing. He asks doubtfully, "Elder brother Ling, did you write these? If it wasn't me, then don't tell me it was you?" Ling Xiao casts a sidelong glance at him as he retorts, "But I remember that you said you haven't written for a long time, so..." XiaoMo rubs his nose. He still remembers the characters from when Ling Xiao transcribed the Heavenly Soul Scroll for him. At that time, his calligraphy was just like his now. It can also be described as too terrible to look at. So the sudden appearance of this beautiful handwriting makes him doubt that this is really written by him. Ling Xiao angrily raps him on the head. "That was before. Ever since he showed his ugly handwriting, in order to not embarrass himself in front of XiaoMo again, he deliberately found time to practice writing again. These magic pill formulas were just written by him based on what XiaoMo transcribed." Hearing his reply, XiaoMo is deeply jealous. "What was it that you're so curious about?" Speaking of that, Ling Xiao suddenly looks at him as if deep in thought. "Usually, someone who can read should be able to write. But you seem to be able to read but not write. Why is this? Furthermore, I feel that you seem to have more secrets that I don't know about." A drop of cold sweat suddenly rolls down XiaoMo's forehead. This person is too sharp. XiaoMo doesn't dare to look directly at him. He shifts his gaze away while saying, "There is nothing to be curious about. My parents died young. Before I was 17, I was brought up in my maternal aunt's family. My maternal aunt's family is not rich, so there is no money to send me to school. I could only learn to recognize a few words from my maternal aunt's son and daughter. He wouldn't tell him the real reason even if beaten to death. He is someone that crossed over from the 21st century Earth. Ling Xiao frowns. He isn't really clear about XiaoMo's life history, is that how it is? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can find a time to look for someone to ask. XiaoMo answers hastily. He isn't worried that he would be found out because when he asked Zhang Lu about things that has to do with him, Zhang Lu also told him the same thing. Although Ling Xiao is still skeptical, seeing him speak with certainty, he doesn't ask any further. Thinking of why he came over this time, he says, regarding the auction, I have already made the proper arrangements. If you are not busy tomorrow, we can just set out tomorrow, BA. Really? I have nothing going on tomorrow. I can go at any time. Once he hears that the matter with the auction is settled, he immediately grabs Ling Xiao's arm excitedly. Ling Xiao glances at the arm that is clutched by him and reveals a crafty smile. It is already dark. Since I have to come here again tomorrow, I might as well sleep over here tonight. His tone clearly states that this is not something to be discussed. XiaoMo quickly takes back his hand and stammers, Elder brother Ling, this is not really suitable, BA. I only have one bed and it is very small. It can only hold one person. Ling Xiao smiles sweetly, it's alright, we only have to squeeze a little. XiaoMo's face suddenly crumbles. Squeeze a little? He is afraid that even his innards will be squeezed out. He has an inkling that Ling Xiao will definitely make use of this opportunity to make a move on him. The real situation proves that Ling Xiao really isn't going to just squeeze a little like he said. His bed is already small to begin with. For two persons to sleep on it, they can only stick closely together. XiaoMo dawdles for half a day before he was finally pulled by Ling Xiao onto the bed. All four limbs tangling together, not even a crack is left in between them. Waking up the next day, XiaoMo finds that he is again like a 8-legged octopus hanging onto Ling Xiao's body. Because the matter with the auction can't be revealed to anyone else, Ling Xiao only arranged for the two of them to go down the mountain. Zhou Peng, who had originally wanted to go with them, was sent by Ling Xiao on another secret mission. Before leaving, XiaoMo notifies Feng Chenlu about going down the mountain. Because he is already a core disciple, he doesn't have to ask for permission like before. It also doesn't have to be recorded. Feng Chenlu knows that he is going down the mountain with Ling Xiao, so he isn't worried. He only tells him to take care. Half a stick of incense later, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao leave Tianxian sect together. Tianxian sect is located in the most flourishing southern part of Longshao continent. Hunji City is the third biggest city of this southern region. It's located on a mountain pass of the Wufeng mountain range. Every day, over 10,000 people go in and out of this fortress. That's why it developed so quickly in a short 10 or so years to become the third largest city in the southern region. The destination of their trip this time is this Hunji City. Although the area of Hunji City is not as large as the largest and second largest city, its prosperity is greater than even the largest city. So a lot of rare things can be found there, like rare high-level magic pills and high-level magic herbs. Looking at the unending green flatlands, a black horse carriage is flying forward like a whirlwind. The horse carriage is drawn by a galloping reddish-brown horse. Its tall and large body is much stronger and sturdier than normal horses. Its fiery red eyes are stubborn and unruly. Time and again, it would raise his head up and neigh. One look and people can tell that this horse is in a very excitable state. XiaoMo feels like he is soon going to vomit. This is the first time he is taking a horse carriage. It's also the first time he is taking a horse carriage that is running so fast. Although the inside of the horse carriage is lined with a layer of thick plush woolen blankets, the horse carriage is shaking very fiercely. His brain, that is not very smart to begin with, right now is already shaken into mush. His stomach churns endlessly, almost causing him to throw up last night's meal. The one hugging him, Ling Xiao, is not the least bit affected by the speed of the horse. His eyes laugh as he hugs the listless XiaoMo and strokes his back, we'll be there soon. Just endure it a little more and it'll be fine. These words, XiaoMo already heard them quite a few times. After this, I will never again sit this horse carriage. XiaoMo speaks falteringly. It's too much torture. He feels that he has already lost half his life. Because there is no limit on the time he can go down the mountain, there is no need to get there in a hurry. So Ling Xiao suggested that they take a horse carriage. Thinking that he has yet to take a horse carriage, XiaoMo thinks that he can give it a try, so he agrees. He didn't expect that he would regret it less than half an hour later. Also, where did Ling Xiao get this horse carriage? The horse that is pulling the carriage seems relatively easily excitable, leaving XiaoMo in a disastrous state. It will be fine when you get used to it. Ling Xiao consoles him. The raging fire horse is really relatively easily excitable. But they have good stamina. And they are also fast. Once you get used to their speed, you will find that this is actually a very enjoyable thing. I rather not get used to it ever. Oh you! Crossing through the green plains, that enormous city on top of the fortress finally appears. The tall city walls reaching to the clouds are extremely wide and grand. The unending red city wall seems to give out a rusty feel. It obviously has a very long history. When the sunshine pours down from above, the red city wall seems to shine, reflecting dazzling rays of light. Taking a look from up close, the red city walls are actually made of what is called rosefinch spirit iron. Rosefinch spirit iron is something that has excellent defensive properties. But its price is also extraordinary. Hanji city walls are completely made out of rosefinch spirit iron, so it is clear how deep their resources are. Half an hour later, the horse carriage finally reaches outside Hanji city. That raging fire horse, that is not driven by anyone, stops on its own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102. Rules. A number of men on horses whistle past on the road, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. 10,000 horses galloping ahead in an imposing manner finally come to a stop a few hundred meters outside Hanji city. The tall gigantic city walls that soar to the clouds make everyone appear extremely small. XiaoMo feels that he is very unlucky. After finally managing to get off the horse carriage, he was just about to take in some air when a group of horsemen gallop across in front of him, the hooves kicking up yellow dust covering his whole face, even into his mouth. Ah, pay! XiaoMo's lips twitch somewhat dejectedly, spitting out a mouthful of yellow dirt. How unlucky! These people actually have no consideration for others. This is just outside Hanji city. There are who knows how many people queuing waiting to enter the city. Causing such a commotion, the ones affected is not just him alone. Quite a few people are just like him, faces covered in dust. What surprises him is that they all seem to be furious but do not dare to voice their anger. Just when he is wondering about this, someone gives him the answer. Boy, are you the one that spit just now? A tall and lean man riding a large horse suddenly turns his horse around and goes over to XiaoMo. Looking at him from above, at XiaoMo who is wiping his mouth, his face is forbidding, as if he is looking at mole crickets and ants. XiaoMo is stunned. What is the meaning of this? Don't tell me he is not allowed to spit after having his mouth filled with dirt, thought. But what is really surprising is that he could actually hear someone spitting amidst the thundering hooves. Thinking of this, he sees the onlookers all showing sympathetic and pitying expressions. But not a single one comes to help him out. There are actually a few standing with their arms crossed watching the scene in glee. XiaoMo racks his brains, then asks, "May I ask what you want?" The tall lean man grins saying, "Boy, I couldn't tell that you have that much guts. But in front of the great me, guts is of no use, only fists are useful." Guts? XiaoMo feels that what he lacks the most seems to be guts. But when he doesn't hear what the real deal is after waiting half a day, he starts to get impatient. His body was tossed around for half a day and he is still feeling a little uncomfortable. So he asks, "This big brother, what is it that you want?" Seeing the impatience on his face, the tall lean man's face turns cold. He stretches out his hand and reaches back, drawing out a large knife in the shape of a crescent moon. He swings it straight at the stunned XiaoMo, cutting downwards while saying, "Boy, I see this is your first time in Hunji City. Now I will teach you one of the rules. Don't think you're somebody over here. In my eyes, you're not even an ant." XiaoMo completely can't figure out why this person suddenly attacks when they were just speaking. It doesn't seem as if he said anything offensive. But that crescent blade has no chance of falling onto XiaoMo's body. Behind him, a slender hand like white jade stretches out from the carriage window and easily stops the sharp crescent blade. No matter how much force the tall lean man uses, the crescent blade has no way of lowering even a little bit. The tall lean man's face changes suddenly. A sinister gleam flashes in his eyes as he shouts fiercely, "Who dares to oppose my wolf fawn gang? Tired of living? Show yourself if you dare. Boy, I also have a rule for you. In front of the great me, don't even try to touch my man." The drapes of the carriage flutters with the wind. A warm voice comes out from inside the carriage, a lazy drawl. The voice is somewhat captivating and languid, unhurried, very pleasing to the ear. But the words are dripping with scorn, raking the taut nerves of that tall lean man. Soon after, a pair of silver-white brocade boots reveal themselves from under the carriage drapes. They are followed by a tall slender man slowly stepping out. He is dressed in a snow-white soft robe decorated with gold silk, fluttering with the wind. Dashing eyebrows and sparkling eyes. Elegant and full of style. Grabbing everyone's attention when he appears. The man's lips hold a gentle smile, as if he is just meeting a friend, and not seizing the tall lean man's crescent blade with one hand. Upon seeing Ling Xiao, XiaoMo immediately gets up shakily and hides behind him. Looking back at the crescent blade that is very close to him, he shivers again. Really dangerous. If Ling Xiao didn't make his move, he would already be cut into two right now. He feels like he is in extreme danger. This world is too terrifying. Killing people at the drop of a hat. He really wants to go back to Earth. Not waiting for the tall lean man to speak, Ling Xiao simply bends his finger and flicks the crescent blade away. The force of his flick is not much, but the tall lean man is unable to withstand it. On top of that, he is riding on the back of a horse. Struck by this force, the whole person simply falls off the horse, landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. Coo-coo! The tall lean man coughs violently and struggles to get up on his feet. He feels that some of his ribs are broken. When he looks at Ling Xiao again, his eyes reveal some fear and frustration. "If you have the guts, stand here and don't run. Wolf Fawn Gang will definitely not let go of the both of you." Ling Xiao raises his eyes and looks at the not-too-distant Wolf Fawn Gang, with their sharp swords drawn, itching for a fight. Most probably because they saw their head easily thrown down by Ling Xiao, so all of them do not dare to act rashly. He can't help but snicker. Really such a ragtag band. Just this little bit of ability and they still dare to stir up trouble as they wish. Idiot! Ling Xiao sneers as he ridicules him. He then pulls XiaoMo and turns back into the horse carriage. At this moment, the raging fire horse somewhat intelligently neighs. He stomps his back hooves and starts galloping again. But this time the speed is slower, no longer making people feel like they are being tossed about. Maybe it's because this is outside Hunji City with people coming and going, so it's not suitable for a full-speed gallop. The sound of the hooves drown out the cries of alarm. Only now does everyone notice that the horse pulling the carriage is a raging fire horse. Legend has it that its temperament is very volatile. A precious horse with unbelievable stamina. But it's a pity that raging fire horses are only found in the Mori forest, so they are rarely seen. Unexpectedly, one actually shows up here, immediately causing quite an uproar. Too bad the owner of the horse has already left. When they are about to reach the grand gate of Hunji City, the horse carriage is immediately blocked by 2 guards. The raging fire horse feels a light pressure coming from inside the carriage, and neighs, then rather unwillingly comes to a stop. The 2 guards secretly let out a sigh of relief. It's not as if they haven't come across a raging fire horse before. They know that its temperament is very volatile. If it really wants to barge through, they won't be able to stop it based on their strength. Furthermore, someone who is able to tame a raging fire horse is definitely no ordinary person. If they were to offend the person inside the horse carriage because of this, it would not be a good thing. I'm sorry, but everyone that wants to enter Hunji City needs to hand over 2 pieces of gold each. One of the guards speaks. This is one of the ways Hunji City earns money. Except for the native residents, all outsiders must pay an entrance fee each time they enter the city. According to the number of people, the more people entering the city, the more entrance fees are collected. Although 2 pieces of gold can support an ordinary family for 2 months, it is not considered much for most people. Just finding some spot inside the city and setting up a stall, 2 pieces of gold can be earned back at any time. So this entrance fee is within the acceptable range for a lot of people. After the guards finish speaking, a slender hand stretches out from the window with 4 gold coins lying in the palm. The guard looks inside through the crack of the window and can faintly see 2 figures. Also, people who use raging fire horses can't lack a few gold coins, so he doesn't ask to check inside the horse carriage before letting them in. Inside the horse carriage, XiaoMo exclaims happily, "Luckily I have gold coins on me. If not, we wouldn't even be able to make it past the gate." Ling Xiao smiles. He doesn't tell him that actually it wouldn't matter even if they don't have gold coins, because it can be replaced with other things. And if those things are worth more than 4 gold coins, then that guard would most probably keep it for himself and use his own gold coins to make up for it. This kind of situation is not uncommon. Hunji City also doesn't prohibit it, so it just depends on the luck of the guard. Elder brother Ling. Where are we going now? XiaoMo keeps the pouch holding the gold coins and then lifts up the window curtain and looks outside in high spirits. The bustling streets are filled with bobbing heads in all directions. This spectacular sight is much livelier than Hepping Town. Soon he completely forgets about what happened outside the city gates. First, we'll go to the auction house and declare what we will be putting up for auction. We'll discuss the rest after that at. Ling Xiao leans languidly inside the carriage. His eyes fall on the side profile of XiaoMo's face that is a little red from the excitement. He tries to restrain his eyes. Where is the auction house? XiaoMo asks curiously. But he feels a little doubtful that the raging fire horse will really be able to bring them right to their destination. He never knew that horses can tell the way. But he also knows that the animals of Longshao continent can't be explained with common sense. At the end of this street. Ling Xiao replies. XiaoMo is just about to push open the beaded curtain when the horse carriage comes to an abrupt stop. A moment of inattention, and the whole person flies forward. Just when he is about to tumble out, Ling Xiao's large hand catches hold of him and scoops him up. XiaoMo is sprawled in his embrace, still feeling flustered, but before he can ask what happened, Ling Xiao says over his head, "We've reached the auction house." Saying that, Ling Xiao carries him and jumps out of the horse carriage. Amidst the surging crowds at the end of the street, the sight of a man appearing carrying another man, even though the one being carried is a young man that appears rather small and thin, it still can't change the fact that he is a man. Feeling the surprised looks coming from all sides, XiaoMo blushes and quickly jumps out of Ling Xiao's arms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103. Appraising Treasures. XiaoMo raises his head and sees the gigantic auction house towering in front of him. He can't help but gasp in amazement. This auction house is really too big. Even the Olympic Games' iconic structure bird's nest is not as big as this Big Mac in front of his eyes. At that time he made a special trip there to see the Olympic Games. Then he was shocked by the grandness and size of the bird's nest. Now, looking at the auction house of Hunji City, he realizes that there's just no comparison between these two things. The bird's nest is not even half the size of the auction house. Furthermore, the building material is obviously not something ordinary. Completely constructed with black-colored stone. It isn't clear how many years it has been, but there is no sign of wear and tear on the surface. The name of this Big Mac is the Seven Stars Auction House. It is said that it is backed by Hunji City's master, a very strong and powerful ace. Under his command are many strong soldiers and valiant generals. That's why no one has ever dared to stir up trouble at the Seven Stars Auction House. Outside the door of the Seven Stars Auction House, there are 20 or so guards equipped with sharp weapons and dressed in black uniforms. Their eyes are penetrating like hawks, constantly fixed on the people coming and going on the street as well as the people going in and out of the auction house. XiaoMo can faintly feel the power oozing out them, his amazement showing in his eyes. These people are really impressive. No wonder this is Longshao continent's third largest city. Behind its prosperity is a powerful leader. When they appear, 7 or 8 out of the 20 or so black-clothed guards set their eyes on them. Accurately speaking, they fall on Ling Xiao. As for the puny XiaoMo, he is completely ignored by them. After getting off the carriage, Ling Xiao strokes the raging fire horse near its ear and says softly, "Go. Find a place on your own and wait." With those words, the raging fire horse turns the carriage around and gallops towards the city gate. XiaoMo hears the noise and turns around to witness this scene. He exclaims and is about to rush over to bring back the raging fire horse when Ling Xiao calmly pulls him back. "Why did you pull me back?" "The horse got away." XiaoMo immediately says anxiously. "Don't worry, he can't run away." Ling Xiao consoles him. XiaoMo turns around and looks at him, seeming to ponder the truth in his words. But no matter if it's true or false, it's already too late because the raging fire horse is gone without a trace. Under the watchful eyes of the black-cloaked guards, Ling Xiao just picks XiaoMo up and goes with flow of people into the auction house. Although the auction has not started, there are quite a lot of people coming and going. An endless stream of people are moving around inside the vast interior. XiaoMo is still in awe of the enormous space when Ling Xiao puts him down and pulls him towards the center of the Great Hall. Right on top of the center of the Great Hall is a black screen that seems to be made out of jade. On the screen, many items are scrolling past. There are magic pills, magic herbs, techniques, and other items for auction. The lowest is level 4. For grand-scale auction houses like 7 Stars, low-level magic pills and magic herbs don't qualify to show up here. XiaoMo stretches out his head here and they're checking out the things on the screen. For others, these are ordinary things. But for him, these things are precisely what he needs. As for the rare things that don't show up on the screen, even if he manages to get them, he won't have the opportunity to enjoy them for now. Furthermore, he is currently a pauper, with only 10 or so gold pieces on him. Ling Xiao takes a sweeping look and his eyes fall on stone room that has a sign that says treasure appraisal hanging on top. 2 burly strong men are standing at the door. Seeing them walk over, they glance at them before letting them in. XiaoMo pops his head out from behind Ling Xiao and looks in amazement at the numerous closely spaced small secret rooms. One can faintly see the movement of people inside. This type of separation will ensure that the people bringing their treasures to be evaluated will not have to show others the treasures they have. This way, attracting the attention of deceitful and covetous people can be averted. Just when he is looking at this, a scantily clad female attendant walks over to them, snow-white breasts on the verge of popping out, the revealing factor not any less than in modern times. The attendant's eyes sweep past XiaoMo and finally locks onto the tall and handsome Ling Xiao, immediately revealing a flirtatious smile. She says in a voice that makes the listener weak-kneed, "The 2 sirs are here to appraise treasures or to submit items for auction?" Ling Xiao just replied with a word when he sees XiaoMo looking at the attendant with a stunned expression. He is immediately displeased and frowns. The attendant thinks that Ling Xiao doesn't like this manner of speaking, so she immediately changes her way of assistance, respectfully bringing them to a secret room. When she turns around, Ling Xiao grabs a hold of XiaoMo and says unhappily, "What are you looking at?" XiaoMo doesn't notice his expression, exclaiming, "I didn't expect that the women over here would be so open. I had thought they would be more conservative. Too shocking. So, you like this type of woman?" Ling Xiao narrows his eyes and asks softly. "How is that possible?" XiaoMo refutes without thinking. He then adds, "I still prefer rather innocent ones with pretty eyebrows. This one is too racy. I don't like it. When he hears him refute loudly, Ling Xiao's expression immediately softens considerably. But before he can be happy for a few seconds, he hears what he continues saying. Immediately dense dangerous storms emerge, and yet a certain person still fails to realize what is happening. "You like innocent ones with pretty eyebrows?" Ling Xiao hugs him tightly next to him. His breath is clearly scorching hot, but the words are cold and sinister, freezing 3 inches deep. From his words, he deduces that pretty eyebrows are referring to women. A certain obtuse young man finally realizes. He raises his head and sees Ling Xiao smiling very sweetly. Even the eyes are smiling. It's just that it is a rather black smile. Immediately alarm bells start ringing in XiaoMo's heart. It's the end. The end. He has never seen Ling Xiao smile like this ever since he met him. The 21st century has Black Friday. Ling Xiao has black smile. Elder brother Ling, we should go in. Xiao trembles in fear as he speaks. The little man in his heart sheds tears in his place. What happened this time? Tears. Ling Xiao smiles slightly. You still haven't answered my question. The horror. Compared to when he watched horror films, this smile makes him feel even more terrified. Good grief. He has an inkling that this smile will probably scare him his whole life. Now looking at him smiling like that, his heart is seized with fear. You've misunderstood. XiaoMo swallows, his eyeballs turning round and round as he tries his hardest to find a way out. What did I misunderstand? Ling Xiao narrows his eyes. XiaoMo's eyes turn round and round as he says nervously, what I meant by like, is actually. Actually means appreciate. That's right. I mean appreciate. Just now you also saw. That attendant dressed so revealingly, to the point of indecency, offending the eyes. This type of woman, no one will like them ba. So, one that is rather innocent is better. At least it won't get out of hand. Ling Xiao raises his brows and looks at him for half a day, narrowing his eyes, is that right? XiaoMo wipes a handful of sweat as he nods his head in affirmation, of course. How could he dare to say that's not it? If he were to really shake his head and say that, Ling Xiao would strike him dead. His budding life is just about to blossom. He doesn't want to die so soon. There is indeed some truth in your words. Ling Xiao puts away his threatening look, his handsome face finally recovering his original fake gentleness. He pats him lightly on the shoulder and beams while saying, I'll let you go this time. XiaoMo sniffs tragically, almost overwhelmed with gratitude. Heaven knows that the amount of cold sweat dripping down today is equal to the sum of all of that before. The two of them walk into the secret room that the attendant pointed out to them. XiaoMo immediately closes the door eagerly. The door of the secret room is made out of iron. It's very thick, able to block out sound, preventing people from eavesdropping on the outside. The secret room is not big. Right in the middle, an old gray-haired man is standing. The old man is dressed in black robes. His face is covered with deep wrinkles, but his eyes are gleaming shrewdly. Right now his penetrating stare is sizing them up. XiaoMo discovers that this old man seems to be a mage. As for why he knows, it's because he can feel the latter's soul is rather strong. Martial artists are not mages. They have no way to train the soul, so their souls are a little weaker when compared to mages. Please take a seat. The old man points to the two chairs in front of the table. After sitting down, he says calmly, "The treasure that the two sirs would like to appraise. You can take it out now." XiaoMo sits down and then takes out a block of ice that is the size of a head from his magic bag, and puts it on the table. The old man expected them to bring out magic pills and the like. Suddenly what looks like a block of ice appears, so he can't help but narrow his eyes. Although he is a little surprised, but things that can be auctioned must be quite extraordinary. But when his soul force senses the block of ice, his body shivers fiercely. Immediately his eyes widen. This is. The old man brings the block of ice under his nose and sniffs. His face changes. This is spiritual liquid? Spiritual liquid, this type of treasure, is an extremely rare thing in Longshao continent. Because it can immediately renew the spiritual strength of martial artists, if in the midst of battle, this type of thing is equivalent to a life-saving magic pill. It's something martial artists crave so much that they even dream about it. It has always been something that is priceless, yet no one wants to sell. XiaoMo nods. This is only a small piece. Please take a look and determine what price it can be auctioned at. The old man calms down the excitement on his face and takes another careful look. He ponders for a bit before saying, "This is indeed spiritual liquid. But it is not pure. There are quite a bit of impurities inside. It needs to be refined before using. But like this size will only result in one drop of actual spiritual liquid. According to the estimation guidelines of Hunji City, 1 drop of spiritual liquid is at least 100,000. XiaoMo immediately tastes all the 5 flavors. A block of this size can only yield 1 drop of actual spiritual liquid. But what gives him comfort is that the price of 1 drop is 100,000. This sum exceeds his expectation. He thought that it would be 10,000 at the most. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104. A Stupid Pig. Seeing his expression, the old man thinks that he is not satisfied with this price, so he explains, although spiritual liquid can replenish the spiritual energy, but the stronger the martial artist, the more spiritual liquid is needed. For example, a moon-level martial artist. 1 drop of spiritual liquid can only replenish 1/5 of their spiritual energy. For the higher ones, even more is required. Even though it is only 1/5, but in a moment of crisis, it can still provide some safety. That's why the price is not less than 100,000. Furthermore, since it will be sold by auction, when the time comes, no one knows how high the price would go. XiaoMo nods his head as if he understands. He is not very familiar with the world of martial artists. But he knows the different levels of martial artists. They are divided into man level, earth level, sky level, sun level, moon level, star level, celestial level, spiritual level, imperial level, emperor level, divine level, and sacred level. 12 levels altogether, similar to the 12 levels for mages. Anyway, this means that this price is not considered low. Seeing that he doesn't disagree, the old man heaves a sigh of relief. Actually, things like spiritual liquid is not something that anyone would give up for auction. Most people would keep it for their own use. That's why it is priceless yet never sold. The price assessment is complete. How many drops would you like to put up for auction? XiaoMo also doesn't say much. He simply takes out 2 ice sculptures the size of a person out from his magic bag. The cold air that is released by the ice sculptures immediately increases the moisture level in the secret room, but there is not much change in the temperature. The old man's eyes open wide when he brings them out, his face completely stunned. He thought that this young man would at most bring out 5 to 6 drops of spiritual liquid. Didn't expect that it would be such a big ice sculpture. And there are two of them. The old man makes clicking noises with his mouth. Although he is used to seeing treasures, he is still shocked. After some hesitation, he says, 2 ice sculptures can probably produce 90 drops of spiritual liquid. But the old me suggests that it would be better for the 2 sirs to first refine this spiritual liquid before auctioning them off. Why is that? XiaoMo asks immediately. Because only mages can refine it. Even if the martial artists win the auction, they still have to find a mage to help them refine it, adding one extra step in the process. The 100,000 price can only be reduced to 90,000. But this should be done as soon as possible because the auction is tomorrow. The old man strokes his beard, with a gleam in his eye. XiaoMo frowns. It's just refining and the price drops by 10,000. This seems wrong. It's better if he just does it himself, but there is only half a day left. After this he still wants to go buy other things with Ling Xiao. There doesn't seem to be enough time. What should he do? XiaoMo looks helplessly at Ling Xiao, putting on a pitiful look. Ling Xiao receives the message and can't help but smile. Then he looks at the old man and smiles knowingly. Just say it out, ba. The old man hesitates and coughs. Clearly he can't get past this man. If this man wasn't here, he would be able to find a way to trick the young man at his side. One look and it's obvious that the young man is completely clueless when it comes to auctions. But it's not the same with this man. He feels that he won't be able to get anything past him, so he says, the old me can find someone to help the 2 sirs. But when it's done, hopefully 3 drops of spiritual liquid would be given as repayment. XiaoMo immediately makes the calculations. 3 drops of spiritual liquid is 300,000. Although that is just the base price, but if he auctions it off without refining, he will lose 900,000. Counting this way, it is more worth it to get someone to refine it before the auction. Elder brother Ling, this is acceptable. XiaoMo lightly tugs on Ling Xiao's sleeve. Ling Xiao raps him on the head impatiently. It's clear from his expression what he is thinking. He thinks that he is the one that is getting a deal. The reality is there is no loss to the other person. Some people won't be able to get 1 drop of spiritual liquid even after spending 1 million. 2 drops. Ling Xiao says with no room for negotiation in his tone. The old man seems to have expected this reply, so he answers without hesitation, deal. But 88 drops of spiritual liquid is not a small number. Would the 2 sirs like to divide them into 2 or 3 batches for the auction? Ling Xiao smiles meaningfully, no need. Auction it all off in one go. The old man is stunned for a moment. Then he shakes his head, smiling wryly. He can almost see it. Tomorrow's auction will be very fierce. 88 drops of spiritual liquid is not a small number. If one wins the auction, it can guarantee one's life in battle. Those powerful forces will definitely not let go of this excellent opportunity. Then the old man takes out a black and gold tablet that is made out of emerald jade from under the counter. He hands it over to Ling Xiao. This is our 7 stars auction house status card. Because the 2 sirs are auctioning over 5 million, it is enough to reach our distinguished guest level. This is the seat number. When the time comes, the 2 sirs will just have to take a seat according to this number. On top of that, this tablet can also be used at all the auction houses and shops under the 7 stars banner. Not waiting for Ling Xiao to stretch out his hand, XiaoMo eagerly takes that tablet. The black and gold tablet looks very distinctive. On it is drawn 7 5-pointed stars. It makes him think of the mall member discount cards. This tablet must be the same as those discount cards and the like. Just nice, he can try it out in a little bit. The old man unconsciously glances at Ling Xiao. The latter's expression is all gentle and elegant. He can perceive that this young man is only a low-level mage. Maybe not even level 2. But the man together with him, he has no way of telling his power. For a level 4 mage like him to not be able to perceive, this person cannot be any less than moon level. A person of this strength actually allows a low-level mage to act so presumptuously in front of him. Clearly their relationship is quite extraordinary. After sending the two of them off, the old man immediately calls over the attendant from before. He tells her to not let anyone disturb him for the next few hours before returning back to the secret room and locking the door securely. Spiritual liquid is a good thing. Although it is just 2 drops, he does not plan on giving this opportunity away to anyone else. Because other than replenishing a martial artist's spiritual energy, it has an even bigger use. That is to increase the rate of success in refining magic pills and the quality of the magic pills. Especially for high-level magic pills. The rate of failure is so high that most mages are unable to bear it. But it's different when spiritual liquid is used. One just needs to pour in 1 drop of spiritual liquid when refining, and it will increase the rate of success by 10%. Such a high rate of success, every mage will find it attractive. Coming out of the auction house, XiaoMo looks into the distance while standing at the side of the street. He doesn't find any trace of the raging fire horse. Ling Xiao has no intention of calling the raging fire horse, simply walking towards the stream of people. XiaoMo hesitates for a moment and then runs to catch up. He finally figures it out. From now on they can only use their own 2 legs to get around. The things he wants to buy is quite a lot. It is really not convenient to be taking a carriage to find those shops. The street they are on is Hunji City's busiest street. The number of people is more than 2 times that of the other streets. Although the street is already very wide, 2 to 3 times that of Heppingtown, it is still packed with people. A moment of inattention would result in bumping into other people. Terrified of being separated by the surging crowd, a pair of lively eyes are looking randomly in all directions. Although Ling Xiao doesn't turn around, he can still guess what he looks like now. His lips start to curve up knowingly. He then stops in his tracks, and the person behind immediately crashes his head onto his back. Turning around he sees him looking resentful, rubbing his nose. Just when he is about to say something, an uproar suddenly erupts in front of them. Get aside. If you don't want to die, give way for the great me. A group of people with sharp swords at their waist, with fierce and ruthless faces suddenly rush out from among the surging crowd. The leader is a rather chubby person. From the faint aura from his body, it is possible to tell that this middle-aged man should be of moon-level strength. At this moment, this group of people are walking menacingly in their direction. XiaoMo pokes his head out from behind Ling Xiao. One look and his eyes open wide. He actually recognizes a few people behind that middle-aged man. Because not long ago, they met outside the city gates. He quickly withdraws his head, terrified that he would be recognized by them. What he forgets is that those people have a deeper impression of Ling Xiao than of him. On top of that, Ling Xiao's presence is extraordinary, becoming the point of attention while standing in a crowd of people. Those few people already catch sight of him when they were still 10 over meters away. Boss, that's him. That's right. He's the one that injured the second boss. Several people strive to be the first to point out Ling Xiao. They no longer appear fearful, actually seeming quite pleased. The looks directed at Ling Xiao appear more aggressive and sinister. Dare to touch people of the Wolf Fang gang? Today we will definitely demand 100-fold repayment in thanks. Very quickly, 20 overmen rush to the front of Ling Xiao. The middle-aged man stops 3 meters away. He holds a large axe in his arm as he walks forward a few steps. The flesh on his face shakes menacingly as he says sinisterly, "You are the ones that injured my second brother?" Second brother? XiaoMo pokes his head out again and looks him up and down a few times. He mumbles, "No resemblance at all, ma." Ling Xiao hears his mumbling and lowers his head, looking at him with laughter in his eyes. Then he moves his line of sight to the middle-aged man, smiling while saying, "Excuse me. I don't know your second brother. But not long ago I actually came across a stupid pig. Don't tell me that he is your second brother? Pooh. XiaoMo can't hold back his laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105. Magic Pill Central Workshop. You're asking for death. The middle-aged man says viciously. He especially hates people calling him a pig. Even an insinuation is not tolerated. Suddenly his thick brows rise sharply. He lifts up the big axe in his hand and cuts down ruthlessly at Ling Xiao, bringing with it a momentum that only moon-level martial artists have. The onlookers all around immediately do all they can to move backwards. Just when the big axe is about to fall on Ling Xiao's body, a strand of purple flames surge out from his body. The blazing hot temperature immediately raises the temperature all around considerably. Much like a fire dragon whooshing and winding around the middle-aged man's big axe. In an instant the axe is burnt into ashes. Then that strand of purple fire shoots violently at the middle-aged man. That middle-aged man doesn't even have time to cry out. That strand of purple flames shoots through his chest, finally changing into tiny sparks and vanishing. Everyone looks at this scene in horror. When the purple flames disappear, the middle-aged man's body falls to the ground amidst the shocked cries of the onlookers. Bright red blood gushes out. In just a little bit, there is a pool of blood on the ground. In the middle-aged man's chest is a shocking bloody hole. Quite a number of people cover their mouths speechlessly. Their terrified gazes fall on the handsome man who appears so gentle and refined. No one expected that this person that is smiling so warmly would actually make such a cold-blooded move. Marching over unhindered for over 10 years without once falling down, the leader of the Wolf Fawn Gang, an unquestionable moon-level martial artist, actually falls down dead with one strike from this man. This misfortune is really too tragic. But this man's skill is so ruthless, with the power of thunder and speed of the wind. This is not something easily witnessed in the peaceful Hunji city. Today, not only is this skill witnessed, it is so ruthless right from the start. Really making everyone jump in fright. XiaoMo also didn't expect it. He swallows with difficulty, raising his head to glance at Ling Xiao. He thought that at the most, Ling Xiao would just send them running. He didn't expect him to kill the middle-aged man right away. But he is also not especially surprised. That time in the ice cave, he saw Ling Xiao strike Elder Jiang dead with one move. He even dares to kill an elder of Tian Xin sect. Who is there that he doesn't dare to kill? Although Elder Jiang was a spy for the demons. So he had known long ago that Ling Xiao is a very ruthless person. But knowing in his heart is still a little different from witnessing it with his own eyes. The few people that were smugly accusing Ling Xiao just a moment ago, having witnessed the death of their gang leader, are now all pale with fright. Their terrified eyes reflect the slender figure of Ling Xiao. Their legs are shaking so hard that they are almost unable to stand. Don't even talk about rushing out to take revenge for their gang leader. Take your gang leader's corpse and get out of here. Or do you all want to stay here and accompany your gang leader? Ling Xiao looks over at them and speaks in a gentle voice. All the members of the Wolf Fawn Gang are terrified by his gentle voice, making their hair stand on end. The group of people stumble over to the middle-aged man and lift up the corpse of their gang leader while completely flustered. Then they quickly disappear. All right. Let's go BA. Ling Xiao looks down and speaks to XiaoMo. XiaoMo immediately follows him and dives into the crowd of people, as if nothing happened. If not for the pool of blood on the ground, a lot of people would think that everything that just happened was just an illusion. After all, it was too shocking. Not long after they left, a group of black-clothed guards led by a man rushes over. It's too bad that they are one step too late. The matter already ended. The people have also left without a trace. If not for the pool of blood on the ground, with the crowd dispersed after the show was over, he would have thought that he had just been fed false information. Walking slowly down the street, XiaoMo's gaze continuously sweeps across the shops on both sides of the street. As the busiest street of Hunji City, the goods that are sold here is more complete than in Town. Every few steps is another magic pill shop or magic herb shop. But these shops are relatively small. There are people moving around inside, but definitely not too many. XiaoMo really wants to go in to take a look, but Ling Xiao doesn't stop. He also can't just run in by himself. After the two of them walk for about a quarter of an hour, XiaoMo's flickering eyes finally lock onto the signboard of a huge shop. On the light gold board is written Magic Pill Central Workshop, in large simple characters. Furthermore, on the upper right corner of the sign there are 7 red stars engraved. Clearly this is one of 7 stars businesses. This shop is the size of 4 shops. Compared to the surrounding shops, this shop may be considered luxurious. At this moment, Ling Xiao also stops walking, lowering his head to say to him, "It's this one." XiaoMo nods somewhat excitedly and follows him into this extraordinary shop. Just stepping into the shop, a whiff of medicinal fragrance assails his nose. The concentrated fragrance almost makes him sneeze. After taking a careful look, his eyes are filled with wonder. The inside of the Magic Pill Central Workshop is very huge. Everything is crisscrossed, but the transparent display cases are placed in an ordered manner. The cases seem to be made of crystal, similar to the modern glass display cases. But the display cases here are clearly much stronger than glass cases. Faint spiritual energy drifts up from the surfaces. Not only are there magic pills of various levels inside, there are also quite a lot of magic herbs. It's possible that the display cases can lock in spiritual energy, so there is no sign of decay of the magic herbs inside. It attracts a lot of people to stop and look. There are also quite a few people standing by the other cases. Sounds of conversation can be heard all around. XiaoMo takes a look, his drool almost flowing out. The magic pills and magic herbs are mostly mid-level and medium quality. Most are level 4 to level 6, all are quite common ones. As for low-level magic pills and magic herbs, there doesn't seem to be any. Clearly big medicine workshops are not the same. But when he sees the price written on top, the corners of his eyes can't help twitching. Too exorbitant. One stock of level 4 magic herb is actually 40,000 gold coins. And it's only medium quality. If it is high quality, would it then be 50 to 60,000 gold coins? This type of business is too much of a ripoff, too profitable. He is envious. After taking a look, he looks away feeling depressed. He thinks about how much money he got when he sold magic pills in Town. It's not even 1/10 the price of one stock of level 4 magic herb. It's really a huge blow to him. But at the same time, he thanks his lucky stars, thankful that he can grow his own. If not, he wouldn't be able to buy it even if he sold himself. He had heard elder brothers saying before, that although being a mage is a profitable profession, it also burns through a lot of money. Seeing this now, it's clearly not false. "My two sirs, do you need help with anything?" A female attendant dressed in simple white clothes walks towards them. Her calm gaze sweeps across the both of them, before finally, as everyone expects, settling on Ling Xiao in a respectful manner. Ling Xiao doesn't immediately answer her. Instead, he looks over to XiaoMo when she speaks. He still remembers what his little brother said in the 7 Stars auction house. But when he looks over, not only is he not looking at the attendant, he is poking his head here and there looking at who knows what. Only then does he look away in satisfaction. "Do you take magic pills here?" The attendant freezes for a moment before nodding her head modestly, "We do. But on the 2nd floor. Will the two sirs please follow me?" Then XiaoMo is led by Ling Xiao up to the 2nd level following after the attendant. The 2nd floor of the Magic Pill Central Workshop is not as luxurious as the 1st floor. Rather, it has a simple and plain atmosphere, mostly in plain white. The middle of the Great Hall is similarly filled with transparent crystal display cases. Inside the cases are jade boxes that mostly contain magic herbs. But what is surprising is that these magic herbs are actually top quality, emitting faint white rays. One look and it's obvious that they are not ordinary magic herbs. No wonder this is the biggest magic pill shop in Hunji City. It seems they have quite a bit of assets. There are quite a few people standing scattered in the middle of the hall. From their bodies, XiaoMo can feel their powerful souls. They are all mages. But this is only to be expected since people who buy magic herbs are mostly mages. The attendant brings them to an old man dressed in black robes and then explains the situation. The old man waves off the attendant and looks towards the both of them. This time XiaoMo is finally the object of attention. After all, only mages will sell magic pills. Martial artists won't come to sell magic pills. They don't even have enough for their own use. What magic pill does this little brother want to sell? But let the old me say this first, Magic Pill Central Workshop will not accept ordinary magic pills. The old man speaks lightly. He raises this point because he can see that XiaoMo is a low-level mage. The magic pills a low-level mage can refine is restricted. Level 1 to level 3 without exception. And it's mostly low-grade. Magic Pill Central Workshop does not accept low-grade magic pills. XiaoMo also understands what he means. He doesn't say much but just brings out 5 bottles of magic pills from his magic bag and places them in front of him. The old man picks up one of the bottles. Immediately after opening the bottle, a burst of strong medicinal fragrance is detected. The smell that assails the nose makes the expression on the old man's face change slightly. He immediately pours out one pill. A perfectly round yellow gold-colored magic pill rolls out from the mouth of the bottle into his palm. From the magic pill's color and scent, it is all first class. Shockingly, it is a top-grade level 2 magic pill. The old man then takes a closer look at the bottle. They are actually 50 or so pills inside. Then he looks at the other 4 bottles of magic pills one by one. They are all also top-grade level 2 magic pills, also 50 pills per bottle. A look of amazement quickly wells up in the old man's eyes. These were all refined by you? The old man stares at XiaoMo with shock and amazement. He can hardly imagine that this person that he feels does not have a powerful soul, and is not more than 17 or 18 years of age, is actually a level 2 mage. Most importantly, he actually refined 250 top-grade magic pills. It must be said that although Magic Pill Central Workshop is the biggest magic pill shop in Hunji City, it still can't bring out 250 top-grade magic pills at one time. Also, where did he get so many top-quality magic herbs? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106. One huge sum. It's not important who refined them. Is the Magic Pill Central Workshop going to accept them or not? XiaoMo is just about to answer when Ling Xiao stretches his hand out in front of him and stops him. He looks up to see him calmly looking at the old man with narrowed eyes, his expression rather sharp, as if wanting to look through the old man's skin. The old man tries to cover up his slip-up with a soft cough, and says seriously, these magic pills, even though they are level 2 magic pills, they are definitely not ordinary. The quality is also a little better than normal top-grade magic pills. How about this BA? 3 of the bottles are common magic pills, with small markets. I will give you the price of 500 gold pieces for each pill. The other 2 bottles are comparatively special for level 2 magic pills. So I will give you 600 for each pill. Do the 2 of you have any objections? That will do. Ling Xiao nods as he speaks. XiaoMo feels extremely pleased as he calculates, 3 bottles of 500 gold pieces is 75,000, 2 bottles of 600 gold pieces is 60,000. Altogether he gets 135,000 gold pieces. Deducting the cost of the magic herb seeds, he earned a lot. Seeing that they don't object, the old man just counts out a heavy pouch of gold coins and gives it to them. XiaoMo takes the pouch of gold coins, his arms feeling the weight, almost failing to hold on to it. He quickly puts it into his magic bag gleefully. Level 2 magic pills are clearly much better than level 1 magic pills. 250 pills selling for 100 over 1,000. The depression he felt downstairs from the price of one stock of level 4 magic herb immediately disappears. Only now does he have the sense of becoming a truly rich person. Holding his nice and warm magic bag, XiaoMo remembers another matter. Coincidentally, this is a medicine workshop, so they should have what he wants, so he asks, "Old sir, do you sell level 4 to level 6 magic herb seeds here?" The old man is momentarily stunned, looking him up and down in surprise, saying, "You want to buy magic herb seeds?" XiaoMo nods, looking at him full of hope. "Yes, does this workshop have that for sale?" Such a large medicine workshop. If even they don't have it, the chance that the other magic herb shops have it is even smaller. The old man strokes his beard, pondering for a moment. A strange gleam flashes across his eyes. He hesitates for a bit before saying, "Yes, we do have, but definitely not much. I suppose the two of you also know the higher the level of the magic herb seeds, the less buyers there are. So, even a big medicine workshop like Magic Pill Central Workshop won't have too much stock." XiaoMo is already very excited the moment he hears the word yes. As for whether there's a lot or little, that is not a problem for now. How much stock does old sir have? What is the price? Currently, Magic Pill Central Workshop has 65 types of level 4 magic herb seeds. 100 seeds per type. The price is 15,000. 89 types of level 5 magic herb seeds. 50 seeds per type. The price is 30,000. 121 level 6 magic herb seeds. 20 seeds per type. The price is 200. The old man drums his fingers lightly on top of the table, laughing softly. With every level he describes, XiaoMo drips a drop of cold sweat. Hearing the last of it, the sweat just gushes out. He never expected that mid-level magic herb seeds would be so expensive. One level 4 magic herb seed is already 65,000. The money he has in his pocket is not even enough to buy half. Don't even talk about all the seeds altogether adding up to over 8 million. Clearly the number of seeds is getting less and less, but the price is getting higher and higher. He'd be better off committing robbery and XiaoMo raises his head and looks at Ling Xiao. "Brother?" Ling Xiao rubs his head calmly, and speaks to the old man. "Can we trouble old sir to help us set these seeds aside? We will come get them tomorrow. Is that all right?" Of course. The old man laughs as he nods. "Then we'll take our leave." Ling Xiao nods towards the old man and takes XiaoMo with him, leaving Magic Pill Central Workshop. Seeing them leave with his own eyes and listening to their gradually fading footsteps, the old man seems to be in deep thought, stroking his beard. His gaze again falls on the 5 bottles of top-grade magic pills on the table. The strange look in his eyes becomes even more apparent. The things these two people brought out really exceed his expectation. Selling off 5 bottles of top-grade level 2 magic pills in one go. That is not ordinary low or mid-grade magic pills. The number of high-quality magic herbs needed is more than 700 stocks. This sum is simply one that is never seen before. However, that young man seems to be not more than 17 to 18 years old. At most, barely a level 2 mage. Could it be that these magic pills were not refined by him? But looking at that young man's expression, it seems that he is the one. The old man mutters to himself. Suddenly a shocked look appears in his eyes. Then he shakes his head, seeming pleased with himself. But what shocks him the most is that a mage can, with no rhyme or reason, buy so many magic herb seeds, and adding to that the 5 bottles of top-grade magic pills, the old man feels that he has discovered something unimaginable. If it is really as he thinks, that is really too much. No, the master of the city must be notified. If that young man really has a secret way to cultivate high-quality magic herbs, we definitely can't just sit by and watch. If I can get a hold of that secret technique, wouldn't that mean that from then on, getting high-level magic herbs and magic pills would be as easy as pie? The old man gets more and more excited thinking about it. The seemingly muddy eyes shoot out rays of excitement, as if he can already see that glorious future. But the man by the young man's side is a problem. Thinking of that, the excitement in the old man's eyes suddenly calms down. Looks like he has to find a way to get rid of that man. At that moment, XiaoMo is crestfallen with his head lowered as he leaves the Magic Pill Central Workshop. When he entered the Magic Pill Central Workshop, he was full of interest and in high spirits. When he leaves the place, those feelings has been flung all the way to Java country. He makes a rough calculation. Deducting the money needed to buy the magic herb seeds, the rest is not enough for him to buy a good cauldron. This trip down the mountain, he actually has two main goals. That is to buy mid-level magic herb seeds and cauldron. If the gold coins from the auction is not enough, he can only buy a little less magic herb seeds. Just as he is deep in thought, his head is wrapped by a large hand, almost causing him to fall down the stairs of the Magic Pill Central Workshop. There is no need to think who it is. XiaoMo immediately glowers at Ling Xiao, elder brother Ling. Why did you hit my head this time? The corners of Ling Xiao's lips lifts as he smiles. He pinches both of his cheeks. Little brother, you are really cute. Do you actually think that 88 drops of spiritual liquid will not exceed 8 million? If you really think so, then why bother putting them up for auction? XiaoMo's cheeks feel somewhat painful from being pinched. He quickly pulls his hands away and covers his reddened cheeks and takes a few steps to the side. He puts on a fierce look and glares at him saying, "A gentleman uses his mouth, and not his fists." But is what you just said really true? Right after his first sentence, the later words exposes his real thoughts, with the two black eyes widely open, clearly full of hope. Ling Xiao can't help but smile, again stretching his evil claws towards him. In order to get away from the evil claws, XiaoMo takes a few more steps backwards, making him bump accidentally into someone who was behind him that was just about to go into the Magic Pill Central Workshop. That person unconsciously pushes back at him, pushing him back into Ling Xiao's arms. Catching the XiaoMo that flies on his own accord into his arms, Ling Xiao can't help but feel amused. How can this person be so lovable and Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk seriously. Ling Xiao holds down XiaoMo that is trying to struggle out of his embrace. As for the auction price of the spiritual liquid, the price that the old man gave you is only the base price. What is important is the final price. Valuable things like spiritual liquid, the final price can only be double. There is no need to doubt that the powerful forces won't take the bait. Really, it can double? XiaoMo raises his head and looks doubtfully at him. It's not that he likes to doubt him, but Ling Xiao always likes to make fun of him and tease him, so he has to be a little cautious. If you don't believe it, you just have to wait for the start of tomorrow's auction and you will see. Ling Xiao also doesn't explain much. Even if you have not seen a pig run, you have still eaten one before. XiaoMo feels that there is some truth to what Ling Xiao says. In his previous life, he seems to have vaguely seen auctions and the like on TV. Those rich people, when they see something they like, each one of them will bid vigorously, so the price can double very easily. After finally throwing off the burden of poverty, the single-celled organism that is XiaoMo finally regains the ability to move again. This time it's finally XiaoMo's turn to pull Ling Xiao to the other shops. There are still a lot of things he wants to buy. For now, he doesn't have enough money to buy a good cauldron. So he decides to go to the wooden furnishing shop first to buy some wooden racks. The wooden furnishing shop of Hanji City are more luxurious than those of Hepping Town. The wood that is used to manufacture the furnishings are of the best quality, all made of 20 to 30-year-old wood. The workmanship is both fine and has beautiful aesthetics. Especially the outer contours, carved into exquisite patterns, very visually attractive. But one of the very best wooden racks costs 15 gold pieces. Although it is several times more expensive than those sold in Hepping Town, XiaoMo still buys 100 or so. On top of that, he also asked the manager for materials to build a wooden hut. He also buys 200 barrels to use when diluting magic water. In one go, he spends several tens of thousands of gold coins, making his heart ache unbearably. After coming out of the wooden furnishing shop, the two of them make one round in every direction, only looking for a place to spend the night when the sun is just about to set. 7 Stars Tower is the largest hotel in Hunji City. Because the auction will be held tomorrow, a lot of people that are here to take part in the auction will choose to stay at the 7 Stars Tower. Especially those with the Distinguished Guest Status card. They only have to show this card to stay free of charge in the 7 Stars Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107. Taking petty advantage. Would the guests like to stay for the night or dine? The manager that was just settling accounts at the counter immediately puts on a smile when he sees XiaoMo and Ling walking in from outside. XiaoMo says that it is the former and the manager shows an apologetic face. My two guests, I'm sorry, but today the 7 Stars Tower is only accepting those that will be participating in the auction. If the two of you are not going to participate in the auction, you can only look for another hotel. I am really sorry about this. The manager actually speaks sincerely, with a good attitude. But if it's someone with an especially bad temper, they probably would be all up in arms. But the ones behind 7 Stars Tower is the master of Hunji City. If one wants to make a fuss here, one still has to consider one's own worth beforehand. XiaoMo hears these words and immediately remembers the Distinguished Guest Status card in his pocket. He then rummages through his magic bag and a black Distinguished Guest Status card appears in his hand. Seeing him show the Distinguished Guest card, the manager is momentarily stunned before quickly inviting them respectfully and reverently to the main rooms on the second floor. The black card is a level 2 Distinguished Guest card. The people that can have this card are all with over 5 million in assets. These two people hold the level 2 Distinguished Guest card, so they are clearly people of extraordinary background. When the two figures disappear into the mouth of the stairs to the second floor, some of the people seated in the main hall finally turn green with envy. It's not only the manager that recognizes that Distinguished Guest card. A lot of people in the main hall also recognize it because 90% of them will be participating in the auction tomorrow. It's just that the people that are able to get a Distinguished Guest card is very few. Although Hunji City is a prosperous city, but the people taking part in the auction are not necessarily rich. A lot of them are just attracted to the famous event. Some of them can't even get the level 3 Distinguished Guest card. His mom really has money. Level 2 Distinguished Guest card is only for those that auction over 5 million. A skinny and rather leery man looks at the direction where the two of them disappear while licking his lips. He finally can't stop himself from cursing. His face seems unhappy, but his eyes are mostly green with envy. The important thing is that the Distinguished Guest seats are much better than the hard seats. On top of that, it is easy to see the items on auction. That's why a lot of people want to get the Distinguished Guest card. Otherwise, you will only be able to see the price of the items on auction. But a level 3 Distinguished Guest card is only for those with over 2 million. The skinny man's voice is not soft. There are 2 tables of people next to him. Looking at their dressing, they seem to be together. At one of the tables is an especially eye-catching woman. The woman is dressed in a flame red dress. Her full and slender hourglass figure is faintly visible wrapped up under the red dress. Really provocative, attracting the surrounding men to look over in her direction over and over again. Their leers are rather barefaced, but the woman acts oblivious. Her seductive eyes are looking in the direction of where XiaoMo, and Ling Xiao disappears with an unreadable expression. The old man at her side sees her expression and can't help asking, "Young miss, can it be that you are interested in those two? Those two people seem to be a little interesting." A slight smile is on the woman's lips as she puts down the wineglass. She doesn't deny it. Even if they are very interesting, we still can't provoke them. The old man says seriously. "What makes you think so?" The woman asks in reply, showing much interest. The young boy holding the card is indeed very weak. Not worthy of mention. But the man with him is rather unreadable. The oldie is unable to figure out his level. Furthermore, you saw for yourself, the 7 stars distinguished guest card is not for just anyone. Those people probably have some backing. It's better not to provoke them. The old man speaks earnestly. Elder Yun, you are clearly lauding the spirit of others while belittling that of our own. The woman smirks, her indifferent expression seems to not place any importance on the old man's words. "Young miss, you cannot speak like this. This time there are many powerful forces taking part in this auction. It's not that there are none that are more powerful than Xiao sect. Furthermore, before we set out, the Grand Master already warned me not to let you throw a tantrum and offend people." The old man shakes his head. "Xie." The woman looks to the side, her gaze still fixed on the second floor. A strange gleam in her eyes. The old man sees how it is and can only shake his head helplessly. The manager brings the two of them to a luxurious room. Because the room already has 2 beds, he doesn't arrange 2 rooms for them. He only leaves after seeing that the both of them don't have any objections. XiaoMo walks into the inner room and sees that there are actually 2 beds. His momentary surprise turns into wild rejoicing. He thought that there would only be 1 bed. Before, he didn't ask for 2 rooms because he knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't allow it, so he didn't protest pointlessly. Ling Xiao also walks inside, and after a sweeping gaze doesn't mind that the 2 beds give such joy to a certain person. After all, when it is time to sleep, he only needs to pull that person onto the bed and that would be the end of it. "Elder brother Ling, should we go back to our original appearance?" XiaoMo stands in front of the mirror, looking at the unfamiliar face reflected in the mirror. This face has obviously been altered. After the 2 of them set out, Ling Xiao altered their faces to avoid being recognized and creating unnecessary trouble. So their faces now are completely different. Even if those close to them like Zhou Pang and Feng Chenlu were to stand in front of them, they also wouldn't be able to recognize them. No need. Ling Xiao walks to the tea table and sits down. XiaoMo dawdles over and looks at his face, asking cautiously, "Elder brother Ling, the face you have now, is it your real face?" Ling Xiao lifts his eyes and glances at him, his lips starting to smile. "You really want to know?" XiaoMo immediately moves a few inches back, laughing, hey, if elder brother Ling is willing to tell me. But seriously, he really is very curious about Ling Xiao's actual appearance. After knowing him for so long, he still doesn't know what he really looks like. He only knows that he is called Ling Xiao. Same pronunciation as brother Lin Zhao's name, so he never had to worry about calling the wrong name. Is that so? Ling Xiao moves closer to him, looking at him with smiling eyes. "Then I'm unwilling." XiaoMo's mouth twitches. Not long after, the waiter brings over steaming dishes for dinner. After finishing dinner, XiaoMo calls the guy again and asks him to bring 10 plates of after-dinner snacks. This is because he remembers something that he almost forgot. This time down the mountain, there is one more thing that he wanted to do, that is to stockpile some food. He is not used to eating fasting magic pills all the time. Just during times of seclusion when he has no choice. He is someone that usually places importance on good food. But he doesn't really like the canteen. Too many people, too many words. On top of that, the brothers are always giving him strange looks, so he decided to store up a pile of food in his dimension while on this trip down the mountain. Since things are free in 7 Stars Tower, if he doesn't make full use of it, it would only be a disservice to himself. Thus XiaoMo would call the waiter to send up refreshments every half an hour. Once the waiter leaves, he would immediately pack the snacks into his dimension. In order to not let the waiter realize what he is doing, he deliberately scatters a few crumbs on the floor, to provide circumstantial evidence, letting the waiter see when he comes to clear away the plates. XiaoMo's actions makes the waiter depressed. He feels that these two people have too much capacity for food. Perhaps he really is tricked by XiaoMo, so he doesn't realize that the evidence presented in front of him is actually manufactured. Ling Xiao, who witnesses the whole process, is at first stunned. But after the waiter leaves, he seizes XiaoMo and molests him thoroughly, laughing happily. Hee, little brother, how is it that you're getting cuter and cuter any? Yo, you don't mess up my hair law. XiaoMo struggles to jump out of his evil claws. This is already the second time he is molested today. He gets more and more puzzled as to why Ling Xiao likes to rub his head. At this moment, when most people are already asleep, XiaoMo wants to ask the waiter to send up the last round of snacks, but he is pulled onto the bed by the impatient Ling Xiao. After having his resistance subdued by force, XiaoMo forgets all about his previous plan to sleep on separate beds. The next day, XiaoMo struggles to open his eyes under the glaring sunlight. As is to be expected, he again slept on top of Ling Xiao's body last night. This time, he very calmly climbs up and puts on his clothes and washes his face. No matter who it is, if every early morning they wake to find themselves clinging tightly on top of another man's body, and it's something they did of their own accord, it is unthinkable if they don't learn to get used to it. Once he wakes up, Ling Xiao also wakes up. After washing up, they both go downstairs together. Breakfast is eaten at the main hall on the first floor. With everybody watching, XiaoMo can only put away his desire to take petty advantages and eat his breakfast accordingly. He definitely doesn't know that the manager and the waiter finally heave a sigh of relief when he didn't ask for more snacks, rejoicing that this ancestor is about to leave. Although the 7 Stars Tower provides free food and drink to those with the distinguished guest card, it still can't withstand that rate of consumption. If everyone was like him, 7 Stars Tower can only look forward to bankruptcy. When XiaoMo leaves, the manager personally sends him off respectfully. His appearance is like that of someone who just sent off a huge mountain that has been weighing on his shoulders, appearing extremely relieved and carefree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108. Auction, I. On the way to the 7 Stars auction house, XiaoMo also buys a lot of food. After dawdling all the way, they finally reach the auction house before the start of auction. When they appear again at the entrance of the auction house, the entrance that didn't have many people yesterday is suddenly completely clogged up. There's also a lot of chaotic noise, extremely lively. XiaoMo's mouth hangs open as he looks at this scene. He is thinking that if he were to squeeze in there, his already skinny body, would it be squeezed flat? The answer is obvious because that throng of people are mostly strong and sturdy men. Elder brother Ling, how are we going to get in? XiaoMo swallows and throws the question to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stretches out his hand to him. Give me that card, XiaoMo is momentarily stunned and then quickly hands over the black card to him, really curious to see his next move. After Ling Xiao takes the card, he simply walks towards another entrance. There are relatively less people there. Also, that entrance is guarded by 4 powerful strong men. From their aura, one can sense that they are sky-level strength. The 4 of them allow Ling Xiao and XiaoMo to enter. Some people see what they did, so they want to turn around and follow them in. The 4 strong men immediately bar them from following. Those people can only rub their noses resentfully and go back to squeezing into the flow of people. The passageway is somewhat dim and seems to be winding upwards, as if going to the 2nd floor. XiaoMo follows closely behind Ling Xiao. At the last turn, the narrow passageway suddenly opens up. An incomparably gigantic auction house appears in front of him. Although he is mentally prepared, he is still shocked when seeing it with his own eyes. Below are numerous closely spaced seats made out of white-colored stone, giving off a bright and luxurious feel. In front is a big auction platform made out of white crystal. Dazzling and crystal clear, seeming dreamlike. XiaoMo's first impression is extravagance. Just when he is looking at this scene in amazement, a pretty female attendant walks towards them and asks respectfully, "My two sirs, may I ask which seat number do you have?" Ling Xiao lets the girl take a look at the black card in his hand. The attendant immediately nods and brings them to their spacious and luxurious seats. Level 2 distinguished guest seats are carved out of blue crystal. Thick and fluffy wool coverings are spread on top. Sitting on it feels especially soft and cozy. Also, the seats are relatively closer to the auction platform. One can easily take in almost the whole scene. XiaoMo unabashedly occupies one of the seats and starts looking all over in high spirits. The seats for the distinguished guests are on the second floor of the 7 Stars auction house. The nearer the seats are to the auction platform, the higher the level of the distinguished guest card. Furthermore, because there isn't any covering, everyone can see those sitting on the distinguished guest seats. When XiaoMo is checking out the other people, they are also checking him out. After all, those that are able to come up to the second floor's distinguished guest seats are all people with power and prestige. Suddenly a small weak person popping up is really surprising to a lot of people. But when they see Ling Xiao sitting at his side, most of them no longer feel so surprised. "Young miss, what are you looking at?" Elder Yun notices the woman's gaze and asks softly. "Elder Yun, look. Aren't those two on the opposite side the ones we saw in 7 Stars Tower? I didn't think that we would meet them again so soon. Looks like we are somewhat fated, nah?" The woman's pair of lovely and bewitching eyes fix onto the two of them unwaveringly. Does she actually have interest in them or not? Elder Yun shakes his head. What fate? Young miss does what she wants. It's just that she will sometimes engage in some evil interests, even more than men do. Not the least bit like how a woman should behave. But it is also because of this that the leader of the sect feels that the young miss is the best person to inherit the Xiao sect. Xiao sect doesn't need someone proper that is overly cautious in every move, so the young miss is undoubtedly the best candidate. Just when the woman and Elder Yun withdraw their gazes, Ling Xiao suddenly glances over at them. The woman's gaze was not blatant but a little reserved and relatively veiled. But it was still discovered by Ling Xiao. Not only that, he also recognizes the woman and the old man at her side as guests of the 7 Stars Tower. At that time the woman and the old man were in the main hall. At that time, the woman was also looking at them in the same way. Ling Xiao raises his brows slightly. Oh well, as long as she doesn't offend him. Then he glances at XiaoMo at his side. The latter doesn't realize anything, both eyes shining as he leans on the railing, checking out the situation below. With the start of the auction drawing near, more and more people appear in the auction house. No matter if it is the first floor or the second floor, it seems as if all the seats are occupied. The noisy conversations gets louder and louder until a clear and melodious sound of a gong suddenly rings out in the auction hall. All at once, the whole place quiets down considerably, with almost everyone looking towards the auction platform. At this time, an old man smiling until his eyes turn into slits is standing at the auction platform. It's unclear how long he has been standing there. The old man appears amiable, but he is nothing short of moon-level strength. He is today's auctioneer, somewhat famous in Hunji City, recognized by quite a lot of people. When the crowd noise diminishes along with the sound of the gong, the old man takes a sweeping look at everyone seated with his shrewd smiling eyes. He uses a loud and clear voice that can be heard by everyone to say, "Welcome everyone to Hunji City's auction that is held once every 3 years. Old me won't make unnecessary comments. Old me declares that the auction starts now." Once those words are said, an enthusiastic round of applause is heard in the auction house. Quite often, auctioneers will start off with a lengthy opening speech. But for the people that are impatiently waiting to see the items up for auction, this opening speech is extremely annoying. So the old man is very clever. Clearly he is very experienced. He knows that speaking concisely is what everyone wants. A few seconds later, a simply attired female attendant walks onto the auction platform. The attendant puts down the thing in her hand and leaves. The old man walks over and pulls off the red cloth cover, revealing a transparent box holding several 10 stalks of magic herbs. In here are 20 stalks of level 4 magic herbs and 25 stalks of level 5 magic herbs. I'm sure that you all can tell that these 45 stalks of magic herbs are all peak medium quality magic herbs. Don't take these herbs as medium quality. It must be said that peak medium quality magic herbs can produce top grade magic pills. I believe that mages that study refining magic pills must be very clear on this. So, if you are interested, by all means do not be stingy with the gold coins in your pocket so as to not miss this chance. After speaking, the old man looks at everyone seated. Although they are low-level magic herbs, he is not afraid that no one would bid for them. For mages, magic herbs that are able to produce top-grade magic pills is something that they crave for, so much so that they even dream of it. He then smiles shrewdly and says, "The reserve price is 150,000. Let us start BA." The place is quiet for a moment before someone calls out a price. With the first one, of course, comes the second one, and the third one. More and more bidding cries are heard. Because the number of mages participating in the auction is less than martial artists, a few minutes later, the 45 stocks of magic herbs are won by a level 5 mage at the price of 310,000. XiaoMo's mouth hangs open as he watches this. Eyes wide and mouth agape, 45 stocks of medium quality magic herbs can actually fetch such a high price, too lucrative. He feels that this auction has opened up another door for him to earn money. Seems that he doesn't have to refine magic pills from the magic herbs. He can just sell off the magic herbs he grows in the dimension. This is much easier than refining them into magic pills. He actually didn't think of that before. Such a waste. The auction progresses rapidly. In under half an hour, a dazzling array of treasures appear on the auction platform. There are magic herbs, magic pills, suits of armor, weapons, techniques, magic beasts, and so forth. But because the level is not high, so the ones that are vying for them are those sitting on the hard seats on the first floor. They have less capital, so there isn't a grand show of wealth. As for those sitting on the distinguished guest seats on the second floor, no one has made a move. All of them seem to be waiting for the real treasures that come up later. Some are resting with their eyes closed while some appear to be rather impatient. XiaoMo is not the least bit bored. This is his first time at an auction, so he is relatively excited, taking an interest in everything he sees. Half an hour later, the auction platform sounds again ding. The old man reveals what is on the tray brought by the attendant. On the tray are shockingly 5 jade bottles. There's no need to look to know that it should be magic pills. XiaoMo cries out AI. His eyes open wide and glisten. He quickly hits Ling Xiao at his side with one of his hands. "Elder brother Ling, look at that. It looks like the magic pills I sold to Magic Pill Central Workshop." "Oh. Not looks like. Those are the magic pills that you refined." Ling Xiao turns to glance at him, saying languidly, "Then why did they bring them out for auction?" XiaoMo shakes his head, showing that he doesn't understand. Ling Xiao smiles as he says knowingly, "You already sold it to others. What they do with it is their business." XiaoMo still wants to say something, but the old man on the platform starts to explain. I believe everyone is very curious to know what magic pills are in here. Old me will also not keep you in suspense any longer. These are 5 bottles of level 2 magic pills. Just as he says level 2, the place starts to buzz. The old man is not surprised, continuing on, "Everyone must be very curious as to why level 2 magic pills can be brought up for auction. These level 2 magic pills are actually top-grade magic pills. 250 pills altogether. From the color and scent, they are all top-grade magic pills of the best quality. Saying that, the old man simply pours out a few magic pills from the bottle to let them have a look. One look at the magic pills rolling in the bottles, and waves of commotion rise one after another. This amount is definitely not small. Furthermore, the quality is that good. No wonder the auction house decided to put these level 2 magic pills up for auction. Based on the price for this many magic pills, it actually barely manages to qualify to get on the auction block. Seeing that his words bring about quite a lot of reaction, the old man nods in satisfaction. Then he waves his hand as he says, "If you are interested, don't hesitate. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. We will now start the bidding. The reserve price is 130,000. 140,000. As soon as he finishes speaking, someone immediately raises the first bid. 150,000. 160,000. On the second floor, at the distinguished guest seats, XiaoMo's jaw falls onto the railing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109. Enlightened Golden Cauldron. The ones interested in the 5 bottles of magic pills are not just the people on the first floor. There are also some people from the distinguished guest seats on the second floor that have some interest. In the end, the 5 bottles of magic pills is won by Xiao's Mu Yao at the price of 250,000. This price certainly far exceeds the worth of the 5 bottles of magic pills. But Xiao likes to flaunt their wealth, so they most probably can't be bothered with this little bit of money. Seeing that Xiao is showing interest, the other people can only give up. Fighting over something with Xiao is no doubt like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. XiaoMo feels that he was cheated out of a huge sum after hearing this price, so he simply slumps in Ling Zhao's arms, looking for comfort, his face full of tears on the inside. The people of Magic Pills Central Workshop really have black hearts. Buying his magic pills for 135,000, and in a blink of an eye, selling them for 250,000. Just shy of twice the amount. Too black-hearted. He decides to despise them. Ling Xiao beams as he hugs him, gently stroking his back in consolation. This scene is inevitably seen by many. Especially the woman in the red dress on the opposite side, Mu Yao. An inadvertent glance immediately causes her eyes to open wide. A look of surprise flashes in her eyes. But her thoughts still don't head in that direction. After all, even though this is Longshao continent, there aren't many instances of intimate relationships between men. The woman in the red dress just feels a little intrigued. The relationship between the two of them is closer than she imagined. The price of 5 bottles of level 2 magic pills shooting up to 250,000, the old man smiles until his eyes can no longer be seen. After the little surge subsides, the old man starts to auction off other things. He takes the tray that the attendant brings over. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on auction, I believe, is something that a lot of you have been waiting for. This is the level 6 magic beast Thundercloud Leopard's sharp claws and hide. Everyone knows that the Thundercloud Leopard's claws are incomparably sharp. It can easily tear apart the body of a moon-level martial artist. As for its hide, if it is used to make a precious armor, it can withstand an all-out hit from a sun-level martial artist. His last words suddenly move a lot hearts among the people present. Especially those below moon-level strength. Having the Thundercloud Leopard's hide and claws is like having an extra life-saving charm. Furthermore, if they happen to come across a moon-level martial artist after this, they can simply use this power in battle. The old man issues a reserve price of 1.5 million. Just as he says this, people immediately start to throw out their bids. This is the first time XiaoMo has heard about magic beasts, so he instantly forgets about his pain. He hangs back over the railing and looks at the pair of claws and hide on the auction platform. The thundercloud leopard's claw appears black, occasionally emitting rays of light. It's clear that it is indeed sharp. On the other hand, the hide is silver in color, very beautiful. XiaoMo only has half-baked knowledge on magic beasts, so he can't tell them apart. Ling Xiao sees him staring straight at those things, so he thinks that he is interested. A sly look flashes in his eyes as he asks, "Little brother, you like those things?" XiaoMo cries ah, and then shakes his head, "I have no use for those things. If it was a living thundercloud leopard, that would be good." "Why?" Ling Xiao asks with his eyebrow raised. "Because a living one can help me out ah." XiaoMo speaks seriously, and then adds in a low voice, "The magic herb field in the dimension is getting bigger and bigger. Every day the magic herbs have to be watered. I can't keep up by myself, so it would be good if there is someone to help me." This idea is actually not bad. After Ling Xiao hears that, he nods, seemingly deep in thought. While they were conversing, the price already starts to rise above what a lot of people can bear. Rising to a price of 2,450,000, instantly causing some very interested people to give up and withdraw from the fight. The remaining people are all with considerable capital. But in the end, it is won by Xilu Tower at a price of 2,800,000. Xilu Tower is also a strong force in the southern part of Longshao continent, about the same level as Xiaoyao sect. Their strength can't be looked down upon and is also led by a leader that likes to flaunt their wealth. The old man brings down the gavel and announces the winner for the claws and hide. He quickly starts the bidding on the next item. Following the appearance of the level 6 magic beast, the worth of the following things slowly get higher. When several stocks of top quality level 7 magic herbs appear, XiaoMo looks at them with interest. But he has no money. Because the reserve price alone is 800,000. Outrageously expensive. He might as well buy the seeds and grow them himself. Other than magic herbs, there are also magic pills and techniques, all rare things. But XiaoMo doesn't need these things. He is wondering when is his spiritual liquid finally going to show up. But just as he is losing interest, the old man finally brings out something that moves his heart, enlightened golden cauldron. A cauldron used by mages to refine magic pills. Level 6. The reserve price is 400,000. Cauldrons are only needed by mages when refining magic pills. But the people competing for it are not only the few mages on the first floor. The powerful forces on the second floor also have quite a lot of mages. After all, if a force wants to expand, it is impossible without mages. With the rising sum or each bid, XiaoMo gets anxious. Elder brother Ling, that cauldron. XiaoMo turns to look anxiously at Ling Xiao while pulling on his sleeve. A level 6 enlightened golden cauldron is more attractive to him when compared to techniques in magic pills. After all, he is also a mage. Although he is only a level 2 mage, if he is able to win this cauldron, he wouldn't have to change cauldrons for a very long time after that. Don't worry, it's not too late if we put in the last bid. When the cauldron appeared, Ling Xiao had already predicted that XiaoMo would be interested. Hearing his words, XiaoMo finally calms down. But his eyes are still glued on the cauldron on the auction platform. Luckily, the enlightened golden cauldron is only a slightly higher mid-level cauldron. When Xiaoyao sect throws out a bid of 900,000, a lot of people choose to give up. In the end, only the few powerful forces remain. One of them is precisely Xiaoyao sect's rival, Xilu Tower. 950,000. The man that won the thundercloud leopard's claws and hide earlier, Mu Yuntian, speaks up again. With that, he looks defiantly towards the woman in the red dress, Mu Yao. He is the disciple of the leader of Xilu Tower. Although he is not the biological son, his status in Xilu Tower is still very high. He is also incredibly talented. Already a moon-level martial artist at the young age of 25. Mu Yao coldly curls up the corners of her lips and shouts, 1 million. Mu Yuntian frowns. 1 million already exceeds the true value of the enlightened golden cauldron. Raising the bid is somewhat not worth it. Furthermore, he has to conserve his funds to compete with the other forces for the remaining items. If he uses it now, there won't be enough for later. Thinking like this, he simply stays quiet. Seeing this, Mu Yao can't help from snorting. Elder Yun feels especially helpless at her side. Just to compete over a cauldron with Mu Yuntian, this 1 million sum is too costly. 1,010,000. The old man sees that there are no other bids, raising the gavel in his hand, and is just about to bring it down when a languid voice suddenly speaks out. Raising his head to look over, it's also someone from the distinguished guest seats. It's only that the person raising the bid is somewhat surprising to everyone because they have not raised a single bid from the start of the auction until now. Ling Xiao says to himself, if he still doesn't speak up, his little brother would probably kill him with his glare. As for why he only increased the bid by 10,000, it's because the auction house minimum is 10,000. If it was less, he believes that little brother would definitely make him offer that lower limit. Hearing this voice, Mu Yao looks over to see that the person that raised the bid is one of the two people she was looking at before, making her a little surprised. Looks like Elder Yun's guess is not wrong. These two people seem to have some extraordinary backing. Thinking like this, she doesn't raise the bid. After all, she doesn't really need that cauldron. On top of that, spending 1 million for a mid-level cauldron is really not worth it. Everyone expected Xiao sect to counter the bid, so when they see her fall back, they can't help feeling surprised. Didn't she just compete with Mu Yuntian to the death? And now she actually gives up so easily. Can it be that she knows that person? Mu Yuntian's face is a little unsightly. That Mu Yao is clearly showing that she is targeting him. The Sir with number 10 raises a price of 1,010,000. Is there anyone else that would like to raise the bid? If not, then the enlightened golden cauldron would go to the Sir with number 10. The old man smiles as he asks. He is very pleased with this price. Before this, he estimated that the highest price would be 900,000. Seeing no other bids, the old man finally brings down the gavel. XiaoMo tugs on Ling Zhao's sleeve again, with a very conflicted expression. Why? Because 1,010,000 is crazy expensive for a cauldron. On top of that, he just has no money on him. Ling Xiao strokes his head, soothing his ruffled feathers, saying smilingly, little brother, you don't have to feel so anguished. The auction is already close to the end. Your spiritual liquid will appear soon. At that time, you will be smiling so much that you would not be able to keep your lips together. Trust me. XiaoMo looks up and glances at him. Fine BA, I'll trust you. After 2 hours, the auction finally enters the final stage. It's time for the last 3 show-stopping treasures. One of them is a book of techniques, Miraculous Lightning Move. This is a technique for the body. Practicing this technique can make the body as fast as lightning, a terrifying speed. Some people said that practicing this technique can let you fight with opponents that are stronger than oneself. In the event of a loss, one can also depend on this technique to escape. On top of that, this is a top-quality mid-level technique. So the moment it appears, the rowdy auction house immediately quiets down only to erupt a few seconds later with bursts of exclamations. Countless red-hot stares fall on the scroll on the auction platform that is emitting silver rays. Although it is not a high-level technique, but if one can practice this method of escaping with one's life, then it would be one more way to safeguard one's life. Similar to the miraculous effect of a life-saving magic pill. But it's only to be expected. Even big sects like Tian sect treat the control sword move, that mid-level technique, as something that can't be revealed to outsiders. It's enough to show how rare high-quality mid-level techniques are. XiaoMo feels that he can hear the sound of rapid breathing. It's too bad he isn't a martial artist. So he doesn't feel the excitement they feel. But, after winning the bid for the enlightened golden cauldron, he has been smiling non-stop. His eyes curved into crescent moons. Clearly he is in an especially good mood. Ling Xiao lowers his head and catches sight of his expression. His mood also becomes free and lighthearted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110. Sky High Price. How strange, wasn't it 2 final treasures for this auction? When did it become 3? Hearing that there are 3 final treasures, Mu Yao can't help feeling surprised. The information she received clearly said 2 things. She actually has no idea what the new 3rd thing is. The corner of Elder Yun's mouth twitches visibly. Young miss, at first there were 2 treasures. But 1 more was added yesterday. I already told you last night, you actually didn't hear me? Hearing him bring that up, Mu Yao thinks back. It seems there really was such a thing. She quickly looks away awkwardly. Elder Yun, what could that thing be? Actually coming after a high-level technique. Elder Yun strokes the small tuft of beard on his lower jaw, saying, Old me sent someone to find out last night. It's said that it's spiritual liquid. Hearing the last 2 words, Mu Yao almost shoots out of her seat. Her eyes showing intense excitement. It's really spiritual liquid? How much is there? Elder Yun already guessed that the young miss would react this way. He replies while smiling helplessly, Old me made some inquiries. The amount of spiritual liquid at this auction is not less than 88 drops. This is no small sum. Because it is auctioned as a single item, the price will be extremely high. The ones that can afford it are probably only Xiaoyao sect, Jilu Tower, and Xuesha clan. That means we can only get one of the 3 treasures. Elder Yun, is there any news from father? Mu Yao ponders briefly and frowns. According to her thinking, 88 drops of spiritual liquid is worth a lot. Definitely must not let it go. But if they want that, the final treasure will fall into the hands of Jilu Tower or Xuesha clan. The reason why Xiaoyao sect participated in this auction is for the final treasure. Now with the appearance of the spiritual liquid, it leaves them with a very difficult decision. Elder Yun lowers his voice and says gravely, the leader wants the spiritual liquid. Mu Yao raises her eyes and glances at Elder Yun's serious expression. A ray of light suddenly flashes in her eyes. She slowly starts to smile. I understand, Elder Yun. Then we'll proceed according to father's wishes. Elder Yun nods contentedly. The young miss of his house is clearly smart, getting it right away. When they were talking, the price of that volume of Miraculous Lightning Move already rose to 6,400,000. A high price invoking the clicking of tongues. But surprisingly, the contenders are not just Jilu Tower and Xuesha clan. There is also an unknown person in black robes. That person is seated on the hard seats on the 1st floor. His whole body is wrapped in a black robe, obscuring the face. When he jumped into the fight between Jilu Tower and Xuesha clan, everyone looked over at him in surprise. This black-robed person actually dares to get into the bidding war between Jilu Tower and Xuesha clan. He really has some guts. But what is even more shocking is that he seems to have too much money. Elder brother Ling, that person is very rich. XiaoMo exclaims enviously. Very soon you will also have money. What is there to be so envious about? Ling Xiao has never had much interest in gold coins. He also doesn't place much importance on that because he has never had a need for it. XiaoMo glances at him somewhat painfully, but it will all be spent very quickly. This is what makes him very depressed. Finally getting a huge sum after all that struggle. There's not even enough time for it to warm up his pockets before it is completely spent. This kind of feeling is very complicated. In the end, Miraculous Lightning Move ended up with the Dark Horse finally falling into the hands of the person that everyone least expects, the black-robed man. He successfully gets that scroll of physical technique with the exorbitant price of 7,500,000, beating down Xiao Tower and Shueisha clan, leaving them with black faces. Who exactly is this black-robed person? Sixth Elder, go find out. Mu Yuntian looks darkly at the black-robed person who was calmly sitting back down in his seat, suddenly issuing an order to the person behind him. Not far away, the representative of Shueisha clan also issues a similar order. They also want to know who this black-robed person actually is. Actually daring to snatch from Shueisha clan. If he thinks he can take that thing with him, he has to pay the price. The old man announces the final winner of the miraculous lightning move, and finally moves to second ultimate treasure. Immediately there is a lot of reaction because not everybody can be like Xiao sect, easily obtaining this confidential information. Some people have their channels so they can get information that others can't, like news about the suddenly up for auction spiritual liquid. But most of the people are still completely in the dark. When the female attendant brings out a sparkling blue transparent crystal bottle, everyone's eyes are fixed on it. In the distinguished guest seats, Ling Xiao quickly opens his half-closed eyes with laughter in his eyes. Little brother, your spiritual liquid finally makes its appearance. And the response is not bad. XiaoMo looks at that bottle excitedly. Two big ice sculptures unexpectedly only result in one small bottle of spiritual liquid. It's a little surprising. But this small bottle of spiritual liquid actually can merit such a high reserve price. It really makes him excited. After going through the previous 2 hours, XiaoMo already knows how valuable the spiritual liquid is. Because, from the reserve price alone, this bottle of spiritual liquid far exceeds that whatever miraculous lightning move. This bottle of spiritual liquid is the second last treasure of the auction. 88 drops in all. According to the seller's wishes, it will be auctioned as one item. The old man takes the bottle in his hand and explains carefully, spiritual liquid has two uses. One is to replenish the spiritual energy of martial artists. Two is to increase the success rate when refining magic pills and increase the magic pills' quality. The unveiling of the spiritual liquid causes an even bigger commotion than the miraculous lightning move. The interested people are not just mages. All the martial artists are also incredibly eager. Pairs of fiery eyes fix on the spiritual liquid in the old man's hands. From the initial 8,800,000 reserve price, the price shoots up. After a bloody battle, the price soars to a sky-high price of 17 million. Almost 1,000 times the price of miraculous lightning move. But that is not the end. After being an auctioneer for so many years, this is the first time the old man gets unbearably excited. Although this is not the highest price in his history as an auctioneer, it is still among the top. 17 million is already equal to 1 month of Hanji City's revenue. This price is so shocking that everyone is speechless, not a crow or sparrow heard. In the end, only 4 parties remain in the fight: Xiao sect, Xiao Tower, Shueisha clan, and the one that won the miraculous lightning move, the black-robed man. The entry of this black-robed man really gives everyone a shock. After winning a mid-level technique scroll, he actually has enough capital left to bid for the spiritual liquid. Really an incredible show of wealth. 17,100,000. Mu Yao glares furiously at that black-robed person. Her face a little distorted as she shouts out an even higher sky-high price. Although it is only 100,000, but at this stage, every 100,000 is really very close to everyone's limit. So it's better to raise as little as possible. Mu Yuntian on the opposite side finally can't stop his face from twitching. Grinding his teeth, he finally gives up. Although he really covets that bottle of spiritual liquid, there is still the final treasure coming up. He was originally after that final treasure. But it's really a pity to let go of this bottle of spiritual liquid. Looking at the attitude of Xiao sect, it seems as if they are determined to win. This is also good. When the final treasure comes out, Xiao sect will not be able to win over Xiao Tower. Right at this time, the black-robed man downstairs calls out an even higher price, 17,500,000. An uproar erupts in the auction house. Quite a few people turn around to look at the black-robed man at the back. This person can no longer be described as flaunting one's riches. He's simply so poor that he is only left with money. Mu Yao's face turns completely black. The representative from the Xuexa clan is more straightforward, simply giving up on the fight. XiaoMo hangs on the railing, smiling until his eyes can no longer be seen. The more intense their fight, the more happy he feels. Each time he hears the price climb upwards, he would grin until he can no longer close his lips. Really like what Ling Xiao said. Bastard! How is it that this guy has so much money? Mu Yao grits her teeth, full of resentment. Elder Yun is also very solemn. He expected Jilu Tower and Xuexa clans to be strong contenders. But he didn't expect this mysterious black-robed person to actually have that much capital. Such a miscalculation, young miss. With how it's going, we can only try to figure out his limit. I understand, Elder Yun. Mu Yao frowns tightly. This is the only option left. So, both sides feel each other out, the price finally soaring to 18,800,000. A whole 10 million over the reserve price, coming close to the sky-high price of 20 million, already causing a lot of people to gasp in astonishment. Mu Yao clenches her fists tightly and takes a deep breath. This price is already her final limit. If the other party raises the bid, she can only give up. No matter how rich and powerful Xiaoyao sect is, they still can't be that spendthrift. This sky-high price is already equivalent to 1 year of Xiaoyao sect's revenue. After Mu Yao puts out this price, the whole place quiets down, leaving only the sound of people breathing. The old man on the auction platform takes a deep breath. This price exceeds his expectation. His hand shakes slightly as he brings up the gavel. Just as he is about to bring it down, that black-robed person suddenly stands up and says in a hoarse voice, 19 million. Before Mu Yao could react, XiaoMo, because of too much excitement, jerks back too strongly, causing him to fall over. Notes: Mu Yao says high-level technique, although it was described as mid-level in the last chapter. Bursting out of unpopular door, dark horse. So poor that he is only left with money, only has material wealth, lacking in everything else. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Young egg of the blue-blooded wolf. The complete silence in the hall is suddenly broken by the sound of a certain someone falling to the floor. The originally tense atmosphere is immediately dispelled. Quite a lot of people look towards the direction of the sound, but they don't see anything. It's only less one person. Ling Xiao helps him up with a straight face, patting him lightly on the back. Little brother, did you hurt yourself falling down? XiaoMo hastily climbs up, his back towards the crowd. His shoulders are trembling as he grips Ling Xiao's robe and uses it to cover his face. His snot and tears probably already staining the robe. Then, as if finding that not enough for his use, he pulls Ling Xiao's sleeve, wanting to use it to wipe the tears at the corners or his eyes. The latter's calm face becomes distorted. Little brother, are you done wiping? A solemn tone comes from the top of his head. No. I'm done. XiaoMo shakes his head unconsciously and suddenly glimpses a terrifying face. His fingers stiffen, causing the persecuted and destroyed piece of white cloth to slip out of his hand. Ling Xiao picks up the patch where he wiped his snot and tears, and turns to him smiling sweetly. "Little brother, do you know how much this piece of elder brother's clothes is worth?" XiaoMo shakes his head mechanically. "I don't know." "It's okay if you don't know. Elder brother will tell you." Ling Xiao rubs his head gently, speaking in a soft voice. "This robe is made from the silk of the giant silkworm of the ninth underworld. And the giant silkworm of the ninth underworld that produces this silk is a level 11 high-level magic beast. It will only produce silk once every 500 years. The value of this silk can't be weighed in gold. Using this small ball to create an armor, it is impenetrable to sword and spear, indestructible by water and fire. Tell me, is selling you off enough to replace it?" XiaoMo stares blankly at the size Ling Xiao indicates with his fingers, not even the size of a fist. XiaoMo's face immediately starts to flush with blood. Level 11 magic beast? What is that about? How would he know? But what he is certain of is that it won't be enough even if he is sold off. It probably won't even be enough for some scraps. "I'm sorry, elder brother Ling. I was wrong. Don't make me pay you back, okay?" XiaoMo wails as he hugs Ling Xiao's waist. Then he blinks with all his might, actually managing to squeeze out 2 drops of crocodile tears. He unconsciously thinks of again wiping them on him when he hastily stops himself. The corners of Ling Xiao's lips twitch slightly. The last part is what matters to XiaoMo. Feeling the shocked stares from downstairs and upstairs, Ling Xiao grimaces. "Little brother, get up first." "I don't want to, XiaoMo shakes his head firmly, saying in a muffled voice, "Only if you don't ask me to pay you back. Then I'll get up." The corners of Ling Xiao's eyes twitch. "Fine, I won't make you pay me back." "Really?" XiaoMo immediately raises his head. The question is earnest. But there are crocodile tears hanging on the corners of his eyes. And his eyes are not red. Seems like real tears, but it also seems like fake tears. "Really?" Ling Xiao nods solemnly, just shy of swearing. XiaoMo swallows. He still really wants him to swear, but if that leads to an opposite effect, he would have to die crying, so after thinking it through, he decides to hold it in. When they were talking, that bottle of spiritual liquid was won by that black-robed man at the price of 19 million. More than twice the reserve price. Truly a sky-high price. Many people won't be able to raise this amount even if they saved up their whole life. But more and more people are getting very curious over the black-robed man's identity. 30 million in one go. His background can only be high, not low. But some people are already planning to kill the black-robed man. That is Xiaoyao's ex Mu Yao. Mu Yao received her father's orders to win the spiritual liquid. Originally, this is something that would be a success 9 times out of 10. Because Jilu Tower and Shueisha clan will let her win the spiritual liquid in order to win the final treasure. But unexpectedly, a Cheng Yao Jin shoots out nowhere. Mu Yao looks coldly at the black-robed person on the first floor that seems to completely disregard how other people see him. She thinks darkly in her heart, it'd be better for him not to fall into her hands. If not, he will have to get a taste of the power of Xiaoyao's ex Dark Skyclaw. At this moment, on the auction platform, the old man that had been smiling shrewdly all along suddenly gets serious. He turns around and goes behind the curtain divider. A moment later, he comes back out holding a jade box. The jade box is square-shaped, about 40 centimeters on each side. Immediately multiple powerful auras erupt in the auction hall. Most of the powerful auras are from the distinguished guest seats on the second floor. Each and every one fixed on the jade box in the old man's hands, unconcealed greed in their eyes. Even the one that had originally decided to let go, Mu Yao. Her eyes immediately light up in fire. The old man takes a deep breath and puts the jade box on the auction platform. His bony fingers slowly lift up the cover of the jade box. 2 seconds later, the contents of the jade box is revealed to everyone. Everyone's eyes are all fixed on the thing inside the jade box. A single enormous young egg lies inside that jade box. The young egg is grayish-white in color. The exterior is emitting faint rays of light. It's clearly a young egg that has life. Not only that, everyone can feel that the young egg is radiating a very intense life force. What is that? XiaoMo asks curiously, his eyes open wide. Egg of the magic beast blue-blooded wolf. Ling Xiao is also looking at that young egg, slowly narrowing his eyes. Blue-blooded wolf? Sounds like something awesome. But XiaoMo is still confused. Elder brother Ling, what level magic beast is the blue-blooded wolf? How powerful is it? A cold sneer appears on Ling Xiao's lips as his eyes get sharper. The blue-blooded wolf has the most noble bloodline in the wolf clan. They have great potential. Although they are constrained by their bloodline and unable to ascend to the level of the legendary divine wolf, but based on the potential in their bloodline, when it grows up, it would be at the least a level 8 magic beast, equal to a spiritual level martial artist. So awesome. XiaoMo mutters. Although the blue-blooded wolf is restricted by its bloodline, so the highest level it can be is a level 8 magic beast. To the strong forces present, a level 8 magic beast is a helping hand that they can't get enough of. If they can get this level 8 magic beast, and train it, in the future they can just use it to overpower the other forces. For example, the Xiaoyao sect and Jilu Tower. They are on equal standing because they both have a spiritual level leader keeping each other in check. If they can get one more spiritual level power, then they no longer have to fear the other forces. Therefore, the young egg of a level 8 magic beast is extremely enticing to them. But the young egg of a level 8 magic beast also has a disadvantage, its growth. It takes a set process for a young egg to grow. This process costs a lot. At the same time, one has to spare no efforts to cultivate it and protect it. If it gets killed before becoming a true level 8 magic beast, that would mean all the effort would be completely wasted. So if it is someone who doesn't have the ability to nurture a young egg, it would no use even if they buy it back. These people are just asking to be burned. Ling Xiao says with contempt. What do you mean? XiaoMo does not really understand when he hears his words. Ling Xiao sneers saying, blue-blooded wolves live in packs. Because there are relatively few female blue-blooded wolves, the number of progeny has always been low. Sometimes only one blue-blooded wolf is born every 5 years. So once they find out that their offspring has been stolen, they will certainly be enraged. If they were to come here for a reckoning, no one here will be able to escape. XiaoMo breathes in sharply. One young egg every 5 years, this rate is really low. Ling Xiao continues, but these martial artists are after all not stupid. They must have heard of how fearsome the blue-blooded wolves can be. They must have taken some secret measures. That's why those blue-blooded wolves have yet to come looking. This young egg is too pitiful. XiaoMo looks at the young egg lying all alone in the jade box. He imagines the scene when its parents discovered that it had disappeared. They must have been extremely heartbroken. He can't help but shed a handful of sympathetic tears. He wonders how his parents reacted when they found out that he had died. Hearing these words, a smile rises up in Ling Xiao's eyes. Little brother. Can it be that you are not afraid of magic beasts? XiaoMo scratches his head. I'm okay with it, ba. In his previous world he watched Animal Planet. Those animals were really very cute, especially the newly born little animals. Really explosively adorable. Previously his family had a neighbor that kept a female chow chow. That female chow chow then gave birth to a litter of little chow chows. Because there were too many, the neighbor gave one little chow chow to his family. The little chow chow was white in color. Especially cute. XiaoMo liked it very much, but it was snatched away by his little brother that loves to take the things he likes. But not long after, his little brother got fed up of the little Xiao and asked his parents to give it away. After that, he didn't see that little Xiao again. At that time, he thought that it was really too bad. On the auction platform, after listening to the old man's saliva spraying in all directions explanation, everyone finally finds out that it is a young egg of the blue-blooded wolf. The blue-blooded wolf is a level 8 magic beast. That means as long as you have this young egg, there will be a day that you will have a helping hand of a spiritual level. A spiritual level helper is not the same as those of sky level, easily appearing everywhere type of Chinese cabbage. Although most of the people do not have the means to bid, it is worthwhile just to be able to see the young egg of the blue-blooded wolf. Who doesn't know that the blue-blooded wolf is an extremely rare magic beast? Notes: Cheng Yaojin, someone that shows up unexpectedly and disrupts the plan. Fluffy lion, Chow Chow. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112. Success. The old man takes a glance at the people downstairs and upstairs, everyone showing somewhat obvious impatience. He clears his throat and says, "This is a young egg of the blue-blooded wolf." Because its value is rather high, so the auction house decided to conduct an exchange of equal value. As long as one of you can produce an item of equal worth, after going through 7 Stars Auction House's assessment, then this young egg of the blue-blooded wolf would belong to that person. Once these words are spoken, everyone erupts in an uproar. It's unexpected that this level 8 young egg can't be valued in gold coins. It's clear that they consider gold coins unworthy. But it's still understandable, some things can't be bought with money. Furthermore, if it was up to them, they would probably also make the same decision. Ling Xiao on the second floor also didn't expect it. Just a level 8 magic beast egg, and they actually want to conduct an exchange of equal value. But after thinking it over, he thinks that is also reasonable because level 8 magic beast eggs are actually very rare over here. Thinking like this, a gleam appears in Ling Xiao's eyes while he looks at XiaoMo. Since it can't be bought with gold coins, it actually saves him a quite lot of trouble. "Little brother, do you want that young egg?" XiaoMo is totally engrossed looking at the egg. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice coming from behind him, he is momentarily stunned. Blue-blooded wolf? But that old man says he wants an exchange of equal value. I don't have any treasures to trade with him. Who says you don't? Ling Xiao's gaze sweeps across his face, the corners of his lips curving upwards. Have you forgotten the spiritual liquid that was just auctioned off? Even though that thing is of no use to you, to mages and martial artists, it is equivalent to a miraculous magic pill. They can't be unmoved. XiaoMo freezes for a moment, then his eyes start to shine. Elder brother Ling, then how many drops of spiritual water should be exchanged with him? Ling Xiao ponders briefly. 100 drops will do. XiaoMo unconsciously uses gold coins to estimate. 100 drops is 10 million na. If sold by auction, it could be 20 million. He starts to drool. Not long after the old man finishes speaking, Jilu Tower's Mu Yuntian from the second floor's distinguished guest seat simply stands up from his seat. He looks steadily at the auction platform and says in a deep voice, "I propose a top-grade breakthrough moon magic pill and a top-grade purple cloud magic pill." Following his proposal, everyone raises their heads to look at Mu Yuntian. Most of them are rather surprised because Breakthrough Moon Magic Pill is a level 5 magic pill. Using this pill can increase the probability of breaking through the moon level to become a star level. On top of that, there are no side effects. So it's the most valuable among level 5 magic pills. As for the purple cloud magic pill, it is even more valuable because it is a level 6 magic pill. This magic pill can be used to increase one's power by 1 to 2 stars. For example, a 1-star level martial artist. After taking the purple cloud magic pill, there is a possibility of becoming a 2 or 3-star level martial artist. The only drawback is that the higher the level of the martial artist, the lousier the effect. Now that Mu Yuntian has shown his hand, the others don't dare to be left behind. Xiao Sex Mu Yao puts forth a volume of Control Fire move. Control Fire move is a mid-level top-grade technique, giving someone the ability to control flames and use it launch an attack. The higher the flame level, the stronger the attack. And if you can use many types of flames at the same time, you can form a flame formation, a very powerful attack formation. If not for the level 8 young egg, Xiao sect wouldn't bring out this technique. Of course, Xiao sect intentionally proposed a Control 5 move as an exchange because they know that Hanji City's leader is a powerful fire manipulator. His strength is very high, but he just lacks a good technique. Following Mu Yao's proposal, Xuexia clan's representative stands up. He only proposes one magic pill, but if talking about its worth, it is much higher than Mu Yuntian's magic pills. The magic pill's effect is similar to the breakthrough moon magic pill, except that the breakthrough is not for moon level but for star level. Furthermore, there are no side effects, so after the breakthrough, one can immediately consolidate one's level. But the probability of breakthrough is lower when compared to breakthrough moon level magic pill. Compared to Mu Yuntian's magic pills and Mu Yao's control fire move, this magic pill is obviously quite a bit more valuable. Because, after the breakthrough, one will be of celestial level. Surprisingly, Xuexia clan is actually willing to part with it. The expression of Mu Yuntian and Mu Yao change immediately, bringing down their mood. At this moment, that person on the first floor in the black robe that everyone regards as the dark horse stands up after Xuexia clan. Everyone's attention falls on him as they try to guess what kind of unexpected surprise this dark horse will propose. Do you accept magic herbs? The old man on the auction platform freezes momentarily and then shakes his head. I'm sorry. We're not accepting magic herbs. The black-robed person keeps quiet. It's unclear if he is actually disappointed or doesn't really care. He just sits back on his chair, clearly not intending to compete with them any further. Following that, other than the three powerful forces, there are also quite a few forces that covet the level 8 magic beast egg. Each and every one proposing what treasures they can produce. In a short span of time, all sorts of techniques, magic pills, and treasures pour forth in an endless stream. The old man waits for a while, and seeing that no one else wants to add their interest, he is just about to turn around and walk backstage to discuss with others when someone suddenly stands up in the distinguished seats on the second floor. A noble air radiates from the man's body, leaving a very deep impression on everyone, because that person is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao that was pestered by XiaoMo to stand up. Ling Xiao smiles elegantly, saying, "Would 100 drops of spiritual liquid be enough to win this thing?" His words is tantamount to tossing a pebble into a calm lake, immediately causing an uproar in the auction house, wave upon wave. Many people connect the dots to the 88 drops of spiritual liquid that had just been auctioned off. This person actually brings out 100 drops of spiritual liquid all at once. Can it be that the previous spiritual liquid also came from him? Although no one answers them, seeing how straightforward the man is, the answer is as clear as day. Mu Yao on the opposite side is stunned for a moment, and then bright rays start to shoot out from her eyes. Her gaze on Ling Xiao gets hotter and hotter. This is really like what they call an unexpected solution. Hearing him say 100 drops of spiritual liquid, the old man's body stiffens. Then unmistakable wild joy shows in his eyes. In reality, their city leader's interest towards spiritual liquid is not less than that for a level 8 magic beast egg. It's a pity that it was an item for auction. No matter how much interest 7 Stars Auction House has, they still won't destroy their business just for the sake of it, so they could only let it go. Beyond his wildest imagination, the owner of the spiritual liquid actually has more of it. On top of that, he opens with 100 drops. Based on its value, the old man doesn't even have to think before making his decision. If no one else is going to bid, then old me will declare the winner of this level 8 magic beast egg. The old man's gaze sweeps over everyone present, seeming to keep everyone in suspense. A moment later, he beams while saying, "This auction item, the final winner for the level 8 magic beast egg is the sir sitting on the number 10 distinguished guest seat." With these words, the atmosphere in the auction house stagnates. Everyone turns to look at Ling Xiao on the second floor. Naturally, everyone overlooks XiaoMo, who is leaning on the railing. Ling Xiao calmly raises the corner of his lips and sits back down on his seat. 7 Stars auction houses once every 3 years auction finally ends in an unexpected way. The 3 powerful forces were beat down by 2 dark horses, unable to get even one of the last 2 treasures. This result is really unexpected. Something that even the 3 powerful forces didn't expect. After the old man announced the final winner of the magic beast egg, a tense atmosphere arises in the noisy auction house. Quite a few forces look at the black-robed man and Ling Xiao with cold piercing stares. Although the things were won by them, there are still some people that are unwilling to let go. Their eyes seem to reflect their evil plans. Ling Xiao appears as if oblivious, a vague smile hanging on his lips. The clueless XiaoMo doesn't detect the change in the atmosphere in the auction house. He is now still deeply immersed in the joy of having won the magic beast egg. He tugs Ling Xiao's clothes. "Elder brother Ling, when are we going to get the things?" Ling Xiao sticks out his chin, motioning for him to look over to the old auctioneer. XiaoMo turns around and looks over. That old man already let someone take down the magic beast egg. With a beaming smile on his face, he again faces the crowd, beaming while speaking, "Ladies and gentlemen, our city's once every 3 years auction has now concluded. Thank you everyone for taking part in this auction. Next, the esteemed guests that have winning bids can come backstage at your convenience to collect your items." After those words, the old man simply leaves the auction platform. Everyone in the hard seats on the first floor and the distinguished guest seats on the second floor all stand up and leave the auction house one after another. That black-robed person had already disappeared unknowingly. But the strong forces in the distinguished guest seats don't appear the least bit alarmed. They must have dispatched people long before to follow him. Ling Xiao stands up and says to XiaoMo, "Little brother, let's go." XiaoMo immediately stands up and follows with jolting buttocks. He still doesn't know that when they leave Hanji City, there will be a big group of people waiting to snatch his magic beast egg, not knowing that in his eyes, a magic beast egg is more important than those gold coins. Unlike others, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo go pick up their items immediately. That old man is already waiting for them. Seeing them come over, he immediately greets them enthusiastically. After a few pleasantries, he sends people to bring out all the items they won. The enlightened golden cauldron, the jade box containing the level 8 magic beast egg, and also the 19 million gold coins minus 5% commission, resulting in 18,050,000. The old man puts them all in a magic bag and hands it over to XiaoMo. After collecting the things, Ling Xiao brings XiaoMo back to 7 Stars Tower. The moment they arrive back, some people are immediately notified. Notes: among many mountains and winding streams, where paths seems to end, beyond the dark willows and blooming flowers, another village appears, unexpected solution. Bursting out of unpopular door, unexpected. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113. Failed Negotiation. As soon as they entered 7 Stars Tower, the lively discussion in the main hall immediately quiets down. Looks of amazement fall on Ling, Xiao and XiaoMo, one after another. Although it is less than half an hour after the auction ended, the news regarding them and the black-robed man has already spread throughout Hunji City. The 2 super dark horses snatched away the final 2 treasures at the auction. This topic is all the rage. Of course XiaoMo is overlooked. Everyone is fixated on Ling Xiao. This noble prince-like handsome man. From beginning to end, no one can tell which force he belongs to. Ling Xiao pays no heed to these strange looks. He finds an empty table in the main hall and sits down. The small footman, XiaoMo, naturally follows him. But he doesn't know that the manager and waiter that catch sight of him suddenly have a change in their expression. Immediately they remember that unpleasant experience last night. This brat is actually here again. Manager, what are we going to do? This person is here again. The waiter is crestfallen. His impression of XiaoMo is deeper than the manager's because he was the one in charge of them last night. In a few short hours, he was called up and down 5 or 6 times. At that time, he was almost cursed to death by the manager who didn't know what was going on. The manager's wrinkled face shudders. He grimaces, saying, "This time you don't have to worry. The auction has already ended. If they want to continue staying here, they will have to pay for the room and food." That's right. Oh. The waiter immediately recovers. Then what should we do now? He seems to be the king of eaters. The manager immediately starts to laugh deviously. It's good if he's the king of eaters. Soon he should be ordering a lot of food. Quickly go over there. The more food they order, the more we will earn. Manager is wise. The waiter immediately gives him the thumbs up. Small me will go over immediately, but... And so, the manager, who considers himself wise, and the waiter finally no longer frown with long faces. Especially the waiter. He picks up the teapot from the counter and eagerly walks to XiaoMo's table. On his face is a "I'm going to milk you dry today" expression. "My 2 guests, what would you like to eat today?" The waiter eagerly pours tea for them. After starving for several hours at the auction house, XiaoMo says boldly, "Give me your hotel's most expensive and most delicious dishes." Of course, this is built on the foundation of his newfound wealth. The waiter lights up in glee. "Great lay, my guest has good taste. Our 7 Stars Hotel's most expensive and most delicious dishes are Heavenly Treasure Cloud Duck, 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea, and the Dragon Gate Fish. May I ask how many of each would you like?" The manager was right. 1. XiaoMo raises one finger. The waiter's gleeful smile instantly stiffens. He stammers as he asks, "Dear guest, can you say it one more time? How many of each do you want?" 1 each. We won't be able to finish if there's too much. How could XiaoMo know what he was scheming inside? He had long ago forgotten what kind of image he gave the waiter and manager last night. Now he is already a man with millions. That small petty thief is all but forgotten for now. Wait for the day when he is poor again and maybe he will think of that again. The waiter wants to cry. These 3 dishes, although they are their hotel's most expensive and most delicious, but they still won't make much gold coins yet. And, isn't this person the king of eaters? 3 dishes, such a small amount, will he really be satisfied? The waiter that received a heavy blow returns to the counter and whispers to the manager. The manager's expression changes to match that of the waiter, frequently looking at XiaoMo full of resentment. No matter how clueless XiaoMo is, it is still impossible for him not to notice when someone keeps on glaring at him. He can't help feeling puzzled. "Elder brother Ling, why does the manager keep on staring at me?" A smile can't help escaping from Ling Zhao's handsome face. The person in question has already forgotten about it. But he hasn't. From the time that waiter walked over excitedly, he had already guessed it. The corner of his mouth twitches, probably thinks that you're very good-looking BA. XiaoMo blushes. After a while, he asks softly, really? Ling Xiao finds his secretly delighted tone very adorable, almost causing him to burst out laughing. This fellow. He always manages to amuse him to such an extent, killing him with hilarity. Of course. For real. XiaoMo is delighted, completely unaware that he is being tricked because this is the first time he hears someone else saying that he is good-looking. From the time he saw his reflection in the mirror, he had not thought that he is good-looking. Because his current face is about the same as his face in the previous world, both falling in the average category. Not especially cool, not especially handsome, also not too unremarkable. At most, he can be considered charming. Ling Xiao is afraid that he will really burst out laughing, so he quickly looks away from his face. At this moment, suddenly the sound of footsteps dong 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 come from the stairs to the second floor. Everyone looks over to the source of the sound. A red figure suddenly invades their eyes. It's actually Xiao Sec's seductress, Mu Yao. Unexpectedly, she still hasn't left and is still staying in 7 Stars Tower. A few shrewd people suddenly feel that some kind of drama will soon be unfolding. Under everyone's gaze, Mu Yao glides towards Ling Xiao's table. XiaoMo raises his head and sees a rather familiar beautiful woman standing in front of him. And behind the beautiful woman is a serious-looking old man. He can't help but freeze for a moment before finding his voice. You. Is something the matter? I hope you don't mind that we share a table, BA? Mu Yao smiles slightly. Although her smiling face is not beaming and radiant, it still feels like adding flowers to brocade. Her already beautiful face suddenly becomes even more dazzling. Not waiting for XiaoMo to speak, bursts of gasps can be heard all around. Xiao Sec's seductress is well known. It seems that almost everyone seated recognizes her. And because they recognize her, since they have never seen her smile so sweetly to anyone, they can tell with one look that she is up to something. XiaoMo glances cautiously at Ling Xiao. This is a demure maiden Yi. And a beautiful one at that. Although he once wants to say that he doesn't mind, he remembers how terrifying Ling Xiao was yesterday when he said the word like, so he doesn't dare. A maiden is indeed precious, but his life is even more precious. Thinking like this, XiaoMo coughs deliberately, looking apologetically at Mu Yao. I'm sorry, but we would rather not. The smile on Mu Yao's pretty face almost crumbles. This young miss of great beauty sharing a table with you is already a great honor, and you actually dare to say you would rather not? Of course, this is all set on the inside. If it wasn't because she has an ulterior motive, she would have flipped the table long ago. But seeing that the roundabout way is not effective, she also doesn't intend to continue with the charade. Plunging the knife straight in, I have something to discuss with the both of you. Behind her, the corner of Elder Yun's mouth twitches. He knows that the young miss is about to lose her temper. XiaoMo is surprised. Didn't this demure maiden come to eat? We don't seem to know you. Mu Yao smiles as she says, well, now you do, but... XiaoMo really can't grasp what this demure maiden wants to discuss with them. Furthermore, he feels that the one doing the discussion should be Ling Xiao, so he immediately looks meaningfully at Ling Xiao. You're up. Ling Xiao receives his signal, amusement becoming even more apparent in his eyes. He languidly narrows his eyes and says warmly and amiably to Mu Yao, I know what you want to discuss, but I'm very sorry. There's no more. Mu Yao opens and closes her mouth, unable to utter a single word for some time. This man is really blunt. Not only does he plunge the knife straight in, he is also extremely frank. Although she didn't really have too much hope, being refused so directly, she feels a little unhappy. If she really were to leave because of these words, she wouldn't be worthy of her seductress title. What conditions do the two of you have? Please speak up. Mu Yao tamps down her slowly rising anger and says slowly. XiaoMo looks her once over. This demure maiden doesn't seem to understand human words. Ling Xiao seems to have expected this, saying, "Miss, it's not that we don't want to sell. We don't have any more." Although he keeps emphasizing that, Mu Yao doesn't believe him. Precious things like spiritual liquid, who wouldn't leave some aside for themselves for a rainy day? So she firmly doesn't believe their words. This should be the first time for the both of you in Hunji City BA. Mu Yao glances around and then lowers her voice saying, "Today you beat down Jilu Tower and Shueisha clan at the auction. You took the magic beast egg they were fighting over. From how they usually act, they are definitely not going to let you off. If you are willing to give me a bottle of spiritual liquid. If you don't have that, half a bottle would do. Xiao sect can guarantee that you will leave Hunji City safely. How about that?" Ling Xiao doesn't react while XiaoMo jumps a little in fright. According to what she is saying, Jilu Tower and Shueisha clan is planning to take action against them when they leave Hunji City. This matter, whether it is big or small, if they really want to seize it, there are only two of them. But strictly speaking, there is actually only one. Elder brother Ling. XiaoMo looks at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao puts down the teacup he is playing with. With an unreadable smile, he looks straight at Mu Yao. "Your proposal is very touching. But I already said that there really is no more spiritual liquid. Even if you were to put it in more beautiful words, we still can't produce any. So why are you still continuing to pester us?" Mu Yao's face darkens. She tried to say it every which way, never expecting that these two people still refused to drink the toast only to drink as punishment. She no longer shows a welcoming smile, standing up with cupped hands saying, "Since it's like this, Mu Yao wishes the both of you the best of luck. However, if you get robbed when leaving the city gates, it would be too late to regret it." Saying that, she leaves with a toss of her head. Elder Yin takes a meaningful look at Ling Xiao and XiaoMo before leaving with her. Notes: adding flowers to brocade, gilding the lily. Refuse to drink a toast only to drink as punishment, choose the hard way. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Cut down. After eating, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao leave 7 Stars Tower. The manager and waiter look at them with a complicated expression as they leave. But not long after they leave, a few people come out from the shadows and start to tail them quietly. The two of them are in no hurry to leave Hunji City. Rather, they head for the Magic Pill Central Workshop. Yesterday they already arranged with the old man from the Magic Pill Central Workshop to pick up the magic herb seeds today. The Magic Pill Central Workshop and 7 Stars Tower are on the same street. It doesn't take them long to arrive. The number of customers coming in and out of the entrance of the Magic Pill Central Workshop is as numerous as before. Because Magic Pill Central Workshop is very famous in Hunji City, the entrance is always packed tightly. The noise is even greater than that in a wet market. The incessant din can be heard from very far away. XiaoMo stands close by and looks at the throng of people at the entrance. A drop of cold sweat rolls off his forehead. On the other hand, Ling Xiao is more straightforward. He heads straight for the throng of people. Just when he gets close to the crowd, a bizarre phenomenon happens. The jam-packed throng of people suddenly parts into two, as if pushed outwards by some force. He then simply struts into Magic Pill Central Workshop, not paying any attention to the people that are endlessly shouting curses at him. XiaoMo watches wide-eyed with his mouth hanging open. He then quickly runs to catch up. Entering the Magic Pill Central Workshop, the commotion outside finally gets further away, the ears are no longer buzzing. When the both of them step inside, the female attendant that served them yesterday immediately comes up to them, as if she has been waiting for them. After a few words of greetings, she takes them straight up to the second floor. That old man dressed in black robes on the second floor is also waiting for them. Seeing them, he immediately smiles warmly. The two sirs are finally here. Old me has been waiting for a long time. The old man looks at them while chuckling hee. After a bit, he lets the attendant bring out the prepared magic herb seeds. Each type of magic herb seed is held in a small pouch. The pouches are of many different colors, with the name of the magic herb seeds indicated on the outside, making it easy to differentiate them. Because there are too many seeds, the old man just puts all the pouches of seeds into a magic bag. The magic bag is a rather common thing, so it doesn't cost much. These are the magic herb seeds that the two of you asked for yesterday. They are all inside. You can check and see. The old man hands over the magic bag to XiaoMo. XiaoMo takes the magic bag that the old man hands over to him. He takes a rough survey. The three types of magic herb seeds that he talked about yesterday are all inside. Altogether 275 small pouches. As for the seeds inside the pouches, he doesn't check, believing that Magic Pill Central Workshop wouldn't cheat him, unless they no longer care about their reputation. Seeing that he is satisfied, Ling Xiao asks the old man, "How many gold coins altogether?" The old man smiles as he says, "Because the two of you have a level 2 distinguished guest card, so you can enjoy a preferential price from Magic Pill Central Workshop with 10% off. Originally it is 8,800,000. After 10% off, it's 7,920,000. 880,000 less than what he expected." That old man from the auction house was right. The distinguished guest card can be used for discounts. XiaoMo hands over the coins while smiling shrewdly. After seeing the two of them off, the slightly smiling face of the old man suddenly becomes serious. A gray-robed person walks out from inside. His whole body is enclosed in the gray robe, only leaving half his face exposed. The robe also seems to have the ability to block other people's perception. The moment he comes out, the old man immediately turns respectful. "City leader. The people we sent yesterday, did they find out their background?" Under the gray robe, a pair of cold eyes send out sinister vibes accompanying a voice that terrifies people. "We still haven't figured it out. These two people seem to have appeared out of thin air. We didn't find any news at all about them. Subordinate suspects, they have altered their faces." The old man cups his hands as he speaks respectfully. Altered their faces? If they are people with strong backing, why would they need to alter their faces? But it's good like that. Them altering their faces actually benefits our plan. If people were to come investigate in the future, they wouldn't be able to pin it on us. The gray-robed man lets out a low laugh, showing that he is 100% delighted, as if he already has what he wants in his hands. The old man also smiles slightly. "City leader, then should I send someone to intercept them now?" "No need to rush." The gray-robed man speaks in a low voice. "There are quite a few people with the same objective as us. Surely the three powerful forces are very keen on that spiritual liquid in Magic Beast Egg. We'll wait for them to act first. Once both sides are bruised and battered, then we'll make our move." The old man hesitates, then frowns while speaking. "City leader. Is that man really as awesome as you say? Even the three powerful forces can't bring him down?" The gray-robed man paces on the spot. After a while, he says with a solemn face, "That man is very strong. According to my probing just now, he should be no less than star level. Furthermore, this person dares to bring out his treasures so brazenly, so he must be very confident of his own strength. But the young man at his side has no combat ability whatsoever, something that can be exploited. Subordinate understands. The old man immediately understands what the city leader means. In order to achieve their objective, treacherous moves are necessary. While the two of them think that they have made a seamless heavenly robe, they are unaware that Ling Xiao had discovered the presence of the gray-robed person the moment he entered Magic Pill Central Workshop. Although the gray robe he wears can cut off a person's aura, nothing is absolute. After detecting the presence of the gray-robed man, Ling Xiao at first thought that he was after him. But after observing for a while, he discovers that the mysterious person hiding in Magic Pill Central Workshop is mostly looking at XiaoMo. Elder brother Ling, are we going back to Tian Xin sect now? After leaving Magic Pill Central Workshop, XiaoMo thinks about how his objectives for this trip have been achieved. Then he remembers that it is almost 4 days since he left. 2 days for the auction, 2 days for the journey here. But thinking of the 2 days on the road, his face crumbles. Even now, he still can't forget the taste of this shaking carriage. And it should be time for us to head back. Ling Xiao nods. Then are we going to take the raging fire horse back again? XiaoMo asks gingerly, grimacing slightly. Ling Xiao looks at his crestfallen face. His lips twitch as he says, "No, this time we won't take the raging fire horse. We will use another method to go back BA. You will find out when we leave Hunji City." The last sentence simply stops XiaoMo from asking what other method. And so, the knowing Ling Xiao brings the clueless XiaoMo around the shops on their way back to 7 Stars Tower. This stroll takes over an hour. The sun sets while XiaoMo buys a huge heap of things. Although he bought a lot of mid-level magic herb seeds from Magic Pill Central Workshop, XiaoMo still feels that it is too little. Furthermore, the higher the level, the more types there are. Like the level 6 magic herbs. He bought 121 types from Magic Pill Central Workshop, but in reality, this is not all there is. There may be some that have not yet been discovered. There are also some that Magic Pill Central Workshop did not manage to collect. But if even Magic Pill Central Workshop doesn't have them, other Magic Pill shops also may not have them. So XiaoMo only manages to buy some level 4 magic herb seeds. Level 5 and level 6 are not commonly seen. That evening, they spend the night in 7 Stars Tower. The next day, at first light, under the numerous pairs of hidden watchful eyes, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo leave 7 Stars Tower, one in front of the other. This time, the two of them don't wander about and instead head straight for the city gates. Half an hour later, the two of them arrive at the city gates. The guards are no longer the two they saw before. Instead, they've turned into 2 martial artists with powerful auras. The two of them seems to recognize them, letting them pass without delay. Out of the city gates, Ling Xiao immediately calls the raging fire horse. Amidst the sound of frenzied hooves, the raging fire horse spirits them away from Hunji City. In less than half an hour, they reach green plains, boundless green plains cloaked in a thin layer of white mist. Just when the raging fire horse gallops into the boundary of the green plains, 3 black figures suddenly flash out of the misty scene in front. They form a triangle sealing off any forward progress for the raging fire horse. The raging fire horse rears upwards and neighs before coming to a stop. Still, no one comes out from the carriage. After a moment of silence, the 3 black figures shoot towards the horse carriage. Their explosive momentum seemed to want to pulverize even the air. In a flash, weapons appear in their hands, the blades flashing coldly as they charge towards the horse carriage. Although it is a fine carriage, it still can't withstand the assault of 3 moon-level martial artists. It explodes with a honk, fragments shooting out in all directions. At the same time, a white figure flies up from the top of the horse carriage, and then comes straight down and lands on the flat ground. The white figure is Ling Xiao. As for XiaoMo, he is wedged under his arm. Upon landing, Ling Xiao first puts XiaoMo down. Without stopping for a moment, he changes into a sharp arrow shooting towards the 3 black-clothed men. The speed is so fast that his targets have no time to react. Two bursts of purple flames shoot out from his body. In a blink of an eye, they pierce into the bodies of the two black-clothed men on the sides. Before the two of them could struggle, they fall to the ground screaming, never to get up again. As for the third man in black, after jumping in fright at how the other two died, he didn't even have time to raise the sword in his hand before Ling Xiao reaches him. With a booming fist, the black-clothed man's head flies off in an instant, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The still Ling Xiao slowly turns around to find a knife on XiaoMo's neck. Notes: seamless heavenly robe, something flawless. Shaking car, also used to describe car sex. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Real or fake? Don't come over or I'll kill him. The black-clothed man clutching XiaoMo shouts in terror. Ling Xiao killing off his three companions instantaneously, the speed and the ruthlessness of his actions suddenly terrifies him. He had wanted to kidnap XiaoMo to threaten him. Suddenly extreme fear and dread appears in his eyes. Let him go and I will leave you an intact corpse. Ling Xiao looks at him with ice-cold eyes. His voice, on the other hand, is still as refined as jade. Not especially amiable, yet not especially cold. But that crazed and vicious bone-deep aura makes people shudder endlessly from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing this attitude of his, those people hiding in the shadows all start to feel their hearts shake. Especially the scene where he killed the three moon-level fighters. His smooth movements made it seem like it was as easy as cutting through tofu. Finishing off three moon-level fighters in an instant. As if taking a club to the head, the blow causing their hearts to fill with fear and panic. In their hearts, they know that they have underestimated this man's power. Ling Xiao's ominous manner makes the black-clothed man's hand shake in fright, almost causing him to nick XiaoMo's neck. After witnessing Ling Xiao's bloody moves, there is no way he is going to let go of XiaoMo. XiaoMo is now his life-saving charm. If he is to let him go, he would definitely end up just like his compatriots. Thinking like this, the black-clothed man calms down his heart. That's right, he has a hostage now. There is no need to fear him. Hand over your magic bag to me. Or else, I'll kill him. I gave you a chance. It's you who refuses to cherish it. Ling Xiao's eyes get sharper as he says this sentence softly. The black-clothed person still hasn't understood his words when he sees Ling Xiao flick his finger. In an instant, two flame dragons shoot out from his body. As soon as the flame dragons appear, the temperature all around shoots up, as if the sun suddenly gets nearer, roasting the earth. Seeing these flame dragons, the face of the black-clothed man changes immediately. He has already seen with his own eyes the power of these flame dragons. Seeing them again now, he is of course filled with incomparable dread. He quickly grips XiaoMo's neck tightly with his right hand, the force causing his fingernails to almost sink into his flesh. He shouts in terror, "Do you want to see your friend die? Don't think I won't kill him. I really will take his life." Ling Xiao's lips abruptly turn up into a sneer. "That's not right." Elder Yun, who is hiding in the shadows, suddenly says in a low voice. His gaze becomes sharp as he looks at XiaoMo, "That young man is fake." Mu Yao at his side hears this and scans XiaoMo's body darkly, coming to rest finally on his pale face. The young man's neck is being squeezed by the black-clothed man. Usually, the person's face should become very red. But this young man, not only does the color of his face not change, from the start to end, he doesn't seem to have any reaction at all. If things are unusual, something must be up. No wonder she kept thinking that something is not quite right. While at the Seven Stars Tower, she already saw that the relationship between the two people are very close. Although, people will turn selfish when it comes to the crucial moment between life and death, still, this white-robed person seems to be too uncaring over the life of his friend. Not showing the slightest change in expression from beginning to end. Now that Elder Yun has pointed it out, she finally realizes what is wrong. But when did they switch him out? They actually managed to pull it off such that even the gods don't know and the ghosts don't realize. It must be known that Elder Yun and her started tailing them the moment they left Seven Stars Tower. Elder Yun, can you guess where he put the other guy? Mu Yao asks out loud. There are two possibilities. Elder Yun ponders and says solemnly, the first is that he has a mustard seed dimension. This way, they can indeed evade our surveillance. Impossible. Mu Yao refutes without even needing to think about it. Only those of imperial level and above are able to possess the mustard seed dimension. That's because the so-called mustard seed dimension is created when a powerful person uses his supernatural ability to tear out a dimension and turn it into a dimension for his own use, a magic weapon used to store things that can be brought along with him wherever he goes. This type of dimension is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better compared to the so-called magic bags. Because unlike the magic bags that can only store dead things, it can store living things, and on top of that, it can accumulate concentrated spiritual energy by itself. That spiritual energy is even stronger than that of Longshao continent. Therefore it is the best place to train and also to grow magic herbs. However, the mustard seed dimension is something that cannot be found by seeking but only by chance, because even a person of imperial level and above may not necessarily be able to tear out a dimension and turn it into his personal dimension. As long as one has elementary mystical knowledge, one would know that dimensions are extremely unstable things. If one has bad luck, tearing out an unstable dimension, the spatial energy of that dimension will tear you to pieces. Even if that person is of imperial strength, facing the violent chaos of spatial energy, he is only left with death. This is why Mu Yao instantly rejects the notion. Putting aside whether Ling Xiao is actually of imperial level, it must be known that even if you gather all the powerful martial artists in Longshao continent that are of imperial level and above, you may not be able to find many that have a mustard seed dimension. That's why she rejects it right away. But of course there is another reason. If Ling Xiao is really a powerful imperial level martial artist, that means all these people here most probably will not have a chance of leaving this green plane alive today. Elder Yun doesn't disagree with her words. Instead, he nods. Oldme also thinks that it is impossible. Looks like it can only be the second possibility. That young man was most probably switched in Seven Stars Tower. Young Miss should still remember that at that time, they returned once to the room. Elder Yun, are you saying that the young man is still in Hunji City? Mu Yao guesses. 8 to 9 out of 10. But he could have taken the opportunity to leave Hunji City when we left in pursuit. Elder Yun's expression is rather somber. If they could have gotten hold of that young man, that would have been the surest way. It's too bad they were all fooled. Mu Yao's gaze sweeps over the people in front and says in a low voice, Elder Yun, there is one thing young Yao doesn't understand. Yesterday, that black-robed person also won some spiritual liquid. He is only one person. Why did we not go ambush him instead of following these two people? What? You think Oldme didn't send someone to monitor him? It's just that the black-robed man is very strange. He actually managed to shake off our people. I believe that's also what happened to the other forces. If not, why would Jilu Tower and Xuesha clan end up like us, running here to rob and kill them? A somber look flashes across Elder Yun's face. Jilu Tower and Xuesha clan are not weak. If they were to take action, Xiao sect would probably not be at an advantage. Looks like we can only sit and watch, and wait for them to act first. Mu Yao mutters softly. Although she is very anxious, she believes that Jilu Tower and Shueisha clan are just as anxious. By the time they finished talking, that black-clothed person was already killed by Ling Xiao. As for the fake XiaoMo, he vanished into a puff of air. Seeing that no one is holding back Ling Xiao, the other forces can't help but take action. 10 or so powerful auras filled with murderous intent dash to the skies as they all charge violently towards Ling Xiao. Not a cry is raised as the sharp weapons in their hands gleam with dazzling light. The cutting edge is aiming one after another at Ling Xiao's vital points. Facing the attack of so many powerful people, even people like Mu Yuntian and Elder Yun would have to take defensive measures. Instead, Ling Xiao doesn't dodge nor hide. The purple flame dragons seem to be inexhaustible. 10 or so exploding from his body in an instant, sweeping towards all the fighters like lightning. Although most of them are on guard, when they put up their shields, the flame dragons pass right through their bodies as if there is nothing there. Not only that, each and every one that is penetrated by the flame dragons, the blood from the bodies evaporates completely. When the corpses fall on the floor, they are all bloodless mummies, as if they have all been sucked dry. Just when Elder Yun and Mu Yao want to take action, they see this scene, and turn pale with fright. Not just them. Even the hidden leader of Hanji City is shocked by this scene. Flames that can even evaporate blood. The intensity of that heat probably exceeds their imagination. Who is this person actually possessing such a strange flame? And it's purple. Simply neither heard nor seen before. Ling Xiao, who finished off 10 or so fighters in an instant, puts down his hand and slowly takes a breath. Way too many people asking for death, making him waste his time. If he wasn't worried about exposing his strength too early, he would be too lazy to entertain them. Taking a sweeping look all around and seeing that the hidden people don't plan to show themselves, Ling Xiao also has no intention of seeking them out. Turning around, he takes 4 or 5 steps and suddenly a loud voice that splits the sky comes from behind him. An arrow enveloped in black rays moves under a strange force, shooting towards Ling Xiao's back. Then when the arrow gets within 3 meters of Ling Xiao, it seems to meet an obstruction, stopping immediately. Then it looks as if someone is using their hands to bend it, the tip of the arrow slowly turning around, and with a Xiao shoots back to where it came from, ending with a scream. Ling Xiao turns around slowly and stamps his foot lightly. A strong momentum rushes forward instantly. The faces of all the people hidden undergo a huge change. Their shocked expressions are tinged with horror. The gray-robed person conveniently throws aside the subordinate with an arrow stuck in his chest who he used as his shield. His face is unsightly and full of horror. This person is actually of 5-star celestial level strength. He himself is only of 1-star celestial level strength. Notes: the Sumeru hides mustard seed. Mustard seed contains MT. Sumeru, Taoist text that from what I gather means something very tiny can hold lots of potential and possibilities. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116. Wufeng Town. Celestial level strength can be considered as someone at the peak of Longshao continent. Martial artists are subjected to restrictions in their training. There is a huge hurdle every 4 levels. So for martial artists, most of them are sun level and below. Second to that are those in between moon level and spiritual level, especially the spiritual level. So there are quite a few spiritual level martial artists stuck at this huge hurdle all their lives because it is extremely difficult to break through to imperial level from spiritual level. You may not even be able to find one in every 10 people. So for those of celestial level that is below spiritual level, as long as they don't come across someone of spiritual level, they can act as a local tyrant. This is why Hunji City's leader can dominate here, causing extreme fear in the other forces. He thought that at best, Ling Xiao would be of star-level strength. He didn't expect that this time, he has eyes but see not, actually kicking such a hard piece of iron. Don't think that they are both at the same celestial level. The difference with each star is significant. If there is no special magic weapon or life-saving move, it's impossible to challenge someone of higher rank. Especially since the difference between them is not just one star. City leader, this person's strength is very high. Looks like we can only withdraw. That old manager from Magic Pill Central Workshop glances at the faraway Ling Xiao with dread in his eyes. Tang Han immediately rejects this suggestion, saying with a dark face, "No. If we retreat now, it would be even harder for us to find this person again. I must have the method to cultivate top-grade magic herbs. As long as he can get a hold of this method, sooner or later, there will be a day when he will be able to place himself above all the powerful people of Longshao continent. But city leader, this person's strength is so high. We can't beat him relying on just the few of us." The manager speaks hesitantly. Of course he knows how valuable the method of cultivating top-grade magic herbs is. If this information were to get out, the people interested won't be just them. At that time, those strong forces will also all come out. But in order to enjoy the benefits, one must still be alive. Of course we won't win depending on just the few of us. But it's not just us here. The three strong forces must be very interested in the treasures on them. As long as... Not in 100 million years, city leader. The manager doesn't wait for him to finish speaking and simply cuts him off. Tang Han looks at him coldly. "Why not?" The manager explains, "Think it over carefully, city leader. The three strong forces are after the level 8 magic beast egg in spiritual liquid. But what is our aim? We already have spiritual liquid. The level 8 magic beast egg is something we put up for auction. This way, what other reason is there for us to kill them? So they will definitely be suspicious about our purpose. If they find out, the method for cultivating top-grade magic herbs may not end up with us." Tang Han considers for a moment. He can't deny that there is some truth in what the manager says. So he says, "Now that young man is hidden by him. We can only find him and make our move on him. Does manager have any ideas?" The manager considers for a moment, and says, "City leader. Looks like this time you can only bring out that thing. Only that can evade the eyes and perception of a celestial strength martial artist." Tang Han is momentarily stunned. He then frowns. That thing is his treasure. If it's not as a last resort, he wouldn't bring it out. But looking at the current situation, he can only do it that way. Not long after, the three strong forces sense the withdrawal of one of the forces. Even though they are a little surprised that they give up so easily, but thinking of the man's strength, everyone feels their scalp go numb. A 5-star celestial level martial artist is not someone that they can provoke. If they had known earlier that the man is such a formidable martial artist, they would not have been so rash. With the withdrawal of that group, Jilu Tower also gives up. Although the level 8 magic beast in spiritual water is very attractive, one must be alive to enjoy it. Mu Yuntian's strength is actually not bad. There aren't many of his age that can match him. But right now, he is only at moon level. Although the people he brought by his side are one step shy of celestial level, but compared to a genuine celestial level martial artist, the difference in strength is not just 1 star. With the withdrawal of Jilu Tower, even if Xiaoyao sect and Xuesha clan were to work together, their chance of winning is still not more than 30%. Not long after that, Xuesha clan also withdraws. Since they already lost a few strong men, if they were to lose a few more, it would be hard for them to justify it when they go back. Mu Yao wants to stomp her feet in anger. She can only leave together with Elder Yun helplessly, even though they urgently need the spiritual liquid on that man. After everyone leaves, Ling Xiao restrains his frightening aura. But if they knew that Ling Xiao's real strength is not celestial level but even higher, they would be running even faster. His somewhat sharp eyes take a sweeping glance in all directions, making sure that there is no one left. Ling Xiao abruptly waves his hand in mid-air. Suddenly a crack appears in mid-air. Soon after, someone tumbles out from the crack, falling right into Ling Xiao's hands as he stands below. If this scene were to be witnessed by Mu Yao and Elder Yun, the two of them would definitely turn pale with fright, and at the same time thanking their lucky stars that they were wise enough to give up. Wah-ah! The one who falls from the crack is none other than XiaoMo. At this moment, his eyes are open wide in terror. His nerves are still frazzled as he looks at Ling Xiao who is holding him. Ling Xiao already took off the dark, sinister, murderous air around him. He looks at XiaoMo with a refined and elegant expression, the corner of his lips slightly rising, revealing a teasing smile. "Little brother, are you thinking that I'm especially handsome and cool today, leaving you stunned?" XiaoMo feels like giving that handsome and cool face a tight slap, but that is not the important point. Ling Xiao suddenly says, "Little brother. Right now, do you feel like really giving me a tight slap?" XiaoMo pouts slightly. Just when he wants to ask how he knows, he quickly swallows back down with all his strength those few words he almost spit out. He blinks innocently. "Elder brother Ling, did you already send those bad people running?" "Yes, can't you tell by looking?" Ling Xiao smiles. XiaoMo takes a look around, his stomach turning over. No wonder he felt that there is a bloody smell in the air. With Ling Xiao at the center, all around are severed limbs. There are also 10 or so dried up corpses. These people seem to have died very tragically. What the hell is this? He still hasn't had lunch any. Ling Xiao raises his head and looks at the sun hanging in the sky. He laughs while saying, "Little brother. Let's quickly get back on the road ba. It'd be best if we reach a city or small town before way period. This way, we would be just in time for lunch." Saying this, he simply hugs XiaoMo tightly. With one leap, they disappear into the vast mist, leaving behind a futile sentence of rather tearful teeny-tiny protest, lingering behind, accompanying the corpses, filling the ground for a bit before fading. I don't. Wufeng Town is at the edge of the exit from Wufeng Mountain Range. Most people would go through here when leaving Wufeng Mountain Range. Although it is called a town, the area of Wufeng Town is actually the same as Hunji City. Furthermore, this place is not under any force. It's a town where one can enter and exit freely. Ling Xiao carries XiaoMo until right outside Wufeng Town. At this time, the sun is right at midday, the time for lunch that he mentioned before. He then puts down XiaoMo, who is filled with resentment. "Little brother. Look. We have reached Wufeng Town." Ling Xiao pats him lightly on the head. XiaoMo ignores him and goes ahead to evaluate Wufeng Town. Speaking about this, when they were going to Hunji City, they also passed through Wufeng Town. But that time they didn't stay long, so XiaoMo doesn't have a deep impression of the place. But this city is very chaotic because no one manages it. So things like fighting, looting, highway robbery, are all quite common. The two of them are just about to enter Wufeng Town when two people suddenly rush out from the originally unguarded entrance. One tall, one short, looking rather wretched. Furthermore, they have buck teeth. One of the yellow bucktooth is especially hideous. But their strength is not too sad, both of sun-level strength. Right now they are looking at XiaoMo and Ling Xiao with vicious and evil expressions. The short one's wretched gaze gives XiaoMo a once-over. He then smiles darkly. "Starting from today, everyone that goes in and out of Wufeng Town must hand over a passage fee. But we clearly didn't have to the last time, Yu Xiao exclaims in surprise. He can't be mistaken. At that time he was vomiting in the carriage. Ling Xiao didn't ask him for money. The short one grins while saying, "It's required starting from today. But since this is your first time paying, let me tell you some good news. This Wufeng town is now a territory of Wolf Gang from today onwards. After entering, you better be careful of how you act. Otherwise, you better watch out for your little life." Wolf Gang? XiaoMo is dumbfounded. He didn't mishear. Wolf Gang's leader seems to have been killed by Ling Xiao a few days ago. How come they have not disbanded but instead forcibly occupy Wufeng town? And they're asking for passage fee. XiaoMo turns around and glances at Ling Xiao. Forget it, it's better they don't look for trouble. Fine BA. So how much per person? 200 gold coins. The short one laughs while speaking. Why don't you just go and rob BA? XiaoMo was just about to take out his hand from his magic bag when he suddenly stops. Give me a break. Hanji City only collected 2 gold coins. And here they want 200 coins? That's just highway robbery, ma. He no longer plans to hand it over. After all, they already have bad blood with Wolf Gang. The face of the short one darkens in an instant. The tall one at his side also starts to look at them darkly and coldly. Since you prefer to drink as punishment rather than drink a toast, I'll fulfill your wishes. The short one sneers as he says hatefully. Then together with the tall one, they each hold up a sharp knife in their hand as they rush towards them from both sides, cutting downwards. Dare to resist the rules laid down by Wolf Gang? That's death for you, BA. Just nice, we can take the 2 of you to serve as killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Asterisk pang. Pang, star. One tall, one short, the 2 figures suddenly vomit fresh blood, their faces deathly pale, as their bodies strike heavily on the gateposts of Wufeng town. When they fall back down, their necks are crooked, dead as dodos. The people all around that were watching the drama are shocked senseless. 2 Sun-level martial artists beat to death by just one fist. Then they look on in shock as the 2 people walk into Wufeng town. Notes. Wei period, 13 to 1500 hours. Refuse to drink the toast only to drink as punishment, choose the hard way. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117. Smarter in comparison. After entering Wufeng town, the 2 people simply follow the main road towards the other exit of Wufeng town. Because XiaoMo firmly refuses, Ling Xiao cancels his plan to have lunch in Wufeng town. After all, he was just teasing him. He didn't really want to have lunch. The main street is full of people and full of chatter. With each step, one can hear people discussing the matter with Wolf Gang. XiaoMo perks up his ears and listens for a bit. Finally he understands what the deal is with Wolf Gang. This Wolf Gang is indeed the Wolf Gang they came across in Hanji City. But since the leader was killed, Wolf Gang has been in a state of chaos. That's because other than the gang leader who was a moon-level martial artist, his underlings are mostly of sun-level strength. As a result, once the leader died, the situation became messy because another leader has to be chosen, but no one is willing to give in to anyone else. The conflict was especially intense, almost erupting into an all-out war. But last night, an even stronger person appeared. And it was an outsider. One of Sun-level martial artists from Wolf Gang started to clash with him. both sides went all out. In the end, that Sun-level martial artist was put in his place. Not only that outsider heard that their gang leader is dead and that they are just in the process of choosing a new leader. So the outsider went up to Wolf Fang Gang and managed to become their new leader. That outsider is also a very ruthless character. After taking care of the situation in Wufeng Town, he announced last night that from then on, Wufeng Town is his territory. Whoever dares to go against him will be killed. It must be known that Wufeng Town has been under no one's rule for so many years. Since there is Wolf Fang Gang, that means there definitely are other gangs as well. So, not even one night after his declaration, the leaders of the other gangs joined forces. After completing their unification, they led their troops to Wolf Fang Gang's lair. The result is as expected. The combined forces of several strong fighters from the various gangs actually failed to defeat that outsider. In order to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, that outsider killed several of the gang leaders. Then he assimilated their gang members into Wolf Fang Gang. So those people that live year in and year out in Wufeng Town discovered that there is finally a change in the weather in Wufeng Town. Collecting passage fee for entering and exiting Wufeng Town is the first action Wolf Fang Gang takes after taking control over Wufeng Town. XiaoMo and Ling have pretty bad luck. Not only did they encounter this, they are also the first ones to be asked to pay the passage fee. XiaoMo feels that he seems to have an ill-fated relationship with Wolf Fang Gang. At first, he got into trouble by no fault of his own. Now, although he is a little at fault, but who asked them to charge such exorbitant passage fees? If it is 5 or 10 gold pieces, he can still force himself to consider for a bit. Elder brother Ling, can you guess how strong is that new leader of Wolf Fang Gang? XiaoMo trots up to the front of Ling Xiao asking full of curiosity. Although he knows the levels of martial artists, he is not clear on the distinctions. Ling Xiao's lips curve upwards. He strolls forward while explaining, Wolf Fang Gang's leader was of moon-level strength. The other gang leaders should also be moon-level. Otherwise, they could not have coexisted with Wolf Fang Gang in Wufeng Town. Since that new leader could defeat them, he should be at least star level and above. But he shouldn't be any higher than celestial level. XiaoMo listens to his clear and logical explanation and nods, then asks, why? Ling Xiao beams as he says, if he is of celestial level, then even on the outside, he can already be a small-time overlord. Even if that's not the case, if he were to seek refuge with some strong forces, he would be treated as a distinguished guest. Not only did he not do that, he instead came to Wufeng Town. Furthermore, he took over Wolf Fang Gang. Clearly he plans on staying on by Wufeng mountain range. There is only one explanation for this kind of behavior. That is, he is being hunted down by someone. And the one doing the hunting is not someone weak. It could even be a strong sect. So he has no choice but to escape to Wufeng Town. Too brilliant. Too awesome. Based on so few clues, he actually gleans that much information. XiaoMo suddenly feels that Ling Xiao actually has some redeeming points. At the least, he is smarter than him by comparison. This is a fact that he really doesn't want to admit. It's them. The Wolf Fang Gang brothers were killed by that one dressed in white when they were collecting protection fees at the entrance. Just at that moment, a group of people with violent auras come towards them. The one speaking and running in front towards them is a rather plump man. A man that seems a little familiar. XiaoMo takes a clearer look. He seems to have seen this person outside Wufeng Town because his appearance is rather eye-catching. Unexpectedly, he is together with those two people. Really devious. After cursing him on the inside, he immediately jumps behind Ling Xiao. He is not a coward, really, not a coward. It's just that right now he doesn't have the qualification to arrogantly ride his horse to the front. Ling Xiao just comes to a firm stop and that group of people have already rushed up to him. 7 people altogether. The highest is 1-star moon level. A boorish strong man. But his state is not too stable. Most probably he just had a breakthrough not too long ago. There isn't one among them that he recognizes. That group of people that he encountered in Hunji City does not appear. The cold and sinister burly man takes 2 large strides forward. With the back of a tiger and waist of a bear, looking like he is very awesome. His look of disdain falls on Ling Xiao. He lifts up the large axe on his shoulder and says in a cold voice, "Are you going to end your own life or do you want the great me to do it for you?" A slight smile appears on Ling Xiao's face, but I'd rather choose the third option. Not waiting for the burly guy to speak, XiaoMo simply sticks out his head from under Ling Xiao's arm, asking curiously, "What is the third option?" Ling Xiao smiles, "They die." XiaoMo shivers and immediately shrinks back his head. The burly guy immediately overflows with murderous intent. Without one word of greeting, he lifts the large axe and brings it down forcefully on Ling Xiao's head. The result is as expected. How much ability can a 1-star moon-level martial artist can have? It is only enough to dominate Wufeng town. Ling Xiao sends him flying with a flip of his hand. He doesn't know how heavy and light these 2 words are written when he takes action. So the 200 over catty burly man flies into the wall in an instant. Blood flows down the wall. By the time he falls back onto the ground, blood is flowing from all 7 openings, for limbs are twitching endlessly, more breath coming out than going in. Everyone suddenly feels a rush of cold wind rising from their feet to the bottom of their hearts. That moon-level martial artist actually just had a breakthrough not too long ago. The one who helped him break through is their new gang leader. In order to foster a trusted subordinate for himself, he helped the burly man increase his strength. He probably didn't expect that not even 1 day later, his trusted subordinate is already dead. If the new gang leader finds out, he definitely would rage like thunder. The cowards are terrified, immediately running away, leaving a trail of smoke. Running until a very far distance, one of them finally stops and speaks to them in a hateful tone, "If you have the guts, don't run. Wait there and our gang leader will definitely give you a good beating." Saying that, he himself runs away. "Elder brother Ling, how about we leave here now?" XiaoMo walks out from behind Ling Xiao and frowns. Looking at the behavior of these people, they clearly are not going to let them off. "Are we not in the process of leaving right now?" Ling Xiao laughs as he glances at him. He then walks leisurely as if going on a stroll. XiaoMo rubs his nose in resentment, "I mean right away, before those people come back." Ling Xiao suddenly stops walking. A profound pair of eyes lock onto XiaoMo. His lips start to curve upwards. "What are you worried about? Can it be that you're afraid I can't defeat them?" "Of course not. After hearing these words, XiaoMo realizes one thing. Although he is now already a member of Longshao continent, this great land, his thinking is still stuck in the past, not the least bit changed. If someone encounters this situation in the 21st century, most people would indeed unconsciously avoid them. But this type of behavior, in Longshao continent, where strength is revered, would be regarded as a sign of weakness. Unless your strength is not as high as your opponent, otherwise, if you keep withdrawing repeatedly, other people will think that you are only a paper tiger, a weakling with no honor. Seeing him quiet and pensive, Ling Xiao raises his brows in surprise. Usually, he would definitely argue with him, only stopping when his face is completely red. Now that he is silent, it is instead a little strange. "Little brother?" Ling Xiao calls out to him questioningly. As for why he wants to know, God only knows. XiaoMo suddenly raises his head and grins at him. He walks over and grabs his arm, urging him to continue walking while saying, "Elder brother Ling, I'm not worried about anything. I know you are very awesome. Wolf Fang Gang, those 3-legged cats are simply no match for you. But they are also unworthy of your attention, BA, so we should quickly get out of here, BA. It's not fun at all here." There is some truth in that. Can it be that Ling Xiao agrees with him? But he still feels that the current XiaoMo is a little strange. It seems as if he just got rid of something, becoming free and easy all of a sudden. But the trouble that is on its way doesn't get any less. The new leader of Wolf Fang Gang wants to establish his authority. So he has to finish off those that dare to go against the rules he set up. And they are his first stepping stone. When they are about to reach the gate, that gang leader finally appears with his group of people. Note: 7 openings, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118. Hand it all over. Don't look, don't know, one look, one jump in fright. The new leader of Wolf Fang Gang is not the boorish unyielding man that everyone imagines. Instead, he looks rather young, looking about 27 to 28 years old. His face is quite handsome with contours that look like it has been carved with a knife. The pair of red phoenix eyes make his facial features rather feminine, making his whole body appear a little delicate. Knowing that they want to leave Wufeng town, the delicate man rushes over after receiving the information from his underling, just in time to stop them at the town gate. The delicate man's gaze skips right over XiaoMo and lands on Ling Xiao. He then frowns. He actually can't tell this man's level, causing his face to fall. Those whose strength he can't perceive can only be of the same level as him or higher. Unless they have something on them that can conceal their aura. Looking at the luxurious clothing on him, the delicate man leans towards the latter. This person looks very young on the outside. If he is of star level and above, then he would be a prodigy. But if he is a prodigy, he would have heard about him. Thinking like this, the delicate man is even more confident that he can't be more than star level. Immediately the fear disappears from his eyes. Dare to kill my Quan Tianling's underling? You all really have guts. If I were to let you leave Wufeng town today, how can I show my face again? Then what are you going to do? XiaoMo speaks uncomfortably. The next time he comes across this kind of situation, he would definitely pay the passage fee. Take out your weapons, gold coins, techniques, magic pills, and hand them all over. Also each of you leave behind an arm and a leg. Then I'll consider leaving you a horse. The delicate man's expression is very calm, but that pair of pitch black eyes are filled with cold and sinister vibes. XiaoMo is speechless. This person is too ruthless. Putting aside wanting to take their money, he actually wants them to leave behind an arm and a leg. It's not as if he can cook and eat it. Ling Xiao can't be bothered to argue needlessly with him. He just brings out the aura that he used to scare those strong forces before. In an instant, a terrifying majestic aura explodes out from his body and sweeps towards the delicate man and his group of people. Since it is coming from the front, the delicate man is the first to be affected. The force he feels is much more terrifying than what those strong forces felt on the Green Plains. Under the intense pressure of this aura, the delicate man feels his breath stopping, and discovers in horror that he can no longer move the spiritual energy in his body. On top of that, the flow in his meridians slowly start to stagnate. This is clearly the aura of a celestial level. Actually so terrifying. The delicate man's face pales instantly. He is only a 3-star level. Going up against a celestial level only means death. Now he finally understands why these two people did not take the opportunity to flee Wufeng town. They had something to count on all along. If only he has this level of strength, he wouldn't be hunted to this point. At this moment, the delicate man regrets. Now do we still need to take out our weapons, techniques, gold coins, magic pills, arm and leg? XiaoMo giggles and then coughs affectedly before speaking slowly. No. There's no need anymore. I deserve to die. It's me who deserves to die. Please let me go be my two masters. The delicate man changes from strong and powerful straight to good for nothing, begging for mercy while trembling in fear. In the moment of life and death, dignity is thrown far behind. As for his underlings behind him, they appear to be even more useless than him. It's not that we can't let you go, but... XiaoMo beams while looking at him. But what? As long as you say it, I will definitely do it for you. The delicate man says hastily, absolutely serious. He rather cares for nothing other than saving his own skin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding in this small Wufeng town. XiaoMo grins while speaking, take out your weapons, techniques, gold coins, magic pills, magic herbs and hand them all over. This way, I'll try my best to consider leaving you a horse. The delicate man. Ling Xiao raises his brow, not handing them over? The delicate man's face turns one shade whiter and says with a miserable face, I will hand it over, but... Saying that, he unties the magic bag at his waist and hands it falteringly to XiaoMo. In his heart, blood is dripping. These are treasures that he accumulated over several tens of years. All he has is in there. Now that it is taken away, he is left a total pauper. He feels even more regret. If he had known that this would be the result, he wouldn't have done such a foolish thing no matter what other people said. XiaoMo happily takes the magic bag from him and without so much as a glance, puts it into his own magic bag. He then says, since you are so obliging, we will leave you a horse today. But remember to not engage in things like arbitrarily charging passage fees again, or else. I won't. I wouldn't dare to do it again. Before he could finish speaking, the delicate man immediately cuts in. One time and he already has to send off his riches. If there is to be a second time, he would have to write his name in reverse. Well said. XiaoMo smiles until his eyes disappear. He didn't expect he would actually be such a sensible person. The delicate man can't voice out his complaints. He just said these words to the members of the other gangs last night. Never did he expect that they would be said to him today. It's really, what comes around goes around. XiaoMo is extremely delighted to be a one-time bandit. He hides the delicate man's magic bag on him and leaves Wufeng town with Ling Xiao that very day according to plan. When it is almost dusk, they finally reach another small town. The town is much smaller than Wufeng town, but the atmosphere is very good. None of that violent and murderous atmosphere. The two of them randomly choose a mid-level inn to stay the night. After having dinner, XiaoMo sits cross-legged on the bed and takes out the delicate man's magic bag. He then starts to check his booty. Although the delicate man's outer appearance looks like he is only in his 20s, his actual age is more than that. After all, if he really is a star-level martial artist in his 20s, he would definitely be a prodigy. This kind of prodigy wouldn't be so nameless. He would have been recruited by those strong forces long ago. He also wouldn't be hunted down like this. So his actual age is much older than his outer appearance, at least 100 years old. XiaoMo pours out everything except for the gold coins. Counting roughly, that delicate man's total riches is actually only 200,000 gold coins. Although it is rather meager, he still moves the gold coins right into his own magic bag. Then he starts to check out the things on the bed. The delicate man is a martial artist. So the things in his magic bag are mostly weapons and the like. There are only a few stocks of magic herbs and they are all low-level magic herbs. XiaoMo is not a wasteful person, so he throws them into his dimension. As for magic pills, there are actually a few bottles, but the quantity is not much. Most are level 3 and level 4. There is only one level 5 pill. It is only effective for moon-level martial artists. Thinking back, that burly man who was sent flying by Ling Xiao in Wufeng town with one flip of the hand must have depended on this type of magic pill to rise to moon level. XiaoMo pours out that magic pill and holds it up to his nose and sniffs it. It's definitely not pure, with quite a bit of impurities. It's a low-grade magic pill. Just when he is about to put it away, he suddenly thinks of Ling Xiao. Stealing a glance, he sees him sitting at the tea table drinking tea. Rolling his eyes, he says, aiming to please, "Elder brother Ling, do you want these magic pills?" Ling Xiao looks over at him and smiles slightly, "Trying to send me away with low-grade magic pills?" XiaoMo shamefacedly puts the magic pills back into the magic bag. No, not. Actually, he really does have that little bit of intention. The thing is, most of the magic pills he refines ends up in Ling Xiao's tummy. That's why he has this idea, to let him have these low-grade magic pills instead. After going through the magic herbs and magic pills, XiaoMo lifts up the few scrolls of techniques. Except for one mid-level low-grade technique, the others are basically low-level. These are of no use to him, so he bundles them up and throws them into some corner in his dimension. Now he basically no longer uses magic bags. Whatever he takes, he would just put it in the dimension because the dimension is safer. Magic bags can be stolen or snatched at any time, unsafe. After that, are a few weapons and some magic beast hide, fur and the like. All the things that have to do with martial artists, are all found in the delicate man's magic bag. After he packs up all those things and sends them into his dimension, only one thing remains on the bed. XiaoMo looks at the thing in surprise and raises his brows. He picks it up with one hand and opens it up. It actually is a quarter of a sheepskin map. Can this be? This is a treasure map? A gleam suddenly flashes in XiaoMo's eyes. Full of excitement, XiaoMo lies on the bed and studies the map. On it is indeed drawn topographical features. But because it is only a quarter, he can't see the whole picture. Right at this moment, a layer or darkness envelopes his head, blocking the path of the light. XiaoMo raises his head and sees that it is Ling Xiao. In an instant, he puts the sheepskin map in front of him, saying excitedly and tinged with expectation, "Elder brother Ling, look at this. Does this look like a treasure map?" Ling Xiao declines to comment as he takes the sheepskin map. One look at the crisscrossed contours, and he simply throws the sheepskin map back into his hands. Taking off his shoes, he gets on the bed and says with disdain, "This is obviously a quarter of a map. How did you decide that it is a treasure map? Maybe it's only a normal map. Furthermore, even if it is a treasure map, you only have one piece. Don't tell me you're actually thinking of going to look for the other 3 pieces?" XiaoMo pouts in frustration, unable to deny the truth in his words. In reality, he was only wondering. It's not as if he really wants to go look for whatever treasure. But he still feels that this notion is a little unrealistic. If it really is a treasure map, it can't possibly fall into the hands of a sectless mystic. We still have to get on the road tomorrow. Go to sleep. Ling Xiao puts his arms around his waist and pulls him into his arms, then covers them with a quilt. The stuffed quilt is still for a moment before it is kicked a few times by XiaoMo. At the same time, an alarmed voice cries out, "Sleep means sleep. Why are you taking off my clothes?" "Oh, I prefer that you sleep naked." Notes: Red phoenix eyes, outer corners incline upwards. Leave a horse, leave a way out. Wishy-washy. Underscore 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 I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Fox Spirit. The next day, Ling Xiao simply puts the sulky XiaoMo over his shoulder and heads straight back to Tianxia sect. After being on the road for one whole day without any stops, XiaoMo is only put down when they reach the foothills of Tianxia sect. He feels that his stomach is clamoring with unease, but since he didn't eat anything the whole day, there is nothing for him to throw up. Elder. XiaoMo wipes his mouth and opens it, wanting to question him. Ling Xiao suddenly signals him to keep quiet, his brows slightly raised, as if having discovered some problem. Although XiaoMo is not happy, he doesn't say anything more. He looks in all directions. The foothills of Tianxia sect doesn't seem any different from usual, but maybe it's just that he hasn't figured it out yet. He asks cautiously, "Elder brother Ling, is something wrong?" Ling Xiao's raised brows are now relaxed. Hearing his words, he nods while laughing. Someone is coming. Before he can ask anything, as if to give credence to his words, two figures suddenly appear on the mountaintop. One following the other, they rush in their direction, arriving in front of them in no time. The younger one, after one look at Ling Xiao, lights up completely. With a few steps he dashes up to Ling Xiao and says excitedly, "Elder brother, you're finally back." Ling Xiao smiles as he says, "The few days I wasn't here, did something major happen in Tianxia sect?" This younger brother immediately nods his head like a chick pecking rice. "I'm not sure about something major, but Grandmaster instructed us to ask you to go see him immediately if we see you coming back." "I understand. Thank you for letting me know." Ling Xiao smiles as he speaks. Just now he felt that Tianxia sect's surveillance seems to be much tighter than it was before he left. Seems like something major happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking him to go over so urgently. Saying that, he turns to XiaoMo and says, "Little brother, let's go be a." XiaoMo is momentarily dazed and then quickly nods, hurrying to catch up with his pace. When the two of their backs disappear on the only road at the foothills, the one that just was completely delighted upon seeing Ling Xiao puts away the smile on his face. He looks with some resentment in the direction that they left. "Brotherly. Why do you think elder brother treats that XiaoMo so well? What is so good about him?" That brotherly, although he has never spoken a word to Ling Xiao before, he still takes Ling Xiao as his idol, since very long ago. Furthermore, his fanboy behavior seems to be growing. Hearing his younger brother say that, he frowns. He himself doesn't understand, maybe that XiaoMo cast some spell on elder brother, causing elder brother to treat him especially well. Elder brother accompanying XiaoMo down the mountain. When they found out about this matter, they didn't really believe it because elder brother very rarely goes down the mountain with his brothers. Even if he did, it would be one big group of people. This time, being so unusual, maybe XiaoMo really used some dirty trick. That XiaoMo. In my opinion, he may be the reincarnation of a fox spirit. The younger brother speaks in a huff. Younger brother Xiao. It's better if you don't say these things out loud so as to not let others hear you. Brother Li warns him. I know, big brother Li. Younger brother Xiao answers unwillingly. Naturally, XiaoMo has no idea that because of Ling Xiao, he has been converted from a normal person to a fox spirit. Fanboys are so terrifying. They can't sully their idols, so they can only splash the dirty water on someone else. Ling Xiao doesn't send him all the way to Earth Peak. The two of them part ways at the fork in the road. Since it is Tianxia sect's domain, he isn't worried that XiaoMo would be bullied and the like. After all, he is still Kong Wen's direct disciple. If you don't do it for the monk's sake, you still have to do it for Buddha's sake. After being away for a few days, XiaoMo doesn't immediately go back to his room upon returning to Earth Peak. Instead he goes looking for Feng Chenlu, but to no avail. Then he finds out from the other disciples that elder brother and second brother are still at Yunshui Peak with Uncle Yi and would only back in a few days. Then he also goes to see Kongwen. After all, he still has the nominal title of disciple hanging on him, so naturally he has to give his greetings to his master upon coming back, lest other people say that he doesn't respect his elders. Kongwen also doesn't feel it strange. He doesn't ask where he and Ling Xiao went after going down the mountain, or what they did. He only asked a few routine questions before letting him go. After coming out, XiaoMo finally heaves a sigh of relief. Every time he goes to see Kongwen, he would feel significant pressure in his heart. As for why he didn't ask, Ling Xiao said that day that he had arranged everything. Presumably he had also made up an excuse, so he has nothing to worry about. After returning to his room, XiaoMo remembers that he already hasn't refined magic pills for quite a few days. He wonders if his actions would be rusty. But before that, he washes himself from head to tail once over, then has a lovely dinner before reading a book, right up to high period. After making sure that no one would come look for him, he tidies his things and closes the door and windows tightly and enters his dimension. These few days he was at the mercy of Ling Xiao. Every night he was hugged by Ling Xiao while sleeping, so he didn't go in and tidy the magic herbs these few days. Now, 90% of the magic herbs in magic herb fields are already mature, swaying in the wind. Harvesting magic herbs is already something he is so used to that it is like driving a light carriage down a familiar road. He finishes harvesting them all in under 2 hours. Then he plants more seeds again. Only this time he doesn't plant them all with level 2 and level 3 magic herb seeds. He leaves 15 pieces to be planted with mid-level magic herbs. After finishing sprinkling the seeds, he waters them with diluted magic water one by one. It is 1 hour later by the time he finishes. It should soon be daylight outside. He drinks a mouthful of magic water to chase away his fatigue. He goes out once before starting to build his small wooden hut. In the previous world, the university he was preparing to go to was most famous for its architecture department. At that time, the one he chose was that architecture department. Although he didn't go study in the end, he still has some understanding of architecture. Small wooden huts like this is the most simple. After spending not too much time, and a period of hammering and banging, the small wooden hut takes shape. Then he moves out the wooden racks and wooden barrels that he bought from Hunji City. The wooden racks were divided into batches by him according to the level of the magic herbs. The wooden barrels were pushed together waiting to be used when needed. After doing all these things, half a day has passed. XiaoMo rests on the spot for a while and then walks into the small wooden hut. He pours out everything from the magic bag. Level 8 magic beast egg, weapons, techniques, magic herbs, magic pills, seeds, magic pill formulas, snacks, magic fruits, etc. Everything is neatly divided into categories and placed inside the small wooden hut. For now, he can't use the mid-level magic herb seeds. Even if he wants to plant them, he can't use too many. So he keeps the rest of them and stores them in the cupboard. By the time he leaves the dimension, the sky is already bright outside. Golden sunlight shines on his window, bathing his room, making it extremely bright. Although he worked for almost a whole day, he is not tired. XiaoMo takes a few books that he already finished reading from the bookshelf and runs towards the library. After exchanging them with books he hasn't read, he changes course to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. The high-spirited XiaoMo has no idea that not long after he left his dimension, that magic beast egg that he put on the table suddenly emits intense white light. The white light sparkles endlessly, then the spiritual energy surrounding the magic beast egg forms a vortex. The epicenter of the vortex is that magic beast egg. A huge amount of spiritual energy is sucked in by the magic beast egg right until it is almost unable to withstand it, then the vortex stops, returning to its original condition. Hall of Enchanted Herbs. XiaoMo walks towards Uncle Xiao's location as before. Unexpectedly, he finds that the one sitting at the counter has turned into fifth brother Xiao. But thinking of his relationship with Uncle Xiao, he feels that it isn't unexpected. XiaoMo takes out a few bottles of magic pills from his magic bag. These are level 2 magic pills that he refined in advance. It's half of the 1-month portion that he got from Uncle Xiao before. He completed refining them in advance, so he conveniently brings it over. Seeing him, Xiao Dazhou frowns. Younger brother, you already picked up this month's portion of magic herbs. Unless you have merit points, I can't give you any more magic herbs. XiaoMo smiles, not minding his tone. He simply hands over the few bottles of magic pills to him. Big brother Xiao, these are the magic pills I refined. Count and see. If it is Uncle Xiao who is here as usual, he wouldn't count it because he believes that XiaoMo doesn't dare to deceive him. Also, he has 100% success rate, so even if there is a little less, it's nothing, because each time the other disciples hand over the magic pills, it is only 30 or 40%. Some of them are even less than 30%. So, in comparison, XiaoMo is indeed a lot better. But Xiao Dazhou is not Zhaozhen. He doesn't trust XiaoMo, so he starts counting in front of him. By the time he finishes counting, his face finally changes. 900 stalks of magic herbs is enough for 300 level 2 magic pills. If the success rate is 100%, he has to hand over 150 pills. As far as he knows, even elder brother and second brother can hardly manage it. But this newly promoted level 2 mage, XiaoMo, after not even a month can actually do it all successfully? Right now, the bottles in his hand, added up altogether, is exactly 150 pills, not more not less. Note: Fox Spirit, Vixen. High period, 21 to 2300 hours. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120. Unusual movement of spiritual energy. Younger brother, you. The 900 stalks of magic herbs you took half a month ago, you finished refining them all? After quite a while, Xiao Dazhou restrains the shock on his face. But the gaze he uses while looking at XiaoMo is one of disbelief. He would rather believe that someone is helping him out. Or maybe he took his own portion to make up the numbers, the so-called slap your own face until it's swollen in order to look imposing. Not yet. How could XiaoMo know what he is thinking? He shakes his head. Xiao Dazhou immediately heaves a sigh of relief in his heart. Looks like he is the one that is slapping his own face in order to look imposing. It's just that he didn't expect XiaoMo to actually be so concerned about keeping up appearances. He can't help but feel a little disdain in his heart. But he doesn't think that he himself is also especially concerned about keeping up appearances. Unexpectedly, XiaoMo continues saying with a somewhat casually, I still have half that I haven't refined. Xiao Dazhou's mouth hangs slightly open, looking wide-eyed at him. It's quite a while before he regains his senses. He abruptly stands up from the chair, his face no longer calm, as if he is thinking of seizing him for interrogation. Luckily, he still remembers that this is the Hall of Enchanted Herbs and he is currently sitting in his father's place. He takes a deep breath and calms down the agitation in his heart. Younger brother, you. When you refine magic pills, have you ever failed before? Xiao Dazhou asks probingly. Hearing these words, XiaoMo laughs uncomfortably. He finally understands why big brother Xiao suddenly turned so strange. So, he was the one that incited it. Immediately he hesitates between telling the truth or lying. If he lies, he is afraid that he would be found out by fifth brother. After all, Uncle Xiao knows that he hasn't failed before when refining magic pills. And the two of them are father and son. When the time comes, he only has to ask his father and the lie would be exposed. When fifth brother finds out that he lied to him, how would he react? So he must absolutely not tell a lie. But if he tells the truth, looking at his expression, he already knows that he made quite an impression. If he gives him another blow, he would keep thinking about it, getting no peace. Difficult situations on left and right, it would be better to choose a comparatively lighter outcome. XiaoMo says as if looking death in the face, that seems like actually haven't failed before. After saying these words, XiaoMo finds that fifth brother's aura is becoming turbulent. Most probably he is over-agitated, causing his soul force to become unstable. Looks like what he guessed is not wrong. Raising his head, he sees fifth brother staring straight at him. Fifth brother, are you okay, BA? XiaoMo looks at him. After a moment's hesitation, he asks Xiao Dazhou, who is still staring at him. He doesn't refute XiaoMo's words because he knows that XiaoMo won't lie to him. After all, he only has to ask his father to know if he is lying. This point, he can still think of. But this way, it makes it even harder for him to accept. Younger brother Yu's innate talent is clearly not even as good as his. Both sides don't open their mouths again, the atmosphere sinks into silence for quite a while. Younger brother Yu, how do you do it? Xiao Dazhou somewhat unwillingly breaks the silence. Although he really doesn't want to admit that he is not as good as seventh brother, the truth is already in front of his eyes. His father always teaches him that one can be proud but one must also be modest. Only this way can one become even more formidable. He also wishes to become as formidable as elder brother and second brother. XiaoMo is stunned. Brother Zhao's response greatly exceeds his expectation. He thought that fifth brother would be jealous and hateful after hearing his words. After all, this kind of thing happened quite a lot before. But from fifth brother's words, other than the jealousy, he can hear him humbly asking for advice. Really unexpected. Because he always thought that since fifth brother so loves to show off, he must definitely not like to lose. Now it seems that he was wrong. Thinking like this, XiaoMo smiles and is not stingy with his advice, fifth brother. Actually, the most important thing while refining magic pills is concentration. You can imagine that each time you refine a magic pill, you are about to create a child. So you should concentrate all your soul force on the magic pill in your hand. Make sure not to waste even a single bit. This way, the rate of success in refining magic pills would increase considerably. BA. He doesn't have anything, but what he doesn't lack is concentration. It's because he is especially focused when he refines magic pills, so the number of times he failed is 0. But this is only one of the reasons. Actually, there is an even more important reason. That is, he wants to earn money. If he fails, wouldn't it mean he would lose the money from that magic pill? Of course, this is not something he would tell fifth brother. Xiao Dazhou carefully considers his words. He can't deny that there is some logic in it. Perhaps he can try it out the next time he refines magic pills. Thinking like this, Xiao Dazhou suddenly comes back to his senses. He lowers his head and sees the smile on XiaoMo's face that he did not put away in time. He can't help feeling somewhat annoyed. He is the big brother. How can he let the younger brother see him like this? He immediately puts on a blank face. Seventh brother, if you have nothing else, you can go. XiaoMo smiles until his brows curve. Then I'm going. See you later, fifth brother. From then on, every time XiaoMo sees this fifth brother, he would feel especially delighted. He didn't expect that the face-loving and show-off fifth brother is actually such an awkward and interesting person. Clearly he doesn't admit it in his words, yet he is unable to keep it in, so awkward that it becomes very cute. Just like the awkward second brother. After returning to his room, XiaoMo simply locks the door and places the books on the bookshelf. He then turns around and heads into the inner room. He is definitely not anxious to refine magic pills because refining magic pills can be done at any time. Furthermore, he is afraid that someone might come looking for him at this time. After going into the inner room, he sits cross-legged on the bed. Speaking of the Heavenly Soul Scroll, ever since he started training, he very rarely sits cross-legged like this on the bed to train. Although the time he spends refining magic pills is also considered training, but the result is not as good as training with a heart that is not occupied by anything else. After preparing himself, XiaoMo closes his eyes tightly. Silently, he invokes the Heavenly Soul Scroll. A wave of soul force suddenly starts to circulate. He feels as if there is clear spring-like soul force in his soul, washing his soul clean. Then it slowly goes towards the space between his eyebrows. When that space becomes flooded with enough soul force, that swelling feeling as if going to break out from the space between his brows, right until a buzz is heard and that soul force suddenly vanishes. XiaoMo is completely shocked. He actually can't detect his soul force. His soul seems as if it is dried up, appearing to be in an empty state. From the depths of his soul, he feels a deep sense of hunger and thirst. Right at this moment, he feels the space between his brows start to shine and heat up. Then the spiritual energy all around starts to move, finally forming a small vortex. And the epicenter of the vortex is the space between his brows. An enormous quantity of spiritual energy rushes into the space between his brows, replenishing the empty soul, continuing for a long time right until the depths of his soul starts to feel bloated. Only then does it stop sucking up the spiritual energy. Feeling the depth of his soul humming in satisfaction, XiaoMo slowly lets out a sigh of relief. This type of feeling is too awesome. Like someone who was starving for 7 to 8 days suddenly having a huge feast. This type of wild joy is something that is hard to describe with words. XiaoMo can clearly feel that his soul seems to be even more tangible than before. As for the soul force, it also increased considerably. Much stronger than how it is when he is immersed in the cruel fate of refining magic pills. Even 10 or so days can't compare to how strong it is now. After discovering the benefit of meditative training, XiaoMo decides that he will carve out time every day to practice the Heavenly Soul Scroll, to let himself get to a level 3 mage faster. Right at this moment, a commotion is heard outside. XiaoMo immediately opens his eyes and looks to the window in surprise. Multiple shadows can be seen along with the sound of many footsteps and whispering voices. But these people seem to be standing outside his room. XiaoMo puts on his boots hastily. Just as he is walking out, he hears a knock at the door accompanied by a familiar voice. He recognizes this voice. It's the brother Yang from next door. This brother frequently passes on elder brother's messages to him. Opening the door, XiaoMo sees that the few brothers staying nearby are actually all outside. A look of surprise flashes across his eyes. He turns to Brother Yang and asks, "Big Brother Yang, did something happen?" Brother Yang first glances inside his room and then asks doubtfully, "Younger brother, were you training just now?" XiaoMo's face shows his surprise. "Brother. How did you know?" He clearly shut the windows and door tightly. Other people shouldn't have been able to see him training inside BA? Brother Yang looks at his clueless expression and simply explains, "When you were training just now, you seem to have triggered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding spiritual energy was sucked in by you. Everyone jumped in fright, so we came over." "You didn't realize it?" "A few of them were refining magic pills, so after getting a shock, naturally the magic pill in the cauldrons were rendered useless, causing quite a few people to be quite angry at him. But after thinking about it, he still decides not to tell this matter to XiaoMo. I'm sorry. I didn't know it could be like this. Giving brothers a scare." XiaoMo exclaims awe. He really didn't know. Although he can feel himself drawing in spiritual energy, he has no idea what it was like outside. If they know that he was practicing Heavenly Soul Scroll, he is afraid to think of the outcome. Thinking like this, his whole back fills with cold sweat. XiaoMo then steals a look at them. A few of them look angry and some are obviously jealous. It's only normal to be angry after getting a scare. But where did the jealousy come from? After thinking it over, he finally remembers that not long ago, he received that volume of alchemical techniques belonging to Tianxian sect from Master. Everyone must already know about this. As far as he knows, the number of Earth Peak disciples that managed to get this volume of alchemical techniques is not more than 20. No wonder they are jealous of him. It's a pity that volume of alchemical techniques is basically useless to him. But this is just nice for an excuse. Luckily he already received that volume of alchemical techniques. If not, he wouldn't know how to explain it to them. If Master finds out, he would be in a lot of trouble. Notes. Slap your own face until it's swollen in order to look imposing, keeping up appearances. Big fish, big game, grand feast. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121. Greatest Fortune. Because he apologizes very earnestly with a good attitude, Brother Yang and company feel that they shouldn't say anymore. After all, his backing is not any ordinary person. They can only drop the matter. They leave after saying a few sentences asking him to be more careful. After sending them off, XiaoMo heaves a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would attract so many people's attention the very first time he trains. Looks like he has to be more careful from now on. Once would probably not cause too much suspicion. But if it keeps happening, it would be a problem. Although he doesn't know what it's like to practice Tianxian sect's alchemical technique, the difference between the two volumes of alchemical techniques is very large. The result must also be very different. Therefore, things like what happened today, it's best if it never happens again. But he underestimated the nosiness of the disciples. Not long after, him causing the upheaval of the spiritual energy, moving heaven and earth from his training, spreads throughout Earth Peak. It seems as if everyone is talking about this matter. The moment people start to gather, the gossiping would begin. Quite a lot of people start to compare XiaoMo to Feng Chenlo and Fu Zilin. Because when they practiced that volume of alchemical technique, they definitely did not cause such an exaggerated phenomenon. It must be known that being able to move the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while training is the greatest fortune. That's why everyone is having a deep discussion whether XiaoMo did some other thing. Otherwise, something that even elder brother and second brother can't accomplish, how is it that he can? But there are no lack of people that think that XiaoMo is just lucky. As a result, that very afternoon, XiaoMo was summoned by Kongwon. At first, he doesn't know that his matter has already spread. He only realizes when Kongwon tells him. Looks like the matter this morning already spread so rampantly. But he doesn't panic. After that happened in the morning, he already prepared an excuse to deal with his brothers. He didn't expect that the first one he would be using the excuse on is his master. The so-called excuse is actually acting stupid. No matter what Kongwon asks, he acts clueless. As a result, nothing definite comes from his questions. Kongwon sees that he seems to really not know anything, so he can only chalk it up to good fortune because he indeed has heard of these kind of things happening. It's possible for some people with good luck to stir up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while training. It's just that he didn't expect this greatest of fortunes to actually happen to this disciple who he never thought much of. It's too bad that it's too late for him to say anything now. Kongwen sighs while attributing it to a twist of fate. After leaving Kongwen, XiaoMo doesn't go anywhere else, heading straight back to his room. On the way, he comes across a few disciples, male and female. The female are still okay, but their gazes are full of curiosity and questions. On the outside, they appear like dainty and delicate demure maidens, but the reality is they are nothing like that at all. XiaoMo realized that only after 10 days of becoming a disciple of Earth Peak. There have always been fewer female disciples than male disciples. It's the same for the warrior and mage divisions. Among 10, there would only be 2. Sometimes, only 1. It's because of this that Tianxian sect has an excess of yang and a shortage of yin. Due to imbalance of yin and yang, the female disciples are very much sought after. On top of that, the male disciples will unconsciously take care and give in to those relatively weaker female disciples. So a few of the female disciples have been pampered such that are now all rather coy and spoiled. XiaoMo witnessed it before. A few brothers coming to blows over a rather pretty sister. But what shocks him is, that sister not only does she not stop them, she pours oil on the flames from the side. And then there are those that can't differentiate between green, red, black or white before beating people up. After beating people up, they still feel that they are in the right, their pampered and willful character in full display. This type of character is not something he as a puny little mage can stomach. So, seeing their gentle, delicate and bashful appearance, he feels like his teeth are aching. Those that don't know the reality would never imagine that they are all, each and every one of them, female tigers that are ready to bite. This kind of situation, he has seen many times before. From then on, he gave up on the demure maidens of Tianxian sect. After returning to his room, XiaoMo rests for a bit. When his essence, energy and spirit reaches the peak, he takes out that inferior cauldron. He put the enlightened golden cauldron in his dimension. If he can't guarantee that he would definitely not be discovered by others, he won't bring out that cauldron for now. Otherwise, he doesn't know how he would be able to explain away other people's suspicions. Also, this time, he no longer dares to lock the windows and door tightly. This is to prevent the neighboring disciples from thinking that he is up to something again. If that gets out, he would have to explain himself to Kongwen again. This time, he simply puts the cauldron on the floor and sits down cross-legged, getting ready to refine magic pills on the floor. XiaoMo takes out the magic herbs that he got from the Hall of Enchanted Herbs half a month ago from his magic bag. 450 stalks altogether. He takes them all out and arranges them one by one at the side. Although low-quality magic herbs are not good, they are actually very good for practice. Because there are a lot of impurities, the number of distillations can only be more, not less. It's just right to practice his distillation skill. Speaking of distillation, XiaoMo remembers one thing. Now he can at most distill the magic herbs 4 times. But a few months ago, he did manage to distill the magic herbs with a record of 5 times. But that time, it caused his soul force to be on the point of depletion. If Ling Xiao hadn't come over at just the right time, who knows what frightful things would have happened. After Ling Xiao warned him, he actually didn't try to risk it again. But at that time, it was not long after he just entered Tianxian sect. His soul force wasn't very abundant. Also, that was before he practiced Heavenly Soul Scroll. Now it's different. He is already a level 2 mage. His soul force is also much stronger than it was then. So if he doesn't do it now, then when? Thinking like this, XiaoMo decides to give it a try. XiaoMo selects 3 stalks out of all the magic herbs. They are Soul Herb, White Spiritual Herb, and Feathered Kale. These 3 magic herbs can be used to refine a magic pill known as Ice Magic Pill. Taking this type of magic pill will allow one to increase one's power. But the increase is not much, so each time, the quantity taken must be more, not less. But the ice magic pill is only effective on Earth-level martial artists. Once they break through the Earth level, the ice magic pill will no longer have an effect on them. Even though it's like that, the number of martial artists in Long Xiao continent are as many as the hairs on a cow. So there is no need to worry that there won't be a market for ice magic pill because low-level martial artists can be found everywhere. After transferring his soul force into the cauldron, XiaoMo throws the 3 magic herb stalks inside. Under his skillful actions, the 3 stalks of magic herbs transforms into 3 pools of green liquid. Then he starts to remove the impurities bit by bit from the green liquid. After 4 times, the green liquid starts to get purer and purer. But XiaoMo can detect that the green liquid still contains impurities. Taking a deep breath, he starts to perform the 5th round of distillation. Time seems to pass very slowly. By the time he finishes the 5th round of distillation, he actually doesn't feel the least bit tired. The amount of soul force consumed was also just a little. The 5th time is already a qualitative leap because the remaining impurities in the green liquid is down to 2 to 3%. For a low-quality magic herb, this percentage is already inconceivable. Many people won't be able to achieve that even if they spent their whole lives trying. Although XiaoMo wants to try distilling the 6th time, his soul force tells him that this is already the limit. Not the limit for him, but the limit for the magic herb. He won't be able to remove the remaining impurities no matter what he tries. But he doesn't feel disheartened. Being able to distill 5 times easily, he feels that this is already very good. So he starts to blend the magic pill. The wholly absorbed XiaoMo doesn't realize that when he starts to blend the magic pill, a black shadow suddenly appears outside his window. A pair of jet black bottomless eyes takes in the situation inside the room from a crack at the window. The black shadow only vanishes when he finishes blending the magic pill and looks up beaming. The whole afternoon, XiaoMo tries out all sorts of level 2 magic pills. Maybe because he practiced the Heavenly Soul Scroll in the morning, he actually only took a few sips of magic water before finishing refining several hundred stalks of magic herbs. But because the number of distillation rounds increased, by the time he finishes 150 magic pills, it is already the next morning. Feeling tired, XiaoMo doesn't drink magic water. He hastily tidies up his things before taking a few magic pills to stave off the little bit of hunger. Then he stands up and gets on his bed to catch up on sleep. Right before falling into dreamland, the last thought XiaoMo has is that these magic pills should be enough to last Ling Xiao a few days. This one sleep lasts for almost 3 hours, right up to Shin period, that is to say he only wakes up when it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If it was during his previous life, when he was living as a student in the 21st century, he definitely wouldn't have imagined that there would be a day when he lived with inverted nights and days. For a good student like him, he would normally be asleep on the bed by 10 at night. But now, he feels that he is slowly breaking away from the habits of humankind. After half an hour, XiaoMo prepares to go find Ling Xiao while holding several bottles of magic pills. After coming back for 2 days, Ling Xiao still hasn't come to find him. So he decides to go look for him himself and give him the magic pills that he refined. Of course, he would never admit that he is going to look for him because he misses him a little. If Ling Xiao finds about this thought, he would definitely be very happy because the plan he put in motion is a success. Notes: 1 question, 3 I don't knows, clueless. The god of destiny makes fools of people, twist of fate. Can't differentiate between green, red, black or white, no distinction between right and wrong. Shin period, 15 to 1700 hours. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122. Two major things. 3 bottles of level 2 low-grade magic pills can be sold for several tens of thousands of gold coins. If it was a few days ago, XiaoMo would absolutely not be so generous giving all 150 magic pills to Ling Xiao. But now he no longer needs to sell magic pills to earn money. Also, there is no lack of these low-grade magic pills. If he really wants to depend on selling magic pills to earn money, high-grade magic pills are more worthwhile. But his plan is that in a few days, he will try refining level 3 magic pills. During this period of time, he feels that his soul force is very abundant. Refining level 2 magic pills is already very smooth, as if it is something he can do with not much effort. The feeling is much like how he felt before he had a breakthrough to level 2. While thinking about this, XiaoMo already descended from Earth Peak. But what he never expected is that he would be stopped before he could set foot into the warrior division. The ones that stop him are 2 serious-looking men dressed in silver armor. He saw this silver armor before, the last time he went to Wushuang Mountain. The guards who were patrolling the area were wearing this exact armor. The silver armor looks like it would feel ice cold, but it is very powerful. These people are not disciples of the warrior division. Instead, they belong to the group that guards the Grandmaster. Each and every one of them is of sun level and above, only loyal to the Grandmaster. Unless it is by the decree of the Grandmaster, no one else can move them. From this bit, it is obvious that the one in control of Tianxian sect is actually the Grandmaster Tangfan. Although the elders have the authority to speak, they have no real power. After stopping XiaoMo, one of the silver-armored men uses a strictly businesslike tone to say, "No one is allowed to go in without the order of the Grandmaster or elders." "But I only want to go see elder brother Ling." XiaoMo looks at the 2 stern-looking men, their expressions appearing as if there is not the least bit room for discussion. He is a little depressed and also a little doubtful. Tianxian sect didn't seem to be so strict before. Why is it that after leaving for a few days, it has now become like this? He remembers that there wasn't this kind of rule between the warrior division and mage division before. No. The silver-armored man is not the least bit convinced. Although the other one doesn't say anything, his stern expression conveys that he probably feels the same way. XiaoMo can only give up on going to find Ling Xiao. He turns around and returns to Earth Peak while feeling down. While walking, he ponders if something happened in Tianxian sect. If not, why would the security be so tight? He thinks back to 2 days ago, when he and Ling Xiao came across the 2 disciples from the warrior division. At that time, they seem to have said that some things happened, so they asked Ling Xiao to go see the Grand Master as soon as possible. But at that time he didn't take it to heart. On top of that, he didn't hear any news after that. Earth Peak disciples also acted like normal, so XiaoMo didn't notice anything. He only assumed that Ling Xiao was busy with some chores, so he couldn't find the time. Now it looks like something big must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set guards on the road to Wushuang Mountain. Isn't it little brother? Just when he is lost in his thoughts, a questioning yet unmistakably delighted voice suddenly cries out from behind him. XiaoMo jumps in fright and then realizes that the voice is very familiar. He turns around and sees that it is elder brother Fong Chenlo and also second brother Fu Zilin. The 2 of them just came down from Yinshui Peak, meeting him here by chance. XiaoMo immediately walks up to them, saying happily, "Elder brother, second brother. You have finally come down. I have waited for the both of you for 2 days already." Hearing that he has been back for 2 days, Fong Chenlu laughs while saying, "It can't be helped. It's been rather busy these few days. We were summoned by Uncle Yi 6 days ago. We were busy right up to now, finally getting to take a breather. But we have to go back to Yinshui Peak tomorrow." "Why is it so busy?" Wasn't it all good before? XiaoMo asks in surprise. Little brother. From the time you came back until now, you still haven't heard about it? Fang Chenlo raises his brow in surprise listening to his words. But after thinking it over, that thing happened 6 days ago. At that time, younger brother Yu was no longer at Tianxian sect. And by the time he returned, everyone else is busy with their own preparations, unaware that he is unaware. Elder brother, so what actually happened? XiaoMo didn't expect that in the few days he was away, something really happened. Fang Chenlo pats him on the shoulder and says, "Let's talk while we walk." As a nerd, XiaoMo is not just a little bit attracted to these types of nosy things. Without the least bit of resistance. So he is very curious about what elder brother is talking about. Hearing his words, he immediately follows them on the way. During the time that you weren't here, 2 major things happened. The first one has to do with Tianxian sect. 6 days ago, that is the second night after you and Lin Xiao left Tianxian sect, something was stolen from the library. Supposedly something very important was stolen. Grandmaster flipped out and ordered that the disciples are no longer allowed to walk about as they please starting from that very night. Guards were sent to every strategic entrance. But the thief should most probably be a martial artist, so the mage division is not too involved. After a bit, Fang Chenlo starts explaining. No wonder it appears as if nothing happened in Earth Peak. But a theft actually occurred in the library. Really quite surprising. As far as he knows, the library is even more dangerous than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Not only are there force fields inside, there are also aces from Tianxian sect. And a theft occurred even with all these. In the end, is it that the thief is so awesome, or is it that the library's force fields and aces are actually just for show? Elder brother, do you know what was stolen from the library? XiaoMo asks full of curiosity. Causing the Grand Master to get furious, the stolen thing must not be something ordinary. Fang Chenlo smiles as he shakes his head, that is confidential. I only heard Master mention that supposedly the stolen thing is something from the 5th floor of the library. Only the Grand Master and the elders are privy to the information. But it definitely is very important to Tianxian sect. I have never seen the Grand Master so furious. Unexpectedly, even elder brother doesn't know. XiaoMo doesn't ask further, continuing, then the other thing any? Fang Chenlo says, the other thing has to do with everyone in Tianxian sect. Talking about that, has little brother heard of the Paradise Realm? Hearing the words, XiaoMo can't help pouting. Of course he has heard of paradise. But this can't be that paradise. But why does this place have such a strange name, actually called a paradise? No. Hearing his answer, Fang Chenlu was not surprised, saying, Paradise Realm is one of the 10 greatest magical realms in Longshao continent. It only opens once every 50 years. Inside are countless heavenly treasures, such as magic herbs. Everything from level 1 to level 10. But the higher the level, the less there is. Also it's harder to get because every stock of high-level magic herbs is guarded by a powerful magic beast at its side. XiaoMo nods reflexively, and suddenly thinks of something, elder brother. Then level 11 and level 12 magic herbs any? Fang Chenle shakes his head, I have never heard of the existence of these. Level 11 and level 12 are legendary peak-level magic herbs. Even rarer than high-level magic herbs. It is said that peak-level magic herbs have not been seen in Longshao continent for over 10 million years. But even if someone finds it, it's still of no use since only the legendary mages with 7 colored souls can transform these 2 peak-level magic herbs. Why do you ask? Little brother is very interested in them? Hearing these somewhat teasing words, XiaoMo laughs. Hey, no, I'm only curious, that's all. Ever since the Paradise Realm was discovered, level 10 magic herbs have only appeared 3 times. On top of that, it is not possible to defeat the guardian magic beast each time. Only once was it successful. Feng Chenlo sighs softly. It's a pity that single level 10 magic herb that was plucked did not go to Tianxian sect. The person who picked it is the only high-level mage that can refine level 10 magic pills in Longshao continent, Xiao ran. Although at that time there were many sects and forces that were strongly coveting that level 10 magic herb, they didn't dare to take action. Offending a high-level mage that can refine level 10 magic pills is definitely asking for death. If he needs to, he only has to issue a reward, and many powerful fighters would be willing to go all out for him. Elder brother, do you mean that martial artists can also go? XiaoMo doesn't know what he is thinking on the inside, only asking things that interest himself. Hearing these words, Feng Chenlu starts to laugh. Of course martial artists can also go. Didn't I just say that the Paradise Realm has all sorts of heavenly treasures? Other than magic herbs, there are also a few things of interest to martial artists. Such as, XiaoMo asks. Such as magic beasts, techniques, and weapons. Speaking of these, Feng Chenlu can't help revealing a hopeful look. Magic beasts are attractive to both mages and martial artists. But the ones that thirst for it the most are mages, because mages don't have combat ability. So if they can get a powerful magic beast, they will have a way to protect themselves. Hearing this, XiaoMo's breathing quickens. He actually didn't think of this. At the same time, he thinks of that level 8 magic beast egg he put in his dimension. If he can tame it, wouldn't that mean he would have a spiritual level magic beast in the future? Thinking of this, he feels that all the blood in his body is starting to boil. Underscore 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 dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123. The second option. Feng Chenlu doesn't notice XiaoMo's strange condition. Neither does Fu Zilin. Because they strongly wish to have a powerful magic beast, especially Fu Zilin. His eyes are already gleaming. He has always disliked the fact that he doesn't have the power to protect himself. Although mages and martial artists have an interdependent relationship, in reality, this is not the only road for mages. They are also not required to take this road because they have a better option. Magic beasts are a better option for them. It is the best option. Most of the famous mages will choose a magic beast, not a martial artist, to be their protector. There is a good saying, human hearts are unpredictable. Sometimes, even the person who shares a pillow with you would betray you, what more a person that is by your side only for some benefit. Rather than being worried and anxious every day, it would be better to choose to tame a magic beast. Taming magic beasts is the second ability of mages. This ability is something only mages have because they have soul forces. That's why martial artists don't have the ability. The most crucial key to taming magic beasts is the soul force. The more gentle and powerful the soul force, the higher the success rate. But this success rate is only applicable to relatively weaker magic beasts. Those stronger higher-level magic beasts, most of them would have awakened, making it harder. So, the best way is to take advantage of the time before they awaken. That is the time before they grow into high-level magic beasts. Only this way will it be able to tame high-level magic beasts. When the magic beasts are tamed, the imprint of the mage's soul force will be left inside the magic beast's body. This type of imprint can restrict the magic beast, not allowing them to turn against the mage. Therefore, it is much better than taking a martial artist as a partner. The mages can almost not need to worry about being betrayed. But it's not as if you can get it just because you want it. Because only high-level mages can tame high-level magic beasts. That's why the majority of those that have high-level magic beasts in Longxiao continent are high-level mages. Also, not all high-level mages can have a high-level magic beast. Due to issues with the bloodline, high-level magic beasts have a difficult time producing progeny, unlike the flood of low-level magic beasts. But XiaoMo doesn't know these things because the manuals and things relating to mages taming magic beasts are located on the third floor of the library. And he still doesn't have the authority to go to the third level of the library. The only time he went there, he only had 2 hours. Basically no time for him to look at other books. Furthermore, there are so many books in there, so even if he wants to look for it, there is no guarantee that he would be able to find them within the stipulated time. After calming down, XiaoMo continues with his questions. Elder brother, what about those techniques and weapons? Can it be that the Paradise Realm can produce techniques and weapons on its own? Of course not. Feng Chenlu laughs in amusement at his words. Techniques and weapons are made by men. Of course they can't just appear. The Paradise Realm is actually a small world. Legend has it, in ancient times, a powerful person with divine power opened up this dimension. He groomed a lot of mages and martial artists in there. Then something must have happened that caused them to die. That powerful person also seems to have suffered a downfall. But these are all guesses. Until now, no one knows what really happened. Speaking of dimensions, XiaoMo unconsciously thinks of Ling Xiao's dimension. Speaking truthfully, that day when they left Hanji City, Ling Xiao really gave him a shock. He had no idea that Ling Xiao actually has a dimension. On top of that, the dimension is much bigger than his, simply no end in sight. Talking about the differences, it has to do with the lake and magical creatures. His dimension has a lake with magic water. Ling Xiao's dimension doesn't have it, but it has magical creatures. Also, the concentration of spiritual energy is very high, definitely a precious place for training and growing magic herbs. Only then does XiaoMo understand why Ling Xiao is not interested in his dimension. Because his dimension is bigger than his by who knows how many times. So before, he was only worrying for nothing. As for why Ling Xiao has a dimension, this idiot when it comes to martial artists also has no idea. He only assumes that Ling Xiao is just lucky like him for having a personal dimension. Elder brother, when will that Paradise Realm open up? XiaoMo asks full of hope. According to the information, the Paradise Realm will open up in 3 months' time. If little brother wants to go, you have to seize the time to train. Feng Chenlu knows that he is interested, so he doesn't hide the truth from him. After all, this matter is known by everyone in Tianxian sect. It's only this little brother that loves to go into seclusion that doesn't know. 3 months is actually a very long time, yeah. XiaoMo thought it would be half a month or 1 month. But Feng Chenlu's last words makes him very anxious, so he asks, Elder brother, why do I have to intensify my training? Can it be that I can't go? Feng Chenlu sees that he is very anxious and agitated, so he consoles him, you don't have to be anxious, little brother. Actually, it's not as if you have absolutely no chance of going. According to the long-standing rules of Tianxian sect, only level 3 mages have the right to advance. That is to say, if you want to go, you have to become a level 3 mage in these 3 months. XiaoMo immediately heaves a sigh of relief in his heart. Thank goodness. Although he is not a level 3 mage now, 3 months is enough time. He is certain that he will have a breakthrough in this short time. Little brother, you don't have to be disheartened. You still have 3 months. Although it is a little tight, but if you try your best, elder brother is confident that you will succeed. When the time comes, elder brother will help you convince master to give you a spot. Feng Chenlu sees that he is neither happy nor sad, so he thinks that he must be upset. So he simply promises a spot for him. There is something that he doesn't reveal to him. That is, even if he becomes a level 3 mage, it doesn't mean that he would definitely get to go because there are too many people that want to go. Therefore, Earth Peak only has 6 spots. He and Xilin will definitely take 2 spots because they are the hope of Master, so Master would definitely give 2 of the spots to them. But it's not the same for little brother. He can feel that Master doesn't really like little brother. The remaining 4 spots are so precious, Master will definitely not give it to little brother. I'll help you get it. Right at this moment, the one that is silent all along, Fu Zilin cuts off Feng Chenle's words. The two of them look at him in surprise only to see Fu Zilin speaking seriously to XiaoMo. I owe you a favor for the matter with Yinshui Peak. I will help you get this spot from Master as a repayment of that favor. Zilin, let's ask Master together ba. Feng Chenle shakes his head helplessly. He knows that Zilin takes this favor he owes to little brother very seriously, so he doesn't argue with him. But it's still safer if they both ask together. After all, the spots for the Paradise Realm are very important. The other 2 uncles also have a lot of disciples under them. Fu Zilin doesn't object, clearly tacitly agreeing to his words. He probably thinks the same way as Feng Chenle. The person concerned, XiaoMo, feels ashamed upon hearing this. He thought that he only had to become a level 3 mage. Looks like there is a name list. But he suddenly thanks his lucky stars. Luckily second brother owes him a favor. XiaoMo feels a little guilty. XiaoMo leaves the 2 brothers at Earth Peak Square and hurries back to his room. Although he regrets not being able to see Ling Xiao, but after getting such important information, he doesn't have the mood to think about other things. Thinking that in this short period of time no one should be looking for him, he simply goes into his dimension. The magic herbs in the dimension were only planted 2 days ago, but they have already sprouted. XiaoMo takes one look and then heads straight for the small wooden hut by the lake. The first thing he sees upon entering is that level 8 magic beast egg he put on the table. XiaoMo walks over and holds the magic beast egg in his hands. Looking it over, he suddenly cries out in surprise. Not sure if it's his imagination, but he feels that the outer shell of this magic beast egg seems to be brighter. At that time, the shell of the magic beast egg was ash gray in color, appearing as if it is shrouded with a heavy lifeless air, as if the egg is already dead. Now, separated by a layer of shell, he can actually feel the heartbeat coming from inside the egg. Strong and powerful, as if it is growing pretty well. The presence of a heartbeat, does it mean that the small magic beast will soon hatch? XiaoMo, who doesn't have much knowledge of magic beasts, is puzzled. Looks like he has to increase his knowledge on magic beasts. Speaking of that, he has already read quite a lot of books from the 2nd level of East Pavilion. Yet he still hasn't found any books on magic beasts. Could they be in the West Pavilion ba? Action is better than words. XiaoMo immediately puts down the egg in his hand and leaves the dimension. Because of the theft that happened a few days ago, when XiaoMo arrives at the library, he sees a group of silver armored guards patrolling all over the library. When he gets close, the silver armored guard on the side stops him. Luckily he didn't send him away. Knowing that he is Earth Peak Master's disciple, and that he wants to go to the 2nd level of the library, he allows him through. Walking into the library, that old man is sitting upright at the table. Seeing him, he doesn't just throw the tablet at him like before. Instead, he first warns him not to stay too long in the library before giving him the tablet. XiaoMo knows what he means, so he nods before taking the tablet and heads for the West Pavilion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124. Conflict. The West Pavilion is usually frequented by disciples from the warrior division. Usually, you won't see many mages there. This time, XiaoMo is surprised because his soul can perceive that there are quite a few mages inside. Although the levels are not very high, they are about level 3. As for why he can perceive their level, he himself still hasn't realized it. Walking in, XiaoMo doesn't attract a lot of attention. Everyone seems to be absorbed in looking at the book or scroll in their hands. The whole second level of the West Pavilion is very quiet. XiaoMo also doesn't dare to disrupt them. He starts looking from the first bookshelf. Not long after, he finds the bookshelf that has the materials on magic beasts. What surprises him is that the bookshelf is empty for the most part. Turning around, he glances at the disciples who are reading. XiaoMo is surprised to find that the books in their hands are exactly what he is looking for. He didn't expect that there would actually be so many people looking up materials on magic beasts. Looks like the people that are looking forward to the paradise realm is not just him. Luckily Tian Xin sect considered this situation, so there are quite a lot of materials on magic beasts. It's too bad that because of the extraordinary circumstances, there are many people that want to check up on things regarding magic beasts, so they are not allowing the removal of books from the library. XiaoMo picks a scroll from the bookshelf. Then he sits at an unoccupied desk and slowly unrolls the scroll. What enters his eyes is a panther with an ominous glint in its eyes in a ferocious posture. The medium-grade panther known as the strong golden black panther. It's a level 7 magic beast. Looking further down, they are mostly mid-level magic beasts. XiaoMo raises his head and glances at the other people. Seeing that no one is looking at him, he quietly covers both his hands with his soul force and starts recording the information on the scroll. This is a shortcut only available to mages. He already used it the last time he went to the 3rd level. But now he knows that using the soul force to memorize things is like using the soul to take all the contents of the scroll and imprint them deeply in his mind. No matter how much time passes, it would never be forgotten. But this method of memorizing also has its limits for mages. That is, it consumes a lot of soul force. For normal people, most probably even before they can memorize one book or scroll, their soul force would be completely used up. Luckily XiaoMo is no ordinary person. After recording the first scroll, XiaoMo goes looking for the second scroll. This time, he finds the one on low-level magic beasts. There are relatively more types of low-level magic beasts, divided into 5 scrolls altogether, based on their type. Because the people looking up low-level magic beasts are fewer, so there is just nice a complete set available. But 5 scrolls is still a lot of information. XiaoMo divides it into 2 for memorization. He also wanted to find the scrolls for high-level magic beasts, but he couldn't find them. After looking all around, he finds that scroll in the hands of another disciple. Although he took it first, he still hasn't looked at it, just sitting there to one side. XiaoMo looks furtively at that white-clothed disciple sitting diagonally across from him. He sees that he is absorbed in reading the book in his hand. His eyes can't help but slide towards the scrolls next to his hand. Slowly, he slides his buttocks over. A little at a time, right until the 2 of them are now sitting face to face. This disciple seems to be very focused, not noticing his presence. XiaoMo carefully lowers his voice, clears his throat and then speaks softly to him, "This brother, I'm sorry to disturb you." Li Jun hears someone speaking to him from the opposite side and raises his head in surprise. What enters his eyes is XiaoMo's grinning face. He can't help frowning and saying brusquely, "What do you want?" Unsure if it is his imagination, XiaoMo feels that this disciple doesn't seem to be too happy to see him. But he is certain that this is the first time he has seen this disciple. "Could you please let me have a look at the scroll by your side?" "No." Li Jun immediately refuses. At the same time, he puts down the book in his hands and picks up the scroll, as if he is afraid that he would snatch it. XiaoMo sees him pick up the scroll and then simply closes the book that he was just looking at. Then he unfurls the scroll and says smugly, "I'm looking at it now." "I can't lend it to you." XiaoMo simply gifts him one word, "shameless." But he sends it in his heart. Seeing this act, this disciple clearly doesn't want to lend him the scroll. If he can't fathom that, he should just go back to the forge to get recast. It's just that he doesn't quite understand, since he doesn't seem to have offended this disciple before BA? But not being able to borrow that scroll, he feels a little down inside. Looks like he can only come again tomorrow. Just when he picks up the scroll on the desk and is about to leave, a delighted and surprised voice comes from behind him. It's not very loud, but it is heard very clearly inside the quiet library. Big brother you? XiaoMo feels that the voice is rather familiar. He turns around to find that the one calling him is the person he hasn't seen again ever since the assessment, John Lu. He is dressed in a dark blue robe that is only worn by Heaven Peak disciples. The same robe as Earth Peak, except that Earth Peak robes are green in color. Seeing him turn around, John Lu immediately runs up to him in delight. His pretty face is very eye-catching. Furthermore, as Heaven Peak's most outstanding new disciple, most people there recognize him. Younger brother Jiang. You're also here to read books? XiaoMo is very happy to see him. But just as he finished saying those words, he feels numerous looks of disdain falling on him. Presumably they are all thinking, coming to a library, what else is there to do besides reading books? But he doesn't feel that there's anything wrong with that. John Lu seems to not realize anything, only sitting down at his side. His gaze schemes over the few scrolls by his hand. He then says, yes, the Paradise Realm will be opening in 3 months. So, Master, let me come to the library to read up on magic beasts. Otherwise, if I can't identify the magic beasts when I get to the Paradise Realm, that would be mortifying. XiaoMo is happy for him, so he shows him the scrolls in his hand. These are on low-level magic beasts. You can have them if you want. Unexpectedly, John Lu refuses. He looks sheepish as he says, no need. I've already seen these. I'm looking for information on high-level magic beasts. If XiaoMo listens carefully, he would hear the slight arrogance in his tone. And the way he speaks, coming off as an amiable person, as if he can get along with anyone, but the reality is, there is an elitist self-important vibe. XiaoMo glances at him in surprise. He has already read them. Then why did he say that he won't be able to identify magic beasts, those kind of words? But thinking it over, he presumes that John Lu was referring to high-level magic beasts, so he lets it slide. XiaoMo informs him with regret, younger brother Jiang, you're 1 step late. The materials on high-level magic beasts have been taken by others. Is it John Lu's pretty brows frown slightly. Suddenly he sees that Li Jun on the other side is looking at a scroll on high-level magic beasts. His eyes light up as he asks him, Big brother, can you let me see the scroll in your hand? Li Jun noticed his arrival long ago. Of course he knows that he is Heaven Peak's John Lu. Hearing his words, he reveals a rather obvious ingratiating smile while handing the scroll in his hands over to him, of course. XiaoMo's eyes immediately widen. He says to him in disbelief, Big brother, I just asked you to lend it to me and you said you wanted to read it yourself? Li Jun immediately looks displeased and glares at him coldly, saying unhappily, the scroll is mine. I can lend it to whomever I want. Are you telling me that I have to get your approval? This scroll. Doesn't it belong to Tian Xin sect? When did it become yours? XiaoMo mutters unhappily. He realizes that this person is basically targeting him. What did you say? How can there be someone like you speaking to a big brother like that? Li Jun is immediately shamed to anger. He slaps the desk. Pang a loud sound rings out, alarming the others. Displeased looks start to fall on them. John Lu immediately jumps up to be the peacemaker, smiling while saying, 2 brothers, don't start fighting. This is the library. We're not allowed to make noise or we'll be chased out. How about we each take a step back? Saying that, he turns to XiaoMo and says, Big brother, you quickly apologize to big brother BA. Without waiting for XiaoMo to speak, Li Jun snorts coldly, I wouldn't dare to let younger brother you humble himself by apologizing. The two of them echoing each other rather clearly implies that XiaoMo is in the wrong. What each take a step back? That last sentence is clearly putting the fault on XiaoMo. Those that don't know what actually happened are immediately tricked by the two of them. Accusing stares start to fall on XiaoMo. XiaoMo is angered by Li Jun's words. He is clearly not in the wrong. Why does he have to apologize? Don't think that he doesn't have a temper and is easily bullied. As the proverb says, desperate dogs will jump over walls. Why do I have to apologize to him? Clearly he is the one in the wrong. No one knows that upon hearing these words, Jiang Lu's mouth starts to smile in satisfaction. It's just that everyone's attention is focused on XiaoMo, so no one notices it. Li Jun is furious yet laughs. Just that it is a cold laugh. Then he shouts loudly, "Great, you who thinks that everyone is beneath you, XiaoMo. Today I will teach you a lesson in place of your master, you who are so disrespectful towards your seniors." Saying that, he adopts a stance as if preparing to give XiaoMo a harsh beating. To everyone's surprise, someone suddenly walks in from the entrance of the library. That person's face is extremely stern, looking at the group of people making a racket. He berates them, "What is this? Don't you know that you can't yell and shout in the library? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 125. Complaining of favoritism. XiaoMo looks in disbelief at Li Jun, who is actually preparing to strike. In his heart he fears that he won't be able to escape from all this today. Unexpectedly, a hoarse voice filled with anger suddenly rises by his ear. Turning around, he sees that it is the old man that guards the library. The old man looks sullen. After walking over, he shifts his gaze onto the one that just said he wanted to teach XiaoMo a lesson, Li Jun. His face is very solemn, his serious expression is filled with anger, making others feel anxious. He then speaks coldly, "If you don't give old me a good reason, don't even think of taking half a step inside the library for a year." Hearing these words, it's not just XiaoMo that gets anxious. Li Jun is also anxious. Li Jun hastily explains, "Elder son, it's not my fault. It's XiaoMo's fault. He spoke insolently to me. That's why I wanted to teach him a lesson." Then he repeats the insolent words that XiaoMo said to him. Of course, he only does so selectively. He doesn't mention one word of what happened before. In short, whatever he can push onto XiaoMo, he hammers onto him. In the end, he also pulls in the one watching the drama from the side, Jiang Lu. "Elder son, every word of what I said is true. You can also ask younger brother Jiang. He was there at that time." XiaoMo's eyes bulge open. This person is really shameless. Inverting black and white, and he still doesn't feel any shame. Jiang Lu deliberately looks at XiaoMo. Then he puts on a troubled face and hesitates before saying, "What Big Brother said is right. But Big Brother, you didn't say it that way on purpose. Elder son, please don't blame Big Brother you. I believe he didn't mean it." Hearing his words, XiaoMo can't help frowning. These words seem to be begging for leniency. But he is not in the wrong, so why beg for leniency? Like this, it's basically providing irrefutable proof. If it is an elder son standing in front of them right now, but some other person, after hearing both their words, he would most probably fix the blame on XiaoMo. Then, as Li Jun smiles while delighting in the misfortune of others as he waits for XiaoMo to be condemned, the serious-faced elder son, not revealing the least bit of his thoughts, suddenly speaks to XiaoMo, "Tell me what actually happened?" Hearing these words, everyone is stunned. Those that come to the library often, all know that elder son can be considered as the most serious person in Tianxian sect. He never takes sides, not caring which disciple is the Grand Master's disciple. His thinking can be described as pedantic, because he places a huge importance on rules. That's why Li Jun's face changed when he saw him coming in, because he broke the rules of the library. It's also because of this that Li Jun fought to be the first to throw accusations, because he knows that as long as he shifts the blame to XiaoMo, he wouldn't have to worry about getting punished. But he never expected that Elder's son would actually ask XiaoMo of his own accord. Thinking of how XiaoMo could reveal everything that he failed to say, Li Jun immediately starts to panic. XiaoMo also didn't expect Elder's son would actually ask him. He rejoices as he says, "Elder, what happened is..." He doesn't have the heart of the Virgin Mary. Li Jun actually dares to frame him, so don't blame him for telling the truth. Furthermore, it's someone that is hostile towards him, so of course he is not going to go easy. So in a few words, he clearly explains the sequence of events. Li Jun's face at his side turns deathly white. Just as expected, after listening to XiaoMo's words, Elder's son's piercing eyes looks threateningly at Li Jun. He says with a rather cold expression, "Old me has already said before. While in the library, you can only take one book at a time. As in senior, not only did you not serve as a role model, you also caused difficulties for your younger brother and disregarded the rules of the library. Old me would like to know when the books of the library become yours?" Saying this, he flings down his sleeves forcefully, the anger on his face extremely terrifying. Li Jun feels his knees go weak as his face turns pale. He says with trembling lips, "Disciple knows he is wrong. Elder, please issue the punishment." Elder's son snorts coldly. Li Jun disregarded the rules of the library and disturbed the order of the library. "The punishment is you are not allowed to enter the library for 1 year. If you have any objections, ask your master to come discuss it with me." How could Li Jun have the nerve to tell this to his master? He says weakly, "Disciple has no objection." Tian Xian Sect's library is very comprehensive, seemingly containing books of all kinds. Researching information, reading books as relaxation, all these are beneficial for training. So unable to enter the library for a year, for a lot of people, is worse than torture. After punishing Li Jun, Elder's son looks at XiaoMo. The latter has an expression much like looking at death calmly in the face. A smile flashes across his face and then he says indifferently, "As for you, making a racket in the library, the punishment is you are not allowed to enter the library for 3 days." XiaoMo is stunned. This is too lenient. This basically doesn't hurt him nor make him itch. He quickly regains his senses and cups his hands while speaking respectfully, "Yes, Elder." Everyone is stunned. If they can't tell that Elder's son is being partial towards XiaoMo, then their 2 ears would have grown in vain. Elder's son, who is famous for being stern, is actually partial towards XiaoMo. This is a really shocking thing. XiaoMo is already considered a minor celebrity in Tian Xian sect. It seems as if everyone in the warrior and mage divisions also know his name. Before, even if Li Jun didn't say his name, everyone would still be able to recognize him. But this person that everyone regards as a nobody in their hearts, is actually liked by the library's Elder's Sunday. This is incredible news. Darkness flashes across Jiang Lu's eyes. After waiting for Elder's son to leave, he says with a regretful expression to XiaoMo, "Big brother you, I'm sorry. I didn't know that Big Brother Li is actually that kind of person. If I had known that he was like that to you earlier, I would have definitely not let him frame you." XiaoMo reveals a rather obvious forced smile, "It's alright. It's only expected that you wouldn't know. Big brother you don't blame me?" Jiang Lu looks cautiously at his face while speaking. "I never blamed you. I know that you didn't know what happened. That's why you said those words. Luckily the truth is out now." XiaoMo shakes his head. "That's good." Jiang Lu immediately heaves a sigh of relief. Then he ingratiatingly hands the troublesome scroll on high-level magic beasts over to him. "Big brother you. I'll let you look at this scroll first, BA. Take this as my apology for my wrongdoing. You must accept it at all costs." Otherwise I will take it that you won't forgive me. Alright, it would be impolite for me to decline. Seeing him speak so seriously, XiaoMo can't help but accept it. Actually, he didn't really have to look at this particular scroll. There are still a few mid-level magic beast scrolls that he hasn't read. He wanted to read those first while waiting to see if other brothers finish reading theirs. Unexpectedly, he ran into John Lu, resulting in all the stuff that followed. After that, John Lu leaves early after not being able to find one for himself. XiaoMo takes the scroll that he was given. He said he didn't mind, but that's actually not the case. Although his relationship with John Lu is not very close, they are after all from the same place. Furthermore, it's not as if he didn't bring up the fact that Li Jun was wrong. Not only did he not help him out, he actually ganged up to accuse him, actually asking him to apologize. And also those words that seem to be begging for leniency. Now, thinking it over, he feels that it is not quite right. That was clearly pushing him into the fire pit. Actually, at that time, a huge lump immediately rose inside his heart. As for the apology after that, although he accepted it, some things are very hard to remove once they have emerged. So XiaoMo secretly makes a decision. If he were to see him again, he must absolutely keep a distance away from him. John Lu has no idea as he leaves that his fake ingratiating behavior didn't have the slightest effect. Returning to Earth Peak, XiaoMo is a little depressed that he can't go to the library for 3 days. Ever since elder brother told him about the Paradise Realm, he can't wait to hole up in the library for a few days. He urgently needs to get some information. But thinking of Li Jun's punishment of 1 year, he no longer feels depressed, making him feel much better. That night, XiaoMo spends 2 hours digesting the information he recorded down speedily in the library. The next morning, while he is fetching water for washing up to keep up appearances, he discovers that the news of yesterday's incident has already spread. Many people are talking about how Elder Son punished Li Jun angrily. And also how he was partial towards XiaoMo. Although most of them don't dare to say it openly, they still whisper about it among themselves. Most of them are saying how lucky XiaoMo is. But even though Elder Son's punishments were rather partial to XiaoMo, the punishments he gave out are reasonable. That Li Jun really did break several rules of the library, so he should be punished for a year. XiaoMo didn't expect that the busybodies of Tian Xi insect would be so amazing. Every time something happens to him, it would be get around in the shortest time, making him extremely depressed. But XiaoMo is a little hopeful that Ling Xiao will come look for him once he hears about this. But after waiting for a day, and still no sign of Ling Xiao, he would lying if he says he isn't disappointed. But he definitely doesn't know that the reason why Ling Xiao hasn't come looking for him is because Tang Fan ordered him to not go running to Earth Peak all the time. In order to play the part of Ling Xiao has been obediently acting as a worthy disciple these few days. 2 days later, after XiaoMo refined a huge heap of level 2 magic pills, he finally decides to try refining level 3 magic pills, charging forward towards becoming a level 3 mage. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126. Level 3 Mage. Inside the green and flourishing dimension, XiaoMo takes 20 or so level 3 magic herbs from the wooden rack. Then he enters the small wooden hut and takes out the enlightened golden cauldron from the cupboard. He is going to refine level 3 magic pills, so he doesn't want to use the inferior cauldron because he is afraid that if he were to crack open another so soon after the tragedy with the first cauldron, he wouldn't know what excuse to use to convince his brothers and master. But the most important thing is that the original cauldron is only capable of refining level 1 and level 2 magic pills. Elder brother already said before that level 3 magic pills is the first hurdle for mages. It requires a lot of soul force during the refining process. If he is to use the previous cauldron, it won't be able to accept too much soul force, most probably causing it to split open or even explode. So, in order to avoid that kind of situation, he can only use the enlightened golden cauldron. Taking the cauldron and magic herbs, XiaoMo walks to a stone platform in the courtyard. This stone platform is long and squarish. The length, width, and height is about 1 meter each. It's a platform for refining magic pills that he bought for this purpose in Hunji City the last time. After buying it, he put it inside the dimension and hasn't used it until now. Now he plans to refine magic pills in the dimension, so it's just the right time to try it out. First, XiaoMo puts the 20 or so stalks of magic herbs neatly on the stone platform. Then he moves the enlightened golden cauldron onto the platform. There is a customized depression for the cauldron on the stone platform. When he bought it, he had it made according to the measurements of the enlightened golden cauldron. Level 3 magic pills, other than requiring a higher amount of soul force, it also requires more than 3 stalks of magic herbs. 6 stalks of magic herbs are needed, twice the amount for level 1 and level 2 magic herbs. The first level 3 magic pill that XiaoMo wants to refine is called the South Star Magic Pill. South Star Magic Pill is a rather unique level 3 magic pill. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to increase the power of the sky level fighter that takes it. But the amount increased is not huge, so if you want to increase the power by 1 star, you would have to take multiple South Star Magic Pills. But it also has its limits. That is, it is only meant for sky-level fighters. Also, it can't be used constantly because once the body acquires resistance, the South Star Magic Pill would lose its effect on the martial artist. As for man-level martial artists, they can also take the South Star Magic Pill. But they must have a powerful person to channel the medicinal effect of the South Star Magic Pill. Otherwise, taking it at random will only result in the body exploding in death. XiaoMo picks out the materials needed to refine the South Star Magic Pill and then puts a stalk of mountain mouse herb into the cauldron. The biggest difference between the enlightened golden cauldron and the inferior cauldron is that the enlightened golden cauldron does not have small chambers on the rim. So distilling magic herbs can only take place inside the cauldron. Also, in order to increase the rate of success, most mages will choose to distill the magic herbs one by one when refining magic pills of level 3 and above. This way, the time it takes will definitely be greatly increased. XiaoMo doesn't want to fail on his first attempt at refining a level 3 magic pill, so he simply follows the pointers from the books to distill the magic herbs. Without feeling any pressure, he finishes distilling the first stalk of magic herb. He considers for a bit before simply throwing in 2 stalks of magic herbs. He distills the 2 stalks of magic herbs separately inside the cauldron into 2 pools of green liquid. Because there are no small chambers, he can only rely on his own spirit to control the 2 pools of liquid to stop them from mixing with each other, greatly increasing the difficulty of distillation. At first, he is still not used to it, so the first time he spends close to half an hour to finish the distillation. Fortunately, after the first time, the following times are relatively smoother. More than half an hour later, XiaoMo finally finishes refining 6 stalks of magic herbs. Each stalk of magic herb is only distilled twice because they are top-grade magic herbs, so there are few impurities. If more distillation is required, the process would be more difficult. Looking at the 6 pools of green liquid suspended inside the cauldron, XiaoMo heaves a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, just distilling 6 stalks of magic herbs would take this much time. Luckily he has sufficient soul force, otherwise there would only be a little soul force left after finishing the distillation, meaning that this magic pill can only be wasted. No wonder a lot of disciples stumble at this hurdle as level 2 mages. Seems like it is not so easy. But if he didn't distill them 2 stalks at a time, the time spent would be even more. And he took less than 1 hour to complete the distillation. Compared to others, taking close to 2 hours, this speed is already very good. After collecting himself, XiaoMo gets ready to start the blending step. Because level 3 magic pills require 6 types of magic herbs, the number of steps are also greatly increased. Not just twice the number needed for level 1 and level 2 magic pills. The whole 10 or so steps. If there are any mistakes at any step, this magic pill would be rendered useless. Some magic herbs have rather potent medicinal properties. In order to not overpower the medicinal properties of the other magic herbs, the pool of green liquid must be divided into several portions. Only this way will a smooth blending process be guaranteed. Firstly, XiaoMo takes a small pool of green liquid and merges it with another pool. The whole process is done cautiously. After smoothly blending them, he starts on the second blending step, followed by the third blending step. When he finished with the 5th blending step and is preparing to start the 6th step, his left hand jerks suddenly. Half a second later, a chi sound is suddenly heard coming from inside the cauldron. A wisp of wild smoke curls upwards. XiaoMo watches the scene wide-eyed and with his mouth hanging open. He actually failed? This is the first time he failed since he became a mage. XiaoMo suffers a very heavy blow. Although he already prepared himself before starting the refining process, but now that he actually failed, he still feels a little disheartened. He thought that he would be able to maintain his 0 failure record. Unexpectedly, he immediately stumbled at this huge level 3 hurdle. It's alright, BA. 6 types of magic herbs is actually a little much. A momentary slip up is normal. There is nothing to be depressed about. It can't be smooth sailing all the time, although he feels that ever since he entered Tian Xin sect, he has yet to experience smooth sailing. XiaoMo pats his face that has been stretched tight for more than an hour. Then he takes a sip of the magic water to replenish his soul force that he had used 2/3 of. He is now certain that he can definitely refine level 3 magic pills. Then he again takes out 6 stalks of magic herbs and throws 2 of them into the cauldron and starts his distillation journey. Because he already did it twice, this time it goes very smoothly. Half an hour later, he completes the distillation of the 6 stalks of magic herbs. It takes a little less time than before. Now it's time for blending. He raises his spirit to 120%. If he fails again this time, he would have to write his name in reverse and be known from now on as Mo Xiao. It's not the same now that he has the determination. His confidence and motivation is surging like the waters of the Yangtze River. Another half an hour later, the enlightened golden cauldron suddenly buzzes. Right after that, an emerald green magic pill suddenly flies out. XiaoMo has no time to deal with the sweat on his forehead, hastily stretching out his hand to catch it. Unexpectedly, he doesn't catch it. The magic pill falls on the stone platform, rolling a few times, and is about to fall off when XiaoMo hastily rushes over, finally catching it this time. The emerald green magic pill rolls around in his hand a few times. Its quality is quite high, on the high side of top-grade magic pills. Managing to refine a magic pill of this quality on the first try leaves XiaoMo very satisfied. It was worth it that he deliberately distilled it twice. XiaoMo puts the magic pill into bottle. Then he takes stock of his remaining soul force. Only 1/3 remains. This rate of consumption is too high. Like this, he would have to take a sip of magic water after each pill. Thinking of this, he can't help but thank his lucky stars that he has magic water. If not, after every magic pill, he would have to rest for over half an hour before continuing. That's because his recovery rate only allows him to recover half after over half an hour. XiaoMo takes half a sip of magic water and waits until his soul force recovers. Then he starts on the second magic pill. Time flows by in the blink of an eye. After that, he didn't make any more mistakes. The number of pills in the bottle increases from 1 to 10. The time taken also slowly shortens as he gets more and more familiar with the process. At first, he could only distill 2 stalks of magic herbs at a time. Now he can already do 3 stalks at a time. XiaoMo puts the last magic pill into the bottle and finally stops to rest. Counting the hours, it has already been 8 to 9 hours. No wonder his tummy is already making goo-goo sounds in hunger. It's right about the time for dinner, so XiaoMo doesn't hesitate, leaving the dimension right away. The room is very quiet. There are also no sounds coming from outside. Maybe everyone has gone to the canteen. XiaoMo straightens out his clothes before opening the door and stepping out. The warm and cozy evening glow shines on his body, immediately causing him to feel sluggish. He can't help but let out a yawn. The scenery at Earth Peak is actually pretty good. Every time the sun is about to set, the mist would start to wind around, making everything turn hazy. It gives of a feeling of what humans would call fairyland. By the time he reaches the canteen, because he is a little late, the canteen is already filled with a sea of people. Looking as far as the eye can see, everywhere is a mass of bobbing heads. Each table seems to be occupied by a group of people, gathering in groups of 2 or 3, talking very enthusiastically. The noisiness can be compared to a wet market. XiaoMo swallows. Usually he also comes relatively late, but this is the first time he sees the canteen so packed. Inside, there is very long line of people queuing up to get food. Just when he is hesitating over whether he should just head right back and eat his own snacks, a voice calling "Seventh brother" suddenly comes from his right. This voice is very familiar. XiaoMo turns around and looks over. The one that called out to him is sitting on the first row, at the second table. That person sees him look over and his expression actually turns a little awkward. If it's not fifth brother Xiao, who else can it be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127. Yet another favor. XiaoMo hesitates for a bit before walking over while feeling very surprised. His impression is that fifth brother has always been indifferent towards him. Their relationship is definitely not at the stage where they would eat together or shoot the breeze together. And yet it is fifth brother who personally calls him over. When he walks over, Xiao asks the disciple that is eating at the same table with him to go find another table. And he says it in front of XiaoMo. That disciple looks oddly at him. Before leaving, he also glances at XiaoMo, seemingly not too happy. XiaoMo is depressed as he realizes that he is again hated through no fault of his own. This person is also his brother. Fifth brother, do you need me for something? XiaoMo sits down in front of him and asks. Hearing his words, Xiao looks at him strangely. Didn't you come to the canteen to eat? XiaoMo is stunned for a moment. What kind of question is this, ah? But he still nods. Yes, I'm here to eat. What has this got to do with you calling me over? Xiao seems to be able to hear his thoughts, explaining a little awkwardly. Now is the peak time for the canteen. You won't be able to find a seat. It so happens that there is a seat here. After all, you're only one person, but. By the time he finishes saying this, his ears have already turned red. XiaoMo stares at him in surprise. He only comes back to his senses when he realizes that he is about to be shamed into anger. So this fifth brother saw that he couldn't find a seat, so he called him over. He really is the number one most awkward young man in his heart. Clearly he wants to befriend him, yet he comes up with an awkward excuse. Inside his heart, he is secretly delighted. Then, thank you fifth brother. I'll go get food now. XiaoMo beams as he speaks, standing up under the shame to anger glance from him. After queuing for quite some time, he brings his food back and finds that fifth brother is still sitting at the table. He didn't seem to have made much progress with the food in front of him. He thought that he would have already finished eating and left. Xiao Dazhou takes a glance at the food in his hands. There is an even distribution between meat and vegetables. It's just that the quantity is somewhat little. Also, there is only one bowl of rice, so he can't help but ask, "Do you usually eat so little?" XiaoMo nods while sitting down. "Yes, ah." No wonder he looks so thin. Xiao Dazhou hesitates a bit but can't stop himself from saying, "I urge you to eat a little more next time. Eating so little, you won't have enough energy when you refine magic pills later. Don't cry your eyes out when you fail." XiaoMo is stunned for a moment before realizing that he is concerned about him. He then simply gives him a dazzling smile. "Don't worry, fifth brother. I will eat when I'm hungry. I won't let myself starve." Xiao Dazhou says, "The canteen doesn't serve food at night." XiaoMo laughs, "I know ya. The last time I went down the mountain I bought some ordinary magic fruits and snacks. It's all in my magic bag so I can have them at any time. Actually, it's all in his dimension." Xiao Dazhou looks at him with his mouth open for quite a while. Turns out that the person he is concerned about is actually quite an eater? Thinking like this, he immediately keeps his mouth shut. He would be a fool to continue worrying about him not having enough to eat. Seeing that he doesn't speak, XiaoMo also keeps quiet and starts eating quietly with his head down. After just a few bites, Xiao Dazhou suddenly says in a thin mosquito-like voice, "Seventh brother, about the matter last time, thank you." XiaoMo looks up in surprise. "What? Thank him? Could it be that he did something good unintentionally?" Xiao Dazhou turns red in embarrassment. Thinking that he didn't hear what he said, he repeats it awkwardly, "I said, thank you for the matter last time. If you didn't give me those pointers, I wouldn't have improved so much. So, thank you." After that day, Xiao Dazhou went back and actually decided to try the method that XiaoMo told him. At first, he failed. But after trying a few times, he discovered the secret key points. From that day on, his success rate for refining magic pills increased considerably. Now he can already distill magic herbs twice with ease. For him, this is a glorious thing. When his dad found out, he actually praised him. That was the first time he received praise from his dad. After hearing him bring it up, XiaoMo remembers that there really was such a thing. But that was just him casually mentioning his own experience. He absolutely didn't expect that Big Brother Xiao would take it seriously. Unexpectedly, he actually tried it out. But it is good that it was helpful. After all, he doesn't mind helping out his own brothers. XiaoMo laughs slightly. "Fifth brother doesn't have to thank me. I only said what I knew. The key thing lies in your own grasp on the matter. Talking about that, this is the result of your own efforts. No matter how it is, I still want to thank you." Xiao Dazhou knows that he is being polite. Seeing that he insists, XiaoMo doesn't pursue the matter. After a while, Xiao Dazhou suddenly grits his teeth and says in a low voice, "Seventh brother. If you already finished using the 1 month's worth of magic herbs from before, I can make an exception and give you half a month's worth of magic herbs." XiaoMo looks at him in surprise. It is a while before he shakes his head saying cautiously, "How can that be? After all, Earth Peak has its own rules. If someone finds out, you will receive a huge punishment. I can't let you take the risk." He definitely doesn't want fifth brother to take this kind of risk just to pay him back. As long as you don't say anything, no one would find out. Xiao Dazhou frowns as he speaks. XiaoMo shakes his head firmly. "No, maybe it won't be discovered immediately, but I remember that the Hall of Enchanted Herbs conducts an inventory check every month. At that time, it will be discovered." Xiao Dazhou says, "You don't have to worry about that. When the time comes, I have my ways." Seeing that he has his heart set on it, XiaoMo feels a little helpless. He can only choose to tell a white lie. "Fifth brother, I know you mean well. But I don't want to hide it from you. Actually, other than the magic herbs I took the last time, I still have quite a bit of level 2 magic herbs in my magic bag. Didn't I just go down the mountain? I sold the magic pills I refined before and then bought some level 2 magic herbs. I still haven't used them yet. Xiao Dazhou's eyes open wide. No wonder he never sees him taking on chores. Looks like he has been selling magic pills. But that little bit of magic pills, how much can they fetch? But seeing his serious look, Xiao Dazhou doesn't doubt him. Actually, there are quite a few disciples of the mage division that would choose this method when they are short of money. Even he himself would occasionally go down and sell magic pills to buy magic herbs. You're really not lying to me? Xiao Dazhou asks. Really, I'm not lying. XiaoMo says, dripping in cold sweat. Please don't make him swear at Ah. That's fine then. But if you really want it next time, I can help you. Xiao Dazhou's tone seems a little unsatisfied. After all, this is the first time he helps someone else voluntarily. Also, this someone else didn't ask for any repayment for his help. Because of his status, when other people are nice to him, they all have ulterior motives. XiaoMo gives out an embarrassed laugh. He really admires this fifth brother. In order to thank him, he would rather go violate the rules of Earth Peak. Although he means well, but if it really gets discovered, even he would have to bear the consequences. Strictly speaking, even though he is not the main offender, in the eyes of others, he is definitely an accomplice, or he might even be labeled as the instigator. That's right. Fifth brother. 3 months from now is the day the Paradise Realm opens. Are you also thinking of going? XiaoMo is afraid that he would keep on talking about this, so he quickly changes the topic of the conversation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Dazhou becomes quiet. When XiaoMo is thinking that he must have said something wrong, Xiao Dazhou suddenly opens his mouth. My father doesn't want to let me go. Xiao Dazhou says. Actually, he really wants to go. Everyone knows that going to the Paradise Realm is a good opportunity. If he is lucky, he might be able to bond a capable magic beast to himself. Or maybe he will find some mid-level or high-level magic herbs. Even low-level magic herbs would make him very happy. But what can be done? His father is dead set on not letting him go. Why? XiaoMo asks in surprise. Xiao Dazhou pouts while saying, of course it's because he's worried that I will meet with danger. Because great opportunity is accompanied by risk. Lands of treasure like the Paradise Realm must be rife with hidden dangers. My dad only has me as his only son and heir. So he is worried. If his dad is willing to let him go, based on his dad's status, Master would definitely give him a spot on the list. That's really a pity. XiaoMo sighs. But he really understands why Uncle Xiao thinks that way. If he has a son, he also won't be willing to let him meet with danger. Seventh brother, you want to go? After looking at him for some time, Xiao Dazhou suddenly asks. Ah? Of course I want to go. Ah. XiaoMo reacts after being stunned momentarily. How about this BA? I'll go ask my father to help you get a spot from Master. But you have to become a level 3 mage quickly within these 3 months. Only then will you have the chance. Take it as me repaying your favor. Xiao Dazhou says earnestly. XiaoMo doesn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Why are there so many people owing him favors? So many people wanting to pay him back? But hearing him say it like that, he is still very moved. Fifth brother is actually a pretty good guy. Fifth brother, you don't have to. Elder brother already said that he will help me. XiaoMo says. Xiao Dazhou stares at him with his eyes open wide for quite a while before saying with a hint of jealousy, elder brother is too good to you. XiaoMo laughs, hey. Yes, ah. He also thinks so. Although Master doesn't value him, it is enough that he has an elder brother that treats him well. Furthermore, he has another elder brother that is actually also very good to him. It's just that he has never said so. Quarter of an hour later, the two of them finish eating and go back their separate ways. After this interaction, their brotherly relationship gets quite a bit closer. Note: you must take with you what you can't finish eating, they are all the consequences. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128. Tricked again. Feeling that he has gotten himself one more friend, XiaoMo simply hums the nursery rhyme Two Little Tigers on his way back, attracting strange looks from a few disciples. There's no helping it. Who asked him to be only able to sing nursery rhymes? From small, he was brought up under the strict upbringing of his parents. He can only watch news and current affairs on TV. Cartoons, fiction, pop music, and all that were all not allowed. But it's not as if he couldn't watch anything. At the least, he gets to watch 1 hour of TV drama every day. But what makes him want to rant is that nowadays the TV drama will broadcast 2 to 3 episodes every day. He can only watch 1 hour, so what the hell? After watching this episode, he won't know what happens in the next episode. But he only rants in his heart. He is still very much afraid of his parents' authority. Pushing open the door and walking inside, XiaoMo turns around, and just when he closes the door, a large hand stretches out from beside him. In an instant, it covers his mouth and drags him inside with considerable strength. XiaoMo is frightened, causing his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to fly away. He thinks he has encountered a petty thief, but a split second later, he smells the familiar scent coming from the body behind him. He also hears the terribly familiar sound of the strong and powerful heartbeat coming from that person's chest, so he stops struggling. Seeing that he isn't struggling, that person loses interest and grumbles, "Little brother, why are you not reacting ya? Don't tell me you're not afraid that I would defile you again and again?" XiaoMo immediately straight face. This bastard. What defile again and again? He is a man. After not meeting for only a few days, his skin actually got so much thicker. XiaoMo flares up, grinding his teeth, and yells, as if he doesn't believe that he can get it up for a man. Although he was forced to experience masturbating together before, XiaoMo always believed that that was a normal morning vigor experience that had to be resolved. They were just helping each other. Furthermore, he can't imagine 2 men doing it. Ling Xiao immediately stops his molesting actions. After a while, he lets out a low laugh with his chin hanging over XiaoMo's shoulder. He says teasingly, "Since you don't believe it, we should just give it a try." Saying that, without waiting for XiaoMo to react, Ling Xiao bends down and lifts him up horizontally. XiaoMo almost screams in fright, but a second later he immediately covers his mouth because Ling Xiao whispers something laughingly in his ear. "If you cry out, you will cause the neighboring disciples to come over." Because of the strange occurrence that happened the last time while training, he already caused the neighboring disciples to come over once before. XiaoMo doesn't want that to happen again. He also doesn't want to let other people know that Ling Xiao is in his room. Passing the room divider, Ling Xiao carries him to the bed. After giving him a slight smile, he throws him on the bed while he looks at him in horror. Luckily, there is a reasonably thick quilt spread on the bed. Once he is let go, XiaoMo immediately rolls to the corner and lifts up both his arms and a cross in front of his chest, adopting a defensive stance. He then yells in a threatening manner outwardly while shaking inwardly, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Ling Xiao laughs lightly while looking at him. "Of course I want to defile you all." XiaoMo almost chokes on his own saliva. He studies Ling Xiao's expression with wide open eyes, as if trying to see if he is teasing or serious. Ling Xiao loves to see his furious expression with his eyes open wide. He is clearly a little lamb, and yet he loves to pass himself off as a little leopard. Although little leopards are also very cute, the thing is he doesn't have sharp claws. Rather, he only has two pudgy paws. Under his defensive gaze, Ling Xiao bends down and picks up the quilt with his hands. He looks at XiaoMo in the corner in delight, the corner of his lips curving upwards while saying, "Actually, I don't like to force myself on others, I rather prefer consensual sex." Xiaomo's cowardly heart immediately explodes. Con. Consensual sex. It can't be what he is thinking, ba? Ling Xiao can't suppress his amusement. As if seeing through his doubts, he says suggestively, "Oh, it's exactly what you are thinking. How about it? Any interest in trying it out with me? Try. Try your ass off." His poor heart. The number of times it has been provoked today is more than all the times added together in the past. XiaoMo thinks pitifully how he can be so hateful. The little man in his heart is pounding his chest. How is it that he can say those kinds of things with a straight face? Can it be that two men can really do it? He must be losing his mind. XiaoMo shakes his head fiercely, determined to not give it a try. Ling Xiao doesn't get angry. He suddenly pulls the quilt in his hands, pulling it strongly towards himself. XiaoMo is unprepared, forgetting that he is on the quilt. Unable to stop himself from moving with the quilt, he falls backwards. Without waiting for him to crawl back up, both his feet are seized and pulled over. By the time he recovers, Ling Xiao's handsome magnified face appears in front of his eyes, making him jump in fright. No longer does he have that brave manner, stammering, "What is it that you want? Didn't I already tell you?" Ling Xiao gently caresses his cheeks with the fingers of his right hand. Whether it is his actions or his words, all are tinged with sensuousness and seductiveness. But, I am a man. XiaoMo is really red in the face, stammering as he speaks. I know. No one is clearer about that than me. Ling Xiao's smile gets even wider. He says meaningfully, "And, didn't I already tell you before? Man and man is really possible." Really, XiaoMo's eyes bulge open. Saying that, he really wants to give himself a tight slap. Now is not the time to worry about real or not. Of course, hearing this, Ling Xiao can't stop himself from roaring with laughter. He continues laughing while XiaoMo appears straight-faced, stopping only when he is on the point of getting angry from embarrassment. "Little brother, we only have to try it once and you will know whether it is possible or not." Ling Xiao says this in a low voice, and then, taking advantage of XiaoMo's state of shock, he bends forward and seizes his jaw. He covers his lips with his mouth and sucks on them forcefully. XiaoMo is taken by surprise. Feeling his lips get numb from getting sucked on, he finally starts to struggle. Because his legs have been pulled apart, causing them to lose strength, he can only use his hands to resist him. He has no idea that the more he struggles, the more Ling Xiao gets excited. His weak actions are unable to shake him in the least. Those hands instead cause his whole body to shiver, making the lust in his eyes get deeper and deeper, blazing hot and boiling. He simply unties the sash on his own waist and tosses aside his robe. Separated by a thin layer of underpants, the swollen enormous thing in between his legs is rather apparent. XiaoMo catches a glance of it when he lowers his head, and his whole scalp immediately starts to tingle. This is not his first time seeing Ling Xiao's little brother. It's also not the second time. Rather, they have already met quite a few times. But every time he sees it, he can't help but shiver. It really is extraordinarily big. Every time he helps him out, the next day his hands would ache terribly, even making him unable to refine magic pills. Seeing his reaction, Ling Xiao laughs in delight. He bucks his lower body a few times, using that huge swollen and hard thing to rub the insides of his thighs. XiaoMo immediately lets out a gasp. As a little virgin, his body quickly weakens. He can't stop his mind from thinking back to the scene from the last time. Erotic and stimulating. His nose suddenly heats up, as if something is going to flow out. He quickly covers his nose in fright. Thinking of what that might be, he suddenly feels as if he has been struck by lightning. He really is becoming more and more abnormal. Ling Xiao releases the little lips that have turned red from all the sucking. Looking at his expression, he lets out a low laugh. Then he lowers his head again and nips on his earlobe. Soft, light nibbles. Then he goes further down from there. His large hands have not been idle. Moving slowly from his face to his chest. His finger pads grasping the two little pink points on his chest. He gives them a few rather forceful twists and pinches. Such stimulating feelings, coursing through the little virgin's body, making it twitch uncontrollably. Waves of pleasurable sensation spread out from the 2 points on his chest like electric shocks, wave after wave. Alluring moans escape unconsciously from his lips. The repressed voice almost on the brink of losing control. Ling Xiao raises his head and kisses his small lips, swallowing the rest of his moans. Then he lifts up his other hand and quickly weaves a seal in mid-air, same as the barrier that he usually sets up for XiaoMo. It's not the first time XiaoMo is aroused. But every time he gets aroused, it is the same as the first time. He finds it very hard to keep himself under control. Soon he is enthralled by Ling Xiao, forgetting who he is. He wantonly entangles his tongue with his, letting out slippery zee sounds. His hands instinctively circle around Ling Xiao's nape. His legs squeezing on his strong lean waist. His whole body is hanging onto him like a koala. Ling Xiao is secretly delighted. He is happy that the young man is crazed with lust because of him. But his response provokes the lust in him, making it surge again and again. He urgently reaches one of his hands inside his clothes, caressing deliberately. Feeling the warm and velvety texture transmitted through his hands, letting out a slight low moan. Just when he moves his hands to his underwear, wanting to take it a step further, the sound of someone knocking on the door comes from outside. Ling Xiao's hands freeze momentarily. By the time he wants to look back, the person under his body already looks like a bird that is startled by the twang of a bow. Startled back to his senses, his whole face in shock. Notes: 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. In Taoism, there are 3 souls and 7 senses. Tailless bear, koala. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129. Condition. The person knocking on the door is rather persistent. Seeing that there is no reaction from the people inside, he knocks twice more while calling out, "Little brother, are you inside?" Surprisingly, it is the voice of Feng Qinlu. XiaoMo knows that he and second brother were not in Earthpeak these 2 days. He didn't expect that he would come back today. Furthermore, it seems as if he just came back not long ago. But he also has to thank elder brother. If not for him, he would have been peeled open and devoured by Ling Xiao. Thinking of what would have happened, XiaoMo feels a bout of lingering fear. He flails his hands and legs, pushing away Ling Xiao that is pressing down on him. How could Ling Xiao let him run out? Not only is he now at the peak of arousal, and also his half-dressed appearance. If Feng Qinlu were to see him like this, it would be bad for him. XiaoMo would definitely not dare to show his face to anyone ever again. He definitely doesn't want him to have a traumatic experience. Otherwise, it would be difficult to trick him into bed next time. Just when he is about to run out, Ling Xiao seizes his wrist with a turn of his hand and pulls him back into his arms. XiaoMo thinks that he still wants to carry on, making him almost cry out in alarm. But he is also afraid that it would be heard by elder brother outside. Ling Xiao holds down his flailing limbs and sighs deeply. Alright La, stop making a fuss. If you keep on struggling, I will really execute you on the spot. These words are extremely threatening. XiaoMo really doesn't dare to move anymore. Raising his head, he blinks his eyes at him, as if saying really? Ling Xiao's heart sways when he sees that expression. He can't help but lower his head and kiss him on his small lips, but it's just one time. When XiaoMo's hackles rise, Ling Xiao simply pulls him up and then proceeds to help him straighten up his clothes that have been twisted into a ball. The same with his hair. After making sure that he really isn't going to continue with the funny business, XiaoMo heaves a sigh of relief. He then allows him to help him tidy up. A moment later, XiaoMo walks out from behind the screen. As for Ling Xiao, he doesn't appear, not because he doesn't want to, but because XiaoMo won't allow him. Seeing that the sun has already set, if elder brother knows that there is another person in his room at this time, he is afraid that elder brother's imagination will start to go wild. Although the reality is really like that, subconsciously, he doesn't want to let other people know that his relationship with Ling Xiao has progressed to such an extent. Fang Chenlu knows that XiaoMo is inside the room because he already asked around. But after having knocked for so long, still no one comes to open the door. Thinking that something happened to him inside, he is just about to push open the door and go inside when the door opens with a creak. XiaoMo sees Fang Chenlu, who has his hand raised and about to knock again on the door. He lets out an embarrassed laugh. Elder brother, why are you here? Did something happen? Fang Chenlu looks at his sheepish expression, appearing rather guilty. He takes a look inside his room and after failing to discover anything, can't help but ask, little brother, why did you take so long to open the door? Am I bothering you? No, elder brother came at just the right time. I was only too absorbed in refining magic pills, so I didn't hear you. That's all. That's right, does elder brother need me for something? XiaoMo hastily explains. He doesn't dare to tell the truth. Fang Chenlu doesn't realize that he is purposely changing the topic of the conversation. Thinking of the reason why he is here, he simply says, I have something to tell you. Regarding the name list. Zilin and I have already helped to secure an opportunity for you. Opportunity? XiaoMo exclaims in surprise. Yes, Master says that you are now a level 2 mage. If you can rise to a level 3 mage within these 2 months, he agrees to give you a spot on the list. Says Fang Chenlu. Although there is a condition attached, this condition is fair and reasonable. Because if little brother can't become a level 3 mage, Master would be criticized if he gives him a spot. But this was what they wanted. It's just that what makes him surprised is that the opening of the Paradise Realm is 3 months away. Yet, Master insists that little brother must become a level 3 mage in 2 months. He tried to persuade Master, feeling that 2 months is too exacting, but Master's attitude was very firm, so he could only let it go in the end. He feels a little guilty towards little brother. Before, he already promised that he would help him get a spot. But now, there is a condition attached. In the end, if he fails to get a spot, it would be somewhat hard to face him. XiaoMo is a little stunned, remembering that he is already a level 3 mage. But he can't tell elder brother that now. If he improves too fast, it would arouse suspicion. As for the 2-month time limit, he feels that it isn't too big of a deal. He already expected that it wouldn't go so smoothly. If Master were to agree to it right away, that would be strange. Thinking like this, XiaoMo says gratefully, elder brother, I will try my best. I definitely won't disappoint your faith in me. Thank you. And also please help me thank second brother. Fang Chenlu lets out a laugh and can't stop himself from patting him on the head. There's no need to thank us. We are brothers. It's only right for older brothers to help younger brothers. Alright, it's already late. It's time for me to leave. You should also rest early. Remember not to stay up late refining magic pills. It won't be good for your health. I'll try my best. XiaoMo replies with a grin. Feng Chenlu doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knows that little brother won't obediently listen to his words. But the coming days are indeed really pressing. If their positions were reversed, even he himself would probably not listen, so he doesn't try to persuade him anymore, leaving after some encouraging words. After sending him off, XiaoMo heaves a sigh of relief. Turning around after closing the door, he jumps in fright at Ling Xiao suddenly appearing behind him. Why are you scaring people again? After saying that, he ignores him and is just about to walk past him when Ling Xiao suddenly grabs a hold of his waist. His forceful arm reins him and making him feel as if his waist is about to snap. Not waiting for him to say anything, he suddenly stretches out his hand and wreaks havoc on his hair. His neat and tidy hair is turned into a chicken coop in an instant. XiaoMo's expression shows that he is furious but doesn't dare to say anything, having no idea why Ling Xiao has lost his mind. He clearly just helped him tidy his hair and not long after, he actually acts like this. Flipping over faster than flipping the pages of a book. Does he regret it? This is the first time that XiaoMo feels that men can also be fickle creatures. In the end, that certain lunatic stops wreaking havoc on his hair. And just as crazily, he starts to help him comb out his hair. Needless to say, his actions are very smooth, tying his hair back neatly in no time at all. Now is not the time to praise him. XiaoMo rolls his eyes. Elder brother Ling, what are you trying to do? Ling Xiao uses the red string in his hand to tie up his hair and looks at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Hearing his words, he beams while saying, little brother. Next time, don't let other people pat your head as they wish, understand? XiaoMo is a little lost for words. He got into a tizzy because elder brother patted his head, so this big shot, in order to defend his territorial rights, wreaked havoc on his hair? But, XiaoMo looks here and there and then asks cautiously while looking at Ling Xiao, you mean no one is allowed to, but... Ling Xiao smiles back at him, of course, it doesn't include me. Xie. XiaoMo rolls his eyes at him. He feels that besides territorial rights, even absolute rights belongs to him. As if he has turned into his property. But whatever. After all, this is not the first time he finds out about Ling Xiao's overbearing nature. The name list that Feng Chenlu mentioned, is it the list for the Paradise Realm? Feeling in a good mood after declaring his absolute rights over him, he recalls the contents of the conversation he just heard from inside. Yes, what about it? XiaoMo turns around and glances at him, not knowing why he is asking about it. Ling Xiao lets him go and walks to the table, lifting up and arranging his clothes as he sits down. Kongwen wants you to become a level 3 mage in 2 months. No matter what, this requires at least a year. How could it be possible to improve in such a short time? So Kongwen's intention is as clear as day. He just doesn't want to give the spot to XiaoMo, so he comes up with this condition. More likely than not, Kongwen doesn't want to estrange his 2 favorite disciples, so this promise was made more for the sake of Feng Chenlu and Fu Zilin. Even I can make the connection. XiaoMo says without the least bit of surprise. Ever since he told him that Kongwen doesn't like him, he feels that no matter what kind of decision or condition Kongwen makes, he won't be surprised. In fact, elder brother's answer is also something he expected. Ling Xiao sees that there is not much reaction on his face and thinks that he may still be holding on to some hope for Kongwen. Getting closer to him, staring at his fair and delicate face, he suddenly smiles, saying, little brother, if you really want to go, I have a way of getting you a spot. Zhou Peng's strength is not bad. He has a share of this trip to the Paradise Realm. Furthermore, the name list is pretty much determined. He only has to say it and Zhou Peng wouldn't mind giving up his spot. When the time comes, He only has to find a volume of techniques that is better than the one he is practicing now from the Paradise Realm and give it to him as compensation. Hearing his words, XiaoMo is a little surprised. He then grins while shaking his head. There's no need. I already have a spot. This time, it is Ling Xiao's turn to be surprised. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130. Trader. Ling Xiao is at first a little surprised. Then, as if thinking of something, he looks him up and down, his lips suddenly curving up playfully. He guesses, "Can it be that you are already a level 3 mage?" These words make XiaoMo lose all sense of accomplishment in an instant. From just his one sentence, he actually reached the conclusion that he is already a level 3 mage. It makes him deeply aware that their IQs are really not of the same level. Too huge of a blow. XiaoMo's tone is one of absolute depression, completely devoid of joy. This morning, I refined 11 level 3 magic pills, so I'm officially a level 3 mage. Saying that, he takes out the jar of magic pills from his dimension. Thinking of the magic pills that he wanted to give him before, he also takes them out of his magic bag and gives them all to him. Elder brother Ling, the blue bottle is the level 3 magic pills I refined. The rest are level 2 magic pills, but they are all low-quality magic pills using the magic herbs that I got a few days ago from the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. All for you. XiaoMo puts the jars in front of him. All for me? Are you sure? Ling Xiao picks up the blue bottle and sniffs it. The fragrance of the magic pills are really much stronger than the level 1 and level 2 magic pills he ate before. He can actually feel that the magic pills are brimming with medicinal power, making him feel restless. But he didn't expect that XiaoMo would actually voluntarily give him so many magic pills. Before, every time he asks for magic pills, he would show a very unwilling expression. Seeing his doubting expression, XiaoMo pouts and stretches out his hand, attempting to snatch back the magic pills. It's fine if you don't want it. When I give them to you, you doubt me. When I don't give them to you, you threaten and snatch them. Really impossible to please. How could Ling Xiao let him take them back? Dodging his hand, he simply opens the stopper and pours out a few emerald green magic pills. Throwing a handful into his mouth and munching kachi, they are swallowed into his tummy in an instant. XiaoMo can't stop feeling a flash of bodily pain. Every time he sees him eating this way, recklessly wasting God's gifts, he can't help but mourn for his magic pills. Actually, he is very curious about Ling Xiao's real identity. He definitely isn't anyone ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to eat magic pills in such a reckless manner. He knows that other martial artists don't dare to simply eat magic pills because they are worried that they might not be able to withstand the medicinal power of the magic pills. But he doesn't ask because he knows that everyone has a few things they don't want others to know. Are you very curious? Ling Xiao sees his expression and knows that he is very curious in his heart but doesn't dare to ask. After finishing the magic pills, he puts the bottle on the table and smiles at him. XiaoMo lights up and immediately nods his head. Is he ready to tell him? Ling Xiao narrows his eyes slightly and beckons him with his finger to get closer. That look, no matter how you look at it, it's like a big bad wolf luring a small lamb into a pit. XiaoMo hesitates for a moment but can't overcome the curiosity in his heart. Cautiously, he gets a little closer. Ling Xiao lowers his head and glances at his slowly reddening ears. His lips curving into a smile, he gets a little closer and lets out a scorching hot breath. The truth is, I am a big bad wolf that specializes in eating little lambs. The crown of XiaoMo's head is suddenly full of spider webs. This person really can't go a single day without tricking him. Otherwise his heart won't feel at ease. After getting tricked many times, he slowly starts to realize this fact. After hesitating a moment, XiaoMo opens his mouth and asks, "Elder brother Ling, are you eating magic pills to increase your power?" Ling Xiao's actions come to a stop, but there is no trace of anger on his face that is a result of being pried into. Instead, he is surprised that he could come up with this. In reality, it is not really something that can't be said, so he simply says, "That's about right, but the level of these magic pills are too low. Magic pills that are effective for my level, right now you are unable to refine. Isn't that obvious?" XiaoMo curses inwardly. He of course knows that much. Although he can't tell Ling Xiao's exact strength, he knows that it definitely can't be too bad. He's afraid that it is probably spiritual level and above. As for magic pills that are effective for spiritual level martial artists, it must be at least level 8 magic pills. Level 8 magic pills for him now is certainly only something he can look up to. Furthermore, based on his innate talent, he most probably would never be able to reach that level, so there is nothing he can do about it. He can only try his best to refine some low-level magic pills. Thinking of that, he suddenly feels sadness coming from out of nowhere. After that, the two of them talk about a few things, mostly related to the Paradise Realm. They also talked about the reason why the Grand Master wouldn't let Ling Xiao come over. Only then does XiaoMo realize that the reason why Ling Xiao didn't come over to see him these few days is because he was ordered not to buy the Grand Master. But it is not completely due to the Grand Master feeling that their relationship is too close. That is only one of the reasons. After discovering the theft at the library, the Grand Master, Tang Fan, and the elders are taking it very seriously. Even more seriously than the Paradise Realm. Actually, based on Ling Xiao's standing in the warrior division, he still has no right to know what was stolen. But the stolen thing is extremely valuable. After some discussion between Tang Fan and a few elders, they realize that they have no choice but to tell Ling Xiao in order to secure his cooperation. Even though Tang Fan told him over and over that he can't tell this to anyone, when XiaoMo mentions it, he seemingly doesn't even hesitate before telling him. The thing that was stolen from the library is actually a formula for a level 9 magic pill. What is the significance of a level 9 magic pill formula? That is something you don't even have to think about. You may not even be able to find 5 of these magic pill formulas in the whole Longshao continent. Because the higher the level, the more valuable the magic pill formula. Level 7 and level 8 magic pill formulas are already regarded as treasures by mystics. What more level 9 magic pill formulas? Therefore, no matter which major sect, a level 9 magic pill formula is definitely something that is revered by the whole sect. To Tianxian sect, that piece of magic pill formula is their life. It is their future. Because although Tianxian sect appears to have 3 level 9 mages on the surface, the reality is not like that. The rumor is that the 3 leaders of the 3 major peaks can already refine level 9 magic pills, albeit with a very high rate of failure. Still, the rumors outside say that the 3 leaders of the 3 major peaks are in fact level 9 mages. However, the reality is not so. Level 8 mages are already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. What more level 9 mages? All the rumors are actually just exaggerations. The 3 of them are, in reality, not true level 9 mages. More accurately, they should be described as having half a foot inside the realm of level 9 mages. As for why the rumors were spread that they are all level 9 mages, it is not difficult to guess. So, the rumored level 9 mage is actually a result of the combined forces of the 3 leaders of the major peaks. Furthermore, based on their strengths, the rate of failure is still higher than 90%. Clearly it is very hard to gain a foothold in the domain of a level 9 mage. But ever since Qingqing sect let it out that they have a level 8 mage that has risen to a bona fide level 9 mage, Tianxian sect finally started to get anxious. Half a step inside the domain of a level 9 mage is after all no match for a real level 9 mage. Furthermore, the factor of uncertainty is too high because if something were to happen to one of the leaders of the 3 major peaks, the remaining 2 will have no way of refining level 9 magic pills. If Tianxian sect, who has monopolized the number 1 position for a few hundred years, were to allow Qingqing sect to continue gaining power and prestige, Tianxian sect would inevitably lose 1/2 of their superiority to Qingqing sect. This is something that the higher-ups of Tianxian sect are unwilling to accept. So after some deliberation, Tang Fan and all the elders decided to let the leaders of the 3 major peaks work together to refine a level 9 magic pill, in order to raise another strong leader for Tianxian sect. It's because of this that Tang Fan took that magic pill formula out from the 5th level of the library. Unexpectedly, this matter was leaked out. Not long after they moved the magic pill formula out, it was stolen. Furthermore, the thief is someone with considerable strength. After Tang Fan found out, the 2 of them faced off and Tang Fan was shocked to discover that the thief's power is similar to his. In the end, that person managed to escape with serious injuries. This is clearly a premeditated action. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that he only made a move after they took out the magic pill formula. So, that day, in the secret room, one of the 10 people at the discussion must be a traitor. The traitor must be found. Also, the magic pill formula must be retrieved. It absolutely must be retrieved. Although that magic pill formula is only a low-level level 9 magic pill formula, its appeal to each major sect is not less than that of a spiritual level martial artist. That's because it can help a peak 7-star spiritual level martial artist achieve a breakthrough and consolidate his domain as a bona fide imperial level martial artist. Right now, Tianxian sect only has 1 imperial level martial artist. That is Tang Fan. And Qingqing sect is the same with only 1. Their original plan was to use the magic pill formula to raise an imperial level fighter. This way, even if Qingqing sect has a level 9 mage, they still can't refine magic pills without a magic pill formula. In the end, they will still be 1 step lower than Tianxian sect. But all the plans were ruined by the thief. Tianxian sect's first suspect is Qingqing sect. Qingqing sect is also the most probable suspect. The reasons are many. 1. Qingqing sect has a level 9 mage but lack a level 9 magic pill formula. 2. The Grand Master of Qingqing sect, Luo Changyuan, is an imperial level fighter. 3. The enmity between the 2 sects run deep. So adding up all the reasons, the thief is very likely to be Luo Changyuan. It's actually proven that it really is Luo Changyuan because not long after, that traitor was discovered. He is Tang Fan's most trusted disciple, Pu Chan, a shrewd and mean man. At that time, because of the matter with the half-demons, he received Tang Fan's order to lead a group of people down the mountain to guard Hepping Town. Then at Hepping Town, when Pu Chan was uncovered, he admitted that he really did notify Luo Changyuan secretly and helped him steal that level 9 magic pill formula. After that, Tang Fan stripped him of all his powers in a rage and threw him into the dungeon. The matter of Pu Chan betraying Tang Fan shocked many disciples. That's because before this, they always thought that Uncle Pu Chan would be the last one to betray the Grand Master, the last one to betray Tianxian sect. But things are hard to predict. Uncle Pu Chan actually harbored resentment towards the Grand Master all this time. As for the reason for the resentment, because it is a matter from 100 years ago, and because the Grand Master ordered it sealed, there is not one among the disciples that knows. Underscore 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 I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131. Tragic Life Story. After hearing this, XiaoMo's first reaction is to sigh loudly. It's unexpected that just one case of theft is actually a result of such a complicated matter. Although it has been a long time, XiaoMo still has an impression of this Puchan because he is the first one to antagonize Ling Xiao ever since he first met Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he was very aggressive. But, when he was at Wushuang Mountain, he heard that Uncle Puchan's relationship with the Grand Master is as close as brothers. Little brother, not everything is as it seems on the surface. One look, and Ling Xiao can tell what he is thinking, laughing out loud. What kind of deep-seated hatred do they have between them? XiaoMo asks curiously. He feels that Ling Xiao appears to know everything, so he can't help asking. How would I know? Ling Xiao shrugs and reclines slightly on the bedpost. He narrows his eyes, adopting a languid posture. He is not a know-it-all. Also, he has no interest in the grudges between Tang Fan and Puchan, so he didn't bother to investigate. For now, the matter with the traitor is settled, but the stolen magic pill formula can't be retrieved immediately. Tianxian sect can't drag Puchan out to accuse Luo Changyuan. Firstly, they can't wash their dirty laundry in public. Secondly, Luo Changyuan, that wily old fox, also wouldn't admit it. He might even turn the tables on them, claiming that they are putting on a show, trying to frame Qingqing sect. Furthermore, Tianxian sect never made public that they have that magic pill formula, so this puts them at a disadvantage. But the magic pill formula must be retrieved. Otherwise, if Qingqing sect manages to refine the level 9 magic pill from that magic pill formula, Tianxian sect will really become Qingqing sect's stepping stone and sacrificial victim. Luckily, it is not easy to find the magic herbs required for level 9 magic pills. Even if Qingqing sect has the magic pill formula, they can't immediately refine a magic pill. But the Paradise Realm is about to open, and there are countless magic herbs inside. Qingqing sect will definitely send people inside to look, and maybe they will find them. So Tang Fan and the elders decided that they will take advantage of this trip to the Paradise Realm to not only cut off all chances of them getting level 9 magic herbs, but also to deliver a huge blow to Qingqing sect. But because the people that are allowed to enter the Paradise Realm are restricted by their power, Tang Fan decided to take advantage of these remaining 3 months to let Ling Xiao and Zhou Peng increase their power as fast as possible. When the time comes, he will give them an assignment. Elder brother Ling, that assignment can't be to kill off Qingqing disciples, ba? When XiaoMo hears of the assignment, he can't stop his expression from changing slightly. He feels that that is most probably the case. Ling Xiao says indifferently, that is part of it. The most important purpose is to not let them cobble together the few important magic herbs for that magic pill formula. XiaoMo raises his eyebrows as he says, "You mean once we enter the Paradise Realm we have to follow them all the time?" Hearing his words, Ling Xiao can't help but burst out laughing. He looks at him teasingly and says, "Little brother, you can't really think that I will actually do what Tang Fan says, ba? He really forgot that Ling Xiao is not a disciple of Tianxian sect. This fellow is just an impostor, but, if you don't carry out his orders, won't he find out later? He feels that, since Tang Fan is so shrewd, he will definitely take defensive measures. Like sticking in a trusted aide among them who can then report all that happened in the Paradise Realm. You think that it is so easy to find level 9 magic herbs? Let's not talk about whether they can manage to find the magic herbs they want in the Paradise Realm. It's still not easy to deal with the magic beasts guarding the magic herbs. Ling Xiao speaks languidly, not the least bit worried about his difficult situation. XiaoMo ponders over it for a bit. The magic beast guarding a level 9 magic herb would be at the least a level 9 magic beast, equivalent to an imperial level fighter. No matter how you look at it, it seems like an impossible task unless the Grand Master of Qingqing sect himself does it. But because there is a strength level restriction, Luo Changyuan has no way of entering the paradise realm. Ling Xiao stares at XiaoMo's pensive face and suddenly thinks of something, saying, "Little brother, you are also a mage. Are you interested in that magic pill formula?" XiaoMo jumps in fright. Hearing his words, he knows what he is planning because the heavenly soul scroll that he is practicing now is also something that he mentioned on the spur of the moment, resulting in its miraculous appearance. You can't be thinking of going to steal it from Qingcheng Sect BA? You can't. You can't. XiaoMo shakes his head again and again. Why not? Ling Xiao narrows his eyes as he questions him in reply. Now I'm only a level 3 mage, a long way from that. Furthermore, my innate talent is below average, so I won't be able to reach that stage in the future. And also that Luo Changyuan is an imperial level fighter. If it is discovered, what would happen? No. It's too dangerous. XiaoMo believes that Ling Xiao's strength is spiritual level or at most imperial level. So if he were to face Luo Changyuan, his chance of success must be very low. Such risky action, he definitely won't agree. A slight smile appears on Ling Xiao's lips. Although his words seem to underestimate his ability, he still can tell that he is concerned about him. But hearing him belittle himself in front of him, he can't help but frown. Below average innate talent? Ling Xiao raises his eyebrows as he looks him up and down. Looking at the speed of his improvement, becoming a level 3 mage in under a year, although he doesn't know what kind of speed others have, but from what he can tell according to Ling Xiao's memory, this speed is certainly defying the laws of heaven. He knows that most of it can be attributed to the heavenly soul scroll. But if his innate talent is that poor, how could he have grasped the heavenly soul scroll so quickly, actually breaking through the first level in under 3 months? But looking at his earnest expression, it doesn't look as if he is lying. Also, there is no need for him to lie. But from his seemingly zero failure rate when refining magic pills and his performance when practicing alchemical techniques, it is totally out of line with below average innate talent. Ling Xiao suddenly feels that there is something very fishy with XiaoMo's innate talent. Of course, he never imagined that the XiaoMo standing in front of him has a completely changed soul under that shell. XiaoMo himself also is not very clear about the exact evaluation process. On top of that, he encountered a whole series of terrifying events after that, so he simply forgot about this matter, thoroughly believing that his aura is green. Little brother, during the aura evaluation, did your soul really show a green color? Ling Xiao fixes his gaze on him as he asks. Ha! XiaoMo is somewhat slow to understand what he is getting at. It takes a moment before he realizes what he is saying, making him feel guilty all of a sudden. Only heaven knows what color his aura is. By the time he crossed over, the evaluation of the soul was already over. Furthermore, the genuine XiaoMo must have been a boy with an extremely fragile heart. Otherwise, how could he have had the opportunity to take over his body? But these words he must never tell Ling Xiao. There is only this secret left on his person. If he really tells him, he wouldn't have any secrets left. But after being reminded by him, he finally starts to think about this issue. If the innate quality of a mage is related to the soul, wouldn't it mean that the him who had been changed on the inside be no longer the same? Little brother? Seeing that he is suddenly in a daze, Ling Xiao stretches out his hand and waves it in front of his face. XiaoMo reacts with a start, laughing haha while saying, Of course it's green ah. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people that underwent the evaluation with me at that time. Ling Xiao stares at the guilty look on his face, and laughs suddenly, saying sweetly, Little brother, do you think I will believe your words? No. The fake smile on XiaoMo's face crumbles in an instant as he speaks in a disheartened tone. One look at the expression on Ling Xiao's face and the tone of his voice, he knows that he will definitely not believe his words. Ling Xiao beams as he grips his shoulder and rubs his head gently while saying in a soft voice, Little brother is very obedient. Now is the time for truthful words. You must have heard of the saying, leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Don't make me use my special ways. The word special is said with added emphasis. XiaoMo is dripping with sweat on the inside. Not only has he heard these words before, they are words that are extremely familiar to him. In his past life, they were uttered by his older and younger brothers. In this life, they are from Ling Xiao. Indeed, there is no escaping this fate even after changing worlds. So, his very last secret must be revealed? No. As a member of the younger generation of the 21st century, he inherited an exemplary trait, that is, telling lies. What is the ultimate art of lying? Slipping in one false word among 9 truthful words. Although this is a worn-out trick in the 21st century, known by almost everyone, but don't forget, this is Longshao continent, a different world, a totally unscientific world. So, XiaoMo weaves an extremely tragic life story. He turns himself into XiaoMo's twin brother whose body died before birth. In the end, he ended up sharing the same body as his twin brother. His brother didn't know of his existence, but he was aware of his brother's existence. But because his brother is the main host, he as the weaker host is unable to manifest himself. Right up to the time when his brother received a huge blow, causing him to drop dead. Only then did he manage to assume control of his brother's body. That is pretty much the story he weaves. In fact, all 10 words are lies. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132. Golden Winged Insect. XiaoMo's expression is one that says that regardless of whether you believe it or not, he himself believes it. Of course Ling Xiao doesn't believe his words. But he lets him go because even after being threatened to tell the truth, he actually risks death to make up a story to deceive him. What courage! Seeing that this is the first time the schoolboy XiaoMo is lying to him, he decides not to press him this time. Little brother, find an opportunity to buy a testing stone and test the color of your soul once again. A testing stone would not cost you much gold coins. But if you want, I can also help you buy one. Ling Xiao beams as he pats his shoulder. Although his face is gentle and smiling, XiaoMo can hear that this matter is not up for discussion. He can only toughen his scalp, saying, "It's better if I buy it myself, ba." Seeing his stricken expression, Ling Xiao was just about to raise the corner of his lips when his expression suddenly darkens. He casts a sharp look towards the window, his expression slowly getting serious. XiaoMo feels the change in his mood. He raises his head and sees him looking forward with an unreadable expression. There is clearly nothing there, but he is staring fixedly at the nearby window. Just when he wants to ask what is going on, Ling Xiao suddenly raises his hand. A disturbance appears in his palm, as if something is sucked into his hand. XiaoMo stares at his hand. Clearly there is nothing there, but the next second, a shocking scene unfolds. A completely snowy white insect that seems to be able to become invisible appears in Ling Xiao's palm. It's about the size of his fist. Its 8 legs are struggling endlessly in Ling Xiao's palm. This is? XiaoMo looks at the insect in shock. This is a level 6 magic beast, the 7-star hidden fragrance insect. They don't have combat ability, but they have a huge special characteristic. That is to track. And it is also not easily discovered. Usually there is one male and one female. The female one can emit a type of hidden fragrance that can only be detected by the male one. Ling Xiao speaks with narrowed eyes. This can't be to track you and me, ba? XiaoMo swallows again and again. What say you, ne? Ling Xiao beams as he returns the question. Is there even a need to say it? Appearing in his room, if it is not to track him, then it must be to track Ling Xiao. However, who would purposely let go of a 7-star hidden fragrance insect to track them? They don't seem to have offended anybody. It's more likely to be someone that offended them instead. XiaoMo can't help but think of what happened previously in Hunji City in Wufeng Town. Speaking of people that have grudges against them, that would most probably be Wolf Fan Gang. But based on Wolf Fan Gang's strength, they simply won't have the guts. Elder brother Ling, what are we going to do now? XiaoMo asks. Ling Xiao looks at him with a sparkle in his eyes, saying, although the 7-star hidden fragrance insect is only a level 6 magic beast, after they go through 3 rounds of metamorphosis, they will transform into golden-winged insects. The tracking ability of the golden-winged insect is even better than before the transformation. Furthermore, they can occasionally produce a strand of gold silk. 10 strands of gold silk can be made into soft armor. A soft armor that is impenetrable by the 5 elements, unyielding to wind and thunder. It's the ultimate precious armor to protect the body. But, most importantly, golden-winged insects can chew through 10,000 things. So amazing! XiaoMo exclaims. It is amazing, but not all 7-star hidden fragrance insects can transform successfully. As far as I know, only 1 out of 10 million pairs of 7-star hidden fragrance insects can transform successfully. But Ling Xiao sighs regretfully. XiaoMo gasps. This rate is way too low, but hearing the last but at the end, he quickly asks, but what? An amused look flashes in Ling Xiao's eyes as he laughs while saying, 7-star hidden fragrance insects are very special magic beasts. They only eat the 7-star herb because only the 7-star herb is able to help them transform successfully. What is the 7-star herb? XiaoMo asks in astonishment with shining eyes. He has read quite a lot of ancient records on magic herbs. He has read about those from level 1 to level 6, but he has not seen anything on the 7-star herb. Ling Xiao shoots him a glance, saying, the 7-star herb is a level 6 magic herb. But it has no medicinal value, so it can't be used to refine magic pills. But it is the food of the 7-star hidden fragrance insect. Speaking of the 7-star hidden fragrance insect, it is not very well known in the Longshao continent. But the golden-winged insect is very famous, known to everyone. It's just that a lot of people don't know that the golden-winged insect is actually a transformed 7-star hidden fragrance insect. Although there are so many people that covet the golden-winged insect, but no matter if it is the 7-star hidden fragrance insect, or the golden-winged insect, they both can't be raised by just anybody. Even a major sect like Tian Xin sect can't do it. First is the 7-star hidden fragrance insect. They need to eat the 7-star herb for every transformation round. The first round requires 100 stalks of 7-star herb. Furthermore, it is better if the quality is high so that the probability of successful transformation would be higher. The second transformation requires 400 stalks of 7-star herb. The third round requires 1,000 stalks of 7-star herb. This amount is not much when compared to other magic herbs, but it must be known that because the 7-star herb doesn't have medicinal value, and cannot be used to refine magic pills, it hasn't been seen for a very long time. Furthermore, the 7-star herb is not very common to begin with, so the treasured golden-winged insect also seems to be almost extinct. But even if the golden-winged insect is not extinct, it is not possible for people to afford to raise one. That's because the golden-winged insect needs to eat 100 stalks of high-quality 7-star herb to produce 1 strand of silk. Furthermore, the feeding can't be interrupted. Otherwise, the quality of the produced silk would drop. It can be said to be the ultimate delicate and costly magic beast that could dissipate a family fortune. Little brother, others may not have the means to raise them, but you have. How about you try to raise a pair of 7-star hidden fragrance insects? Ling Xiao tells him the science behind it and then smiles as he puts the 7-star hidden fragrance insect on his hand. XiaoMo feels his scalp go numb. That 7-star hidden fragrance insect wriggles in his hand. He is definitely not scared, but after listening to Ling Xiao's words, he is indeed a little moved, but he doesn't have any 7-star herb. Ling Xiao seems to know what he is thinking, saying, "You don't have to worry about the matter with 7-star herb. There is none in Longxiao continent, but there may be some in the paradise realm. When the time comes, look for it inside. There should be some." XiaoMo thinks it over and also feels that it makes sense. Then what about the other 7-star hidden fragrance insect? Ling Xiao suddenly reveals a teasing smile, saying while looking at him meaningfully, "The female one is already in your hand. Can the male one still escape?" XiaoMo ponders for a bit before reacting, glaring at him in anger. "Ivory won't come from a dog's mouth. You are the female one. Your whole family are all female." At night, Ling Xiao doesn't insist on staying the night like before, leaving before the high period. XiaoMo heaves a huge sigh of relief. But he knows the reason why Ling Xiao doesn't stay over. The Grand Master already warned him, so he can't disappear from the sight of others for too long lest it incurs the suspicion of certain people. The next day, XiaoMo goes to the canteen for breakfast as usual. Then he spends the whole morning refining magic pills in his room, not coming out again until noon. Going to the canteen for lunch, XiaoMo runs into Xiao again. However, there is no sign of elder brother and second brother. Xiao's attitude towards XiaoMo has already undergone a 180-degree change. Seeing him, he no longer ignores like him before. After calling him over to sit down, he brings up the matter of Kongwen's condition for him to become a level 3 mage in 2 months. He speaks about it in such a way that XiaoMo thinks that this matter has again been spread all over. Only after a long while does he realize that this information is exclusive to Xiao. Because his dad has a high position in Earth Peak, he basically knows all the things that are not known to others. After hearing about this matter, Xiao kept thinking about going to see XiaoMo. He also doesn't think that XiaoMo will be able to fulfill Master's condition in 2 months. It's not that he doesn't have faith in XiaoMo. But to jump from a level 2 mage to a level 3 mage in 2 months is basically something that is inconceivable. He is the most clear on this. Xiao lingered between level 2 and level 3 for over a year. He knows how difficult it is in between. It's practically impossible in 2 months. So he suggests to let his father help. As long as his father makes the request, Master would definitely give him face. But XiaoMo refuses. Just like Ling Xiao said, Kongwen is making things difficult for him because he doesn't want to give him a spot. If Uncle Xiao were to speak up on his behalf to Kongwen, he believes that Kongwen's dislike for him would grow even deeper. No one likes to have people continually opposing them. Especially if those people are their close and trusted ones. So, he definitely can't accept Xiao's good intention. But he is very touched. Fifth brother is the typical "a drop of water in need shall be returned with a spring indeed" kind of person. A person that distinguishes clearly between friends and enemies. XiaoMo is worried that fifth brother would really ask Uncle Xiao to speak up for him, so he urges him again and again, only feeling at ease when he nods his head and swears not to tell his father. After bidding farewell to fifth brother, he goes straight back to his room. But he doesn't continue refining magic pills. Instead, he enters his dimension. The level 2 magic herbs that he planted a few days ago are already mature. This is the last batch of level 2 magic herbs. After harvesting these, he doesn't plan to plant any more level 2 magic herbs. He is already a level 3 mage, so he will give priority to level 3 magic herbs. Firstly, XiaoMo harvests 10 plots of level 2 magic herbs. Then he sprinkles some level 3 magic herb seeds. After watering them, he walks into the small wooden hut. Not long after, he emerges carrying a wooden basin. The wooden basin is filled with magic water. Soaking in the magic water are numerous seeds. These seeds are all mid-level magic herb seeds. Because the level is different, these seeds need to be soaked in water. But this is only one of the reasons. After XiaoMo returned, he did take a look at these seeds. These seeds were definitely not plump and round. Some of them were already shriveled up, full of uneven bumps. If they were planted directly, it would have a huge effect on the magic herbs, making them more difficult to look after. So he soaked them in magic water for a few days. After being soaked in magic water, every seed sucked it up beautifully. After scooping up the seeds, he walks to the magic herb fields. Notes: Ivory won't come from a dog's mouth, don't expect decent words from a filthy mouth. High period, 21 to 2300 hours. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133. Birth. The growth cycle of mid-level magic herbs is much longer than that of low-level magic herbs. XiaoMo uses up the magic water that he had diluted and then dilutes a little more. But he only dilutes the magic water for the level 4 magic herbs. He doesn't plan on using diluted magic water for level 5 and level 6 magic herbs. After finishing his work with the magic herb fields, XiaoMo walks over to the magic herbs he dug out that time from the ice cave. After steeping in magic water for so many days, the 10 or so stalks of magic herbs are thriving. Some of them have even begun to produce seeds. Talking about seeds, XiaoMo thinks about another batch of seeds. Those seeds were not bought. They are seeds that were produced during the growth of the magic herbs. Each stalk of magic herb can produce 3 to 4 seeds. Some good, some bad. But when you sum it all up, the bad ones are few. Because he bought a lot of seeds before, he didn't use the seeds that were produced. They were all collected by him and placed in the cupboard. He examined them before. Every seed is much more plump and shiny than the ones he bought from outside. But, because he knows that the magic herbs will produce seeds, he doesn't worry about how many seeds there are. As for why he bought so many seeds in Hunji City, that is because if he were to buy just a few of each type, he was worried that the old man from the Magic Pill Central Workshop wouldn't sell him any because if the quantity is too low, he wouldn't be able to earn much gold coins. But the most important thing is he would have to wait for the magic herb to produce seeds before he can replant them. That would mean wasting time. Of course, this is when he is not short of money. Returning back into the small wooden hut, XiaoMo catches sight of that level 8 magic beast egg. The level 8 magic beast, blue-blooded wolf, is a mid-level magic beast. The last time he went to the library, he read about it in the scrolls. The blue-blooded wolf is a strength and speed type magic beast. Its fur is silvery white and very soft. If you overlook the blue-blooded wolf's fierce and violent characteristics, it is undoubtedly a very beautiful magic beast. This type of magic beast that is adept at combat is a really good candidate for bonding. But there is one thing that caught XiaoMo's attention. It is recorded on the scrolls that very long ago, the blue-blooded wolf's bloodline was not only not limited to level 8. It is said that there were level 11 and level 12 wolf gods. But by now, pure-blood blue-blooded wolves have become rarer and rarer. There haven't been any blue-blooded wolves above level 8. It must be said that blue-blooded wolves that are above level 8 are capable of shapeshifting. XiaoMo lifts up the magic beast egg with both hands while indulging in his wildest fantasies. Could this be a pure-blood magic beast egg? If it is, wouldn't that mean he would have a legendary wolf god? If it is so, he would even wake up from laughing while dreaming. Too bad it's only what if. XiaoMo lowers his head and looks at the magic beast egg. Elder brother said that the best time to establish a bond is before the magic beast hatches, or while it is still young. This way, during the bonding process, there won't be too much resistance from the magic beast. That's because if the resistance from the magic beast is too strong, it would be hard to control it. One could even end up suffering from a backlash. Seeing that this magic beast egg can hatch at any time, he must take advantage of this time to form the bond. But XiaoMo remembers something else that elder brother said. The number of magic beasts that a mage can bond with depends on their own soul force. A stronger soul force can bond more magic beasts. Actually, it also depends on the level of the soul. For example, a level 3 mage usually can bond about 3 magic beasts. The level of the magic beast depends on their own ability to form the bond. Later, with every rise in level, 1 more magic beast can be added. But because there is a limit, most mages won't bond just any magic beast. XiaoMo is now a level 3 mage. According to principle, he can bond 3 magic beasts. However, he doesn't know if his current strength is enough to bond a level 8 magic beast. After hesitating for a bit, he decides to try it. Opportunity is always accompanied by danger. If one doesn't have the guts to try, how will there be any progress? Thinking like this, XiaoMo resolutely places his right hand on top of the magic beast egg. A surge of soul force flows steadily from the palm of his hand into the magic beast egg. The life force inside is evidently very healthy and strong. The heartbeat is very powerful, beating strongly. While still inside the shell, he can still feel the faint pressure emitted by the bloodline of the blue-blooded wolf. The gentle soul force flows through the eggshell and wraps around the tiny life force inside. Very smoothly, without evoking any resistance from the small life force. He can even feel the life force in the egg giving out a comfortable moan, as if it is trying to say something. XiaoMo immediately decides to pour his soul force into the space between the eyebrows of the blue-blooded wolf. Unexpectedly and without any difficulty, he succeeds. Very quickly, he senses the bond established between a man and a beast. It is like an invisible restraint. XiaoMo keeps the surging happiness in his heart in check. Carefully, he withdraws his soul force. Then he picks up the egg and looks at it full of joy. This is his first bonded magic beast. And it's a level 8 blue-blooded wolf. Compared to other mages, he is extremely fortunate. But what surprises him is that the whole process seems extremely smooth. It definitely wasn't as difficult as elder brother said it would be. No matter how he racks his brain, he still doesn't understand it. Since he established the bond with the blue-blooded wolf, he can now feel the life force coming from inside the egg. That life force is telling him that it will hatch 3 days later. This speed is actually really fast. Before, when he got the egg, although he could sense the life force inside the egg, it was clearly quite far away from hatching. Unexpectedly, after bringing it back for a few days, it is soon about to hatch. But he is very much looking forward to it. What would a newly born blue-blooded wolf look like? While holding on to this excited feeling, XiaoMo continues refining magic pills for 3 days. Finally, it is the day to welcome the blue-blooded wolf. Because Ling Xiao didn't come to look for him for 3 days, and because he has no way of contacting him, he didn't tell Ling Xiao about the blue-blooded wolf hatching. That day, after finishing the things he has to do early in the day, XiaoMo enters the dimension. That magic beast egg was placed by him in the courtyard, on the stone platform, inside the depression that is meant for the cauldron. In order to prepare for its birth, the blue-blooded wolf went all out, absorbing the spiritual energy in the dimension. But when it senses the presence of XiaoMo, the round egg suddenly jumps up in joy, swaying a few times, as if it is very happy to see him. XiaoMo is not surprised. These 3 days, he is already used to witnessing all the lively antics of the magic beast egg. Putting it plainly, it is really too energetic. One of the days before this, in order to get his attention, that magic beast egg rolled from inside the wooden hut to the magic herb field, jumping cheerfully and lightheartedly, actually jumping around in front of him. It really scared him to death. What if the shell cracks? Wouldn't that mean it won't be able to hatch normally? In his mind, a small magic beast that can't hatch normally is equivalent to a premature baby. From that moment on, XiaoMo forbade it from jumping up and down, only allowing it to sway from side to side. The small magic beast is extremely intelligent. From that moment on, it no longer jumped up and down. Every time it sees him, it would sway side to side to convey its happiness. XiaoMo walks over and picks it up in his arms, rubbing its head. The little magic beast, separated by a layer of shell, rubs itself in his arms very affectionately. The affectionate interaction is not like one between master and servant, instead it is more like genuine happiness. After cuddling for a bit, XiaoMo puts down the magic beast egg. Today is the day the small magic beast will hatch. He watched Animal Planet before. He knows that most animals will get attached to the first thing they see when they are born. So he wants to see the birth of the little magic beast with his own eyes. He also wants to be the first thing it sees. The small magic beast that was placed back on the stone platform rolls Gululu back into the hole. When it stops moving, the surface of the egg shell suddenly sends out an intense beam of white light. The white light starts to flash fiercely. Then the spiritual energy in the dimension starts to surge, pouring into the magic beast egg. This phenomenon continues for a while, only stopping when the eggshell is almost bursting. Then Xia rings out, causing XiaoMo to jump in fright. Looking closely, he finds that the egg has cracked. The crack continues to expand. A moment later, the whole egg is full of cracks. Then a tiny downy paw stretches out from the broken shell. The small paw quivers before pressing down on the platform. Then a damp head appears with eyes half closed. Front paws, hind legs, crawl out from the eggshell one after another. The tiny blue-blooded wolf sprawls on the top of the stone platform and whimpers at the dazed XiaoMo. Newborn magic beasts don't have much strength. XiaoMo places his hand on his heart, his face filled with surprise and happiness. This completely silvery white and extremely beautiful little blue-blooded wolf is his companion. He always thought that the blue-blooded wolf would be a very ferocious magic beast. He never expected that a newborn magic beast would actually be so cute. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134. It's finally his turn. XiaoMo. Although he knows that the magic water is precious, he still can't drink his own bathwater. Especially since he can tell from one glance that is very clearly dirty magic water. XiaoMo feels that it is necessary to teach it to be a clean and tidy little magic beast. But the blue-blooded wolf has an extremely strong ability to adapt. Not even 1 hour after being born, the little magic beast is already capable of running and jumping on its own. What it likes to do is to run around in circles around XiaoMo, as if it is trying to mark its territory. It's just that this territory follows XiaoMo wherever he goes. It's fine when XiaoMo has nothing to do. But when he wants to do something, the little magic beast would bite his pants with a death grip, not allowing him to go. But because it hasn't been a day since its birth, the little magic beast doesn't have enough strength to move XiaoMo. Instead, it gets dragged along by XiaoMo. This happens quite a few times until XiaoMo can't take it anymore. He picks it up and ties it up with a rope and ties it on his back, like carrying a baby while doing his work. A few hours later, XiaoMo leaves the dimension and heaves a huge sigh of relief. He never expected that the little magic beast would be so clingy. It's too bad he can't bring it out. It would be disastrous if it is discovered by others. But XiaoMo is also worried that it would run and jump around wildly in the dimension, trampling on the magic herb fields. So he could only lock him up in the small wooden hut. He also warned him sternly not to touch the things inside. Not caring if it understands what he is saying, he leaves the dimension after saying that. The birth of the little magic beast, XiaoMo really wants to find someone to share the good news, but other than Ling Xiao, there is no one else, so he can only wait for Ling Xiao to come find him. Today, he doesn't shut himself up in his room refining magic pills as usual. Instead, he heads to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. It has been more than a month since the last time he went to get level 2 magic herbs. Although he doesn't need level 2 magic herbs anymore, he still has to keep up appearances. As for the fact that he is now a level 3 mage, for the time being, he doesn't plan to tell anyone. Reaching the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, XiaoMo doesn't see Xiao. The person watching the Hall of Enchanted Herbs has reverted back to Uncle Xiao. He is sitting like a meditating old monk behind the counter. Looking at their characters, this father and son pair are not too much alike. Zhaojin sees XiaoMo the moment he opens the door. A faint smile flashes across his indifferent eyes. Speaking of that, Zhaojin usually has an ambivalent manner towards XiaoMo. However, he is not like those that look down on XiaoMo. At the least, he has never shown any attitude to XiaoMo. In fact, he sometimes even turns a blind eye towards him. Zhaojin is probably not the first person to show a kind face to XiaoMo, but he is one of the few people that gives XiaoMo a good feeling. Maybe because he heard from Zhao Dazhou about the matter between the two of them, Zhaojin actually starts talking to him of his own accord. It's good that you're here. I heard from Joar that you usually depend on selling magic pills in order to buy magic herbs. Do you have enough? XiaoMo hesitates for a moment before nodding his head repeatedly. After that, he rubs his head in embarrassment. He can't tell him the truth, so he can only let it be. Zhaojin doesn't ask him how much he wants. Instead, he simply gives him 2 months' worth. This is against the rules he told XiaoMo before. So when XiaoMo sees the amount, he can't hide the surprise in his eyes. Uncle Xiao, did you write down the wrong amount? It's 1 month, not 2 months? XiaoMo looks in surprise at the amount of magic herbs on the form. A full 2 months' worth of 1,800 stalks. This amount is really not small. It's not wrong. I still have to thank you for the matter with Joar. Ever since he listened to your pointers, he has successfully completed the assignments I give him in a more and more outstanding manner. I believe that it is not long before he will become a level 4 mage. Speaking of his own son, the lines on Zhaojin's face gets much softer. XiaoMo roughly guessed that that would be the reason. But he doesn't dare accept, uncle, actually that is due to fifth brother's own hard work and understanding. It doesn't really have much to do with me. But 2 months' worth is really too much and not in line with the rules of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. If you make an exception for me, it would be hard to convince the others. The other disciples also won't be happy at that. He doesn't want Uncle Xiao to be punished because of him. Furthermore, he simply doesn't need this the way he is now. As long as you don't say anything, no one would know. You also don't have to worry about the inventory check at the end of the month. Zhaojin shakes his head as he speaks resolutely. He clearly discussed this before with Zhao Dazhou. XiaoMo has no choice but to accept his good intentions. He accepts the 1,800 stalks of magic herbs and puts them into his magic bag. Now he feels that he is the one owing them a favor. Looks like it is finally his turn to return favors. After thanking Xiaozhen, XiaoMo takes the magic bag and leaves the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. He doesn't go straight back to his room. Instead, he heads towards the library. His 3-day punishment is already over. He can now enter library again. Because of the punishment, he only managed to read one book on high-level magic beasts the last time. There are still a few scrolls on mid-level magic beasts that he has yet to read. This time, he decides to finish reading them all. When he reaches the library, the silver armored guards are no longer there. Maybe it's because the traitor has been caught, so there is no longer a need to keep a close watch. Elder son that is guarding the library immediately gives him a look that seems to say, "Why are you only here now?" Most probably because it is already more than 3 days since that incident. Elder son had thought that he would immediately come to the library once the 3 days have passed. XiaoMo rubs his nose awkwardly. He can't tell elder son that these days he was always preoccupied with the little magic beast, so he had forgotten all about it. Elder son also won't really ask him these things. He simply gives him the tablet and doesn't give him a second glance, returning to his usual indifferent manner. However, XiaoMo can sense that this old man is actually one of the few people that treats him well. Holding the tablet, XiaoMo walks into the second floor of the West Pavilion. He sees that there are quite a few people standing inside. With the approaching opening of the Paradise Realm, more and more people are running to the library. Although the library is supposed to be a quiet place, not everyone is silent. There are some people squeezed in the corners speaking in hushed tones. XiaoMo walks by bookshelf after bookshelf. He sees that the bookshelf containing the scrolls on magic beasts are packed to the brim. The calm expression in his eyes is replaced by unconcealed excitement. Looks like that frenzied period is already over, so not many people are looking for magic beast scrolls. Thinking like this, he quickly walks over. Casting a loving eye over the second shelf of the bookshelf, he finds the scrolls he is looking for. There are more scrolls than that for low-level magic beasts. 6 scrolls altogether, although he has already read one of them. XiaoMo stretches his hand out wanting to take the other 5 scrolls when a hand suddenly appears next to him, taking the whole set that he was aiming for just before he could. XiaoMo lifts his head to look at the owner of that hand. It's a man that he doesn't know. The man is dressed in a Taoist robe. A disciple from the warrior division. Seeing his look, the man starts to smile. The smile is not a friendly one. Instead, it is unmistakably one of hostility and disgust. XiaoMo's head is filled with fog. He doesn't seem to know this person. The reality is, this man has not actually met XiaoMo before. But he knows who XiaoMo is. That's because he is Li Jun's best friend. Seeing XiaoMo's puzzled expression, the smile on the man's face fades a little as he says rather harshly, "XiaoMo. Because of you, Li Jun is unable to enter the library for a year. You're really something. Not only does elder brother side with you, even elder son gives you special treatment. Because he can't enter the library, and because the materials on magic beasts cannot be brought out, unless someone retells it to Li Jun, he can only dream of getting any data on magic beasts for a year. But because the Paradise Realm is going to open soon, this matter is a huge blow to Li Jun." Hearing him say those avenging words on behalf of his friend, XiaoMo smiles helplessly. The man sees his smiling face and the smile on his face immediately disappears. "What are you smiling for?" XiaoMo raises his brow as he says, "You seem to be mistaken. Li Jun was punished because he broke the rules of the library. If he didn't break the rules of the library, he wouldn't be in that position. Although he doesn't like to quarrel with people, he dislikes it even more when others put the blame on him when it is not his fault. That makes him feel as if he is shouldering other people's black pot. He had more than enough of shouldering this type of black pot for his younger brother in his past life. The man's face turns green and then white listening to his words, but still his words are not wrong. XiaoMo sees that he doesn't reply, so he doesn't say anything more. He takes another set from the bookshelf and turns around only to run into a wall of flesh. There is nothing fleshy about this wall of flesh. The hard collision almost makes his nose crooked. Without time to think about the pain, he hastily apologizes. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." He. A delighted chuckle is heard from above his head. This laughter is too familiar. XiaoMo immediately raises his head. Seeing the handsome face of the wall of flesh, he exclaims, "Elder brother Ling? Why are you here?" Luckily he still remembers that this is the library, so he immediately lowers his voice when he blurts that out. Note: shoulder black pot, be a scapegoat. Underscore 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 dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135. The owner of the Paradise Realm. What are you guys doing? Ling Xiao looks at them with interest. This is inside the West Pavilion. Normally the ones that come to the West Pavilion are disciples from the warrior division, so Ling Xiao appearing here is not unexpected. After asking the question, XiaoMo guesses that he is most probably here to look up some information. XiaoMo glances at the other guy, then shakes his head saying, "Nothing." "Elder brother Ling, which book are you looking for? Do you want me to help you find it?" Ling Xiao looks at the both of them without saying anything. Although he just arrived, he clearly sees what is going on. So even though XiaoMo says it's nothing, he of course doesn't believe it. His rather sharp gaze falls on that man. Just the pressure alone makes him feel as if a huge mountain is pressing on his shoulders. The man's face stiffens. Isn't that elder brother Lin? When did he appear behind them? He actually didn't feel anything. But that is not the most important point. How long has elder brother been standing there? Did he hear everything he said to XiaoMo? The surnamed Wang man feels very uncertain. Although he and Lin Xiao are not under the same master, Ling Xiao's status and influence is very great in Tian sect, especially for them, the younger generation. The impression he leaves on them is very deep. Isn't this younger brother Wang? How come you have so much free time today to come to the library to bully newcomers? Ling Xiao doesn't mince his words, laughing hee while looking at Wang Yufei, who is continuously wiping his sweat. Originally, he didn't have much impression of this younger brother Wang. But because of what happened in the library a few days ago, with the punishing of Li Jun and XiaoMo, he thoroughly investigated Li Jun after the event, including the people around him. Li Jun is the disciple of the short-tempered elder Xiao. Just like XiaoMo, he is ranked 7th. Wang Yufei is Li Jun's big brother, ranked 3rd. The both of them are close. It is said that they were best friends even before they entered Tian sect. That's why when Li Jun was punished, Wang Yufei always thought that it must be XiaoMo's fault. This time, meeting him by chance in the library, Wang Yufei couldn't resist giving XiaoMo a piece of his mind. Who could have guessed that the latter would be unaffected, even leaving him unable to retort? The most unfortunate thing is he was overheard by Lin Xiao. Wang Yufei turns around seeming rather pale. It takes him a while before he explains falteringly, "Elder brother Lin, I wasn't bullying younger brother. You've misunderstood. I was only joking with him." The words are extremely modest, but it's only like giving medicine to a dead horse. He can't admit in front of Lin Xiao that he was bullying XiaoMo. If he tells his master, although his master may be partial to him, elder brother Lin's status is not low. So in the end, he would have to dig a hole for himself to jump in. This type of words can be considered joking? Says Ling Xiao. Seeing that he still wants to make more excuses, he simply waves his hand. Okay, elder brother also doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. Apologize now to younger brother you and we will consider this matter settled. Yes, elder brother Lin. Wang Yufei's face turns green and white. Only then does he say to XiaoMo unwillingly, younger brother you, I'm sorry. He never expected that this time he would have to give his enemy a wife on top of losing his soldiers. Not only did he not manage to provoke XiaoMo, he has to instead apologize to him in front of everybody. Although the people coming to the library are getting less and less, but under so many pairs of eyes, this matter is sure to get out. When that happens, the one that loses face is not just himself. Master would also definitely erupt. He still remembers when the matter with Li Jun got to his master, the terrifying appearance of his irate master. After making a hasty apology, Wang Yufei quickly runs off, not having any face left to stick around any longer. XiaoMo looks at this scene unwilling to admit that he actually feels a little glad that Ling Xiao stood up for him. But it's just a little. He is more worried that Li Jun's master would target Ling Xiao from now on. Although the disciple is wrong, which master is not biased? Take Kongwen, biased to the extreme. Isn't that a very good example? Furthermore, considering what he knows about Elder Xiao, he feels that after this matter, the conflict between Ling Xiao and Elder Xiao will definitely get worse. Elder brother Ling, will it be fine like this? XiaoMo asks anxiously. How is this not fine? Or are you complaining that his apology is not sincere enough? If that's the case, how about I bring him back and let him apologize to you a few more times? Ling Xiao beams as he speaks. XiaoMo wipes a handful of sweat. No need, this is good enough. If he really goes along with what he says, the enmity between him and Li Jun and the rest won't be resolved even at the end of the year. Of course he is not refusing because he wants to reconcile with them. It's just that they are all disciples of Tian Xin sect, so they would most probably run into each other again. It's not as if they can always be at each other's throats every time they meet. But XiaoMo clearly doesn't think this way. There are many people that have something against him, one more or one less wouldn't make any difference. Furthermore, these are small fry that are incapable or making much waves. On top of that, there is one more thing. There will come a day when they will leave Tian Xin sect. So he is actually happy to see XiaoMo making enemies. This way, when the time comes, he won't be reluctant to leave Tian Xin sect. Ling Xiao takes a scroll from the bookshelf and then sits down at the same table as XiaoMo. XiaoMo glances at the scroll he took. It's a map of the southern part of Longshao continent. But he doesn't know that the area on the map is where the Paradise Realm would soon open. Elder brother Ling, why are you looking at this? Tang Fan asked me, Elder Du, and Elder Xiao to lead the disciples to where the Paradise Realm would open. The terrain on the way there is rather complicated. Lin Xiao's memory is also not very detailed. So I'm here to look it up. Ling Xiao replies seemingly bored. Actually, he only needs to take a glance at the scroll and that is enough to burn the map in his memory. As long as he doesn't wish to forget it, he would never forget it. But he didn't expect to bump into XiaoMo here. Just nice, he has an excuse to stay with him for a while. So he picks up the scroll and puts on an act. XiaoMo looks at Ling Xiao for a while, hesitating before asking cautiously, Elder brother Ling. Before you said that the Paradise Realm has a restriction for those of celestial level and above. Then what about you? This question is one that he always wanted to ask. Because looking at Ling Xiao's performance, it is not likely that he is below celestial level. When the time comes, if he can't get in, wouldn't that blow his cover? Hearing these words, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth start to curve upwards. He puts down the scroll and says, "Little brother, do you know why the Paradise Realm has a restriction on levels?" XiaoMo ponders for a bit and then shakes his head firmly. "But it definitely has to do with the owner of the Paradise Realm." Ling Xiao smiles while saying, "The restriction on levels for the Paradise Realm was set up by its owner. But that is only valid for those who are lower than him. If one's strength is higher than the owner of the Paradise Realm, then that restriction is simply invalid." XiaoMo gapes. The meaning behind these words, can it be that his strength is even higher than the owner of the Paradise Realm? In XiaoMo's mind, someone that is able to create the Paradise Realm, a place that is covered with treasures, the owner's strength can't be that low. At the least it should be imperial level and above. From Ling Xiao's confident tone, his strength can't really be higher than the owner of the Paradise Realm ba? Then higher to what extent? He can't imagine it. Then, does elder brother Ling know the level of the owner of the Paradise Realm? XiaoMo asks, looking at him with eyes filled with nosiness and thirsting for information. "Little brother, do you know that fighters of imperial strength and above can create dimensions? Just like my mustard seed dimension." Ling Xiao doesn't give a real answer to his question, instead choosing to give him some other bit of knowledge. XiaoMo doesn't even have to think before shaking his head. He had wanted to ask about this matter earlier on. It's not that he didn't think of looking it up from the books in the library. It's just that he didn't have the time. Then he was forbidden for 3 days, making him have even less of an opportunity to look it up. Ling Xiao already knew that he doesn't know. He then explains it to him. Every martial artist, once they reach imperial level, are able to open up spatial rifts. But not everyone can do it. Most martial artists are afraid of dying, such as Tang Fan and Luo Changyuan. Ling Xiao guesses that they won't do it unless they are 100% certain because they each are responsible for their own sections. Because if they are unlucky, the outcome would affect the whole sect. Without an imperial level fighter at the helm, it wouldn't be considered a first-class sect. As for the Paradise Realm, Ling Xiao suspects that it is not a genuine spatial crack. Probably someone powerful carved out an actual piece of land and set it up as an independent dimension. Also, maybe because too much time has passed, so the barrier around loosens once every 50 years. And that was how the Paradise Realm was discovered by others. If the Paradise Realm is a genuine spatial crack, it won't appear every 50 years. What more at the same spot? That's because a spatial crack is the most unstable of things. So Ling Xiao suspects that the owner of the Paradise Realm is at Emperor level. Only an Emperor-level martial artist can take such a large piece of land and make it an independent dimension. Also, the highest-level martial artists in the southern region of Longshao continent are at Imperial level. Furthermore, if his level is even higher, he would already have the ability and certainty of opening up a spatial crack. So, it's no surprise that that person must be of Emperor level. Notes: impervious to oil and salt, unaffected. Overpower an army, checkmate. Give the enemy a wife on top of losing one's soldiers, suffer double loss after trying to trick an enemy. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136. The insect is here. XiaoMo doesn't really understand the things concerning the Paradise Realm. Very quickly his thoughts shift to another matter. Immediately he speaks excitedly to Ling Xiao, "Elder brother Ling, let me tell you some good news. That level 8 magic beast has hatched." "That's very good." Ling Xiao smiles as he speaks, not the least bit surprised. Left in a space filled with spiritual energy, it would be strange if it didn't hatch early. XiaoMo beams as he speaks. I also gave him a nickname. Guess what it is? Guess the nickname? Ling Xiao's lips start to curve upwards as he looks at him thoughtfully. XiaoMo looks at his expression and knows that he is going to guess. He can't help feeling excited, sparkling rays shooting out from his eyes as he stares at him. Ling Xiao suddenly reveals a very meaningful smile at him. Little brother. And XiaoMo immediately nods his head. Ling Xiao says, do you think that elder brother me, with my high IQ, can be compared to you? XiaoMo's forehead immediately sends out a few question mark light bulbs. What does he mean? Although the difference is a very big issue, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with guessing BA? Ling Xiao sees that he still doesn't understand, so he simply says, do you think that those with high IQ and those with low IQ will have the same tastes? XiaoMo. Thanks for taking so much time to insult my low IQ. Picking a name for the little magic beast is beneath your high IQ? XiaoMo shoots him a few glares. So what if my IQ is low? Are you looking down on my low IQ? Haven't you had the saying that 10 common cobblers can surpass Zhuge Liang? What? The reality is he really has never heard of it. So let's hear it. What name did you give it? Ling Xiao feels very smug receiving his glares. Feeling extremely pleased, he finally stops teasing him. Actually, he is also a little curious. What nickname did he give the blue-blooded wolf? Clearly it is enough to call it blue-blooded wolf. What need is there for a nickname? Little rubber ball. XiaoMo glances at him and says in a small voice. Ling Xiao can't stop himself from snorting pu-chi, laughing. This name. Does it mean anything? XiaoMo immediately nods his head. Of course it does. It is very mischievous. If you don't watch it for a moment, it would roll here and there just like a little rubber ball. But the little boy XiaoMo doesn't realize that little rubber balls is something that is only found in modern times. The great Ling Xiao is a through and through person of the ancient times. Furthermore, he is the most ancient of the ancients. He simply does not understand what is a little rubber ball. But since it can run and jump around wildly, it should be a very restless fellow. The two of them continue chatting for a while. Because Ling Xiao can't stay for too long, he is the first to leave. XiaoMo stays behind in the library by himself for almost 2 hours before leaving. When he returns, he enters the dimension to check up on Little Rubber Ball. Little Rubber Ball is very obedient, but it's also not that obedient, jumping here and there inside the small wooden hut. Luckily he locked his things up in the cupboard. Otherwise they would have been damaged by him. XiaoMo also doesn't want to keep it always locked up in the small wooden hut. On top of that, upon seeing him, Little Rubber Ball latched onto his lower hem, refusing to let go. He has no choice but to bring him out of the dimension for now. Little Rubber Ball, Little Rubber Ball. You must remember to never run outside. Also, you can't simply bark. If you get discovered, you will be taken away. Do you understand? XiaoMo picks up Little Rubber Ball with 2 hands and warns him face to face. Little Rubber Ball blinks his red gem-like eyes, and then sticks out his tongue like a dog. XiaoMo pats its head. Little Rubber Ball, you are not a dog. You can't stick out your tongue, you must nod your head. Understand? A-oh. Little Rubber Ball howls right away, but before it could finish howling, its mouth is blocked by XiaoMo. Shoo shoo shoo. XiaoMo hastily silences it. If he really lets it howl, the neighbors on the left and right would probably hear it. If that happens, how is he going to explain the howls coming from his room? He quickly warns it. Little Rubber Ball. I'm not asking you to howl. I'm asking you to nod your head. Nod your head, you understand? He even gives a little demonstration after saying that. Little rubber ball responds by moving its little head away and starts to check out its master's room. XiaoMo shakes his head helplessly. Looks like he is wishing the heavens would open. Little rubber ball hatched less than 2 days ago, so it's only to be expected that it doesn't understand his words. He locks the door and windows of the room before putting little rubber ball down on the floor. Gaining its freedom, little rubber ball immediately takes to its heels, doing what it loves best, running around in circles. This time, it runs around the table. After a few rounds, it runs around something else. After it finishes running circles around everything, it continues running in circles on the spot. Seeing that it is no longer howling, XiaoMo takes out a toy from the dimension and gives it to little rubber ball to play with. The toy is made out of bamboo strips woven into a ball. At that time in Hunji City, he bought it while strolling the streets. Little rubber ball is very happy with this bamboo ball, moving it around occasionally with its paws. Really fits its name, little rubber ball, taking such a liking to balls. After letting it play on one side, XiaoMo doesn't dare to refine magic pills. Because once he starts to refine magic pills, he would be very absorbed. He definitely wouldn't be able to watch little rubber ball. If he were to get into some disaster, attracting the attention of others, it would really be the death of him. Picking up an atlas from the bookshelf, XiaoMo starts to study the map of Longxiao continent. He borrows a lot of books from the library. Each time, it's more than 10 books. Usually he will finish them in a month, but it's mostly thanks to his ability. A few days later, Ling Xiao comes to find him again. This time he brings another piece of news. That is that the male 7-star hidden fragrance insect is now in his hand. Before this, Ling Xiao tied up the female one at another place and then set up a barrier around it. When the male one appeared, he immediately sensed it. So he caught the male one on the spot, and on top of that, he caught something else, the people that were tracking them. As luck would have it, he recognizes the leader. It's the manager of the Magic Pill Central Workshop. The old man that sold them the magic herbs. As for the master of the city, Tang Hui, he didn't appear. Lucky for him to escape all this. Ling Xiao doesn't let them say anything, simply putting them straight into his dimension. After a few days, he finds some free time to come look for XiaoMo, bringing along the pair of 7-star hidden fragrance insects. This is the one male and one female pair of 7-star hidden fragrance insect? Which one is male? XiaoMo sprawls on the table looking at the 7-star hidden fragrance insects lying as if dead in the jade box. On the outside, they look completely alike. Which is male and which is female, there is absolutely no way to tell. Ling Xiao points at the one on the left. This is the male one. XiaoMo can't help but think gentlemen to the left, ladies to the right, looks like there is logic behind it. But he is also very curious, stretching his finger to poke the two unmoving insects. Why are they not moving? Ling Xiao glances vaguely at the 7-star hidden fragrance insects inside the jade box and then says lightly, probably scared to death. Scared to death? Scared of what? XiaoMo is puzzled. But looking closer, he sees that the male and female insects are actually trembling. Only now does he realize that they were actually playing dead. Isn't this too much like humans? XiaoMo immediately thinks about his little rubber ball. Ever since little rubber ball was born, it still hasn't formally met Ling Xiao. Since it is his bonded magic beast, shouldn't it get to know the head of the family? Disappearing for an instant, XiaoMo reappears very quickly with a soft and fluffy little rubber ball in his arms. It has already 4 to 5 days since little rubber ball was born. The fur on its body is very dense and thick. Furthermore, it's white and sparkling, extremely beautiful to look at. XiaoMo likes this body of fur the most. As a result, instead of its normal lively behavior, its body is curled into a ball, all 4 paws tightly drawn in. So much so that it really looks like its name, Little Rubber Ball. But it is also shivering in fear. XiaoMo is stunned for a moment. What is going on? Hugging it back into his arms, little rubber ball immediately tries desperately like an electric drill to burrow inside his clothes, its paws scrambling biela biela. Not waiting for XiaoMo to make sense of it, Ling Xiao suddenly stretches out his hand and grasps little rubber ball's ear and then lifts it up. The magic beast, even though it is still young, its body is still very sturdy, but even though it is being held up by its ear, it doesn't even make a sound. It curls back into a ball and trembles pitifully. XiaoMo is dumbstruck. Can it be afraid of Ling Xiao? But why on earth for Wu? Little rubber ball howls pitifully at XiaoMo, its eyes brimming with tears, immediately hitting the softest spot in XiaoMo's heart. Elder brother Ling, he seems to be very afraid of you. How about you give it to me first? XiaoMo glances at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glances at him and then takes another look at the curled up little rubber ball. Immediately he tosses it back into XiaoMo's arms in disgust. Really useless. He hasn't done anything and yet it is so afraid to such an extent. Although it is back in XiaoMo's arms, little rubber ball is still shivering endlessly. XiaoMo has no choice but to put it back into the dimension. Returning back to the dimension, little rubber ball immediately runs off. XiaoMo suddenly feels depressed. When he goes out again, Ling Xiao tells him that he wants to bring him somewhere. He takes his hand and the two of them immediately disappear. Notes: 10 common cobblers can surpass Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang was a person of great wisdom, the main hero of the romance of 3 kingdoms. Gentlemen to the left, ladies to the right, seems to be a common Chinese practice, such as placement of public toilets, wedding rings, positions during ceremonial photos, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137. Only one can live. When they appear again, the scenery has already changed. XiaoMo rubs his eyes and discovers that he is in Ling Xiao's dimension. Bluest of skies and greenest of grass beneath his feet. The grass is almost to his knees. The concentration of spiritual energy is extremely high in the dimension. He can even feel that everything he breathes in is spiritual energy. If mystics were to train here, they would probably achieve 1,000 li in a day. Just when he is about to ask why he brought him here, XiaoMo sees a few people huddled into a ball not too far away. One of those people seems to be familiar to XiaoMo. Luckily it hasn't been too long ago. XiaoMo tries his hardest to remember and finally succeeds after a little while. The oldest looking one, with the mottled gray beard. The one that is looking at him in horror. Isn't that the manager of Hanji City's Magic Pill Central Workshop who sold him the magic herb seeds? Thinking of why he should appear here, XiaoMo suddenly realizes in surprise, can it be that the one that used the 7-star hidden fragrance insect to track them is this manager of the Magic Pill Central Workshop? But it also can't be right. Why would he want to track them? He still remembers that the power behind the Magic Pill Central Workshop is the master of Hanji City. Someone that is able to develop Hanji City to such a large and flourishing place should be a master that is very fair ba. But the reality seems to tell him that it isn't so. Thinking like this, XiaoMo suddenly feels his head getting all mixed up, unsure if it is really as he suspects. Unable to figure it out, he shifts his questioning gaze to Ling Xiao, hoping to get the answer from him. Elder brother Ling, what are they doing here? Isn't just as you see it? No matter how noble and virtuous, one would always entertain evil thoughts at the sight of riches. Ling Xiao looks over at the manager, smiling at him meaningfully. The latter is frightened by his smile, the horror appearing even more clearly on his face. Then what are we going to do now? Talking about entertaining evil thoughts at the sight of riches, it finally makes sense to XiaoMo. The one behind the Magic Pill Central Workshop is the master of the city. Since he bought so many high-quality magic herbs from Magic Pill Central Workshop, and he also bought a magic beast egg at the auction and sold quite a lot of spiritual liquid, that's why these people started to have evil thoughts at the sight of riches, planning on killing them off and seizing their treasures. Thinking like this, he can't suppress a shudder. He didn't expect that just buying some things would be so dangerous. Looks like he would have to ask Ling Xiao to go with him whenever he wants to buy or sell anything from now on. Little brother. Ling Xiao suddenly reveals a strange smile. Are you not short of a few helpers for your magic herb fields? How about I turn them into puppets? How about it? Spare our lives, great lord. We won't dare to do it again. Spare our lives, great lord. Without waiting for XiaoMo to say anything, those people already start pleading for their lives incessantly. That manager remains dazed for a while before suddenly scrambling to the front of them. His wretched appearance has no resemblance to how smart he looked when they saw him at the Magic Pill's central workshop. Great lord, great lord. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Please don't turn me into a puppet. He plays the part of someone who cares for nothing except saving his own skin to the hilt. You're really willing to do anything? Ling Xiao smirks as he looks down at him from above. Of course, as long as Great Lord asks it, I will go through boiling water and tread on fire for you. The manager kowtows again and again, terrified that Ling Xiao would really turn him into a puppet. It must be said that once a person is turned into a puppet, it will be something with no thoughts, no life, and no soul. Ordered around for all its existence to do things. But the most important thing is that the soul would disappear forever from heaven and earth, with no chance of rebirth. More tragic than death. Seeing that Ling Xiao is showing signs of relenting, the other few people also crawl over to beg for mercy, showing that they are willing to devote themselves to him. Ling Xiao suddenly shows a troubled expression, but I only need one person. There are 5 of you, so what is to be done, Ne? Just this one sentence makes the 5 faces change all at once. They look at each other fully on guard and with veiled killing intention. They don't care if Ling Xiao is serious or not. This is really their one and only chance. If there really can be only one left alive, they all want it to be themselves. Selfishness is their nature. When one's own life is under threat, no one would abide by so-called loyalty and code of brotherhood. Having lived for so many years, the manager of the Magic Pill Central Workshop has the clearest understanding of the situation. The 4 people he brought with him would definitely not go and die just because he tells them to. Therefore, as soon as Ling Xiao says those words, not even 3 seconds pass before the manager suddenly stretches out his hand. The 5 fingers turn into claws before ruthlessly clawing at the chest of one of the black-clothed men closest to him. The malicious force seeming to want to dig out his heart. It turns out that the black-clothed man was already on guard. Just as the manager's hand is about to claw him, he stretches out his hand to ward off the blow and beat a hasty retreat. The other 3 black-clothed men already retreated immediately. All of them in tacit agreement as they keep their distance from the manager because they know that among the 5 of them, the manager is the strongest one. If they do not dispose of him first, all 4 of them would have a hard time holding on to their lives. The manager is clearly aware of their intentions, his face getting darker. In his heart he curses that they are a group of useless fellows biting the hand that feeds them. But on the surface, he gets more cautious. He expected that it would turn out like this. The 4 black-clothed men glance at each other, then not giving the manager the chance to breathe and think of a way to deal with the situation, they launch attacks on the all vital points on his body in unison. Each and every one of them acts with hardened heart and ruthless hand. Because they are all the underlings of the manager, they understand him the most. Crafty old scoundrel. His tricks are even more callous than theirs. As the advisor to the master of the city, it's clear he has certain capabilities. So the 4 of them don't give him any chance to speak, going straight for his old life. But the manager is also not a herbivore. 4 people joining hands as if by telepathy leaves him in a little panic, but only for a little while. He recovers very quickly, his brains churning furiously thinking of a way to deal with the situation. Because both sides are very familiar with each other, there is no clear winner even after extended fighting. XiaoMo watches them with eyes peeled and mouth hanging open. He only blinked and the 5 of them are already in a battle. His shocked expression shifts to Ling Xiao. Swallowing again and again, elder brother Ling, are you really going to turn them into puppets? In his mind, puppets should be like walking corpses, something like zombies. Just the thought of zombies helping to plant magic herbs in his dimension makes his hair stand on end. That's a little too terrifying. He would rather toil by himself than let these people into his dimension. For him, the dimension is like his own home, his personal space. There is no way he would let these people inside. Of course not. Ling Xiao says softly, a joking smile on his face. Hearing him refuted without the least bit of hesitation, XiaoMo is dumbstruck. It's a while before he recovers. Can it be that Ling Xiao is playing with them? Ling Xiao continues disparagingly, thinking of being my puppet with their strength? XiaoMo. So after all this grand old man is actually bemoaning that their strength is too low. So demanding. He feels that if they knew what Ling Xiao is thinking, they would die from anger alone, no need for fighting. But it's good that they won't be turned into puppets. Just as they were talking, the winner is starting to emerge on the other side. Although the manager is the highest ranked, the 4 black-clothed men were hand-picked by him. Because considering Ling Xiao's strength, the manager was afraid that there would be unexpected difficulties or that they would be discovered. Therefore, he purposely chose to bring 4 of uncommon strength. Looks like he himself would have to eat the toxic fruit. The 4 men are young. Their combat experience is not less than that of the manager. Furthermore, they are from the same team, so they work together well. Although they are injured, the manager is also cornered with nowhere to run. Seeing that he is going to be killed in the hands of these 4 men, the manager suddenly gets a stroke of luck that clears his mind. As if clutching on a life-saving straw, he shouts out to Ling Xiao, wild with joy, "Great Lord, I know all of the secrets of the master of the city." Ah! The moment he says these words, the others immediately feel threatened. Behind him, one of the black-clothed men immediately sends his palm towards his head. The twisted expression on his face clearly says that he wants to kill him off with this one blow. But he doesn't get the chance. His palm stops 1 inch short from the crown of the manager's head. Even with his face flushed completely red, he has no way of lowering his palm anymore. The manager thought that he would be dead for sure. Unexpectedly, the mountain road has twists and turns. A look of wild joy flashes across his aged face, before turning sinister and callous. He flicks his palm and attacks the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man is instantly seriously injured. He spits out a mouthful of blood, and retreats a few steps, finally falling to the ground never to get up again. The other 3 men know that Ling Xiao was the one that acted. At once, they do not dare to make any more moves. They can only watch while suppressing their anger as the manager runs up to the man in a pandering manner. Although Ling Xiao didn't take any action in front of them, anyone with eyes can see that Ling Xiao's strength is above theirs. More importantly, they have long been scared out of their wits by this mysterious dimension. Great Lord, I am Tang Hun's advisor. I know many of his secrets that others don't know. I can tell you anything you want to know. Also, that pair of 7-star hidden fragrance insects, they were raised by Tang Hun. The manager didn't expect that his desperate idea would actually work. Wild with joy, he spills everything he knows without giving it another thought, hoping that this man would leave him a way out. At this time he already doesn't care what kind of outcome is in store for him for betraying Tang Hun. In his eyes, no matter how awesome Tang Hun is, he is only a spiritual level fighter, while this man in front of him now is a genuine imperial level fighter. Otherwise, how could he have such a huge dimension? Since they are raised by Tang Hun, you should know about the 7-star magic herb ba? Ling Xiao looks at him expressionlessly, speaking indifferently, not showing the least bit of surprise at his words. The manager is stunned for a moment before quickly recovering, rubbing his hands while speaking, "Servant indeed knows." At first, Tang Hun did have a few 7-star magic herbs. But those few stalks of 7-star magic herbs were used by Tang Hun a month ago. But I know that there is another place that has 7-star magic herbs. In order to locate 7-star magic herbs, Tang Hun has been asking around for a few years. Finally, he got the information half a year ago. The 7-star magic herb is inside the Paradise Realm that will soon open 2 months from now. Is that it? Ling Xiao raises his brows. Also, in order to make it easier to find the 7-star magic herb, Tang Hun managed to get an incomplete map from who knows where. At first, Servant didn't know what that map was. But there was once when Tang Hun let it slip. That's how Servant found out that the incomplete map is actually the map of the Paradise Realm. The manager speaks cautiously while stealing glances at Ling Xiao's expression out of the corner of his eyes. How can you be sure that the map is real? Ling Xiao asks, still not showing any change in expression. Indeed, Servant cannot be absolutely sure. But Tang Hun did swear that the map is 100% genuine. Servant has followed Tang Hun for many years and knows that he wouldn't tell lies when it comes to things of such importance, says the manager. Ling Xiao stares at the terrified manager for a while before suddenly breaking out in laughter. How is Tang Hun as a person? How does he normally treat all of you? The manager is stunned. He can't seem to figure out what he is thinking, so he replies cautiously, "To tell great lord the truth, Tang Hun, this person is not only easily jealous and greedy for riches, he is also very treacherous and ruthless while insisting that his word is law." Although Servant has been by his side for tens of years, Servant has never gotten unconditional trust from Tang Hun. He only trusts himself. Hanji City appears peaceful on the surface, but it is actually very unstable on the inside. In order to increase his strength, Tang Hun frequently sends his disciples to look for magic pills and miracle drugs, causing the death of many a disciple, so much so that everyone is starting to get a little resentful. So, many people are already getting unsatisfied with Tang Hun. It's just that Tang Hun's strength is higher than everyone, and he also has a group of bodyguards who are loyal to the death. These words indirectly reveal the manager's feelings. Otherwise, he wouldn't say Tang Hun over and over again. Listening to their conversation, XiaoMo feels that it is getting more and more off base. He feels like he is hearing about a landowner bullying his slaves. Thinking like this, he suddenly speaks to them, failing to conceal his excitement. Then do you all want to break yourselves free from slavery and sing songs of freedom? Notes. Li, 0.3 miles. Eating the food from inside while pandering to those outside, biting the hand that feeds you. Magic horn, telepathic. Unexpected branches and knots, unexpected difficulties. Oneself eat the toxic fruit, reap the consequences of one's own actions. Frighten away the 3 immortal souls, spirit and intellect, and 7 mortal forms, carnal life and desires, scared out of one's wits. I say wind so it's wind, I say rain so it's rain, my word is law. Say left one word, right one word, say over and over again. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138. Miraculous Sheep. Everyone is dumbstruck by his words. Without needing them to say anything, XiaoMo feels the impulse to give himself a tight slap across the mouth. It's just that he feels that the atmosphere just now was too fitting. Furthermore, he can roughly guess Ling Xiao's intention. That's why he blurted out those words. The first to recover is Ling Xiao. He can't stop himself from bursting into laughter. Although he is already used to XiaoMo blurting out peculiar words on and off, it still amuses him every time. Break yourselves free from slavery and sing songs of freedom. This phrase is very unique indeed. It pretty much carries the same meaning as what he wants to say. I will give you all some time to think it over. Let me know your answer when you're done. Ling Xiao pulls XiaoMo back to his side, straightening his sleeves as he speaks. He doesn't give them any further explanation, but he knows that the five of them understand what he means. If they don't understand, he would have no need for these people. I am willing to be loyal to Great Lord forever. After being momentarily stunned, the manager reveals an elated expression, making his decision without the least bit hesitation. Only a fool would not accept the meat pie that fell from heaven. We are also willing to pledge our lives to Great Lord. The three black-clothed men and the other black-clothed man crawling up from the ground chime in. Just like the manager, the three of them are elated. This piece of meat pie is not of ordinary size. Then, the five of them start to swear an oath but is stopped by Ling Xiao. He feels that playthings like oaths are not strong enough. He has more faith in himself. So what he means is that if the five people truly want to follow him, they would let him do something to their souls. As long as they stay true to him forever, nothing would happen to them. The five people look at each other, but they soon agree not long after, because if they don't, they are only left with death. But that is only one of the reasons. In their eyes, Tang Hun is only a spiritual level martial artist. There is no way he can be compared to an imperial level fighter. In their eyes, an imperial level fighter is equivalent to Tian Xian sect and Qingqing sect, these first-class powers, because the reason why they are so big and powerful is because they have an imperial level fighter at the helm. So rather than following Tang Hun that only treat them as underlings, it would be better to follow this man here. Maybe they can even carve out a territory for themselves together with him. Thinking that the master they follow might very possibly establish a force like Tian Xian sect and Qingqing sect, the five men immediately get very excited. What they don't know is that Ling Xiao simply has no intention of establishing a strong power like Tian Xian sect. Someone as indifferent as him is bound to have no sense of responsibility. The reason why he lets them replace Tang Hun in Hanji City is actually for another reason. After finishing discussing the matter, Ling Xiao lets the five of them go. Returning back to the real world, XiaoMo looks at Ling Xiao with uncertainty. Elder brother Ling, are you going to Hanji City again? Ling Xiao looks at him, who finished speaking but still looks as if he has more to say. He can't help stretching out his hand and giving his cheek a pinch, saying softly, "What's the matter? Can it be that my little brother cannot bear to see me go?" "Who can't bear to see you go, ah?" XiaoMo rolls his eyes at him as he mutters softly. Of course Ling Xiao hears him, but because he's not saying what he really means, Ling Xiao only pauses before saying, "I don't have much interest in setting up a force, but it would be good to get some connections. This would make it more convenient for any discreet inquiries we need. Also, when you become a mid-level or high-level mage, you can let them help you find where the magic herbs or magic herb seeds are. This way it's much easier than you running here and there." XiaoMo is stunned. He didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually include that into consideration. Suddenly, he feels very touched, but Ling Xiao suddenly finishes what he is saying. He says, "When that time comes, you can refine magic pills for me." XiaoMo. He decides to take back his feelings of being touched. "Elder brother Ling, when do you plan to set out? Didn't the Grand Master forbid you from going out as you wish?" XiaoMo is silent for a while before asking. Although his understanding of Ling Xiao is not as deep as he imagines it to be, he can guess that based on Ling Xiao's free and easy and unprincipled nature, this type of person won't take the pains to set up a force. This kind of feeling is similar to the just-for-fun nature of those in the 21st century. Most probably, it's only a passing interest. Ling Xiao says, "The traitor Pu Chan has already been caught. Tang Fan no longer restricts my freedom. I can leave Tian Xin sect at any time. XiaoMo exclaims oh, yet his eyes dart around. One look at his expression and Ling Xiao understands what he is thinking. He smiles while saying, little brother, are you thinking that you want to come with me? XiaoMo doesn't feel awkward at being discovered. Actually, I don't have to go. It's just that if you have some free time and if it's convenient, you can buy some rabbit meat, mutton, or the like and bring it back for me. He knows his own weight. If he goes, he would give Ling Xiao more trouble. Xiao? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth twitches as amusement flashes across his eyes, as if he is thinking of something funny. He didn't expect that he would guess it so easily. XiaoMo doesn't hide it anymore, laughing hey while speaking. Xiao is a carnivore. These few days it polished off all the meat I kept in the dimension. So I was thinking of going down the mountain to buy some more. The dimension is able to preserve the freshness of food. So XiaoMo bought quite a lot the last time he went down the mountain. But because he prefers vegetarian food, he doesn't eat too much meat. So he also didn't buy a lot of it. Little brother ah. Ling Xiao looks at him jokingly, unable to keep a straight face. What is it? XiaoMo shrinks into himself. He feels that this smile is somewhat unusual. Also, it seems as if he rarely smiles like this. Do you know what magic beasts usually like to eat? Ling Xiao grins as he asks. It can't be that they don't eat meat? XiaoMo asks, feeling all embarrassed. Ling Xiao draws out his words, of course they eat meat. But it's not the same as what you said. Rabbit meat and mutton, these are food for normal people. These cannot be considered as magic beasts, they can only be regarded as normal animals. Pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep, the biggest difference between these and magic beasts is that they don't have mystical abilities. One can only get full by eating them. So for mid-level magic beasts like the level 8 blue-blooded wolf, what they eat is not normal meat. Magic beasts also have natural enemies. And, their enemies are also their food source. The natural enemy of the blue-blooded wolf is the miraculous sheep. The miraculous sheep are also level 8 magic beasts, just like the blue-blooded wolf. But there is a major difference between them and the blue-blooded wolf. That is, the miraculous sheep are herbivores. They eat magic herbs. So wherever they are found is also where magic herbs are. This is something that all mystics know. So, you mean that we have to catch a few miraculous sheep for Xiao to eat? XiaoMo swallows as he speaks with difficulty. He has read about the miraculous sheep in the scrolls. It's a type of herd animal. Their nature is gentle, but that is on the premise that no one provokes them. If they are provoked, the eyes of the miraculous sheep would turn bright red and the horns on their head would also glow red. Then they will start to go crazy and attack any outsiders, no matter if they are mystics or magic beasts. The exception to this is the blue-blooded wolf. Because like what was just described, magic beasts are very sensitive to their own natural enemies. Miraculous sheep are no exception. As soon as they come across blue-blooded wolves, they would automatically transform into rage mode and launch attacks on the blue-blooded wolves. But this type of action has a huge drawback. That is, they don't distinguish between friend and foe. The rage blurs their awareness, making them attack friend and foe indiscriminately. That's why very few mystics would choose them to be their bonded magic beast. So, most of them would treat them as something edible. A special food that can increase their power. The meat of the miraculous sheep is not only very nutritious for Xiao. It can also accelerate its growth to maturity, especially the mature miraculous sheep. Because they grow up by eating magic herbs, their meat is very delicious and full of spiritual energy. So, even mystics love to eat it. Ling Xiao says as he suddenly appears to be savoring the aftertaste. In fact, this is his real motive. XiaoMo pouts. One look at his expression and he knows that he has eaten it before. But is it really that delicious? He knows that this Ling Xiao is very picky in many aspects, so something that is praised by him should be very good. As a modern person who has eaten lamb hot pot, he doesn't have any qualms over eating sheep. But if you ask him to eat wolf meat, that would be absolutely impossible. Elder brother Ling, I heard that the miraculous sheep are only found in the Doomsday Forest. But that Doomsday Forest seems to be very far from Tian Xin sect. Does that mean we have to make a special trip all the way there? XiaoMo asks after thinking about it. No need. When the time comes, we can just get them to inquire about auctions selling the meat of the miraculous sheep. Says Ling Xiao. Because the whole body of the miraculous sheep is precious, many martial artists will gang up to enter the Doomsday Forest to hunt the miraculous sheep. Just a little bit of asking is enough to find out where they can be found. Ling Xiao is a man of his word. 5 days later, he takes a trip down the mountain. But because their every action is now under the watch of others, in order not to attract attention, he doesn't bring XiaoMo along. A few days later, he sends word bearing good news. Notes. Mouth says yes while heart says no, not saying what one really means. Weight, burden. Xiao, little rubber ball, I think it's easier and sounds better to leave it in Chinese. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139. Man in a blue shirt. Qingqiu Mountain Range is the domain of Qingqing sect. The whole Qingqiu Mountain Range belongs to Qingqing sect. The Grand Master of Qingqing sect, Luo Changyuan, is a very shrewd man. He's also very good in business. He opened up the areas in Qingqiu Mountain Range that receive the most traffic, setting up a few towns and cities. He allows the other forces and merchants to set up shops and conduct trade as long as they pay the specified amount of rent. These cities and towns developed very quickly. At this moment, the most famous one is Qing City. Qing City's name is more well known than Hunji City. Although the flow of people is probably less than Hunji City, the quantity of people is usually more. Furthermore, the treasures that can't be found in Hunji City can be found in Qing City. This time, the information that Ling Xiao got is about Qing City. In 3 days, Xiaopichou's provisions, the miraculous sheep, will appear in Qing City. Furthermore, it's not just one sheep, causing many to head over there. Miraculous sheep are very attractive to mystics. So, when the time comes, the competition will be very fierce. After getting this information, XiaoMo starts to make the preparations. According to the information obtained by Ling Xiao, the miraculous sheep will be sold by auction. So he has to ensure that he has enough gold coins. In order to hasten the growth of Xiaopichou, XiaoMo decides to put in enough capital this time. He decides to use up the remaining gold coins in his magic bag. After all, he already has enough magic herb seeds for now. He doesn't have to buy any more for the time being. But he is still worried that there isn't enough gold coins, so he decides to sell a little more magic pills the next time he goes down the mountain. Besides this matter, Ling Xiao also tells him about what's happening in Hunji City. He already has the map of the Paradise Realm in his hands. But, just like the manager said, it is really only an incomplete map. Luckily, the location of the 7-star magic herb is marked on it. As for Tanghun, XiaoMo doesn't even need to guess what happened to him. Based on Ling Xiao's character, that person is definitely dead. So, after Tanghun's death, the manager smoothly assumes his position. Although his power is not enough to convince the masses, it is enough with Ling Xiao at his back. Also, the reason why he let him manage Hunji City is because this person has enough smarts and is capable of reading the times. After that, Ling Xiao stayed in Hunji City for 2 days before coming back. The reason is, although Tang Hun is dead, it caused an awful mess. Some people were bound to object to him giving the position to the manager. So Ling Xiao had to stay there and beat them into submission. He only returned after they became totally subservient, not daring to have any more thoughts of rebellion. But, by the time he returned, it is only 1 day away from the time the miraculous sheep would appear. Ling Xiao doesn't go straight to Earth Peak to get him. Instead, they agree to meet in the rest house in Hepping Town. Because Fang Chenlu went to Yunshui Peak, XiaoMo only told Zhao Dazhou before leaving. He already prepared an excuse. That is, he is going down the mountain to sell magic pills and buy magic herbs. Zhao Dazhou doesn't suspect anything, only telling XiaoMo that he would help him notify Master. XiaoMo thanks him and heads down the mountain. After going down the mountain, he heads straight to Hepping Town. Because he is early, he doesn't see Ling Xiao inside the rest house. Unexpectedly, the manager of the rest house recognizes him, as if knowing that he is a disciple from Tian Xin sect, greeting him eagerly and inviting him to take a seat inside. There are many people eating in the main hall. It's also a little noisy. But XiaoMo doesn't allow the manager to open up a room for him. He is worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to find him when he comes, so he doesn't take a room. Also, taking a room costs money. The somewhat greedy and somewhat miserly XiaoMo doesn't want to spend this money. Because the matter about the Paradise Realm is already a huge topic of discussion, so no matter where one goes, there will be people talking about it. But XiaoMo already knows what the Paradise Realm is all about from Ling Xiao, so he is not interested in their discussion. After drinking 10 cups of tea, XiaoMo is hesitating over whether he should go to the toilet when an outburst erupts 2 tables away, as if some people are having a quarrel. Just as he turns his head and looks over, a black shadow is sent flying. As it happens, it is headed straight for him. XiaoMo is stunned. Is this going to involve him, a bystander? Then he feels someone pulling his arm, making him stagger to one side. That flying black figure smashes right onto the table. The robust like an ox body immediately turns the whole table into smithereens. How much force must there be to cause this kind of outcome? XiaoMo watches this scene with bulging eyes and mouth hanging open. Mom, yeah. If it landed on him, wouldn't that mean even his bones would be smashed to bits? He suddenly feels very lucky, thanking his lucky stars that he escaped unharmed. Thinking that Ling Xiao is the one that saved him, XiaoMo turns his head and says, "Elder brother Ling, you?" His voice cuts off when he sees the man's face. This fellow is not Ling Xiao. Also his looks is a long way off from Ling Xiao, his face covered in pimples. "Young brother, you've got the wrong person. Although my surname is indeed Lin, I don't remember having such a good younger brother. I just saw that you were soon going to be affected by that group of people, so I took action. If I offended you in any way, please excuse me." Seeing that XiaoMo is mistaken about his identity, the man in a blue shirt doesn't get upset. Instead, his words are rather witty and humorous. His refined and courteous manner actually makes XiaoMo a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. I thought my big brother has arrived." XiaoMo immediately apologizes, laughing foolishly. A sparkle flashes in the eyes of the man with a blue shirt. He smiles while saying, "There's no harm. If I had such a good-looking younger brother, I would smile for many days." "That's right, young brother, is your big brother not here yet?" "That's right. Is there a problem?" XiaoMo asks. "No problem. Since it's like this, and since there are no more empty tables, if young brother doesn't mind, we can share a table. After all, I am also by myself. How about it?" The man in a blue shirt hastily waves his hands, afraid that he would suspect that he has another motive. He then extends the invitation in a friendly manner. XiaoMo also feels that what he says is reasonable, so he doesn't refuse. Just as he opens his mouth to answer him, someone suddenly walks in the door. That person is dressed very luxuriously, with an uncommon air and a handsome face. The kind of people that would shine no matter where they go. On top of that, the energy he emits makes it clear that he is a strong fighter. Just when everyone is still guessing who this noble-looking man is, XiaoMo suddenly stands up and waves at him while calling out excitedly, "Elder brother Ling, I'm over here." He doesn't notice that the face of the man in a blue shirt next to him changes abruptly when he hears those words. A look of unease and irritation flashes across his face as if he is feeling like the duck in his hand has flown away, but Ling Xiao walks over, his eyes sweeping past the smashed table on the floor, then shifting to XiaoMo and the man in a blue shirt. He doesn't say a thing, his gaze finally resting rather playfully on the man in a blue shirt. The man in a blue shirt feels uncomfortable under his stare. He feels as if this man can see right through him, from inside out. He can't help but feel his heart grow cold. This man's strength is quite a bit higher than his. Looks like this half-cooked duck has really flown away. Thinking like this, the man in a blue shirt puts back the gentle smile on his face and says to XiaoMo, "Young brother, since your big brother is here, I won't disturb the both of you. I also remembered that there is something I have to do, so I will be going first. Goodbye." XiaoMo exclaims the He had wanted to introduce him to Ling Xiao. No matter how it is, he is someone that saved his life. But he suddenly remembers one thing, quickly calling him back, "This big brother. What is your name?" The man in a blue shirt's expression stiffens. He hastily waves his hand, while both his legs show no signs of slowing down while heading to the door. He says rather insincerely, "It's only a chance meeting, young brother doesn't need to bother." XiaoMo sighs with emotion, he's really a good man that doesn't seek something in return. As soon as he says these words, the eavesdroppers listening in on their conversation immediately sputter. They are the ones that want to sigh. This young brother is obviously the type of idiot that would help to count the money after being sold off. There is no genuine good men in this world. Even more improbable that there would be people who don't ask for something in return. Martial artists like them who fight against heaven and men, who among them did not crawl out from grappling inside the mud, whole body covered in dirt? No one would be good to you for no reason. Unless they are really an idiot. Or they have some ulterior motive. The man in a blue shirt clearly belongs to the second group. Yes, he's a good man and Just at this moment, Ling Xiao, that had been silent along, suddenly praises him exuberantly, showing all smiles. Everyone looks at him in shock. They had thought that this man would warn the youth to not easily accept the favors of others. Unexpectedly, he actually agrees with the youth's opinion. He clearly looks like someone who is very sharp. The man in a blue shirt is already at the door when he almost misses a step and almost falls down head first. His face is completely shocked. Can it be that he has misjudged the situation? Just when everyone is speculating wildly, XiaoMo on the other hand is having doubts. Because in his mind, Ling Xiao would never praise others casually. Especially not when he is smiling so sweetly. Something is definitely going on. The reality proves that his intuition is not wrong. The man in a blue shirt didn't manage to leave the rest house before he is pulled back by Ling Xiao, acting all, "You are the benefactor of my younger brother, so I have to repay you." He then continuously offers him wine. By the time they leave the rest house, the man in a blue shirt is already sprawled out, his whole body reeking of wine, and foaming at the mouth. Seeing that he is unconscious, some people take the opportunity to take away his magic bag. After that, a new legend emerged in the peaceful Hepping town. There was a man that had no money to settle his bill, so he was beat up badly by the manager of the rest house and stripped of his clothes. Then he was thrown out of the rest house. That man then ran one round in the streets of Hepping town completely naked. XiaoMo only found out about this matter a long time later. By that time, he had already been instructed by Ling Xiao with both words and deeds. Notes: 9 dead, none alive, definitely dead. Meeting between drifting patches of duckweed, chance meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140. Qing City's Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures. After leaving Happing Town, XiaoMo was immediately confined by Ling Xiao and disciplined. Simply believing in strangers. What if that person has some other motive? After getting sold off, are you going to help count the money? So Ling Xiao makes use of this opportunity to teach XiaoMo a lesson. The contents of the lesson is not to trust anyone who is good to you for no reason. That's because they are bound to have an ulterior motive. XiaoMo is still a little unconvinced. But he knows that this is probably because the two worlds are different. But what he doesn't understand is, why does he have to be on guard when people are being nice to him? In his mind, not everyone is necessarily bad. So he throws this question at Ling Xiao. Little brother, mystics can have the power to blot out the sky with one hand and have extraordinary powers because they are going against the laws of heaven. Because defying the laws of heaven is a very dangerous road, the best method is to continuously increase one's power. Power is not something that can be increased just because you want it to increase. Each mystic's ability is a little different. Those with poor talent or poor condition, they can only rely on continuously looting all kinds of resources. Do you understand? Ling Xiao doesn't like to resort to preaching because in his eyes, the fist is clearer. But if he can get XiaoMo to understand, he doesn't mind saying it once. With these words, XiaoMo more or less understands. Briefly, when the means of survival differs, the rules of the world will also be different. The world that he lived in before is a very ordinary world. Mankind only sought to dress warmly and eat their fill. There are probably those that value power and money, but because of the limitations of that world, these people can only climb to the highest point of the human pyramid, nothing more. If we use an example, if the pyramid for Earth is only 1 meter high, the pyramid for Longshao continent would be 1,000 meters or 10,000 meters high. The both of them are fundamentally different. So, the desires of the people are also not on the same scale. The world would also become more complex, causing the erosion of humanity. But, elder brother Ling Xiao, speaking of that is one thing, but can you not put your hands in my clothes? XiaoMo grits his teeth as he speaks. They are clearly discussing the great truths of the world. Such a serious atmosphere, and this fellow actually is so brazen as to reach his hands in and rub his chest. Actually, he really wants to mourn the death of his view of the world at this moment, but Ling Xiao simply doesn't give him the chance. It's clearly the most fitting time to be filled with sorrow. No can do. Ling Xiao lowers his head and looks at him, a smile on his lips. No matter how XiaoMo struggle and push, that hand under his clothes refuses to come out. Instead, it even gives him a few wicked strokes, while giving those protruding little red beans a few pinches. XiaoMo takes a deep breath in anger and glares hatefully at him. Feeling that it's not enough to relieve his anger, he raises his foot and kicks him in the leg. What happens next is a miserable shriek. XiaoMo hugs his own foot, his face distorted with pain. A little more and 2 crocodile tears would fly out of his eyes. You. What are your legs made of? He actually feels as if he is kicking a copper or iron wall. This bastard. Not only are his lips and hands bullying him, even the leg is bullying him. Ling Xiao is so amused that he almost has difficulty breathing from laughing too hard. Hugging his body, he says with unbridled joy, it's actually made out of flesh. XiaoMo glares at him, as if saying, I don't believe you. Then let elder brother help you rub it. Ling Xiao grins as he speaks. You bastard. Clearly it is my foot that is hurt. Why are you rubbing my chest? My chest is not hurt. Ling Xiao immediately acts as if he has a sudden realization. He apologizes sincerely. I'm sorry. I forgot. I definitely won't do that the next time. There will be a next time? I won't give you the chance. Looking at his wicked smile, it's hateful no matter how you look at it. XiaoMo resolves to never trust anything he says ever again. Accompanied by bursts of whispered curses, the horse carriage rushes along in a lively manner towards Qing City. XiaoMo doesn't realize at all that he is no longer suffering from motion sickness this time. Qing City is big city that the leader of Qingqing sect wants to develop. It can be ranked in the top 3 in the southern region. The carriage jolts around for half a day before XiaoMo finally can't take it anymore. Ling Xiao also doesn't plan to take the raging fire horse all the way there. Halfway there, he sends away the raging fire horse and summons the winged bird to bring them to Qing City. The speed of the winged bird is much faster than the raging fire horse. They reach Qing City less than half a day later. Looking from afar, the area of Qing City is larger than Hunji City. The imposing and grand outline of the city is extremely shocking. Looking from up high, one still can't see the end of Qing City. No wonder Qingqing sect can stand shoulder to shoulder with Tianxian sect. This display of power is actually very impressive. Because they are short of time, they don't have time to take a stroll in the city. Ling Xiao lets the winged bird put them down in a forest outside the city. He then carries a limping XiaoMo into the city. But before entering the city, Ling Xiao changes both their faces. It may not have been necessary to change their appearance when they went to Hunji City because Hunji City is really very far from Tianxian sect. Information may not necessarily travel to Tianxian sect. But it's not the same for Qing City. Qing City is the territory of Qingqing sect. There are many Qingqing disciples defending inside the city. There are guards patrolling every day. The security cannot be described as lax, but this is the place where people come and go. If news gets out, it would easily get to the ears of Tianxian sect. So they have no choice but to be careful when doing things. Qing City is most famous for its pavilion of 10,000 treasures. The Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures holds an auction every month. But usually the premium items will be auctioned off once every 3 months. This month's auction is coincidentally the once in 3 months auction of premium items. But it's not quite the same as the 7-star auction house. 7-star auction house is a regular auction house. It's usually open to the public. Anyone can go in. The Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures is a private auction house. Entry is not permitted without a special invitation from Qingqing sect. Elder brother Ling, how are we going to get in without invitations? XiaoMo hastily asks Ling Xiao when he hears that invitations are required. What he forgets is, why would Ling Xiao bring him here if he doesn't have an invitation? Also, even if he doesn't have one, he would just get one. Ling Xiao says, although Tang Hun's faction is not considered first class, it can still be considered a second-class power. Also, he has a wide range of businesses that have considerable influence. Most importantly, he has money. So Qingqing sect would definitely send him an invitation. After finding out that Ling Xiao wants to take part in the auction at the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures, Manager Qi looked up the information and handed him the invitation right away. Ling Xiao is very pleased with his direct and efficient manner. Although they have changed their appearances, they are still quite striking. That is because Ling Xiao is carrying XiaoMo. If he was carrying a woman, it may not attract so much attention. But the thing is, the one he is carrying is a man. XiaoMo doesn't have such a thick skin. After being stared at continuously, he can't take it anymore, struggling to get down. Actually, his foot is already not that painful. Ling Xiao knows that he is thin-skinned, so he doesn't insist. After putting him down, he wants to pull him towards the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures, but XiaoMo is rooted on the spot. Ling Xiao turns his head to see him looking excitedly at a shop. That shop is a magic pill shop. Elder brother Ling, I want to go inside to sell some magic pills. How about you wait for me here? XiaoMo turns his head and speaks to Ling Xiao. If he didn't catch sight of this magic pill shop, he would have forgotten the other thing he had to do. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip if the auction starts with him not having enough money. Ling Xiao raises his brows, roughly guessing what's on his mind. He simply drags him away while saying, "No need to sell magic pills. I have gold coins." XiaoMo is stunned, asking, "How did you get them?" In his mind, Ling Xiao is poor pauper who is poorer than him. So every time they come across a place where they have to spend gold coins, he never counted upon Ling Xiao to settle the amount. So he is very conscious of how much he has in his pocket. Tang Hun. Ling Xiao doesn't even turn around as he flippantly tosses those words at him. Hearing that name, XiaoMo feels deeply jealous. Some people only have to act once and they get such a huge gold mine, Tang Hun's possessions. As for him, every time he sells magic pills, it's only a few 10,000 gold pieces. At most, it's only close to 2 million at one time. And even then, he would spend close to 1 million after that. Comparing the both of them really angers him to death. But, in the end, XiaoMo exchanges the magic pills he planned to sell for Ling Xiao's gold coins. A magic bag that's not too large, but it is filled with gold coins. He makes a rough count. It's quite a few times more than his. Looking at this pile of gold coins, only 3 words remain in XiaoMo's mind: envy, jealousy, hate. Half an hour later, they finally reached the door of the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures. Contrary to expectations, the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures is not as conspicuous as the 7-star auction house. Its entrance is rather concealed. People that are unfamiliar with it would most probably walk right by without noticing it. But then there aren't many people walking around here. There are no guards at the entrance of the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures. There's only a black curtain hanging motionlessly. Ling Xiao doesn't hesitate, bringing XiaoMo along as he walks right in. Inside, it is not as dark as XiaoMo imagined. Instead, it is very bright. Also, they finally see the guards. They are guarding the mouth of the passageway. When they walk over, one of the guards asks them for their invitation. Ling Xiao takes out the invitation and hands it to him. The guard takes one look at it before handing it back to Ling Xiao. He then asks them if they want cloaks. Ling Xiao asks for 2 black cloaks. Then he takes one of them and wraps it around XiaoMo because everyone that is taking part in the auction at the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures will be gathered inside a big hall. So it seems that everyone will be able to see everything that is happening inside that big hall. At that time, if you don't want to let others see your true face, the cloak is a necessary item. After putting on the cloaks, Ling Xiao leads XiaoMo into the auction hall. Because they arrive rather late, at this time, the big hall is already filled with people. But because Qingcheng's sect is behind the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures, no one dares to act out of hand. The atmosphere is less chaotic than the 7-star auction house. Most of the people are sitting composedly in their seats, painting a scene of cordial conversation. When the both of them step inside, Ling Xiao immediately feels a few probing mental sweeps over them. The mental probes are coming from a few directions in the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures. Those directions coincide with the positions of the guards of the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures. There is one more probe coming from behind the auction platform. This mental probe is a little stronger than the rest of them. But Ling Xiao doesn't even wrinkle his brow. Even a stronger person would still only be a flea in his eyes. It's impossible to penetrate him and the barrier he put up around XiaoMo. Usually, stronger people would choose to sit at the front. But Ling Xiao doesn't choose to sit in front. He chooses an empty seat at the back and sits down with XiaoMo sitting at his side. Because he already took part in an auction before, this time XiaoMo doesn't act like he did last time, a complete newbie. Actually, he has no choice because the cloak on him seems to cover his whole head. Even walking is a little difficult. The two have seemed to have come right on time. Not long after they sit down, the auction begins. The main hall that was already rather quiet becomes even quieter. Everyone turns to look at the auction platform. An old man in green robes walks out from behind the auction platform. Without saying many unnecessary words, he very quickly gets to the main event. The first auction item is precisely the meat of the miraculous sheep that everyone is waiting for. But it's not like the information that Ling Xiao received. It seems that there is only meat from one sheep. There is no need for anyone to get worried. The revised appearance will definitely be amended later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141. Ding Shi gets angered to death. One miraculous lamb, when you remove the horns, fur, skeleton, and other inedible things, will leave about 200 pounds of meat. But according to Manager Chi's information, there will not be just one miraculous sheep appearing in this auction. Instead, there will a total of 3. 3 sheep added together will be 600 pounds. If auctioned in one lot, the bidding would definitely reach a sky-high price. But because there are many forces that rushed here for the miraculous sheep, quite a few of them with the determined to win attitude, so in order to avoid chaos, the pavilion of 10,000 treasures decided to divide the 3 miraculous sheep into 3 lots. After the green-robed man announces the minimum bid, everyone starts to put in their bids. A pound of miraculous sheep meat is 20,000 gold coins. 200 pounds is 4 million. This minimum price is actually not low. 20,000 for 1 pound is the regular market price. But everyone who comes to the auction knows that usually things that are auctioned off won't have a low final price. Especially a hot item like miraculous sheep. Soon after the green-robed man finishes his announcement, the number of people rushing to place their bids are not less than 20. But with the rising prices, the number of bidders get less and less. In the end, as expected, only the forces in the first row remain in the bidding. Some people have money but choose to give up rather willingly because there are still 2 more chances after this. Right now, everyone has quite a lot of gold coins, so the prices they call out are a little extravagant. But it won't be the same later. Everyone's purses will be rather empty. The fierceness of bidding may be a little less than how it is now. So some of them choose to let go while hoping for that. At this time, a red-faced old man suddenly stands up in the first row. This person is not wearing a black cloak, so everyone can clearly see his appearance. With this action, the noisy atmosphere in the main hall quiets down all at once. The red-faced old man seems to have expected this. A slight gentle smile hangs on his face. He casts a glance at those few people who were just bidding against him, and then says, "This old me bids 6 million. This is old me's final price. If my dear sirs and madams can bid higher, this old me will succeed this round." After speaking, the red-faced old man sits back down. The people that he targeted suddenly start to look uncertain. XiaoMo sees that the atmosphere is strangely quiet, so he leans close to Ling Xiao and whispers curiously, "Elder brother Ling, what is going on? What is with that old man?" Ling Xiao explains, "He is Ding Shi, an elder from Xingluo group. His strength is celestial level, 7 stars, still can barely be considered someone of strength over here BA. Speaking of Xingluo group, their name recognition can be said to be lower than Tianxian sect and Xingqing sect. But they are indeed a first-class sect. A major force that is on par with Tianxian sect and Xingqing sect. It's just that the people of Xingluo group have always been rather low-key and reserved, so most people have only heard of their name, but rumors about them are very few and far between. But in spite of their low profile, there are quite a few that are known to all, like Ding Shi. Don't be fooled by his amiable manner. In reality, this person's tricks are more ruthless than anyone. His strength is actually not as famous as his deviousness. So that's why when he stood up, a few faces immediately darkened because they recognized that the red-faced old man is Xingluo Group's Ding Shi. Although his words are not explicit, everyone can hear the threat it carries. He is clearly using his position to threaten others. Him saying these words shows that he is certain that others would not dare to go against Xingluo Group. Those few people, even though they don't feel good inside, it can't be denied that it's definitely not worth it to offend a first-class power just for 200 pounds of miraculous sheep meat. After a few moments of internal struggle, those few people have no choice but to give up. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appears on the old face of Ding Shi, as if he totally expected this. Then he looks at the green-robed old man of the auction house, lifting up his chin while saying, "You can declare it already, BA?" The green-robed old man wrinkles his brow rather imperceptibly. This sum is still 2 million under the estimate of the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. Although they had somewhat expected it, but experiencing it now still leaves him a little displeased. Just when he is about to raise the gavel in his hand to strike it down, a languid voice suddenly calls out from the back. 7 million. The moment he calls out, everyone turns and looks to the back, looking in shock at the person who called out the bid. It's a person wearing a black cloak. The face can't be clearly seen, but the voice indeed came from him. The most surprising thing is he dared to go against Xingluo Group right in front of everyone. That's why everyone is so curious. When Ding Shi hears this voice, his face darkens. His piercing stare falls on Ling Xiao like a knife. He totally didn't expect someone would actually dare to slight Xingluo Group in public. But this is the domain of Qingqing sect. No matter how unhappy he is, he can't break the rules. Otherwise, he would be giving Qingqing sect an excuse to launch a preemptive strike. Thinking like this, Ding Shi shifts his gaze to Ling Xiao at the back row. He says, appearing rather politely, "My friend. Old me is Xingluo Group's Ding Shi. Would it be possible to give old me some face and cede the item to old me?" Hearing these words, Ling Xiao's lips curve up suddenly under the cloak, slowly spitting out the words, "Not possible." Ding Shi's face immediately darkens. In his eyes, he is already doing him a great favor by adopting a humble attitude and speaking in a friendly manner. But this person, not only does he not know what's good for him, he also doesn't abide by his words. On top of that, he made such a frank rejection. Clearly he doesn't think much of Xingluo Group. Since it's like this, he won't hold back any longer. Ding Shi huffs loudly and sits back down and bids again. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao is not lacking in gold coins at the moment. He is not hesitant like Ding Shi. He calls out his bid without any hesitation, driving the price up to 9 million in a blink of an eye. Ding Shi is so furious that his old face is completely red. In the end, he has to give up. This price has surpassed the value of the miraculous sheep. Any more would be a loss. Also, there are still quite a few treasures to come. He still has to reserve some gold coins for later. In the end, the 200 pounds of miraculous sheep meat was won by Ling Xiao at the high price of 9 million. The first item was sold at such a high price. So the coming treasures can only be worth more, not less. Immediately it stokes everyone's expectation. The displeasure they felt before vanishes in an instant. In order to win what they each want, everyone seems to be flushed red with excitement. But there is one thing worth mentioning. Although the things on auction can be considered premium goods, they also can't be called really premium goods because the real premium goods have already been taken away by Qingqing sect long ago. That's because the backing of the pavilion of 10,000 treasures is Qingqing sect. Actually, some people suspect that the pavilion of 10,000 treasures was started by Qingqing sect. But because there is no proof, it only remains a speculation. With item after item being auctioned off, Ding Shi doesn't raise his hand a single time. Right until the appearance of the second miraculous sheep. This old man's partially closed eyes suddenly open wide, rays of determination to win exploding out of his eyes. Now he wants to see who else dares to compete with him. But he is destined to come up empty. Just when the price gets up to 7 million, Ling Xiao makes his move. And again it's like a cry that shocks everyone, jumping straight to 10 million. In light of this competitive situation, the price is bound to get higher and higher in the end. This one move instantly makes those few people who wanted to add 100 or 200,000 spit a mouthful of blood. Including Ding Shi. His whole face seems to turn a grayish green with raging flames of fury in his eyes, as if he can't wait to burn a hole right through Ling Xiao. Although XiaoMo knows that everyone is eyeing Ling Xiao as if wanting him to suffer death by 1,000 cuts, and feeling especially uncomfortable under those glares, he still doesn't want to let go of this opportunity. He feels that it is best if they win all 600 pounds of the miraculous sheep meat. This way, he won't have to worry about what to do in the future when Xiao Pichio's rations run out. My friend, sometimes it is better not to reach for a yard after getting an inch. Ding Shi gnashes his teeth as he speaks to Ling Xiao. If looks could kill, he would have killed this person 1,000 or 10,000 times over a long time ago. How is reaching for a yard after getting an inch applicable during a fair competition? Ling Xiao laughs in amusement at his words. Ding Shi's anger at his words turns his face one shade darker. Ling Xiao's words already makes it clear to them that he won't let go of this miraculous sheep. Ding Shi increases his bid one more time after that but is still outbid by Ling Xiao. In the end, the second miraculous sheep lands in Ling Xiao's hand with a price of 11 million. For the last miraculous sheep, the competition is much fiercer than for the previous two. The powers that didn't act before all make their move this time. The price jumps higher and higher, right up to the sky-high price of 15 million. This price already exceeds what most of the people can bear. Furthermore, the meat of one miraculous sheep is not worth that much. The ones bidding until now are not just in it because they must have it. Some are just hellbent on saving face, like Ding Shi. Xingluo Group definitely didn't expect this outcome. At that time, they thought that no one would dare to fight with them, given their reputation. So they only gave Ding Shi the estimated number of gold coins and nothing more. 15 million is precisely the most he can come up with. Looking at Ding Shi's eyes that are red with fury, a few people stop bidding on their own, to avoid incurring the wrath of Xingluo Group for real. But there are still a few people excitedly anticipating an increasingly tense atmosphere. So they all look towards Ling Xiao hoping that he would make another bid. Ding Shi clearly can also sense this, making his face grow so gloomy that it can almost drip water. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142. Attack. 15 million. 100,000. Just at this moment, a timid voice suddenly calls out. Everyone is shocked to discover that the one that opened his mouth is someone in a black cloak next to that man. He is so small that they seem to have completely overlooked him. From his voice, he seems to be a rather young youth. After speaking, this youth seems to be so uncomfortable from the stairs that he rubs himself close to the man beside him. This person is none other than XiaoMo. Actually, he doesn't mind letting Ling Xiao do the bidding. But after the previous two times, he is already completely clear that this fellow is a super spendthrift. In less than an hour, he already spent over 20 million. That's why this time he doesn't let him open his mouth, because Ling Xiao always simply shouts out an amount. Clearly one can just add a little bit more, but he insists on going up by 1 or 2 million, vexing him to the point of death. He really won't complain that there is too much gold coins. Really? so this time he would rather open his own mouth and not allow Ling Xiao to do it. The minimum increase in bid for the miraculous sheep meat is 100,000, so XiaoMo just goes for the minimum amount. After being thwarted time and again, Dingshi couldn't suppress it anymore. He even has the impulse to kill. A terrifying momentum explodes out, like a sudden peal of thunder that leaves one no time to cover one's ears. The sudden powerful attack streaks towards Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. Being able to provoke Dingshi to the point of losing his reason, actually launching an attack on guests of the same level as him, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, these two people can be said to be quite capable. At least this is how it seems in the eyes of others. Ling Xiao had long ago noticed the unstable air around Dingshi. Seeing him launch a sudden attack at them, he is not surprised. A sweeping spiritual energy immediately surges fiercely from his body. Purple flames surge terrifyingly in howls, forming raging waves and mountainous flames. In an instant, as if being set free, they boom forward, attacking the oncoming assault. The two forces crash into each other, exploding with terrifying force. Much like ripples spreading out on the surface of a lake, ripples of energy spread out from the point the impact. But the matter doesn't end just like that. That fiercely surging purple flame that came from Ling Xiao's body doesn't dissipate just like that. Instead, it just seems to pause momentarily in midair before shooting violently towards the wide-eyed Dingshi. Stop! A deep voice suddenly shouts out in the main hall. A figure appears suddenly next to Dingshi. Looking at the fiercely approaching purple flames, his expression changes drastically. He quickly grabs Dingshi by the shoulder and moves aside. That streak of purple flames loses its target and strikes Dingshi's chair. The solid white sandstone chair immediately dissolves from the purple flames. Looking at this scene, many of the people gasp in shock. If this attack were to hit someone, it would be certain death. But even more of the people reacted like the person who saved Dingshi, showing a drastic change in their expression. Someone even cried out in shock. Imperial level? This exclamation is like a stone that brings about a wave of 1,000 stories high. The whole main hall is filled with countless gasps. If it was a spiritual level fighter, they would already be fearful. They never expected that this person would actually be an imperial level fighter. As everyone knows, the southern region of Longshao continent only has 3 imperial level fighters. They are Tianxan Sex Tang Fan, Xingcheng Sex Luo Changyuan, and Xingluo Group Shintu Dao. But each one of them are feared leaders. The reputation of their 3 forces is not something to be laughed at. The reason why these forces can stand like a tripod of great strengths is because they have an imperial level fighter. No one expected that an imperial level fighter would actually appear today in this trifling pavilion of 10,000 treasures. Does this mean that there would a change of winds in the southern region of Longshao continent? Ever since Ling Xiao's explosive attack, Dingshi's face can no longer be described as deathly pale. It is even paler than that. The pressure that he felt from the purple flame dragon is the same as the pressure he feels from his group leader, shaking him to the core in an instant. That's why he couldn't move when the purple flame dragon started to move towards him again. Later, when he heard that cry of astonishment, Dingshi's face crumbles, leaving only these words in his heart: I'm done for. If the group leader finds out that he offended an imperial level fighter, he wouldn't be able to make up for it even if he dies 1,000 times over. My friend, please do not be angry. It's better to talk it over. Humble me will definitely give you an explanation. That man that saved Dingshi recovers very quickly. The shock on his face already disappeared, replaced with a rather dignified demeanor that doesn't in any way diminish his smart and good looks. This is undoubtedly an impressive man. He cups his hands respectfully as he speaks to Ling Xiao. Looking at this person, Ling Xiao suddenly smiles jokingly. I'll trust you this time. At this time, the crowd recovers, finally noticing the man. Looking at his face, someone cries out, Luo Shuhi. Everyone else also start to react. Luo Shuhi is the person who achieved great fame during the campaign against the demons not long ago. Someone who is as famous as the younger generation disciple of Tian Xian sect, Lin Xiao. But what is most shocking is that Luo Shuhe actually came out from behind the auction platform. Clearly the rumors that the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures is supported by Qingqing sect is true. Also, there is a 95% probability that the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures belongs to Qingqing sect. Although it couldn't be confirmed before, the appearance of Luo Shuhe makes it 90% certain. Some people even firmly believe that the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures belongs to Qingqing sect. Probably, it won't take too long before this information is spread throughout the southern region. Luo Shuhe is surprised at how straightforward Ling Xiao is. But he still heaves a sigh of relief. Because the stronger the fighter, the more unpredictable they are. As it is, Dingshi made the first move, so even if Ling Xiao kills him or wounds him severely, this would still not be his fault. Even if Xing Luo group finds out, they probably won't offend an imperial-level fighter for the sake of a celestial-level elder. But this is not the reason why he heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, he already realized it when Dingshi had the intent to kill. He deliberately didn't put a stop to it immediately. After all, Dingshi is an elder of Xing Luo group. It's just that he never expected that the other party would actually be an imperial-level fighter. Fighters of this strength can only be treated nicely, not to be offended. Thinking like this, Luo Shuhe looks at Dingshi and says gravely, "Elder Ding. You can be considered a regular of the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures, so you must know the rules. Seeing that you were the first to break the rules, humble me can only ask you to leave. Please leave BA." Hearing these words, Dingshi's face turns from green to white. After this incident, Xing Luo group will probably find it very hard to hold their heads up high in Qing City, and even the whole southern region. Such a grand first-class force actually got chased out from an auction hall. Simply too funny. If Ling Xiao was only a celestial level or spiritual level fighter, Dingshi wouldn't have to fear him. Unfortunately, this incident today will probably come back to bite him. He clearly kicked a steel plate that should not be offended. Dingshi regrets it 10,000 times over, but he still doesn't dare to act rashly, so he can only leave in disgrace. After Dingshi leaves, Luo Shuhe announces the continuation of the auction. Ling Xiao already won 3 miraculous sheep. He is not interested in the remaining items up for auction, so he leads the rather dazed XiaoMo out of the main hall. The moment they leave, the atmosphere in the main hall immediately becomes agitated. Not many people have the mood to fight over the remaining items. Most of them are discussing what just happened, while some people actually just got up and left. They want to tell others about this news. An imperial-level fighter has come into the world. This information is equivalent to a level 12 earthquake. Elder brother Ling, where are we going now? XiaoMo finally recovers after some difficulty. Dingshi's sudden attack made him jump in fright. He thought that auction halls are places where disputes involve words, not deeds. Today, if Ling Xiao was not by his side, he would probably be dead. But after thinking it over, he doesn't feel that fearful. After all, he has already gone through quite a few deadly incidents, so he has ample experience. Go to get the miraculous sheep meat. Ling Xiao turns around and helps him to adjust the cloak on his body. The two of them walk through the rear door of the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures. Luo Shuhe was already waiting for them. XiaoMo doesn't know much about this Luo Shuhe. But from his performance in the auction hall, Luo Shuhe is undoubtedly a smart person. He avoided making enemies out of Xing Luo group and at the same time managed to flatter an imperial-level fighter. No wonder he is regarded as a talent that is on par with Lin Xiao. Seeing them come over, Luo Shuhe smiles politely while saying, "My two friends are here so quickly. Here are 600 pounds of miraculous sheep meat. Please have a look." XiaoMo is a little surprised. Luo Shuhe isn't overly polite with them. Furthermore, he looks every bit the noble gentleman, without seeming fake. Completely different from Ling Xiao, this fake gentleman. Thinking like this, he purposely steals a glance at Ling Xiao before withdrawing his gaze when the latter doesn't notice. Receiving the magic bag that he hands over, there is indeed that quantity inside. The capacity of the magic bag is not big. 600 pounds almost takes up all the space, but the quality of the meat is very fresh, as if it has just been carved from the body of the miraculous sheep not too long ago. XiaoMo ties the magic bag at his waist and takes out the gold coins that Ling Xiao gave him, along with his own gold coins. Using his soul force, he easily counts out 35,100,000 gold coins, and puts them into his own magic bag before handing it over to Luo Shuhe. Luo Shuhe doesn't count them in front of them. This can be considered as a form of trust, but it is more of trying to win them over. After that, both sides engage in polite conversation, but it's actually just a few words before Ling Xiao takes XiaoMo away with him. Right after they leave, a person walks in from outside at a steady pace. Seeing Luo Shuhe, his furrowed brows finally relax a little as he calls out, "Shuhe, that strong man already left?" Luo Shuhe nods at him, "Yes, father." This person is actually Luo Changyuan, Luo Shua's father. When he received his son's message, he immediately rushed over, but he is still one step behind. However, it's not that big of a loss. Do you know where they came from? Luo Changyuan walks over and sits down on a chair, speaking with a serious expression. They were very careful. Luo Shuhe shakes his head. Hearing this, a look of uncertainty flashes across Luo Changyuan's face. He can only say, hopefully they have no connection with Tianxian sect. His greatest fear is that that person will get involved. After all, he stole Tianxian sect's level 9 magic pill formula not long ago. Although there is no movement from Tianxian sect on the surface, he knows that Tianxian sect already guessed that he did it. It's just that they don't have proof. That's why everything can be so calm right now. Luo Shuhe walks to his side and lightly strokes his back while saying in a gentle voice, "Father, how is your injury? Is it still a great hindrance?" "It's already 50 to 60% better. You don't have to be worried for father," says Luo Changyuan. Right at this moment, the appearance of an Imperial-level fighter spreads throughout the southern region of Longshao continent like a level 12 tornado. Many forces receive this information one after another, such as Tianxian sect, Xingluo group, Xiaoyao tower, and so on. But the one most strongly affected is Xingluo group. Who asked them to have an elder that just offended this strong fighter? Quite a few people are delighting in their misfortune. Going back to Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, they are tailed the moment they leave the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. The ones following them are mostly from the time they left the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. But Ling Xiao doesn't bother with them. He also doesn't immediately shake them off because he is not in a hurry. XiaoMo has no idea that they are being tailed. Seeing that they still have time, he pulls Ling Xiao along, strolling the streets of Qing City. Qing City is not quite the same as Hunji City. The facades of all the shops appear very luxurious. Clearly they are all owned by rich people. After strolling through a few shops, XiaoMo is no longer interested. Not because he can't find what he wants, but because the magic herbs and the magic pills inside are more expensive than in Hunji City. But there is one thing that is the same. High-level magic herbs are not common. There also doesn't seem to be any magic herb seeds. It only goes to show how rare high-level magic herbs are. Not finding what he is looking for, XiaoMo doesn't want to spend the night in Qing City, so he leaves together with Ling Xiao. The moment they leave Qing City, all the spies from the various forces immediately follow them. As a result, just as they step out of Qing City, they lose all signs of those two people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143. 12 Magic Beasts. 10,000 miles away from Qing City is a four-sided town. Xifang Town is famous for squarish things and sculptures. It's a very strange town. But the evaluation stones from there are very famous because the best sculptors in Longshao continent are from there. Many famous sculptors come from Xifang town. Ling Xiao and XiaoMo's second destination for this trip is Xifang town. In order to shake off the people tailing them, Ling Xiao just hugged XiaoMo and brought them both into his dimension when they came out of Qing City. His dimension is not like XiaoMo's dimension. XiaoMo's dimension cannot be moved. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he doesn't have complete control over it yet. Also, Ling Xiao's dimension was formed from a spatial rift. Dimensions formed from spatial rifts can be moved by intention. However, the distance it can be moved depends on the level of the person. So, usually it would take half a day to get from Qing City to Xifang town by horse carriage. Even the winged bird would take an hour. However, going through Ling Xiao's dimension, it doesn't even take a few seconds. By the time they walk out of the dimension, they are already outside Xifang town. Xifang town is really like its name. One can even make out the square shape of the town from outside. XiaoMo raises his head and looks at the main gate of the small town. It's a square. The length, width, and height is basically the same. Even the inscribed board on top is square. Very unique and eye-catching. But XiaoMo is very unwilling because he was forced by Ling Xiao to come here. Ling Xiao simply didn't forget his intention to let him buy an evaluation stone. Before, when they were in Qing City, XiaoMo saw that Ling Xiao didn't bring up the matter about buying an evaluation stone, so he thought he had forgotten about it, so he also didn't bring it up. Turns out not only did Ling Xiao not forget about it, he even planned it out beforehand. At one side, Ling Xiao sees that his mouth is forming such an exaggerated pout that one would soon be able to hang several pounds of pork on it. So he just hugs him by the waist and walks into Xifang town while beaming, "Little brother. I know you are now very anxious. But it doesn't matter. Very soon you will know what the color of your soul is." XiaoMo almost spits out blood. So he still thinks that he is unhappy because he is anxious about evaluating his innate talent? He is sure that this fellow is doing it on purpose. "Elder brother, why must we come to Xifang town? Why didn't we just buy it in town just now?" XiaoMo changes the subject. He doesn't want to continue with what they were just talking about because he would definitely get angered to death. Inconvenient. Ling Xiao beams as he speaks. Why was it inconvenient? XiaoMo asks. He has no idea that they were trailed by a lot of people the moment they left Qing City. There is nothing to hide about to this matter. While Ling Xiao tells him about it, he also uses the opportunity to give some general knowledge. Things like the treachery of men, disputes between forces. He explains his analysis on the whole situation in the southern region of Longshao continent clearly to XiaoMo, not shying away from shady matters. Ling Xiao is not afraid that XiaoMo would learn to become bad. In his eyes, it would be even better if he becomes bad. He is still worried that he is not bad enough and would get deceived instead. So, this matter, he has to make it clear. By the time he finishes speaking, XiaoMo is already wiping away many handfuls of cold sweat wordlessly. The way of the world in this world is really very complicated. Looks like he has to continuously increase his strength, and also the strength of Xiao Piqiu. But after listening to Ling Xiao, he can't deny that Ling Xiao was right to have doubts. They should be a little more careful with everything. If by any chance someone finds out that his soul is not the same as before, it would definitely bring them a lot of trouble. Walking into Xifang town, the buildings on both sides of the street are also squarish. But they are very simple and crude. No matter if it is the clothes of the people or their houses, they can't be compared to the luxury of Qing City. However, it gives XiaoMo a comfortable feeling. Xifang town is not big. It only has one street. Walking from the start to the end of the street is already the whole Xifang town. Because Xifang town is famous for sculptures, both sides of the street are lined with shops selling sculptures. There are stone sculptures, wood sculptures, and also jade sculptures. XiaoMo simply shows as one of the small shops. Just as he walks in, a small black head suddenly pops out from behind the counter. It's a 7 to 8-year-old boy. Seeing that there is a customer, the small boy's eyes light up instantly. His cute face is filled with happiness as he quickly runs out from behind the counter, rubbing his palms on his clothes. "Brother, what kind of sculpture do you want to buy? My shop has everything. Oh, look at these. They are all carved by my mom. My mom's workmanship is very awesome. Do you want to buy one? One is not expensive. Oh, 1 gold coin is enough." The little boy's words seems to a product of constant rehearsal. A long string of words, and he actually didn't stop to take a breath. His face is still bright red, as if he is really happy. But his tone is still clearly a little cautious. XiaoMo glances at the simple and crude shop and the clothes on the little boy. The clothes have turned white from washing and even show signs of repeated patching in a few areas. Immediately, he understands. Their shop probably doesn't have much business usually. No wonder the little boy was so happy to see them come in. But looking at the sculptures displayed on the cabinets, the small boy is not lying. Each sculpture, no matter what it is made of, is very exquisite. One can tell that the sculptor is very attentive and exacting. XiaoMo suddenly feels a little moved. Maybe he can buy back a few to put in his room or in the dimension. He can also give them to Xiao as toys in order to stop him from playing with things that cannot be played with. Thinking like this, XiaoMo simply walks over to choose something. The first cabinet is displaying jade carvings. There are many grades of jade. There is white sand jade, purple ice jade, blue jadeite, and so on. The multitude of colors is extremely beautiful. One can even feel the faint flow of spiritual energy inside upon touching. Such a beautiful piece of jade carving with spiritual energy is really just 1 gold coin each? XiaoMo feels that this price is clearly too low. Such a fine piece of jade carving. After deducting the cost of materials, the profit would probably be so little that it would be negligible. While thinking like this, XiaoMo's line of sight suddenly comes across the jade carvings on the topmost shelf. 12 jade carvings altogether. He suddenly feels more and more excited with each look. He feels that he must be seeing things. That is clearly the 12 zodiac animals. Also, each animal is different in color, making them look especially beautiful. Xiao realizes that he is excited, so he follows his line of sight, landing on the 12 animals. Ice-cold jade, yet they are carved to appear so lifelike, as if they are on the verge of coming to life. The little boy was secretly monitoring XiaoMo. Seeing that he seems to have taken a fancy to the 12 magic beasts that his mother put on top of the cabinet, his fingers start to twist tightly. After thinking it over with gritted teeth, he raises his head. His eyes seem to show that he has made some kind of decision. He looks tentatively at XiaoMo. "Brother, if you like these carvings, I can sell it to you cheap. Each one is not too expensive. I can sell it to you for 3 gold coins each. Really not expensive. How about it?" The little boy seems to be worried that this price would scare them off, emphasizing that it is not expensive twice. Actually, it is really not expensive because one can tell from just one look that these carvings cannot be compared to the others. The jade used for these 12 carvings is probably the best jade in their shop. "Bring them down for me to take a look," XiaoMo says quickly. 3 gold coins each is really too cheap. Hearing these words, the little boy immediately shows a happy face. He quickly takes out a chair from behind the counter. Because he is too short, he must stand on the chair in order to reach it. Even then, he is barely tall enough. Only then does XiaoMo come to his senses. Worried that he would fall down, he quickly walks over, saying, "Little brother, come down. I'll take them down myself." The little boy is stunned, then immediately shakes his head. "No, this is part of my job. Brother is a customer. How can I trouble you? I can do it. He is afraid that this brother would refuse to buy because he didn't serve him properly. XiaoMo doesn't know what he is thinking, so he ponders over his words. Right at this moment, a hand suddenly stretches out from behind them. While they remain stunned, that hand already took down the 12 jade carvings. XiaoMo and the little boy turn around in unison to see Ling Xiao take the last jade carving. He narrows his eyes as he looks at it, completely ignoring their stunned expressions. These jade sculptures were carved by your mom? Ling Xiao asks suddenly as he glances at the little boy. The little boy is stunned for a moment before realizing that he was talking to him. He quickly shakes his head. No. My mom said that they were passed down from our grandfather, but carved pretty well. Ling Xiao praises. XiaoMo walks up to him and looks at the 12 animals on the table. His mouth twitches. Fine BA. He is really seeing things. These are simply not the 12 zodiac animals. At a glance they look similar, but actually, they are 12 magic beasts. They only look a little similar, that's all. Some of them look ferocious, but they are not the least bit hard to look at. The little boy hears his praise and 2 rosy spots of excitement immediately bloom on his cheeks. Brother has decided to buy it? Of course I'll buy. I'll buy all 12 of them. But XiaoMo still feels like they seem to be one set, so he simply buys all of them. The little boy hears the words he wants to hear, but then he hears the last word. Immediately he panics, still thinking that he is complaining that it is too expensive. Gritting his teeth, he decides to lower the price again by a little when he hears him speaking as if to himself. 3 gold coins each is not too cheap? Little brat. Are you purposely giving me this low price? Let me tell you. XiaoMo is not someone that likes to take advantage of people. So sell them to me at the original price BA. One look and it's obvious that these jade carvings are good quality goods. These words are really too fake. Looking at his awe-inspiring upright manner, appearing to say I'm a good person, Ling Xiao suddenly remembers the manager of the 7-star hotel that he swindled before. At that time, a certain person's action seems to be from a whole different person than how he is acting now. Ling Xiao remembers that XiaoMo uttered something before, seems to be only an idiot wouldn't take advantage when given the chance. The little boy clearly didn't expect him to say these words, standing stunned on the spot right until XiaoMo waves his hand in front of his face a few times. Only then, does he abruptly come back to his senses, blushing bright red and stuttering, "Brother? Do you really mean it?" "Of course." XiaoMo nods firmly. He can guess that his little boy must be having a difficult time. That's why he reduced the price for him. Most probably it has something to do with his mom, since his mom actually let this small child take care of the shop. Most probably, something must have happened, so they are in need of money. In the end, the boy blurts out a price. Because it has been passed down from previous generations, the jade used is not ordinary jade. But the little boy's family also doesn't seem to know what kind of jade, so they can only price it at 30 gold coins each. Hearing this price, XiaoMo is silent for quite a while. Looks like this little boy is crazy short of money, so he dropped the price from 30 pieces straight down to 3. But even if it is 3 gold coins, for their family, it can also be considered a significant sum. XiaoMo straightaway gives the little boy 360 gold coins. To him, this few hundred gold coins is still not enough for him to buy a few magic herb seeds. But to the little boy, these gold coins are enough for their whole family to last quite a while. Even if they don't open shop, they wouldn't starve to death. After the little boy takes the gold coins, his eyes get red with excitement. He abruptly turns around and runs to the back of the shop. XiaoMo is not fast enough to stop him. He still hasn't bought the evaluation stone in E. Right at that moment, several calls can be heard coming from the direction the little boy ran towards, followed by spates of coughing. Just as XiaoMo guessed, the little boy's mother is sick. After a while, the little boy supports a beautiful young woman and walks out from the rear courtyard. The woman's face is deathly pale without any sign of color, but her former beauty can still be seen. Most probably she has been tormented terribly by her serious illness, leaving her looking like all skin and bones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144. Evaluation Stone. Maybe she already heard about the matter from the small boy, so the woman with tears dancing in her eyes thanks XiaoMo and Ling Xiao over and over again, her body swaying on the point of falling. Each sentence is followed by several coughs. Even though she is unwilling to sell off the 12 heirloom jade carvings, it is for the sake of survival, so the woman has no other option. Although Xifeng town is small, the competition is still very intense. She can go for a few days without eating or drinking, but she can't let her son suffer with her. That's why she is willing to sell off the 12 jade carvings. Who knew? Because the price of the jade is too high, and because the people that usually come to Xifeng town are not especially rich, so the jade carvings, since they were brought out a month ago, not even one was sold. Now, when the mother and son are on the point of dying from illness and starvation, someone finally comes to buy their jade sculptures. Furthermore, it's all 12 at once. The mother and son have never seen so much money in this lifetime. It would be a lie to say they are not moved. The woman has long ago started to drop tears like rain. After an arduous wait for the woman to finish crying, XiaoMo was finally able to ask about the evaluation stone. After hearing that the customers want to buy an evaluation stone, the woman wipes her tears with a handkerchief, raises her head, and asks in surprise, "Two young brothers want to buy an evaluation stone?" Her gaze sweeps over XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, finally falling on XiaoMo. "You are a mage?" XiaoMo pouts. "So it's that obvious?" Fine BA. Compared to martial artists, he is indeed more like a weak mage. But the woman's insight is very sharp. After all, she is so sick to such an extent. After getting an affirmative answer, the woman immediately leads them into the rear courtyard. Evaluation stones are not usually displayed inside the shop. Not because it should not be seen by others, but because each evaluation stone is as tall as 1.5 meters, and weighing about 200 pounds. Very heavy. Usually, it can only be moved by adult males. XiaoMo follows the women into the rear courtyard. He sees a milky white crystal in the courtyard. This is most probably the evaluation stone. There seems to be only one such thing in the whole courtyard. Most mages take the test on the spot unless they are from major sections. Because there are many people, major sects would buy the evaluation stone back. For a solitary mage like XiaoMo, no one would be dumb enough to purposely buy an evaluation stone. But he is different because he already underwent the evaluation once, so he can't take it again in front of everyone. The woman also doesn't ask him why he doesn't do the evaluation right away. She wanted to give the evaluation stone to XiaoMo, but XiaoMo insists on buying it or he would go somewhere else to buy one. The woman can't change his mind, so she can only give him a rather low price, selling it to him for 50 gold coins. The shops in Qing City were selling evaluation stones at 100 gold coins each. Also, they were a little smaller than the one here. The woman's selling price of 50 gold coins is indeed quite a lot cheaper. This time, XiaoMo doesn't refuse anymore. He gives them another 50 gold coins and then leaves Xifeng town with Ling Xiao. What the two of them don't know is that 5 days later, some people came around asking in Xifeng town. Those people by chance came inside the woman's shop to ask. But the woman is also not someone who doesn't know anything. Seeing that those people appear to have come with ill intent, she simply pretends not to know anything. After waiting for them to leave, the woman tells her son not to say anything about them. But these are all after the fact. At this time, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao have left Xifeng town. When they reach a place with no one around, he enters his dimension with Ling Xiao. He puts the evaluation stone straight into the dimension. The evaluation stone is placed in the courtyard of the small wooden hut. XiaoMo stands in front of it and steals a glance at Ling Xiao. After some hesitation, he asks, "So, elder brother, do I really have to do the test?" Ling Xiao gives him a sweet smile and asks him in reply, "What say you, Annie?" "I say, it's already bought. To not do the test is equivalent to throwing away 50 gold coins for nothing." This type of wasteful behavior to XiaoMo is definitely an incomparably shameful act. So in despair, he can't help but agree with Ling Xiao. Then, what am I supposed to do next? XiaoMo swallows a few times, suddenly feeling embarrassed. He hasn't seen other people do the test before, so he doesn't know the specific steps. But he regrets right after asking because the previous him already took the test, so this careless slip exposed himself. Ling Xiao looks at his miserable expression. His lips curve up playfully as he speaks with beaming eyes. "Put your hand on it and then transmit your soul force into the evaluation stone." "That will do." XiaoMo's hand shakes as he places it on the evaluation stone. A burst of ice-cold sensation is felt coming from the evaluation stone. He shivers involuntarily before doing as Ling Xiao told him to, stimulating a thread of his soul force and transmitting it into the evaluation stone. In just an instant, the milky white evaluation stone suddenly emits an intense burst of bright light. XiaoMo's eyes are blinded, so he immediately closes his eyes, only opening them again when the rays start to weaken. When he looks at the twinkling lights on top of the evaluation stone, his eyes can't help opening wider. What is the meaning of this? An ethereal glow is shining on top of the evaluation stone. He has never seen this color before. It's not pink. Also not yellow. Neither is it green. It's definitely not blue. It can only be described as a very ethereal color. XiaoMo doesn't know how to define the caliber of his own soul. The soul of the original XiaoMo was green, below average innate talent. So what is his? Elder brother Ling, what color should this be? XiaoMo can't figure it out, so he can only look questioningly at Ling Xiao. But when he looks at Ling Xiao, the latter's usual smiling expression had disappeared, leaving him looking completely expressionless. He can't help getting a prickling sensation in his heart. It can't be that there is something wrong, BA? Seeing that he doesn't answer, XiaoMo calls out to him gingerly. He then waves his hand in front of his face. "Elder brother Ling, what's the matter, la?" Ling Xiao recovers extremely naturally, folding his hands across his chest. He glances at him with an unreadable expression. "Do you know that other than low, medium, and high, there is still another level of mages?" XiaoMo silently sticks up his middle finger in his heart. At any rate, he is a level 3 mage. If he doesn't even know this, he would have lived this half a year in vain. Other than low, medium and high, there is one more class of super high-level mages, the transcendent level mage. But this type of mage seems to have not appeared before. I hear that the very awesome mage called Xiao also cannot be considered a transcendent level mage. As for this Xiao, XiaoMo has only heard of how totally awesome he is. But he completely doesn't know that the heavenly soul scroll that he is currently practicing actually belongs to him. But, no matter how totally awesome he is, he still can't touch the threshold of a transcendent level mage. Then which level do you think you belong to? Ling Xiao asks in high spirits. XiaoMo's mouth twitches furiously. If I knew, why would I need to ask you? But he still answers, if I were to guess, BA. The color on top of the evaluation stone does not match low, medium or high level. He is not so narcissistic that he would think that he is a transcendent level mage. Ling Xiao's eyes flashes as he speaks in a rather agitated voice. If I were to tell you that you have the innate talent to become a transcendent level mage, would you believe it? XiaoMo doesn't even have to think before shaking his head. I don't believe it. He then gives him a scornful glance, but after pondering for a bit, he starts to be unable to hide his excitement, saying eagerly, if you say I have the innate talent to become a high-level mage, then I can barely believe you. Ah, it hurts. The answer Ling Xiao gives him is rapping him once on the forehead. Then, as if feeling that it wasn't hard enough, he raps him once again before he is able to cover his forehead. After rapping him, he asks cheerfully, "Now is it still barely?" XiaoMo holds his forehead, shaking his head as tears dance in his eyes, sobbing pitifully, "Not barely, no longer the least bit forced, woo-woo." This fellow's actions are getting more and more ruthless. He feels that his low IQ must be Ling Xiao's fault. Ling Xiao snorts slightly twice before pulling him up to himself. He takes his hand and gently rubs his forehead while saying, "The evaluation stones here are rather low grade. It is unable to accurately determine the level of your soul. But I can solemnly tell you that your soul is multicolored." The person in front suddenly turns completely silent. Ling Xiao waits and still doesn't get any reaction, so he looks down to see our friend XiaoMo with his mouth hanging open, looking stunned and silly. He can't help but stretch out his hand and pinch his cheeks a few times. XiaoMo suddenly cries out and regains his senses with some difficulty. He discovers that half his face is being pinched in someone's hands, yet he already doesn't have the power to bother about these things. He quickly grabs Ling Xiao's hand and with sparkling eyes speaks excitedly while stuttering, "Elder brother Ling, is what you said true? My soul is multicolored?" Ling Xiao laughs in amusement while answering, "You think that I always have to lie to you?" XiaoMo immediately nods, "Yes, Asterisk dong asterisk rings out as Ling Xiao's hand wraps on his melon seed head again. With a threatening look and narrowed eyes, he says, "Say it again." XiaoMo grins foolishly without saying anything. This uncle is at the height of happiness, so I won't argue with you. After a while, he suddenly comes back to his senses. "Elder brother Ling, what did you just say? What do you mean the evaluation stones here are rather low grade? It is unable to accurately determine the level of your soul. Didn't we already determine it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 145. The one he's looking for. It's rare that he can actually make out that this point surprised Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao doesn't give a direct answer. Instead he says meaningfully, "Do you know why souls of transcendent level mages are described as multicolored?" XiaoMo ponders for a bit. Can it be that the souls of transcendent level mages are made up of 7 colors? But that's not right. He just saw the colors that appeared on top of the evaluation stone. Clearly it wasn't 7 colors. Although the colors were a little strange, such that he is unable to describe it, but it still should not be 7 colors. He is not color blind such that he can't make that out. You only got it half right. Ling Xiao stretches out his hand and strokes the evaluation stone while speaking with a smile. "What do you mean?" XiaoMo asks curiously. The souls of transcendent level mages are indeed multicolored. But multicolored souls are also divided into different levels. The people of Longshao continent only know that the souls of transcendent level mages have 7 colors, but they don't know that the 7 colors also have high and low grades. But the level of Longshao continent is rather low, so it is not surprising that they don't know. Ling Xiao explains. XiaoMo is suddenly confused. It's really getting more and more complex, leaving him incapable of understanding. Ling Xiao can almost see spirals like mosquito coils appearing inside his eyes, so he rubs his head while saying dotingly, "It's alright if you don't understand. Right now, you still haven't come in contact with higher planes, but you will have the opportunity in the future." XiaoMo looks at the slight smile on his face. He feels that the Ling Xiao now is almost not the same as the usual Ling Xiao. Suddenly, with a stroke of genius, he can't help guessing, "Elder brother Ling, the even higher plane that you speak of, is it the place you lived before?" Ever since he sort of figured out Ling Xiao's strength, he feels that Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be from Longshao continent because his power is high, and there are times when his understanding of martial artists and mages are not quite the same, different from what he sees in books. Therefore, hearing his words, he feels that the even higher plane he speaks of is someplace he has been before. Ling Xiao smirks, making out the concern and cautiousness in the tone of his words. A smile escapes from his lips. Of course, it can't be that you think Long Xiao continent, this tiny place, can actually produce someone as awesome as me? Narcissistic, absolutely narcissistic. XiaoMo can't stop himself from rolling his eyes. Such a good atmosphere was ruined by him again. Elder brother Ling, since it's like this, why did you leave that place to come to Long Xiao continent, this tiny place? XiaoMo suddenly blinks at him mischievously, fluttering his eyelashes, seeming somewhat like a crafty little fox. Hearing this jab, the smile on Ling Xiao's handsome face gets even brighter. Looking at the smile on his face, he suddenly feels his hand start to itch. He stretches his hand out wanting to give him a flick on his forehead, but XiaoMo already sensed it, covering his head one step before him. After taking the necessary precautions, XiaoMo sticks his tongue out at him. You can't flick me, you can't flick me. Ling Xiao laughs and simply pulls him into his arms. Then he goes all out and ravages his head. Rookie, don't think that I can't punish you just because you're on guard. You still have much to learn in E. XiaoMo's cheeks are puffed up in anger as he glares at him, sporting a chicken coop hairstyle, absolutely adorable and comical. Ling Xiao, who does not feel the least bit guilty, unties the red string that is holding his hair together and then starts to straighten out his hair again. 10 fingers running through the soft and silky hair, making him feel extremely content, such that he can't help letting out a sigh while continuing with the topic. Me? Of course there is a reason why I'm here. Ling Xiao says. What is it? XiaoMo blurts out, only realizing after the fact that this question is somewhat infringing on his privacy. Ever since Ling Xiao replaced Lin Xiao as the master disciple of the warrior division of Tian Xin sect, this question has always been hidden in XiaoMo's heart. Especially after he found out that he is such a powerful person. He is even more curious as to what it is that drew him to Tian Xin sect. Today, he finally pops the question. But, this is definitely not intentional. Who asked Ling Xiao to say those words that made it so natural for him to ask? Anyone who heard those words would also blurt out, what is it, so you can't blame him. After saying this, XiaoMo lowers his head, not daring to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao doesn't seem to sense his embarrassment. Raising his head, the look in his eyes deepens much deeper than it ever had before. A long time later, he says in a deep and quiet voice, I'm looking for someone. Hearing these words, XiaoMo can't stop himself from raising his head and looking at him, just in time to see the unconcealed turbulence in his eyes. As if this person is the enemy that killed his father. A moment later, he can't stop himself from asking, the enemy that killed your father? He can't hold back the excitement in his voice. He is already making up a tragic life story in his mind. He feels that the reason why Ling Xiao ran over to Long Xiao continent is because he is chasing after the enemy that killed his father. But that enemy that killed his father is just as powerful as him, so Ling Xiao has no way of finding him immediately. That's why he is staying in Long Xiao continent, waiting until the day when he finally finds the enemy that killed his father. Then he would take his revenge, and then leave this place. The result is right after he says those words, dong rings out on his head. Our friend XiaoMo finally reached a record today, getting hit on his head by Ling Xiao 4 times in a day. So, a certain hapless brat leans on Ling Xiao's chest, 2 streams of tears almost bursting out of his eyes. Why does he have to use so much force every time? His head is not made out of steel. Can't he be a little gentler? The instigator gently rubs the spot on the head that he just hit, saying in a soft and gentle voice, what crazy thoughts are you having, Annie? Aren't you just looking to get hit? What enemy that killed my father? How did this melon seed head come about? XiaoMo tears up as he curses in his heart, email protected, %and, but. Returning to the topic, XiaoMo persists in asking, since it's not that, then who are you looking for? What has that person got to do with you entering Tian Xin sect? Of course there is a connection. Ling Xiao nods in answer, not keeping him in suspense. Then what is the reason? XiaoMo continues asking. Because there are many people in Tianxin sect. Ling Xiao beams while speaking. XiaoMo is speechless. What kind of answer is this? It can't be that you can find the person you are looking for just because there are a lot of people? Then why don't you go to Qing City or Hunji City where there are even more people? 100,000 questions flow through XiaoMo's mind along with 100,000 curses. His nosy self can't be stopped. XiaoMo thinks that since he already brought it up, he should pry to the end. Otherwise, it would eat at him until his curious heart explodes. So, he asks anxiously, what kind of person are you actually looking for? What has it got to do with Tianxin sect having many people? Ling Xiao glances at him ambiguously. XiaoMo gets the message and finally realizes that he was too hasty. He rubs his nose guiltily. Then he silently covers his head. The question is already out there. Quickly answer it, BA. At the worst, cough cough, even if he is hit on the head again, if that is exchanged for Ling Zhao's secret, our friend XiaoMo feels that it is absolutely worth it. Ling Xiao figured out his character a long time ago. Simply speaking, it's soft-hearted but fearful. Just like at Xifang town. What, not taking petty advantages? Clearly it was because he empathized with that mother and son pair, so he willingly bought it at the original price. It's too bad that he can only deal with these types of people. With those that a little stronger, he is no longer able to hold his own. But luckily the first one he came across is himself. Me? I'm looking for a mage. Tianxin sect is a major sect, with countless mages. And they have connections, so it's easy for me to search. As for why I'm looking for this person, I can't tell you for now because the time is not right. When the time is right, I will tell you myself. Ling Xiao says. XiaoMo finally understands why Ling Xiao wants to enter Tianxin sect. Looks like this is the reason. Pitiful Lin Xiao. XiaoMo can't help offering a handful of tears of sympathy for him. What kind of bad luck did you have to meet with Ling Xiao? The person you're looking for is a high-level mage? Have you found him? XiaoMo asks. Not a high-level mage, but I've already found him. There is an enigmatic smile in Ling Zhao's eyes as he beams while looking at him. Who is it? XiaoMo's eyes are sparkling. Although he is somewhat surprised that it is not a high-level mage, the last part of his words stokes his nosy self, fanning the flames of his nosiness. He has already found him. How unexpected. Then since he already found him, why is still staying in Tianxin sect? Accompanying this thought is a flash of disappointment, but before he could take a closer look, it already disappears. That person. Ling Xiao pauses, deliberately keeping him in suspense. Only after he is hanging at the highest point does he get close to him while saying, he is actually a puny mage who is so stupid that he angers both men and gods. Every time I bully him, he gets angry but doesn't dare to say anything. When his hackles are raised, he's like a hedgehog but his spines are soft. When they prick me, it feels ticklish. He also does things stupidly, not uttering a sound when bullied. Tell me, isn't he extremely stupid? XiaoMo. Why the hell does the person he describes sound so much like himself? No way, no way. He shouldn't be talking about him, right? How is he that pathetic? Right. Damn it, the person Ling Xiao is talking about is basically him. The puny mage Ling Xiao spoke about already has his hackles raised. After thinking up scenarios for half a day, the enemy that killed his father in his scenarios is actually himself. Too much of a joke. But, why is Ling Xiao looking for him? The hedgehog with raised hackles softens by himself without waiting for Ling Xiao to calm him down. Compared to the words Ling Xiao uses to describe him, he takes more notice of the fact that he is the person Ling Xiao is looking for. Why is he the one he's looking for? Can it be that before he crossed over, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo already knew each other? In reality, they were already lovers. Then XiaoMo was unhappy with Ling Xiao treating him overbearingly and dictatorially, so after a huge argument, he left home. Then, fortunately, he caught the attention of Tian sect and smoothly entered Tian sect. Then, Ling Xiao, as his lover, thinks that his loved one most probably entered Tian sect, so he came running after. The result is, the both of them never imagined that XiaoMo is no longer the original XiaoMo, separated by life and death. 100,000 alpacas again appear in his mind. But before the 100,000 alpacas can gallop across his mind, they were throttled to death, because Ling Xiao's hands are currently wrapped around his neck, his foreboding smiling face magnified in front of his face. "Little brother, what were you just thinking of?" Ling Xiao asks. XiaoMo struggles to stick his tongue out. "Nothing. Not thinking of anything." Ling Xiao's stare at him gets darker and darker, then he moves forward and captures his tongue with his mouth. XiaoMo. Such a serious atmosphere, and he actually does such an inappropriate thing. XiaoMo erupts a bright red. Hateful. He can't breathe. His neck was already being throttled and now the air in his mouth is being sucked away. How much does he hate him? After a long while, Ling Xiao finally lets go of his tongue and asks while laughing, "Haha, really not thinking of anything?" XiaoMo takes a big gulp of air and quickly raises his hand while saying, there is. Actually, I was thinking of why you were looking for me, but I can't figure it out. He is afraid that Ling Xiao would ask him what he thinks the reason is, so he quickly adds the last part. Ling Xiao finally releases his hold. His eyes seem to be saying he'll let him off for now. Regaining his freedom, XiaoMo heaves a sigh of relief. This world is actually quite good, so it's better if he remains alive. After the commercial break, XiaoMo finally remembers the original issue. Just when he was about to loosen his grip on Ling Xiao's clothes, XiaoMo suddenly reacts, quickly tightening his grip once again. "That's not right, I don't seem to have crossed paths with you before. Why are you looking for me for no reason?" Although he doesn't have the memories of the original body, he feels that the original body and Ling Xiao are people from two different worlds, with simply no chance of coming across each other. "Don't get worked up. I also only found out today that you are the person I'm looking for." Ling Xiao grips his hand, as if knowing what he is worried about, speaking in a gentle and soft voice. "It can't be. That it's the evaluation stone?" XiaoMo gapes. He can only think of this reason. This world is too much of a fantasy, although it already is quite simply a land of fantasy. Notes. When good fortune comes, the mind works well, stroke of genius. First person to bury funerary dolls, originator of an evil practice. Alpaca, in Chinese, is a homophone of a common curse. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146. Giggling. The person I'm looking for is someone that has a multicolored soul. It's just that I never expected. Hearing his guess, Ling Xiao doesn't deny it. Instead, he beams gently while looking at him. Although he doesn't finish the sentence, his gaze is definitely one of doubt. The one being doubted, XiaoMo, immediately turns into a prickly hedgehog. Doubting his soul is tantamount to doubting his human worth. Unforgivable. You. What do you mean? How am I not like someone who has a multicolored soul? If you don't give a clear answer today, I won't bird you from now on. The meek XiaoMo suddenly gives a little show of fierceness. Ling Xiao laughs out loud haha in amusement. He pulls him into his arms and molests him one more time. What is the meaning of this ridiculous bird you? Why does the way he speaks seem more and more amusing? You still haven't answered my question, but XiaoMo, who was confined in his arms, shouts while feeling depressed and resentful. It was very difficult for him to give a show of force in front of Ling Xiao, and the result. AI, naturally fighting strength, is an extremely important factor. Before he could adopt an imposing manner for just a bit, he is already overpowered. Actually, I should have thought of you a long time ago. Ling Xiao suddenly sighs softly. Although XiaoMo is only a level 3 mage right now, his rate of advancement is definitely unprecedented. Even if it could be attributed to his practicing of the Heavenly Soul Scroll, if he doesn't have an exceptional and extraordinary innate talent, there is no way he could have risen from an ordinary person to a level 3 mage in under a year. Even in the plane he was before, there has never been someone who defies heaven in this way. All these things clearly show that XiaoMo's innate talent definitely can't be the green soul during the previous evaluation. He actually only started to have doubts not too long ago, but it's still not too late now. XiaoMo raises his head, not understanding why he suddenly sighed. After thinking it through, Ling Xiao suddenly lowers his head and looks at him, saying in a serious tone, "Little brother, looks like for Kong Wen's request, you can only pretend to fail to meet it." Why? XiaoMo asks resentfully, although he knows that Ling Xiao wouldn't say these words for no reason. Your innate talent is not the same as it was before. According to principle, those with below average innate talent can't advance 2 levels within a year. It may be possible from level 1 to level 2, but you as a mage should also know that the difficulty increases with each level. If you advance to a level 3 mage in a mere 2 months, when the time comes, can you imagine what other people would think? Ling Xiao doesn't want to scare him, but he definitely doesn't wish for XiaoMo to come to any harm, so it's better to take precautions when it comes to certain things. What would other people think? When that happens, they would definitely think that something is not quite right. Someone with such low innate talent can actually advance faster than those prodigies with high innate talent? If it was him, he would also think that there is something wrong with this person. So the worst result would be that he would be caught by Kong Wen to be experimented on. Then they would discover that his soul is no longer the same. They would then suspect that his soul has evolved, causing them to do further experiments. Then maybe they would suspect that he is not the same person, leading to even more experiments. In the end, he would have turned into a white lab mouse that is only allowed to stay inside the lab. Thinking of this outcome, XiaoMo suddenly shivers. Too terrifying. XiaoMo tightens his lips and hangs down his head somewhat resentfully. I guess so, but according to his original intention, he actually wanted to piss off Kong Wen. Although Kong Wen is his master, Master doesn't like him. He also doesn't like Master. So he wants to let Kong Wen feel regret. I'm such a good disciple and you insist on neglecting me. Regretted BA. It's too much of a pity for this beautiful wish. If he lets go of this chance, which year, which month would he be able to see it come true? Little brother. Suddenly the sound of someone who can't help himself from laughing is heard above his head. XiaoMo instantly raises his head and sees Ling Xiao holding back his laughter, with mirth in his eyes, looking at him teasingly. He blinks his eyes. What is this? Ling Xiao laughs as he says, it's easy to anger Kong Wen to death. When the time comes, you only have to appear among the ranks and Kong Wen would definitely be furious. XiaoMo. So he accidentally voiced out his true intentions? But after thinking it over, what Ling Xiao says also makes sense. Since Kong Wen detests him so much, he definitely wouldn't agree to let him go. Otherwise, he wouldn't purposely make it difficult for him. If he pretends that he has no way of becoming a level 3 mage in a little over 2 months, he would certainly be very happy. But if he were to suddenly appear at the scene on that day, the look on his old face would definitely be quite the sight. You don't want to let me go. I insist on going. Without you, there are still other people that can help me. Thinking of this plan, XiaoMo adds in the details in his head and suddenly feels very happy. He can't stop himself from letting out a giggle. He already can't wait for that day to arrive. Ling Xiao sees his smirking expression and feels his heart start itching. He also can't help himself from stretching out his hand and rubbing his fingers suggestively on his lower jaw. He laughs while saying, "What I said is right, BA." XiaoMo smiles slightly as he nods. Because he came up with such a good plan, he would overlook the fact that that thing is currently molesting his lower jaw with his hand. We'll go with that. Although he feels a little bad because elder brother and second brother fought to get him this opportunity, in order to safeguard his path as a mage, he can't take this risk, so he can only let them down. As a result, the important matter has already run off course. Ling Xiao skillfully shifted the focus, leaving no trace. XiaoMo is immersed in his own fantasies. It is much later before he remembers that there are still many questions that he wants to ask. But by that time, that most opportune moment is already gone. After finding out that his innate talent is actually not below average, XiaoMo even wants to giggle in his dreams. This means that he won't be limited to a mid-level mage in the future. His achievements can even be more awesome than that high-level mage who can refine level 10 magic pills, Xiao. But after finding out his innate talent, he is also left with another big problem. That is, to amass high-level magic herb seeds. Before, he thought that he would at best become a level 6 mage. That's why he didn't ask around much about high-level magic herb seeds. Now that he knows the real situation, he has to start amassing high-level magic herb seeds. If not, by the time he becomes a level 7 mage, he can only hug Buddha's feet in the hour of need, looking everywhere for seeds. Thinking of this, XiaoMo's thoughts turn to Yunshui Peak. He remembers that Yunshui Peak is the place where they nurture mid-level and high-level magic herbs. Since there are high-level magic herbs over there, there certainly will be seeds. Thinking of seeds, his thoughts turn to Uncle Yihan. He wonders. Does he still remember him? Damn it. That time, when he gave the opportunity to elder brother and second brother, Uncle Yihan didn't seem to be too happy. But these things are all for later. XiaoMo can only put them to one side for now. Later, he would find an opportunity to make a trip to Yunshui Peak. Right now, it should be time to return to Tian Xin sect. As for the 12 jade carvings, Ling Xiao doesn't say much about them, only asking him to keep them properly. XiaoMo treats the 12 jade carvings as just decorative items. As for the 12 magic beasts depicted by the jade carvings, regrettably, he has not seen even one of them depicted on the scrolls on high-level magic beasts. But he also doesn't feel that it is strange. After all, there are so many types of magic beasts. It's not possible that humankind has seen every one of them, let alone draw them out. There are probably some that have yet to be discovered by humans. This time, Ling Xiao uses the capability of his dimension to transport them directly to Hepping Town. Hepping Town is the same as always. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. But, maybe because the opening of the Paradise Realm is drawing near, so there are more and more people buying and selling magic pills and magic herbs in preparation for the trip to the Paradise Realm. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao enter a magic pill shop. Magic pill shops sell magic pills. But magic pills have to be kept in jade bottles in order to preserve their medicinal effect, so magic pill shops usually also buy and sell jade bottles. XiaoMo is preparing to buy a few hundred jade bottles. The main reason is because he recently refined quite a lot of magic pills. In order to separate them by type, he used up all the jade bottles in his magic bag. After hearing that he wants to buy jade bottles, and such a considerable amount at that, the attendant can't help casting a few more looks at him. Usually, people that buy more than 100 jade bottles are all not low-level mages, but the youth in front of him doesn't look more than 17 or 18 years old, and he actually buys 300 in one go. The attendant guesses that he is probably a disciple from some sect, so he doesn't dwell on it. He takes out all kinds of jade bottles. Honored guest, we have 10 types of jade bottles. Which type would you like? Jade bottles have the ability to lock in the medicinal effect of magic pills. The higher the quality, the better the effect, especially for mid-level and high-level magic pills. Usually, mages would choose the better kind. However, XiaoMo doesn't have this concern. For one, the magic pills he refines are low-level magic pills. The other reason is because he places the magic pills he refines inside his dimension. The dimension is filled with spiritual energy, so it's essentially an excellent storage space. He only needs to move them into his magic bag right before he needs them. The attendant is a little disappointed when he sees that he only wants to buy jade bottles of the lowest quality. But 300 is not a small number. This is a minor consolation point. Very quickly, he counts the total. It's 30 gold coins altogether. 1 gold coin for every 10 jade bottles. After completing the transaction, XiaoMo simply heads to the public square where the winged birds are with Ling Xiao. That was the first place XiaoMo arrived at the first time he came down the mountain. This is also where Xian sect disciples would head to when they want to go back. Notes: won't bird you, modern slang for won't bother with you, so of course Ling Xiao won't get it. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147. Won't let go. Although Xian sect has a lot of disciples, it's not as if a huge group of people will go down the mountain every day. So there aren't many people at the Winged Bird Public Square. But the manager of the Winged Bird Public Square is a very business-minded person. He divided the Winged Bird Public Square into two. On the right side, he reserves 20 of the biggest winged birds to be ordered about by Xian sect disciples. On the other hand, the winged birds on the left side are for the other mystics of Town. But there is a charge, determined by the length of the journey. When Ling Xiao and XiaoMo arrive, the left side of the public square is neither crowded nor deserted. Some people are in the process of leaving Town on the winged birds. Others are still negotiating because each trip is at least 1 gold coin regardless of distance. But if the distance exceeds a certain limit, there is an additional charge. Some people feel that it is unfair. XiaoMo only gives them a curious glance before heading to the right side of the public square with Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they actually run into a familiar person that can't be any more familiar. Not only that, there is also bad blood between them. That person is not Bill, it's the one he hasn't met for a long time, Tang Yinqi. Besides her, there are 10 or so fellow disciples. Unfortunately, among them, there are quite a few that XiaoMo recognizes. Xiao Long is Lei Ju's master. He is the elder that is leading them for this trip. When XiaoMo sees him, he unconsciously shrinks because he suddenly remembers one thing. Seems like he also has bad blood with this elder Xiao, albeit indirectly. Seeing him, he immediately remembers the 2 incidents that happened in the library. Elder Zhao's 2 disciples, Li Jun and Wang Yufei, are already his enemies. But what really makes his balls ache is that Li Jun and Wang Yufei are also in this group of people. 2 pairs of piercing eyes seem to shoot out sharp knives, flying over Xiao, aiming straight at his forehead. Elder Xiao? I didn't expect to meet you here. Clearly it's fated. Contrary to expectations, the first one to open his mouth is Ling Xiao. But in XiaoMo's ears, his words seem to be somewhat mocking. Ling Xiao doesn't conceal the joy he feels, his handsome face smiling like always. It's just that it is nothing but a complete sham. However, XiaoMo is the only one who can detect it. When Tang Yunqi sees him, a pleasantly surprised happy smile immediately blooms on her pretty face. But when she catches sight of XiaoMo, her face falls in an instant, not concealing her hatred for XiaoMo in the least. Elder Xiao is after all an elder, having a whole lot of experience with his many years. Of course he won't lose his cool in front of a junior. As for his current dislike towards Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, he still has to suppress it in the end. Smiling on the surface, he says, "How could your uncle Xiao be as idle as young Lin? Running here and there with a junior mage all day? If your master finds out about this, he just might give you another talking to." When he mentions the junior mage, Elder Zhao's gaze looks to the side and strikes XiaoMo. A gaze that is filled with disdain and contempt. XiaoMo rubs his nose and turns away, ignoring him. Ling Xiao laughs as he speaks. Elder Xiao need not take the trouble to worry about this matter. Xiao Long snorts humph and says coldly, "Recently the actions of the demons are getting bolder. Young Lin should not simply go out as you please to avoid not being around when needed." Ling Xiao laughs but doesn't reply. The group with Xiao Long also came down to buy things in preparation for the trip to the Paradise Realm. They had just finished everything 15 minutes before. Unexpectedly, they bumped into each other on the way back. But they have already chosen 2 large winged birds. 2 winged birds can seat 12. There are only 11 of them, so there is an empty seat. However, Xiao Long doesn't invite Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also does not intend to take the same winged birds as them. He pulls XiaoMo along to a nearby winged bird. The person in charge of the public square is very familiar with Ling Xiao. When he saw him bring someone over, he already told his underling to bring over a winged bird that can seat 4. Ling Xiao lets XiaoMo get on first before getting on himself. But just as he was about to step up, Tang Yunqi's voice comes from behind. "Brother Xiao, wait for me. I also want to go with you." Before the others could react, Tang Yunqi simply jumps down from the winged bird and runs up to Ling Xiao. Not waiting for Ling Xiao's answer, she says to Xiao Long and company, "Uncle Xiao, you all can leave first ba. I want to go back with Brother Xiao." Because Tian Xin sect reserves the larger winged birds for their own use, the smallest one can seat 4. Therefore, Ling Xiao's winged bird can still seat 2 more. It's because of this that Tang Yunqi dares to say what she said. But she simply didn't think that Ling Xiao would not agree. Although Xiao Long is a rough person, his nerves are definitely not rough. He can think of what Tang Yunqi fails to grasp. Hearing her words, he immediately thinks of calling her back. Suddenly, he seems to think of something, causing a barely detectable sliver of delight to flash in his eyes. It's gone in an instant. Then he says to Ling Xiao, who has his eyebrows raised, "Since it's like this, then we'll have to trouble young Lin to take care of Sister Yunqi. We'll leave first." After saying these words, he leaves immediately with the others. 2 gigantic winged birds flap their wings and rise up, stirring up a sizable gust of wind. Then they simply fly further away, slowly disappearing from their line of sight. On the other side, Tang Yunqi extends her hand happily towards Ling Xiao. "Brother Xiao, give me a hand." Ling Xiao suddenly narrows his eyes. They are so sure that he wouldn't just leave her there, so they dared to make a one-sided decision? It seems as if he doesn't even guess to figure out what they are thinking. If he just leaves Tang Yunqi behind, Tang Yunqi and Xiao Long would definitely go tell Tang Fan. Looking horizontally and vertically, there is no way to explain himself, so the outcome would probably be him angering Tang Fan, causing him to be punished. It may even implicate XiaoMo. But until now, no one has ever dared to threaten him like this. "Elder brother Ling, let her come up ba." Right at this moment, XiaoMo, who is sitting on the winged bird, suddenly grabs his arm, speaking softly. Ling Xiao inclines his head and looks at the earnest look in XiaoMo's eyes. Reining in the dark storms that were just swirling in his eyes, he looks back at Tang Yunqi and throws these words at her indifferently, "Come up by yourself." Saying that, he steps onto the back of the winged bird and sits down next to XiaoMo. XiaoMo looks at Tang Yunqi as she slowly clambers up. Although this junior sister has his ideal outward appearance of a delicate maiden, her character leaves much to be desired. He also wouldn't choose this kind of target to display his gentlemanlike manner. So he puts on a thick skin and ignores her, just like what Ling Xiao is doing. The two front seats are occupied by the two of them, so Tang Yunqi can only sit on the back seats. XiaoMo thought that she would choose to sit behind Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, Tang Yunqi actually chooses to sit behind him. The moment Tang Yunqi sits down, XiaoMo immediately feels a burst of cold air. There is no need for him to turn around to know that Tang Yunqi's glare is locked on him. He can already feel her eyes filled with intense hatred, boring into his body. Just when he is thinking all sorts of crazy things, the winged bird takes off. In a moment of inattentiveness, XiaoMo's body topples backwards. But in an instant, Ling Xiao, at his side, with quick eyes and deft hands, encircles his waist and pulls him into his embrace. Because of this unexpected episode, XiaoMo is pressed onto Ling Xiao's thigh. After he regains his balance, Ling Xiao still has no plans to return him to his seat. With one arm wrapped around his waist, he imprisons him tightly. XiaoMo is scared stiff. Especially since Ling Xiao's ardent admirer is sitting behind him. It must be said that jealous women are very terrifying. Especially this junior sister Tang. Furthermore, he is rather thin-skinned. He doesn't like to flirt with Ling Xiao in front of others. So, this kind of flirtatious behavior is better done in private. But, even after exerting all his strength, he fails to break free from Ling Xiao's arm. Much like walls of copper and iron, there is no way to shake it even a little bit. Instead, XiaoMo becomes breathless. Behave a little. Ling Xiao exhales softly next to his ear. XiaoMo's ears immediately turn bright red. He mutters softly, "Let go of me first." Ling Xiao tightens his hold, laughing haha while saying, "You are so stupid. You can even fall while sitting down. I feel like this way is best." My dear, that is not the important point. The most important point is that there is a jealous woman behind them. Behaving so intimately in front of her? XiaoMo thinks to himself. He feels that if the person he likes were to act so intimately in front of him with someone he hates, he would definitely beg Buddha for his blessing to stab this dog couple to death. Not to mention, in his previous life, he followed his mother and believed in Buddhism. Then, contrary to expectations, aside from a momentary change in mood in the beginning, Tang Yunqi doesn't behave any differently, staying quiet the whole way, not uttering a single word. In under an hour, they arrive back at Tianxian sect. When they part ways at the fork in the road, Tang Yunqi suddenly turns around and says one sentence to Ling Xiao, "Brother Xiao, I definitely won't let you go." Saying that, she doesn't wait for Ling Xiao to answer before walking away. Leaving XiaoMo by himself to face the unreadable Ling Xiao, feeling rather terrified. Notes. Bill, not sure why Bill is used. Maybe it means Tom, Dick, and Harry? Ball ache, slang that probably means? In this context. Dog couple, couple having an illicit affair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148. Changes in the dimension. The following days pass with calm winds and gentle waves. Although Tang Yunqi said those kind of words, XiaoMo doesn't see her again. He also didn't hear anything about her going to find Ling Xiao and such. But he also hasn't seen Ling Xiao since then. Later, he hears that Tang Fan gave him an assignment, so he is very busy, no shadow of the man almost every day. It's clear how busy he is. XiaoMo guesses that probably either Tang Yunqi or Xiao Long went to complain to Tang Fan. So in order to not let Ling Xiao have the time to come find him, Tang Fan gave him these assignments. But these are all what happens later. Returning to Earth Peak, XiaoMo first goes to find Xiao Dazhou, and chats with him for about half an hour before returning to his room. Not being around for a few days, the whole room is covered in a thin layer of dust. XiaoMo picks up a basin and goes outside to fetch a basin of water. It only takes him a while to wipe the desk, chair, and cupboard clean. After coming back from throwing out the water, he enters the dimension. Just as he opens the door to the little wooden hut, a white figure throws itself at him. XiaoMo lowers his head and takes a look. Xiao is looking at him with an aggrieved expression, blinking his pair of red eyes while whimpering softly, trying to make him feel guilty. XiaoMo's mouth twitches as he is determined not to be fooled. Because if he lets it out, it would definitely trample on his magic herb fields again. He definitely would not let something that happened before happen once again. Seeing that his master does not react, Xiao bares his teeth at him. XiaoMo pretends not to see anything, putting it back on the floor. Then he takes out a piece of miraculous sheep meat from his magic bag. Because the meat has yet to be cleaned, the small wooden hut is immediately filled with a faint bloody scent. XiaoMo doesn't mind it and puts the meat into a wooden basin. He then takes it into the simple and crude tiny kitchen. Behind him, when he took out the piece of meat, Xiao's eyes immediately locked onto the piece of meat, not looking away again. That look is like having caught sight of its prey. Glaring like a tiger with a hint of savagery. Although it is still young, it is clear that when faced with its prey, the instinct is strong. Seeing XiaoMo walk away, Xiao follows quickly. When XiaoMo was building the small wooden hut, he did consider that he might want to cook, so he purposely left space for a small kitchen. Although the kitchen is small, it is fully equipped with pots, bowls, ladles, tubs, firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and tea, not lacking anything. Because there isn't any ordinary water in the dimension, XiaoMo simply uses the magic water to rinse the meat. After cleaning it, he puts it on the cutting board. He is in no hurry to cook for Xiao. He then takes out a few things from his magic bag again. It's all things that he bought the last time he went down the mountain. There are all kinds of herbs, spices, sauces, and the like. After placing all these in order one by one, XiaoMo lifts the cleaver and cuts the piece of miraculous sheep meat into 8 pieces of about equal size. Then he puts them one by one into the pot he had prepared. After boiling for a few minutes, he scoops it out again. Then he puts it back in with all sorts of seasonings that he prepared into the pot and pours in some magic water. Putting on the cover, he prepares to increase the flame. As someone who is used to the modern gas stove, XiaoMo is not used to using a primitive firewood stove. It takes quite a lot of effort to get a strong flame going and keep it going. Although he has never cooked the meat of miraculous sheep before, he feels that it is similar to beef and the like. In order to make it soft and full of flavor, it needs to be cooked for a long time, so he has to keep watch over it. This is rather troublesome. XiaoMo can actually cook other dishes. After all, he has lived by himself before for a period of time, so it is unlikely that he can't cook. But Xiao is a carnivorous animal. No matter how pretty he makes the dishes, it wouldn't appreciate it. So he simply makes a pot of meat stew. But, very quickly he gets a taste of his ignorance. He thought that a pot of miraculous sheep meat will take about the same time as a pot of beef, about 2.5 hours, because there is quite a bit of meat. He didn't consider that the miraculous sheep is a level 8 magic beast. The meat of a level 8 magic beast is not something that can be compared to beef. Although the meat is incomparably delicious, but because it is filled with spiritual energy, it can't be cooked by ordinary fire. After squatting down and cycling through many different positions, XiaoMo finally realizes that it is taking too long. So, an hour later, when he opens the lid, he sees that the meat looks just as it did when he put it in an hour ago. He is totally speechless. The water is boiling. The spices and seasonings are all mixed up. But most importantly, there is no change at all in the meat. Suffering a blow, XiaoMo can only first extinguish the flame and then ponder where he had gone wrong. After some difficulty, he figures out that it has something to do with the quality of the meat. It's a pity that he only has access to ordinary fire. Right at this time, he feels that his pants are going to be pulled down. He hastily holds on to his pants and looks down to see Xiao stuck on his pants, trying his best to climb upwards. Its eyes are shining, fixed on the piece of meat in his hands. XiaoMo is silent for a moment before lifting up the cover of the pot and scooping the meat out. The moment he puts down the plate, Xiao suddenly howls and rushes over, sticking his head right into the plate, eating up the raw meat with saliva splashing everywhere. Although Xiao was born less than 1 month ago, its teeth are extraordinarily sharp, chila ripping up the meat of the miraculous sheep. Very quickly, he polishes off a huge chunk. XiaoMo takes one look and doesn't look back again. As a human who has eaten cooked food for over 10 years, he can't accept eating raw meat. That's why he doesn't like to eat Japanese sashimi. The peculiar thing is, everyone else in his family likes it. It's only him that doesn't like it. He has always wondered about this. No longer paying any attention to XiaoMo picks a few hundred stalks of magic herbs from the racks. He already hasn't refined magic pills for a few days. In order to advance as quickly as possible, he has to practice regularly. But before that, he sits down to meditate in the dimension while practicing the heavenly soul scroll. He only leaves the dimension an hour later. XiaoMo goes out and takes a walk. He sees that the atmosphere in Earth Peak is about the same as before. Before returning, he asked about the whereabouts of elder brother. Just as he expected, he is still at Yunshui Peak. Since he's not able to meet with elder brother, XiaoMo can only go back to his room. After laying out the few hundred stalks of magic herbs on the table, XiaoMo starts to refine level 3 magic pills. Ever since his first failure when he first started refining level 3 magic pills, XiaoMo works with determination to ensure that he maintains the glorious 0 failure rate from before. At that time, he didn't know his real innate talent. He had thought that his success was due to his hard work. Now that he knows, he feels that he should maintain the 0 failure record. Otherwise, it would be an insult to his soul. Even though that is how he feels, XiaoMo still feels some psychological burden. Once he had figured out his outstanding talent, he would think that he would have to perform the best, not allowing himself to fail. But since it's like this, the heart would be perturbed, and this would in turn make it easy to fail. So, when the magic herbs in the cauldron fails for the second time during the blending step, XiaoMo is thoroughly dumbfounded. What the hell is the meaning of this? Why is it that after he found out his innate talent, his rate of failure for refining magic pills actually increases? XiaoMo pulls at his own hair with all his strength. He does know why he is continuously failing. The most important reason is that he is too agitated. He keeps thinking that he must succeed. Because of that, he can't keep his focus. If he had known that it would be like this, he would rather never find out about his own innate talent. After struggling with it for a long time, XiaoMo decides not to continue refining magic pills. Instead, he enters the dimension to practice the heavenly soul scroll. He has to calm down his heart. If not, no matter how good his innate talent, it would be ruined by him. After closing his eyes, he quietly activates the heavenly soul scroll. The pores in his body seem to widen. The spiritual energy in the dimension rushes into his body following his pores, then pours into the space between his eyebrows. His soul seems to expand until there is no space left for any more spiritual energy. Right at this moment, XiaoMo's body suddenly shudders. Then, a boundless soul force jets out of the space between his eyebrows, like a flood, causing waves of ripples to form on the calm water surface, spreading out endlessly with him at the center. It continues until his soul force fills up the whole dimension. Suddenly a change occurs at the previously calm center of the magic water lake. The center seems to be boiling, as if something is about to break out at any moment, as if there is something that wants to come out from the bottom of the lake. An instant later, a fist-sized opening forms in the center of the lake, like a bowl. A sky blue pearl is lying in the middle of the tiny groove. A second later, this sky blue pearl appears to be affected by some force, causing it to fly out from the groove, instantly turning into a piercing ray of light, shooting into the space between XiaoMo's eyebrows. When the pearl disappears, an indistinct seal suddenly appears in the space between XiaoMo's eyebrows. The seal shimmers a few times before disappearing. An hour later, XiaoMo finally opens his eyes. There is no longer any sign of fluctuating emotions in his eyes. Looks like he has at least calmed down. Although he isn't certain, he feels that his soul force seems to have increased. Stretching out his right hand, he suddenly feels very attuned to his surroundings, as if he can sense each and every blade of grass and tree in the dimension. He suddenly remembers that some of the magic herb fields are already matured. It should be time to harvest. But thinking about digging them up one by one, he feels a little helpless. This process is really too time-consuming. If the magic herbs could get up from the soil by themselves, and place themselves on the racks, that would be best. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, a stalk of magic herb floats past his eyes. XiaoMo is momentarily stunned, thinking that he must be seeing things, so he lets it be. But when the nth stalk of magic herb floats past his eyes, he is finally dumbfounded. Even if he is seeing things, it can't be that he is seeing the same thing n times. After being in a daze for about 15 minutes, XiaoMo finally stands up and runs towards the magic herb fields. Sure enough, there is suddenly a bare patch on the magic herb field where there used to be mature magic herbs. The soil also looks as if it has been tilled, loose and fluffy. What exactly is going on? After awakening from over an hour of practice, this kind of thing actually happens? Seems too miraculous. XiaoMo is sure of one thing. This new capability wasn't there before. So, most probably something he wasn't aware of happened while he was practicing just now, bringing about this kind of thing. Although it is totally unexpected, he can't deny that this kind of ability is really too awesome. With this kind of ability, XiaoMo no longer has to worry about planting and watering the magic herbs. He only has to form the intention, and the dimension will help him carry it out. He had wanted to buy a few more magic beasts, but now, it looks like he no longer has to. That's right, what happened to Xiao? Just as the thought crosses his mind, a sweetly sleeping little magic beast curled up into a ball with a bulging belly appears in front of him. Xiao's snow-white belly is facing upwards as it snores very loudly. But in this short span of time, XiaoMo discovers that Xiao seems to have grown bigger. Originally he was only the size of an adult head. Now he's turned into the size of 2 adult heads. Its shape is gradually breaking away from that of a young pup. Its outer appearance is starting to take on the imposing look of an adult blue-blooded wolf. XiaoMo looks at it with his mouth hanging open for quite a while. All sorts of strange things are happening today. Although he doesn't know the reason, he can guess that it has something to do with the miraculous sheep meat that Xiao ate. No wonder Ling Xiao likes the meat from this type of level 8 magic beast. Looks like the meat of the miraculous sheep is really magical. According to this trend, it wouldn't take long before Xiao turns into Depicio. Wrapped in excitement, XiaoMo doesn't try to refine magic pills again for the day. He also isn't in the mood to refine magic pills. Since the meat of the miraculous sheep can make Xiao grow up, he decides that during the 2 months before the Paradise Realm opens, he would feed Xiao and turn it into Depicio. But because he doesn't have the requisite type of fire, he can only feed it raw meat. After making this decision, the next day, XiaoMo settles his emotions in order to refine magic pills. This time, he no longer fails again. Maybe because he had a breakthrough in his emotional stability or his soul force, he feels that refining magic pills is going more smoothly than before. Just like this, a span of 2 months passes in a blink of an eye. Kongwen's time limit of 2 months is also up. Note: De Pichio, big rubber ball. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149. Telling Lies. By the time XiaoMo opens his eyes again, it's already noon the next day. Because he himself already doesn't consider Kongwen's deadline as anything important, it doesn't occur to him that there is an important day coming up. He carries on with his usual activities: wash face, eat, enter the dimension to check up on Xiao Pichio, oh wait, it should be De Pichio now, and finally start refining magic pills. This afternoon, just as he places the enlightened golden cauldron on the floor, a polite unhurried knock is heard at the door. Such a courteous and patient knock. It definitely can't be that fellow Ling Xiao. XiaoMo unconsciously thinks of Feng Chenlu because only elder brother is this gentle of a person, so only he can do such a polite thing. Zhao Dazhou would also come to find him sometimes, but the sound of his knock is rather carefree, much like his character. XiaoMo quickly keeps the enlightened golden cauldron. To others, he is now only a level 2 mage. No matter how rich he is, there is no way he can afford such an expensive cauldron. Furthermore, level 2 magic pills do not require a level 6 cauldron of such good quality. Although elder brother is very good to him, he knows that to elder brother, master is someone he is indebted to for providing him with support and a new lease on life. On the other hand, he is only a junior brother he met along the way. Who is important, who is not, it is clear at a glance. Therefore, he doesn't want to put a strain on their master and disciple relationship just for these things. After making sure that there is nothing left in the room that shouldn't be there, XiaoMo goes to open the door. He opens the door to see that it really is elder brother Feng Chenlu outside, beaming while looking at him, not appearing the least bit angry. That is slow to come out. Little brother, it can't be that you stayed up the whole night again last night, so you only just woke up, eh? Feng Chenlu looks at his rosy cheeks. In his heart, he is no longer surprised to see this sight. But he also won't assume that little brother's rosy cheeks are because he listened to his advice and went to bed right on time. Hearing these somewhat teasing words, XiaoMo blushes. Last night, he really did stay up all night. But it wasn't because he was refining magic pills. The thing is, when he was practicing the Heavenly Soul Scroll in the dimension yesterday, he felt that there was a sign that he was about to have a breakthrough for the Heavenly Soul Scroll. So he wanted to seize the opportunity. He didn't expect that when he opened his eyes again, it would already by the next day. He himself felt like he had only been practicing for a little while. XiaoMo was worried that someone would come look for him, so he quickly left the dimension the moment he awakened. Sure enough, someone really did come looking for him. And that person is Feng Chenlu. Elder brother, is there anything I can help you with? XiaoMo scratches his head as he asks. Feng Chenlu looks at his bewildered face and can't help from laughing. Little brother, can it be that you have forgotten what day it is? What day? XiaoMo stares blankly for a bit and then starts to think about it carefully. Things that have to do with elder brother, seems like. There is only that thing. XiaoMo feels embarrassed all at once. Ever since he and Ling Xiao decided how to deal with this matter, he no longer gave it any thought. So these 2 months, he seems to have forgotten all about it. Elder brother, XiaoMo hesitates as he lowers his head, his happy expression gone in one sweep. Seeing his expression, the smile on Feng Chenlu's face slowly disappears. His elegant eyebrows are slightly raised. This expression, can it be that he didn't manage to succeed? Fang Chenlo suddenly also doesn't know what to say. Of course, in his heart, he wished that little brother would be able to meet master's demands. This was what they agreed upon at that time. But as it is now, becoming a level 3 mage in 2 months is indeed too much to ask. At that time, he should have fought for a better chance for little brother. Fang Chenlu can't help heaving a sigh. Little brother, you really can't do it? XiaoMo shakes his head, not saying anything. Fang Chenlu is silent for a long time, then sighs deeply. So it's like this. Little brother, what do you plan to do now? It's not that he didn't consider asking master again. But as master's grand disciple, and after growing up by master's side, his understanding of master cannot be considered superficial. If he were to ask master again on behalf of little brother, master would most probably be furious. If that's the case, it might instead add to the dislike master has towards little brother. Elder brother doesn't have to worry about me. I will find another way. XiaoMo hears him relent, so he smiles as he speaks. Fang Chenlu opens and closes his mouth. In his heart, he doesn't believe that there is any other way for little brother, unless... Fang Chenlu can't help but think of Ling Xiao. This warrior division prodigy seems to have a closer relationship with little brother than he has. If little brother really has a way, he most definitely has something to do with it. Thinking of the recent rumors, Fang Chenlu also can't seem to figure it out. Taking into account little brother's character, Ling Xiao that prodigy should be someone he can't get close to even if he uses 8 poles. But the relationship between the two is unexpectedly very good. He has already heard more than once of the two of them going down the mountain together. Take today for instance. The moment he arrived back, he hears everyone talking about little brother and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seems to be sticking out for little brother time and again, not even hesitating to offend others. This is something that the previous Ling Xiao would never do. Although Fang Chenlu has only had superficial interactions with Ling Xiao, he has heard the rumors about Ling Xiao. Someone that is indifferent, that kind of condescending person can actually give special treatment to little brother? Fang Chenlu can't figure it out. Many people in Tian Xian's sect also can't figure it out. But their close relationship is clear to anyone who has eyes. Saying that they are just putting on an act would be too much. Little brother, elder brother is the powerless one. Unable to help you out. Fang Chenlu smiles bitterly as he pats his shoulder. He had thought he would be able to help little brother. As it is now, he really overestimated himself. Things that have been decided by master are things that he and Zilin cannot change. XiaoMo shakes his head, saying, Elder brother, don't say it like that. You have already helped me more than enough. Fang Chenlu says, you don't have to console me. Elder brother knows how to judge for myself. I may not be able to help you with this matter, but if you have another wish, elder brother will do everything in my power to help you achieve it. XiaoMo smiles as he nods before suddenly reacting. He actually thought of something that elder brother might be able to help him with. His eyeballs roll round and round as he says, Elder brother, I actually have something that I need your help with that might be a little difficult for you. Say whatever difficult or not difficult. Elder brother with definitely help. Say it ba. What is it? Fang Chenlu laughs as he taps him lightly on his forehead. XiaoMo laughs hey hey. He thinks it over in his heart before saying cautiously, Elder brother, what do you usually do at Yunshui Peak? Do you and second brother take care of the mid-level magic herbs together? Fang Chenlu doesn't suspect him, thinking that he is only very curious. He says, that's not it. At first, Uncle, you really only let me and second brother come into contact with mid-level magic herbs. But now, he would occasionally let us take care of the high-level magic herbs. But not often, about once every 4 or 5 days. Why is little brother asking about this? XiaoMo immediately says measuredly, "Elder brother has seen the seeds dropped by the high-level magic herbs?" Fang Qianlu is momentarily stunned before coming back to his senses. He was wondering what little brother wanted to say. Turns out it's this. It's not something that can't be said, so he tells him, "Of course I've seen it. But because there are not a lot of high-level magic herbs, the seeds that fall are also not many. One stalk can drop 2 to 3 seeds at most. But some of these seeds can be bad. As long as there are some, it's good enough." XiaoMo is a little excited, so elder brother can get some high-level magic herb seeds? Hearing his words, Fang Qianlu is finally surprised. He frowns as he looks at him. "Little brother's intention is to let elder brother help you to bring out some high-level magic herb seeds, ba?" XiaoMo shifts his gaze away, feeling ill at ease. He nods, "Yes. Little brother, can you tell me what you want to do with the high-level magic herb seeds?" Fang Qianlu definitely doesn't mind helping him, but he wants to know what little brother wants to do with these high-level magic herb seeds. There's no way he can grow them. For one, little brother doesn't have a magic herb field. 2, his innate talent is below average, so he can at best become a level 6 mage. So high-level magic herbs are of no use to him. XiaoMo already expected that he would ask this. He already prepared an excuse in his heart. "Elder brother, you also know that I'm only a lowly mage with nothing to my name. Earth Peak also has the rule that disciples are only allowed to take magic herbs for 10 magic pills each day. If I want to become a level 3 mage as soon as possible, that amount is simply not enough. Earning points by taking on chores is also too slow. So I was thinking, if I could get some high-level magic seeds, then sell them to earn some gold coins, then use that to buy some magic herbs." Saying this, he lowers his head, not daring to look at Fang Qianlu. He has finally lied to elder brother. He has sinned. In Fang Qianlu's eyes, this expression looks as if he is embarrassed. The guilt in his heart gets sharper. He actually didn't think of this before. Really? Fang Qianlu feels that he has wronged him. Hearing his words, he feels the guilt in his heart get heavier, so he consents right then and there. "Little brother, don't worry. This little thing is not difficult for elder brother. Wait a while and elder brother will bring high-level magic herb seeds for you." This matter, to him, is really a small matter. High-level magic herb seeds are seemingly precious, but they are really not so. Yunshui Peak collects a lot of magic herb seeds, but they are not used because the time it takes from sprout to maturity is really too long. For example, level 7 magic herbs. It takes several hundred years to mature. But who has the time to wait several hundred years? So even major sects with deep resources like Tian Xin sect will also not use up large areas of land to sow magic herb seeds. At most they will sow seeds on a few patches of magic herb fields. The rest of the magic herbs are all transplanted into Yunshui Peak from outside. Because of this, the amount of high-level magic seeds that Yunshui Peak has in storage is quite a lot. Since the seeds are of no use, Uncle Yi of course wouldn't purposely keep an inventory of them. Usually, taking care of the magic herb fields is enough to keep him busy. So, even if Fang Qianlu takes some seeds from the storage shed, he wouldn't even know. But because it's not just Uncle Yi at Yunshui Peak, Fang Qianlu can't enter the wooden shed as he pleases. So he can only wait for the next batch of magic herbs to drop seeds before he has the chance to go in. After sending Fang Qianlu off, XiaoMo closes the door and can't stop himself from jumping onto the bed, rolling here and there, 1 second frowning, the next, giggling foolishly. Although he feels a little bad for lying to elder brother, he doesn't really have a choice. High-level magic herbs are hard to find. He also can't always ask Ling Xiao to accompany him down the mountain, so he can only look to Yunshui Peak. Since elder brother is conveniently working there, he can only ask for his help. After taking care of the matter with the seeds, XiaoMo is in a very good mood. He again takes out all the things he prepared for refining magic pills. These few days, he can faintly feel that he is about to break through to the second level of the Heavenly Soul Scroll. So he wants to try and see if he can have this breakthrough before the opening of the Paradise Realm. If it was before, he would definitely be endlessly shocked by his level up speed. But after finding out his own innate talent, he is calmly accepting this type of super perverse speed. But he doesn't slack on practicing after finding out his innate talent. Instead, he works even harder than before. 2 months ago, he by chance learned how to control the dimension. Only after the fact did he realize that Ling Xiao already told him about it earlier. Because he didn't have true control over the dimension, he couldn't make it do as he pleases. Now that his mind is linked to the dimension, he can already move the dimension with his mind. But it is restricted by his level. He can move very short distances. Furthermore, it uses up a lot of soul force. For distances that are a little longer, the soul force will be totally depleted. He doesn't dare to take the risk, so he hasn't tried it. After putting away all the unnecessary thoughts, XiaoMo starts to refine magic pills. At the same time, Fang Chenlu went from his place directly to Kongwen's place to report back. Kongwen doesn't show the least bit surprise at the outcome. Rather, this answer is exactly what he expected. But what makes him a little surprised is that his grand disciple doesn't try to intercede for the seventh disciple. Before this, he even prepared how to refuse his grand disciple's pleas. Although that is the case, Kongwen doesn't let it show one bit. He chats with him for an hour before letting him go. The next day, Fang Chenlu returns to Yunshui Peak. He has no idea that the very same day he leaves, this matter spreads throughout Earth Peak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150. Demon Activity. The people that hear the rumors all look down on XiaoMo. Wanting to become a level 3 mage from a level 2 mage in 2 months? This is obviously a pipe dream. But XiaoMo, who is in seclusion preparing to break through, has no idea. He simply has no idea that he is now the number 1 on the Billboard charts. It's just that he is on the black chart. This so-called Billboard charts is really just being the topic of everyone's gossip. No matter if it's on Earth or other worlds, humans cannot change their busybody nature. Especially for a group of fellows who spend all their days training. Because cultivating is an incomparably dull and dry road, it increases everyone's appetite for gossip. So, every time there is a rustling of grass from the wind, it would spread very fast. This kind of thing doesn't only happen in Tianxian sect. It's the same thing for the other major sections. XiaoMo, as the number 1 person on the Billboard charts, is frequently the subject of envy, jealousy, and hate. So anything that is connected to him will spread especially fast. Although it may not spread to the whole Tianxian sect, it would definitely spread throughout Earth Peak. Just like this matter, no matter who it is that starts it, as long as XiaoMo's name is involved, it would definitely be like a level 8 and above typhoon. Spreading incomparably swiftly and violently throughout the whole Earth Peak. But all these are not known to XiaoMo. What he is more clueless about is that a lot of the people who dislike him are waiting eagerly for him to fail. So, having obtained this hard to come by chance, all of them seem to can't wait to add oil and vinegar, smearing his name. The reality is really like that. Before, they kept hearing about him doing this and that with Ling Xiao, and then his outstanding performance at the Hall of Mages. Although some people start to view him in a new light because of these things, it is easy to get jealous. It's difficult to change from being a hater to being a fan, especially since not everyone is so broad-minded. So, just as XiaoMo is in seclusion seeking to have a breakthrough, his situation has already been embellished with oil and vinegar, going through one round of transformation, leading a lot of people to say that he had overestimated his own abilities. But by the time XiaoMo comes out of seclusion, the winds of public opinion have already changed directions. Since the protagonist is not around, it's too unsatisfying to be not able to say it to his face. On top of that, the thing with the demons happens, so no one talks about his situation anymore. XiaoMo has no idea that he had been pushed to where the wind and waves are strongest to toss about for a few days. After coming out, he hears the news about the demons. It has already been a few months since Ling Xiao and Luo Shuhi led people to lay a siege on the demons' dark lair. The demons that have quieted down came out again a few days ago to fan the flames of disorder. Just as the Paradise Realm is on the brink of opening, there is news of a surprise attack by the demons. Because it was done in secret, and since everyone's attention was on the Paradise Realm, the level of alertness was not as high as before, resulting in a successful surprise attack. There were quite a few towns that were attacked. Some from Qingqing sect, some from Tianxian sect, even the second-class forces were attacked. It is said that even Xing Luo group was attacked, causing death and injury to quite a few disciples. A lot of people are saying that the demons are acting up recently because they are targeting the trip to the Paradise Realm. The Paradise Realm is already very big. The instability of its barriers may not be just at one site. It must be said that the multitude of treasures in the Paradise Realm is also very attractive to demons. So, a month later, the demons would definitely send people into the Paradise Realm. This means that the dangers in the Paradise Realm would not be limited to the traps and magic beasts found inside. The wave of demons will also be a huge source of hidden danger. But 50 years ago, the demons definitely did not launch such a large-scale attack on humans like they did recently. These recent movements by the demons, in the eyes of many shrewd people, is certainly because something big is about to happen. As of late, the big thing that is causing the most excitement is the Paradise Realm. Although nobody knows what the demons are aiming for, it definitely has something to do with the Paradise Realm. This also means that the danger for this trip to the Paradise Realm is doubled. The result of this deduction causes everyone to be in an uproar. The people who were fighting to go to the Paradise Realm suddenly start to hesitate. If one adds in the demons, this uncertain element, the probability of death would increase greatly. But this is just what a small fraction of cowardly people think. A few shrewder people can smell that something is up. XiaoMo is not interested in conspiracy theories. Like what Ling Xiao says, he is someone with a low IQ, unable to take part in conspiracies and the like. If you put him in with a group of smart people, he would the first to be used as cannon fodder. So he is still diligently refining his magic pills, increasing his strength. Talking about that, it has almost been a month since he last saw Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already very busy. With the surprise attack by the demons, he was again sent out by Tang Fan. He probably won't be able to see him for some time. This matter is no secret, so XiaoMo finds out easily after asking around. He can only give up on his intention to go find Ling Xiao. But a surprising amount of magic pills are stored up in his magic bag, all refined by him in these 2 months. Also, the 1,000 stalks of magic herbs that Uncle Xiao gave him over 2 months ago have also all been refined into magic pills by him. The amount of magic pills is not little, and they are of many different types. Luckily he bought a few hundred jade bottles in advance the last time he went down the mountain. Each jade bottle is filled with 10 to 20 magic pills. This way, he uses up about 20 jade bottles. On top of that are those he refined for Ling Xiao and the extras. In one go, he uses up over 100. After listening to the gossip from the disciple next door, XiaoMo brings 20 jade bottles to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. These days, a lot of people are coming in and out of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. It's the first time XiaoMo has to line up to hand over the goods. But just as he steps inside, a few disciples who were sitting idly at the side suddenly stand up and rush to line up in front of him. Maybe they were lazing about because they didn't see anyone before then. XiaoMo doesn't care. He is a rather law-abiding person, so it is only natural to line up at the back if you come last. But those disciples clearly don't think that way. After rushing to stand in front of him, a few of them immediately turn around to look at him smugly, as if to say, "I've cut in front of you, so how?" XiaoMo quietly sticks a dumbass label on their foreheads in his heart. Such a pathetic provocation, what kind of reaction do they want? A provocation of this level, it can't be that he looks like those brainless people that would take the bait? Seeing XiaoMo ignore their provocation, sparks of fury flash in the eyes of some of them. At this moment, someone suddenly walks in the entrance. The moment he sees XiaoMo, his elegant face lights up. He runs over and smacks XiaoMo on his shoulder. "Seventh brother, you've finally come out." XiaoMo jumps in shock. Hearing the word seventh brother, he knows who smacked him. It's fifth brother Xiao Dazhou, because only Xiao Dazhou would call him seventh brother. The others would call him little brother. Speaking of Xiao Dazhou, now there is no more sign of the awkwardness from when they first became friendly. The relationship between them is even better than that with Feng Chenlu. Sometimes he would purposely run to see him and even consult with him regarding refining magic pills. Although XiaoMo feels helpless with regards to his sudden change in attitude, he is still very happy in his heart. Having someone to talk over their experiences related to refining magic pills is definitely better than going it alone. Furthermore, they each get something out of it. But maybe because the benefits are really too great, so Xiao Dazhou really made quite a lot of progress. So every time he sees him, he would pull him excitedly to discuss their experiences. What the hell, to such an extent that every time he sees him, he would instinctively feel like hiding. XiaoMo never knew that a man can also be so chatty. The moment he opens the floodgates, it seems as if he can't stop. Furthermore, he can talk on and on by himself for 1 hour without having to take a breather. Fortunately, Xiao Dazhou doesn't seem to want to discuss experiences this time. His attention is on the few disciples lining up in front of him, but he ignores them. Seeing that he is in line, and the last one at that, he simply pulls him while saying, "Seventh brother, if you line up like this, it would take you at least half an hour or so. Come with me." Saying that, he walks away towards the counter. XiaoMo pauses for a bit, thinking it over before following him. He doesn't want to wait for half an hour. Although he has the time, no one dislikes cutting in line. Really? The moment he walks off, the other people notice him. Especially those few disciples who were just provoking him, each and every one of them with black faces. But if it was someone else, they would also feel very unsatisfied. Although everyone is unhappy that XiaoMo jumped queue, Xiao Dazhou was the one who volunteered to help him. No matter how jealous or how unhappy they are, there is nothing they can do to him. Because the magic pills and magic herbs are recorded on 2 different books, Xiao Dazhou waits for his father to pick up the magic herb book before picking up the magic pill book, and records it down for him in no time. But when he takes the 20 bottles of magic pills that XiaoMo hands over to him, he can't help being surprised, blurting out, "Seventh brother, there seems to be 300 magic pills here. Why are you handing in all of them?" He has no idea that his father secretly gave him 1 month extra magic herbs. The moment he says these words, everyone turns to look at them. Zhao Zhen also just remembers this matter. He didn't tell his son about this matter, never expecting that it would come out at this critical point. XiaoMo clearly also just remembers this matter. Sensing the suspicious looks the others are giving him, he quickly explains, "I didn't finish using the magic herbs for last month. So I put the amount from both months together to hand in at the same time." This reason is very reasonable. Some people will actually do it this way, so no one doubts him. Xiao Dazhou also believes his words, so he pours the magic pills from the jade bottles into other jade bottles before handing them back to him. XiaoMo is worried that Xiao Dazhou would again let something slip, so he finds an excuse to drag him out of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. But what has been leaked is already leaked. That is, XiaoMo's 100% success rate in refining magic pills. Some people only realize it after leaving the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, leaving them in a state of shock. Note: Wind and Cloud Ranks, Billboard Charts. underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. Like I mentioned before, I'm clueless about Xianxia. Didn't even know there's such a genre, so sorry about the weird choice of words. You guys can just substitute them with more appropriate words as you read. I just learned a new word. Cultivation. Straight face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151. Zhang Lu advances. In the end, XiaoMo's 100% rate of success refining magic pills doesn't get spread around. Although it is a huge shock to those people, most of them don't believe it. They think that XiaoMo just got lucky this one time. Furthermore, the success rate for refining low-level magic pills is higher than that for mid-level and high-level magic pills. So, this kind of thing is not impossible. Still, most of them are jealous of XiaoMo. Because none of them have ever had this kind of luck, it is basically just their own selfish justifications. But what they don't know is that these selfish reasons fit just right with XiaoMo's wishes. He really wishes that they not spread it around. On the other side, after XiaoMo drags Zhao Dazhou out, he tells him about the matter with the magic herbs. Hearing that he almost caused trouble for his father, Zhao Dazhou jumps in fright, and immediately promises not to shoot his mouth off again. But after receiving such a scare, he remembers another matter. Zhao Dazhou looks disapprovingly at XiaoMo as he says, "Seventh brother, I already heard about that matter. I already talked to you about it long ago. At that time, if you had agreed to let me help you, you wouldn't get laughed at like this. Now, as it is, even I can't help you. Master already decided on the 5 people." XiaoMo only realizes what he is talking about when he hears the last part. He remembers that when he came out this morning, Brother Yang from next door told him that Zhao Dazhou came to look for him yesterday morning. But at that time, he was locked in his room refining magic pills, so he didn't know that he came to look for him. Looks like 5th brother was looking for him because of this matter. But this kind of disgruntled talk is already something he is used to listening to, so he already knows how to deal with him now. XiaoMo shrugs his shoulders indifferently. "5th brother, I already found another way regarding this matter. You no longer have to be anxious for me." Hearing these words, Zhao Dazhou frowns. "7th brother, the way you are talking about can't be related to the warrior division prodigy, Lin Xiao. He also has heard about the relationship between 7th brother and Ling Xiao. How sharp." Although XiaoMo is surprised at how sharp he is, it is not surprising. After all, the people he has a good relationship with in Tianxian sect is only these few. Furthermore, those that are capable of helping him is so easy to figure out that one can do it using one's toes. Zhao Dazhou knows that his guess is right when he sees that XiaoMo is only smiling without saying anything. He can't help from frowning deeper. He is someone that can't hold back his words, so in the end he can't stop himself from saying, "7th brother, there are some words that I know you might not like to hear. But as your brother, I feel that I should tell you." "Tell me." XiaoMo sees that he is serious, so he doesn't brush him off. Zhao Dazhou says, "7th brother, I know that you have a very good relationship with Lin Xiao. But I feel that Lin Xiao is a little strange, not someone that is worthy of a deep friendship. He has always felt that an outstanding prodigy like Lin Xiao has no reason to take a liking to someone as ordinary as 7th brother. So, he is worried that Lin Xiao is getting close to 7th brother with some ulterior motive. Also, he can never figure out what exactly it is on XiaoMo's body that can attract him. XiaoMo smiles at him while saying, "5th brother, you don't have to worry. I know my limits. There are many people that want him to stay away from Ling Xiao, but Xiao Dazhou is the first one that wants him to stay away because he is worried about him. This kind of feeling is pretty good, but unfortunately, he can't tell him about the situation between them, so he can only mislead him. In Xiao Dazhou's eyes, these words are a little perfunctory, but he doesn't lose hope. He also didn't think that the relationship between those two would crumble just from his words. In fact, there is something that he doesn't dare to tell XiaoMo. That matter is related to Master. Because of his dad, he knows that the 5 spots were already decided upon a long time ago. A month ago, in fact. Master never planned on giving him a spot. From the start, he never expected that he would be able to become a level 3 mage. Xiao Dazhou feels that Master is acting without integrity in this matter. Although 7th brother really can't meet his demand, he also shouldn't act this way. No matter what, he is still his disciple. Although he knows that Master can't possibly treat all his disciples equally, he also shouldn't be so biased. After chatting for a while, XiaoMo takes his leave. On the way back, he stops by the library to return a few books and borrow a few more before returning to his room. The few days after that, XiaoMo's daily life passed by with gentle winds and calm waves. Every day, other than refining magic pills and taking care of magic herbs, he listens to the gossip from his neighbor, Brother Yang. To him, listening to gossip has now become the only cure for his monotonous life of cultivation. As the proverb says, no enemies are forever. In the beginning, the next-door Brother Yang was also a little prejudiced against him. But after living together for so long, their relationship finally eased up considerably. These days, the Brother Yang next door will even sometimes come over on his own accord to tell him some gossip. It's also thanks to him that XiaoMo is up to date with a lot of news. Otherwise, with his antisocial behavior, by the time the news gets to him, the matter would have been over a long time ago. XiaoMo is a devoted listener. Brother Yang is able to get his satisfaction every time. As time goes by, whenever Brother Yang gets hold of some gossip, he would come over to tempt him. But in the end, he would still tell it to him. Just like today. After coming back from his trip, XiaoMo doesn't get the chance to return to his room before he gets waylaid by Brother Yang. Brother Yang seems to be purposely waiting for him outside. Brother Yang, did you get some good information today? XiaoMo looks at Yang Yi, who is pulling him to a nearby pavilion. There are a few other disciples already sitting in the pavilion. They are all disciples who live in the same place as him. It could be said that they are on friendly terms. Seeing them come over, a few disciples call them over eagerly, as if they are all waiting for Yang Yi's gossip. It is indeed so. Among all of them, the one who is most well informed is Brother Yang. Yang Yi picks up the cup of tea that one of the brothers had poured for him and takes a leisurely sip. Besides XiaoMo, the other people are all staring wide-eyed at him. It's the same move every time. When Yang Yi feels that everyone is suitably excited, he puts down his teacup with satisfaction, and starts to speak. Today I got a huge piece of gossip. You all know that the Paradise Realm is about to open. Our Tianxian sect, as a major sect, has obtained quite a few spots. Each of the 3 major mage divisions also have spots. Speaking of the spots for the 3 major peaks, resentment bubbles up among some of the disciples because Heaven Peak has 2 more spots than Earth Peak. But it is expected because the strength of Heaven Peak disciples are on the whole higher than Earth Peak. He who has wealth speaks louder than others. They also have considerable resources, so they are able to foster outstanding disciples. But this is not what Yang Yi wants to talk about. This matter is no secret. Even if it wasn't announced 2 months ago, they can also make the guess because it was also the same thing 50 years ago. What Yang Yi wants to talk about is regarding the younger generation disciples, the 3rd generation. Those like XiaoMo, having entered the sect for less than 10 years, are all designated as 3rd generation disciples. Yang Yi. We already know about the designated spots a long time ago. Why are you talking about it? One of the disciples can't help cutting off his torrent of words. Don't be impatient. This is only the appetizer. I haven't reached the main dish any. Keep listening and you will know what I'm talking about. As an avid gossiper, of course he knows how to build up the suspense. Otherwise, telling a story too blandly is just too boring. XiaoMo looks at them in amusement. In reality, this brother also knows that Yang Yi likes to be like this when telling stories, but he still can't help interrupting every time. It's clear how good Yang Yi is at building up the anticipation. Yang Yi continues speaking. Do you all still remember the assessment at the Hall of Mages 2 months ago? That brother immediately says, of course. I still remember that so-called genius from Heaven Peak, John Lu, losing to our junior brother Yu in front of the 3 major sections. You guys don't know how black the faces of the Heaven Peak disciples were at that time. Yang Yi, it can't be that you want to tell us about that, ba? XiaoMo frowns imperceptibly. After that assessment, he went down the mountain with Ling Xiao soon after. So he also doesn't know what the effects were from that assessment. He also didn't seem to hear anything about it after coming back, so he also didn't bother about it. Nope. Yang Yi beams as he wags his finger. What I want to talk about is what happened after. That day, after the disciples of Heaven Peak went back, according to my source, the most outstanding 3rd-generation disciple of Heaven Peak, Jian Lu, from that day onwards would be like younger brother Yu, going in and out of seclusion. Rumor is that he seems to have received some sort of incitement. Speaking of seclusion, Yang Yi glances questioningly at XiaoMo. XiaoMo feels a little awkward. In his past life, he was also a nerd, frequently holed up in his apartment. So he didn't think that being in seclusion would be a strange thing. He didn't expect that in the eyes of his brothers, he has turned into a workaholic. Hearing the last words of Yang Yi, the other disciples also start to laugh in their hearts. Received what incitement? One doesn't even need to think to figure it out. That assessment can be said to be the only time in countless years when Earth Peak could feel proud and elated in the face of Heaven Peak. Thinking about it now, they can still feel how unbelievably good it felt. Yang Yi smiles as he says, Heaven Peak also seems to have felt that their image was ruined. From that time onwards, they went all out to train their 3rd-generation disciples. Actually, it's mostly focused on Jian Lu because Jian Lu is the Heaven Peak Master's direct disciple. In order to let him become even stronger, the Peak's master ordered that he would have access to unlimited magic herbs. Not like us, limited to 30 stalks of magic herbs each day. Speaking about the last bit, Yang Yi can't keep the sour tone out of his words. The smiles on the faces of a few disciples also disappear slightly, their jealousy showing clearly on their faces. The only one not jealous is XiaoMo. He already knew a long time ago that someone with Jian Lu's innate talent would definitely be given special treatment. A disciple with good innate talent would not be treated miserly by the mage division when it comes to magic herbs. This bit, he can already tell from the way Kong when treats elder brother and second brother. Brother Yang, it can't be that what you want to say is related to Jian Lu? It can't be that he has advanced? XiaoMo thinks about Yang Yi's words and can't help speculating. Even Heaven Peak's master treats Jian Lu with so much importance. Becoming a level 3 mage in 2 months is not impossible. Yang Yi's expression changes slightly. He smiles wryly saying, you only got it half right, but it's close. 2 days ago, I heard that Jian Lu is going to advance very soon. Rumor is that the day is near, so he also managed to get one of the spots. The disciples can't help but gasp. Becoming a level 3 mage in a little over 2 months. This speed can really break the 100-years-old record of the mage division. Even elder brother and second brother weren't so freakish. If Jian Lu really succeeds in advancing, Heaven Peak will again have the upper hand. Earth Peak, as the deadly enemy of Heaven Peak, will definitely be looked down upon again until they can't raise their heads. Although Jian Lu's success cannot be separated from the ability of Heaven Peak to support his training, it still can't be denied. Once the story is told, everyone's interest disappears and they soon disperse. XiaoMo also bids goodbye to a few brothers before returning to his room. As for Jian Lu, if Brother Yang didn't bring it up this time, he would have forgotten all about him. If Jian Lu was really going to the Paradise Realm, there is a chance they would bump into each other when the time comes. Towards this fellow villager, XiaoMo has very complex feelings. At the start, he really did have the mindset to get along well with his fellow villager. But after a few interactions, he felt that the differences between peaks do exist. Although he and Jian Lu are fellow villagers, there is not much there between them. Also, they live in different circles, so sooner or later, they would grow to be more like those around them. So after going through that episode in the library, XiaoMo decided to not get close to Jian Lu to avoid being caught in difficult situations. As for Jian Lu's speed and advancement, comparing it with his own speed makes him feel secretly delighted. Although Jian Lu will soon become a level 3 mage, he has already been a level 3 mage for a few months. Now he is working to become a level 4 mage. As for him having a master that treats him especially well, he is not the least bit jealous. Because he has someone that treats him even better than the way Jian Lu's master treats him. Ling Xiao. Having this name jump out suddenly in his mind, XiaoMo is immediately shocked, his eyes full of surprise. He seems to already be more and more accepting of Ling Xiao's existence. Furthermore, every time something crops up or every time he thinks of something, every thought would lead to him. Looks like the one that really changed is himself. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152. Flower Thief. After that day, there is a significant change in the way XiaoMo thinks. This is the first time he seriously thinks about the relationship between him and Ling Xiao. At first, it was because he accidentally uncovered Ling Xiao's disguise, so they were bound together. After that, because of this and that, the relationship between him and Ling Xiao is no longer purely between the one being threatened and the one doing the threatening. To call them partners, they are not the same as usual partners, because what kind of partner would help the other partner find release and those kinds of ambiguous things? What more since they are both men? So now, thinking back on it, he actually can't figure it out. What kind of relationship does he have with Ling Xiao? A relationship that is more than just partners? He unconsciously thinks of the wicked and crafty smile on Ling Xiao's face when he grasped his little brother. XiaoMo immediately sprays out blood all over his face from his imagination. The imagery is too vivid. Please allow him to recover from his blood loss before he can straighten out his thoughts. With his thinking all 6s and 7s, XiaoMo is unable to sleep at night. But then he also frequently doesn't sleep. This night, XiaoMo tosses and turns on the bed. He clearly wants to sleep, but his mind is unable to calm down. His bright black eyes are open wide, staring at the top of his bed. His mind is all jumbled up like knotted intestines. Two characters, Ling Xiao, shine and glitter in his mind. Other than these two characters, nothing else can be made out. XiaoMo crosses his legs and sticks one foot in the air. If he had a blade of grass, he may even hang it from his mouth to create the slovenly image of the wealthy second generation. It's a pity that he doesn't have the assets to be a member of the wealthy second generation. But XiaoMo still slowly draws out a relationship diagram in his mind. Suppose that his relationship with Ling Xiao is one between servant and master. Because at the beginning he was indeed being controlled by Ling Xiao. Later, because Ling Xiao found out about his secret, the relationship between them slowly started to evolve, no longer one of master and servant. Ling Xiao also doesn't seem to treat him as a slave or servant or the like, frequently running over to his side, even helping to increase his strength, bringing him a volume of alchemical techniques to increase his soul force from who knows where, although at that time, his actions seem to indicate that he is doing it for his own benefit. Later, when they went down the mountain together, because of the physiological phenomenon of a man's morning wood, they came into particularly close contact with each other. At that time, his heart was very against it, but thinking up to here, XiaoMo suddenly lets out a half-hearted guilty laugh. Looks like he was against it in the beginning, but now, he seems to be half willing, half unwilling. Fine BA. He admits that he has fallen. Mutually helping each other, this matter really has a very awesome feeling. On top of that, Ling Xiao would guide him from time to time. Now, he already isn't very resistant to two men doing these kinds of things. Actually, he isn't stupid. He can see clearly on certain matters. It's just that his personality is like that. Every time he comes across something troublesome, he would unconsciously push it aside or ignore it altogether. This behavior can't be separated from his family from his previous life. But he doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. He likes to adapt to circumstances. He likes to live a peaceful life. He likes to peacefully and quietly wait to die. If he looks for justice every time something unfair happens, he feels that he would be trapped in suffering whether it is this life or the last. So, instead of tormenting himself, wouldn't it be better to be a little relaxed? He goes his way while the others can go and die BA. So his purpose in life is to treasure life, cherish being alive, and stay far away from brainless people. But these are the principles for his past life. For this life, he added one more clause. That is, to love life, love being alive, love gold coins, and stay far away from brainless people. The above is his ultimate realization for this lifetime. But after today, he is suddenly not so certain. In his heart, he hesitates over adding another clause to the principles of his life, cling desperately to Ling Xiao's thigh. Just as he is having all kinds of wild thoughts, Ling Xiao's detestable smiling face seems to flash before his eyes. Clearly so fake. Why is it that he is the only one that can see it? He has always wondered. Can it be that his IQ is too high? Just at this moment, XiaoMo smells a faint fragrance. In the middle of the darkness, XiaoMo's bright and shining eyes are like two extremely bright stars inlaid in the middle of the night sky. It's just that this type of appearance quickly disappears. The two eyes seem to lose their focus, turning hollow, seemingly soulless. After a while, the tightly locked door somehow starts to creak softly. The moonlight stretches into the room quietly from the crack of the door, falling brightly on the floorboards. A black figure walks in silently. The black figure walks without making any noise, lightly gliding past the screen. Very quickly, he sees XiaoMo, who is lying motionlessly on the bed, as if sleeping. The black figure pays no attention to him, checking all corners of the room, as if looking for something. But it seems he doesn't find what he is looking for, so he once again sets his sights on XiaoMo lying on the bed. The wandering gaze of the black figure very quickly settles on the magic bag at XiaoMo's waist. As if assuring himself that he wouldn't realize, the black figure simply takes of the magic bag at his waist. Just as he is about to examine the contents inside the magic bag, the sound of something cutting across the air is heard. The speed is extremely fast. In an instant, it pierces through the window on the right side of the black figure. The black figure is shocked. Because he reacts too slowly, his left hand that is holding the magic bag is struck by a stone, causing his left hand to go numb, dropping the magic bag onto the floor. The black figure is in no condition to pick it up, and immediately runs away from XiaoMo's room. The person hidden in the shadows doesn't seem to have any plans to give chase, letting him run away just like that. After a few breaths, a white figure walks into the room through the wide open door. Quietly, he closes the door. Walking in, he sees XiaoMo lying on the bed, safe and sound. His eyes are still wide open, but they are unfocused. The white figure sits down at the side of the bed. His 5 long and slender fingers stroke his face gently. After making sure that nothing is wrong, he lets out a rather imperceptible sigh. His line of sight shifts to the magic bag on the floor. Bending down, he picks it up, but he doesn't check to see what is inside the magic bag. He simply fastens it back on XiaoMo's waist. Stupid egg. Already so careful and you still get targeted. Looks like Earth Peak is no longer a safe place. The white figure's lips are slightly parted, as if talking to himself. However, his gaze is fixed on XiaoMo's childish face, who has now closed his eyes. This time, if not because he detected someone touching the barrier he cloaked around XiaoMo's room in the dead of night, he wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly. The one who can cloak XiaoMo's room with a barrier can only be Ling Xiao. Luckily that person did not intend to hurt XiaoMo. But to take his magic bag, clearly the fact that some secret is hidden on XiaoMo's body has already been discovered. But Ling Xiao understands XiaoMo's character very well. Although he is very stupid, he knows not to let others know about his assets. Then how did that black figure find out? It's a pity that Ling Xiao is not together with XiaoMo every day. So even with his heavenly capabilities, he doesn't know how that person found out. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening again, Ling Xiao makes a decision. The next day, XiaoMo opens his eyes under the glare of dazzling rays of light. What enters his eyes is not the top of his bed. Instead, it is a solid expanse of someone's chest. The sound of heartbeats dong 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 is transmitted, strong and forceful. Raising his head, he sees the familiar face that he can even dream about in his dreams. XiaoMo is stunned. He thinks that he must be dreaming early in the morning. He closes his eyes again, but the sound of heartbeats can be heard next to his ear, beating rhythmically and unendingly. He shakes in surprise. A certain someone finally wakes up. His first reaction is to move backwards hastily. But he forgets that his bed is not that big, and tumbles down to the ground. His wide-open terrified eyes reflect Ling Xiao's beaming face. A few seconds later, XiaoMo is sprawled on Ling Xiao, catching his breath. He was really terrified. Last night, he was thinking of this person. And then this morning, he wakes up to see him. Really like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. But when did he climb onto his bed? Why doesn't he have any recollection of that? After calming down, all sorts of doubts start to surface in his heart. Last night, he was clearly thinking over something, feeling quite alright. But he seems to have fallen asleep all of a sudden? How did you end up on my bed? XiaoMo raises his head and glares angrily at Ling Xiao. He feels like his brain is a piece of tape, moving along until it hits a jam. Then everything that comes after is completely erased from his memory. You don't remember? Ling Xiao suddenly looks hurt. XiaoMo's lips twitches fiercely. What kind of development is this? Why does he feel like a man and woman shared a room and the next day the woman is asking him to take responsibility? But he still unconsciously feels below his waist. As a result, Ling Xiao throws back his head and laughs out loud, his chest shaking endlessly. It's quite a while before he hugs his head and swings him a few times. Little brother, why is your reaction so cute, Nini? XiaoMo. After waiting for him to stop laughing, XiaoMo puts on a straight face and says, You still haven't told me how you ended up on my bed. Hateful fellow. Actually making fun of him again. Sure enough, the good feelings he had for him last night is all an illusion. Ling Xiao suddenly stops laughing and looks at him seriously while saying, Little brother, do you know that last night you were almost plucked by a flower thief? XiaoMo looks at him while opening and closing his mouth. Notes. Flower thief, rapist. Wealthy second generation usually refers to dissolute rich kids wasting their parents' wealth. Cling to someone's thighs, ride on someone's coattails. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153. Genius. This fellow is really just trying to trick him, BA? XiaoMo seriously doubts his words. But he has no way of explaining how he showed up in his bed with no rhyme or reason. Yesterday, he heard that Ling Xiao is busy, and today he's here in front of him. He doesn't look the least bit like what he heard, so busy until his feet don't touch the ground. XiaoMo, who has been fooled by him so many times, finds himself not believing him 99%. Flower thief and whatnot. Does he really think he is a 3-year-old child? This is Xin sect. Even though Earth Peak's security may not be as tight as the library, what flower thief would purposely run to Xin sect to pick flowers? Unless he is complaining that his life is too long, before making up lies, he should first make a preliminary draft. XiaoMo criticizes him in his heart, looking at Ling Xiao with an expression that clearly says, "I don't believe your words." Ling Xiao pretends not to see it and beams while saying, "Seeing that flower thieves are showing up here, I have decided. I will find it time to move here to sleep together with you. That's how it is, . From head to tail, the person in question, XiaoMo, has not uttered a single word, and Ling Xiao already decided everything. This is clearly an affront to basic human rights as well as outright tyranny. No way. XiaoMo can't restrain his anger. It's bad enough that Ling Xiao is always bullying him. Now he has to see him every day? Wouldn't that mean he won't have any personal space? There is no way he wants that. As a considerate man, I value your opinion. Say which part is not alright? We can discuss it further. Ling Xiao smiles as he speaks amiably, as if it is just as he says, that he is a considerate man. Hearing his words, XiaoMo feels that he is like a woman. Fine, BA. Before even starting the negotiations, he is already at a disadvantage. This is definitely not good for the negotiations, so he has to find a way to turn the tables. XiaoMo thinks deeply for a bit and then says with a serious expression, "Since you value my opinion, I'll say it. I feel it won't do. Your status now is the grand disciple of Xin sect. If people find out that you are running here to sleep in the middle of the night, what would they think of us? Wouldn't my reputation be ruined by you?" Ling Xiao looks at him curiously. "Little brother, you have a reputation that can be ruined?" XiaoMo pouts. In reality, he doubts as he has any reputation left to ruin. After all, with so many things happening, the people of Xin sect have long ago considered him as Ling Xiao's. Even the Yellow River cannot wash away the filth on his body. But he ultimately believes that what is clear will be cleared, what is muddy will remain muddy, so he doesn't want his reputation to be ruined any further. He still wants to wash it white. Little brother, ah. Ling Xiao suddenly heaves an exaggerated emotional sigh. When he looks over, he uses an aggrieved tone to say, "Do you not believe my words? It would be strange if I do." XiaoMo sees he is changing the topic, so he doesn't laugh haha along with him. Ling Xiao immediately gives him a "I knew it would be like this" expression. "Don't tell me that in your heart, I am that kind of person that would run over here to sleep with you with no rhyme or reason?" The corner of XiaoMo's eye twitches suddenly. These words. Why do they sound so suggestive? But he still nods his head, yes. Ling Xiao is silent for a bit. "I admit, there are special circumstances sometimes, but you also know that I have been very busy recently. Otherwise, I wouldn't have not come to see you for over a month. In this situation, why would I come running over for no reason? Even if I want to come over, I would choose to come when you haven't gone to sleep, right?" XiaoMo freezes for a moment. Seems like there is really some truth to that. He thinks back for a bit. Ling Xiao doesn't seem to have ever appeared when he is sleeping. Most of the time, he seems to know beforehand, always skipping over the times when he is asleep. It must be said that he sometimes sleeps during the day. But, to convince him that there really is a flower thief is impossible. Seeing that he still doesn't believe, he simply uses his killer mace. Little brother, if you still don't believe, go take a look at the side of the window. Do you not see a hole the size of an index finger? XiaoMo glances at him doubtfully, walking over while feeling uncertain. Sure enough, he finds a hole at the window. The hole is about the size of an index finger. But the hole is not in the paper of the window but rather on the window frame. Although a part of his memory from last night is gone, he still remembers that the hole was not there last night when he closed the window. Furthermore, only a cultivator can create such an even hole. That is to say, there is a possibility that someone broke into his room last night. Thinking like this, XiaoMo believes Ling Xiao 70%. But what he doesn't know is that the flower thief is currently right in front of him. Ling Xiao can tell from a glance what he is thinking, so he immediately presses on. Little brother, do you still remember that I left a barrier outside your room, ba? Last night, I felt that someone touched it, so I rushed here as fast as I could. Otherwise. Saying the last bit, he purposely concentrates his gaze on his body. XiaoMo instantly feels his hairs stand on end, his face turning deathly pale. But isn't this Tian Xin secta? He already believes Ling Xiao's words. It's just that his heart is unwilling to believe that this kind of thing can happen. What more happened to his body? A man's chastity can also be in danger? The corner of Ling Xiao's lips lifts up as he smiles. How do you know that the flower thief isn't someone from Tian Xin sect? XiaoMo immediately stutters, unable to form any words. In the end, XiaoMo is fooled by Ling Xiao successfully. Although it is not a flower thief, that person really has his eyes on him. Furthermore, that person is most probably someone from Tian Xin sect. Ling Xiao doesn't tell him because he has other plans. But he warns him not to place valuable things or things that should not be seen by others in his magic bag. XiaoMo doesn't realize anything. He only tells him not to worry. He himself knows that he must be careful. After all, there are too many secrets on his body. So, all along, he has only put magic herbs he got from the Hall of Enchanted Herbs or the magic pills refined from those magic herbs inside his magic bag. They are all very ordinary things. Even if the magic bag gets lost, it's not that big of a deal. After listening to his words, Ling Xiao is more and more convinced of his intuition. Because Ling Xiao came over secretly, he doesn't stay too long. A while later, he goes back to Wushuang Mountain. As soon as he leaves, XiaoMo starts to feel out of sorts. He feels that the things that happened today and last night were very bizarre. Although he knows that Ling Xiao is very capable of convincing someone that what is black is white, he still chooses to believe him. There is a saying in his hometown. It goes better to believe the worst and be pleasantly surprised than to be optimistic and learn the worst. After that strange night, XiaoMo's daily life returns back to normal. With the opening of the Paradise Realm drawing near, all over Tian Xin sect, there is more and more tension in the air. Earth Peak is no exception. But after not too long, something happens that breaks this atmosphere. That is the day when Heaven Peak Master's disciple, Jian Lu, has a breakthrough. In the very short span of under a year, Jian Lu leaps from a level 1 mage to a level 3 mage. Although he is still a low-level mage, but throughout the whole Tian Xin sect, and even Qingcheng sect and other major sects, where can you find such a genius that can advance 2 consecutive levels within a year? The answer is nowhere. Furthermore, Jian Lu took a little over 4 months to go from level 1 mage to level 2 mage. And then from level 2 to level 3, he also only took a little over 4 months. As everyone knows, the higher the mage level, the harder it is to advance. Therefore, since he is able to become a level 3 mage within the same time frame, this is undeniably Heaven Peak's record in glory. As soon as this news spreads, the whole Tian Xin sect, top and bottom, are all shocked. Becoming a level 3 mage in 3 months is undeniably a genius of geniuses. Even those who were praised as geniuses before from the three major peaks were never this amazing. Jiang Lu becomes unbelievably famous. His fame surpasses the #1 dark position on the Billboard charts, XiaoMo. For a time, there is no longer talk of XiaoMo. Instead, more and more people are talking about Jiang Lu. XiaoMo hears the neighboring brother Yang Yi say that Jiang Lu is now very cocky since everyone in Tianxian sect is treating him as precious treasure. He is even acclaimed as Tianxian sect's most outstanding and most excellent disciple in 100 years. His fame is unequaled. When Yang Yi says these words, his tone is so sour that XiaoMo's teeth turn soft just from listening to him. But in reaction to this information, his only response is to laugh hee, with no further comments. Yang Yi assumes that he is speechless because he is jealous, because he himself is feeling jealousy, envy, and hate. Ever since the news about Jiang Lu got out, every time Heaven Peak disciples come across Earth Peak disciples, the attitude would be so exaggerated that it would flip the heavens. With toes lifted high and haughty manners, it gives them an itchy feeling in their teeth from hate. If not for their heads telling them they can't be rash, they would have definitely punched their front teeth to a pulp. Just 3 days after the news broke, XiaoMo only has to step outside and his ears would receive news about Jiang Lu. This person who used to give him the feeling of the boy next door now has an even higher status than Tang Yunqi in Heaven Peak. Thinking of this, he can't help remembering that time on Wushuang Mountain when Jiang Lu was threatened by Tang Yunqi. Now that he is favored by the master of the peak, it won't be easy for Tang Yunqi to bully him anymore. After a few more days, the winds of public discussion finally change direction again. Because the news about the exact opening of the Paradise Realm is out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.